50 million, no problem, just redeem them. Just redeem them. But let's say, now we're going to say this is a shocking statement. Why is it shocking? Because in general, in order to redeem something from the sacrificial sanctity, what do you usually need first? Animal. You usually need some type of blemish. Something you need the animal to be disqualified from its sacrificial capacity in order to be able to redeem it. In this case, we're also saying something that's shocking. We'll say it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking that you could just redeem this animal straight out. Look at Rashi this morning again. Rashi is going to be very important. Rashi is always very important, but very important for us in the studio right now. Listen to me. Rashi identifies a little more about what the process is. So what do we do now? What's the goal of redemption? We'll say the goal of redemption is just to make them fit for use, for sacrificial use in this current year. So how do you do this? Look at Rashi. Rashi shows you, Mechal also a mole school. Also a mole Rashi in Shalish, the Osin ahead. The Kuya Park in Sequel with this Koga and the base Koga Shakadashi. So first thing you do is like this. So now remember, I want to add these four sheep.
I want us to remember that was like there in my head. But it was amazing. It's really keep it up. Keep up
the the sanctity of those animals is directly connected to last year's Matzah. So redeem the animals, put that money into last year's Matzah.
Worries about this competition. This is he gets everything into it. Jim's excited.
Collection, and essentially repurchase the sheep. Repurchase the sheep.
My friends, we went to what we call Restream, and it's appropriately named whatever. And there's a scene where they get together, and mom walked in right as that scene came on. My friend like jumped up. She's like, "This is a reality fight." Like Santa Claus.
So we'll say, what's the tremendous finish of Reggie yourself? You never heard of redemption.
Trivia Friday night. Come for the class. Working on this itinerary. News for this week featuring Canada's thinking. Company Restream, Fiji, 2026. Okay, participating in these classes, local makers are the prize for our team on site. This is going to be so nasty like that. Mark your calendars, folks. We got something fun.
Okay, get this. It's a custom build, but they ran out of money. Look at you. Follow me. Sometimes you get crack heads, this is on the clear. The ceiling is cursed. Skylight? Skylight has two skylights.
You just described the process, but I don't understand why that process works. We're going to see just the numbers. Generally, ולדעתי. כדי שבהם להציבה לבוס, גישה הגוף שבהם מלכים משחמם המומות היכן הופך. שמסיימים
Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis, Joey Bishop, and Peter Lover. They were the coolest guys in the world. They worked at the Sands Hotel. They made movies, Oceans 11. Everybody thought they were the coolest guys, and really, when they got together, they couldn't universe. Never anything quite as charismatic as the Rat Pack had Frank and Dean and Sammy. They were the show. It was 1965. I was 23 years old, and for sheer luck and coincidence, circumstances are really not important. I ended up Sands Hotel for the anniversary, first week in December, watching in a 500-seat room the Rat Pack perform. The other side was Gregory Peck and his wife Roger Moore, and the other side was Lucille Ball, Elizabeth Taylor. And I was there in this small room, 500 seats. There they were. And they owned the world. And I thought to myself, man, training must be fun to those guys.
It means that the Kedusha itself is part and parcel of
Life
the
is strange.
idea.
We think that we never can predict.
So there is a sense in essentially means that there's a
Some years later,
embedded in this object, but
there I was, making TV commercials with Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin because they were working at the hotel. On our hotels. And I had to pick them up on the plane for the week they worked. Several times a year, I fly to New Jersey and then fly home to California. And I'm playing it. I spent all those hours for 4 years.
Is that the
This
first
was
thing
too
actually is
unbelievable
going to
guy.
now I get it.
And then a plane on Sunday night, they used to sit on the plane and they loved to tell stories. I was much younger, of course, and I was sitting there at the public listening. And they had names for each other when no one was around. Frank, Cole, Dean Martin, Dave, not the little director was short for Dingo. A slang for Americans, he's called being Jake. And being called Frank Sinatra, having I would tell stories. And I was sitting opposite them on the plane, eating it up. Life turns out that way.
Steve Wynn can't get his own fucking name on Instagram. What is this bullshit? Who the fuck is the other Steve Wynn? Worst username ever. Yo, shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit. Yo, dog, you want to see some shit? What is this bullshit? Yo, dog, this is worse. If this thing says music is off, I'm throwing fists. For Rizzy? Oh, where's Shizzy, son? The worst app ever. Worst app ever. Really? Dog, never known a worst app in my entire life. Really? App so good enough, baby. Son, down, you better take care. If you she can get arrows that she don't have. Really? Yeah, there's something fucked up about it. Bro. Cecily Strong. You ever watch this? You're like, oh, he thinks I'm pretty. Yeah, but there's something fucked up about you. I just can't put my finger on it. But one day, maybe I will. All right, girl. Now, I'm gonna watch this fucking episode 1,000 fucking times. Why? Why the fuck not? I hate the world today.
And fascinatingly enough, what creates a little bit of the breach is a moon. What's the moon? The scariest part of it is that people use the ability to breach a little bit of that to be less above. But the beautiful part of it is reality in that of it. And nothing to breach to be less above. The future of the unique is
And see her riding back and stay up in dress. Where you knew. Oh, that was cool when you fucked up the lyrics, Rabbi.
Changes me, it never breaches my producer cycle. Incredible. I say that Slava shoots back in the face. This is all about the boundary. That's none. Most is fascinating. Most shots, so that's not also same case. Just not enough.
I can see her lying back in her satin dress. In the room where you do, where you don't confess. Sundown, and better take care. If I find you been creeping round my back stairs, you better take care. If you find you've been creeping round my back stairs, you're looking like a queen, a sailor's dream, and you don't always say what you really mean. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Man, every man can make many hearts in the love in the first mistake. Oh, that was sick when you were like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it was sick.
Which supposedly is Sonia Pekala,
Let's
but
go
I'm
to
not
the Sears catalog on Search Media. The DVDs are about to do some series.
What did we just do?
So the nice, right? So what's fascinating about this is apparently Avatina's got paid at the end of the year. They got paid at the end of the year. So come the end of the year, they got paid from last year's Martis Hashem. Okay, so follow the connections, right? What's our problem? What's always important in life, I think about how we try to solve. What's our problem? Leftover Torahs, right? Leftover Torahs. Remember, can I use it in the new year? No, why not? It's from last year's Martis Hashem. So what do I do with it? So again, step one, pay the workers. So we paid base Avatina from last year's Martis Hashem. Okay. Now watch this all this. Now, after we receive that money, we will cut the next fraction. We cut it also start multiple years. We got the also a min idea after the started. The hiring company. The other time, we tell you what for us are there. The notion also of min. But we call the culture like an open to a correction. This is great. So watch this. Pay the workers, after we pay the workers, we say to the workers, do me a favor, like you should purchase leftover or redeem the leftover ketolas. You know, they sell out to us takes their wages, which is the last 2 months of checkout, and redeems the leftover ketolas onto the money. The money, then what happens to the money? What happens to the money? The money goes back into the temple pot. Last year's Maxis Shako pot. What last year's Maxis Shako pot is for repairs of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. And now these Abatinas have what? What do they have? They have now the redeemed Ketoras last year.
Sundown, better take care. If I find you been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning and I'm losing again.
We're trying to go ahead with a problem because we have leftover sanctified items from last year's master which can't be restored. So we need to create a mechanism to essentially allow them to be used because they are important. This is not the channel. So that's all three minutes. So again, sponsor, pay for Sarapinas, spend money behind it, whatever, public pay Sarapinas for their work, pay them with the money of last year's master checkout, then pay that money, redeem the leftover for us.
Walking fast in a faded Jeep, she's a hard-loving woman that feeling me. Sometimes you think it's a shame when I get clear when I'm being alone. Sometimes you better take care of me, Papa. You've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes you better take care of me, Papa. You've been creeping round my back stairs. Oh, dog, that was sick. Was it? Fine. I mean, I'm just so athletic and gifted artistically.
It takes on a normal day quite a while to get an open. We didn't have the futures trading this morning, so we're down to one. Futures market interestingly marked a big gap between the
Nasdaq opens everything. There down to 110. That opens everything simultaneously. So that was
Dude, that bitch is so hot. Really? Yeah, she used to be super hot. Bitch has great hair. What's her name? No one gives a fuck. What's her... Is she a bitch? Everybody's a bitch. I hate the world together. I feel ashamed of your dream. I'm nothing in between.
It gets carbonic designation. Carbonic designation. Harezu Allah, Harezu Shlonim, Harezu Chafas. So verbal designation by inanimate objects, the way they become kadosh is through placement in a true sharis, in a service utensil. If you're not placed in a service utensil, by definition, you have to use as double monetary sanctity, but not physical sanctity. This special Torah. If you want to place that true sharis at a certain point, yes, you want to know how is the Torah affected. Remember, the so that was a true sharis. When we're talking about the production of the Torah, right? So for that matter, again, storage of the Torah, so the Torah is ground up, cooked the spices, and it's very nice. That's how the order that has a record of the spices. But it's not a true sharis. So because we're interested enough in us,
I like this song a lot. I like this song a lot. Really? Yeah. Rainbow so far.
This is mind-blowing. This is absolutely mind-blowing, because again, up until you start to really back it out in a lot, we always assume the first because physical sanctity, because it's being used in service of something. If I tell you something, just to agree with it, right? Just shake your head. That's what I always thought. Right? So again, so we always thought that because it's physically used in a physical sanctity, because physical sanctity, you know what I'm saying? And God is saying, this is saying, you know what
When you always know, that's when you belong in my heart, baby, yeah. Waiting for the time, when you belong in my heart, that's where you belong in my arms, baby, yeah.
You redeem them. How do you redeem them? You go ahead and you transfer the money, put that money, then again, put that money into the last part of the and then you purchase them with the This is a normal Rabbi students agreement. You can say, what about the Kedusha? What about how do you do that? How do you distribute this sense like that? Rabbi said to speak to you, we're not doing that. You don't need to know the same exact thing. Because this was supposed to know. two different angles, two different things, right? To tell us is not sacred. Let Kedusha's go. Rather, what is it? Kedusha's coming. Kedusha's coming. Monetization.
You don't have a son memorized. Is it Bob Seger? Next question. How many Bob Seger songs could you do? Dude, don't do Bob Seger right now. Just get this fucking song down. Just do it.
Right, has gone to the love, requires parachutes, requires sunset. He's an interesting guy because in certain respects, there's certain respects he's hard, he's gone from the bottom, perhaps again really relation, but he still needs that sunset. So the United States like this. If you end up Torres, and you don't only has financial something, and that's what I do with us a lot, then that's the case that if you don't touch it, he shouldn't make it from it. You have to know that he does. I love it kind of, what he wants, not for us.
I hear your name whispered on the wind. It's a sound that makes me cry. I hear a song going again and again through my mind, and I don't know why. I wish I didn't feel so strong about you, like happiness and love revolve. Trying to catch your heart is like trying to catch your star. So many days don't believe you, baby. That must be what you are. Training for a star to fall and carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting for a star to fall, carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Oh, that was sick. That was so sick when you were like, hey, everybody, look at the reflection of my fucking glasses. And then you were like, what's that? What is this bitch's name? Burkhart or some shit? I don't know. This bitch is fucking on. Probably. Billboard singer. What's her name? Forget some shit. What? She hot? Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. I've been wanting to fuck that bitch for 15 years. Really? 20. Oh, dog. That bitch? That bitch on the fucking thing with the thing about him? Fuck yeah, dog. I and every motherfucker who has a bank account.
Which would seem to indicate to us that what? That the is more rather than must be something else.
Fall, carry your arms into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. I've learned to feel what I cannot see, but with you, I lose that vision. I don't know how to dream your dream, so I go out of this distance. I want to push out and pull you to me. Who said I could maybe go free? Trying to get your heart is like trying to get a star. But I can't love you this much, baby. I love you from afar. Waiting for the star to fall. Carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting for the heart to fall. Carry your heart into my arms. That's where you belong, in my arms, baby, yeah. Waiting forever long, waiting, I'll wait for you. Heart waiting, don't be so long. Waiting, love you. Even
any service you can. So it's just like you should hustle once they come in contact with the Kusharis, so once they get that you are susceptible and again, Allah what's going on here? 2 3 months is kitchically, no kitchically law. Only if something has become consecrated with Sharis is it subject to Lina. But if it's never been in Sharis, it shouldn't be subject to Lina. Our problem is, it sounds like what Dimitar is saying that
no, this is a shit thing. So, all right, how many Bob Seger songs can you do, kid? Oh, Bob Seger? How many Bob? You're asking me how many Bob Seger songs do I fucking know? How much time you got, motherfucker? Really? Yeah. Why? Dog. Bob Seger? You mean Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band? Really? Who else? Shelter from the Storm. That's Bob Dylan. Against the Wind. Dog, obviously. Night Moves. I've already done Night Moves like 15 times. Still the same, of course. Like a Rock. Dog. Makes me want to buy a Chevy truck. Really? All-time rock and roll? Dog. Let's not even get into that. They're going to bury me to that song. Really? They'll bury my father to that song. They'll bury me to that song. Really? Perhaps. That's a good song. Turn the page. Turn the page. Yeah. We've got Tonight. God. Makes me want to light a fire right now. How about Till It Shines? Dog, if it's not on Bob Seger's greatest hits, it ain't one of his major ones. How about Roll Me Away? Dog. There's another back in all cities, out the bar, have a brew. If you don't have many drinks, then after so, do whatever decided you do. Gamma live down by the riverside, looking fortune wheels and roll dice. I was just 13 when I had to leave home. Hollywood Nights. I've made my own films of this. Really? Yeah, dog. Traveling Man? Dog. Absolutely. Dog. Yeah, dude, I would just sure do this one. Microdoses, bitch. Really? Yeah. Beautiful Losers. Your Company? Absolutely. Something about Baby. Yeah. But not one of my favorites. That's cool. Higher ground. That's fine. We got Tonight. Absolutely. Shame on the not one of my favorites. Understanding. No one knows it. Chances are. Wait for me. How's this come out? Big one though. What about the Bob Seger system? Nothing to the Tin Man. How about the Real Love? How about the Eagle? We know the Eagles are together. Trying to live my life without you is the hardest thing I ever did. I can tell you, it's a great song. Rock and Roll Never Forgets. Bob Seger That's why he's a system. He worked it out, baby.
It's the last year's
half shekel, huh?
I got it.
No. It's a very, like, it's about strippers and truck. Name what every Bob Seger song's about. Driving, running, strippers, fires, traveling. Did we mention strippers? That's a big thing. That's a big song too. Not the same. Kathmandu. You go there with toes. True. Do you like this song? Not really. It's on this greatest hits. This one's good. Gypsy wind is All right, so how many is that about here? Enough. No, what's that song about? Oh, I like this song.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Any matter concerning the seaboard, these days, that's actually a very special one, a very beautiful phrase. Concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halacha l'maisa again, they said only what you use has to be shasaguf.
What is it? After midnight. After midnight.
So this is Rabbi now interpreting it. Incredible.
We Gonna.
Worshipful. You're not needed to marry. And if Chazal said, if you needed to
That's it,
marry,
fucking.
you need the sheep, use the sheep.
Yeah.
Whatever's left over, you can just simply with the and good to go. Incredible. So much of the time. That's the case. Clear about it. Vahamari Dharma, Zafar the Dhamma. Comes to be Shahada. About the Rabba.
I like this song.
You don't understand that you do no such thing as being an animal for financial sense. You said, so I wrote on myself, lots of examples. If you not fish an animal, like you take a ram, and you say, I hereby not fish this ram for financial sense. The animal essentially automatically applies to this Shahada. Because whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in Kedusha Shahada. So I don't understand.
Yo, dog.
Sheep are designated.
How about you go fucking dick boy?
Everything is in how you phrase it. So ultimately, again,
Dick boy squad.
this Rashi, by the way, is
Dick
on
boy
the
nation.
You see that Rashi is going over the others. He only uncovers Kedusha, so go think about me, Halo, how do you become an Ola? So that's, yeah. When you designate the animal, you say that this animal should be for an Ola, which is what the animal is fit for, that animal is automatically destined to be Kedusha Hagol. But Allah Almighty said, let's say you say this animal should be for
Way left and way. Way
So
left and way.
what does that mean? That means you're investing in the animal with financial sanctity.
Are you fucking serious? I might have to shit myself.
Allah myself, you can see that you can designate on
I
a
go
personal
walking.
if you want to designate an animal with financial sense, you're not designate it for something other than carbonic purpose, like Nisaka. But again, here, Days didn't mask now Lamb, and essentially Days structures it once again. What you're going to use has physical sanctity.
Get that bitch, bitch.
Only has incredible fact is pieces are just incredible. Listen to this. You have your power requires right? So remember, using your Kabbalah Yom Kippur. Your words Yom Kippur. So power and Shar Yom Kippur. They got lost. They lost. Can you imagine somebody's losing their job, right? Someone's getting fired. Right?
Yo, baby, I'm the biggest cup of all time. I feel like these motherfuckers are gonna throw me out.
Find another. Listen, by the way, just all seriousness, can you imagine that moment in the basement of the church? Right? It's your kipper. It's your kipper. Like, okay, hey, you know, Uncle, can you make everything, can you get the parents sorry? Right? And that moment when they realize that they lost it. Like, listen, it's such a chance.
How about you just call on me? Let me talk.
Probably like, what does it mean? What do you do? What's the next focus coming us? And then what do they
This is that one bitch. This is that song they played for fucking Billy. I like it.
It's traumatic reading.
If you wanna be free,
Then what happens? So we go ahead and they separate out each other. It's fine, no problem on the base. They're saying, see, we have all this other. They see, we have all this other. Which were again, these are the covenants that are. See what you're talking about.
if you and me,
accidentally worship Avodah Zarah. Okay, so what happens? Same thing. They had these Kabbalah designated, and then it was lost. And what happens? And I lost all of myself, they went ahead and they separated out new Kabbalah. They also had the part that can't be there. What happens? Then they find the old ones. So I say, they find the lost harvest star. After they open up that fucking Avodah Zarah, they find the one that was lost. So now, what do you do when you just found on it? So you might just put in the mission of the
Hey, you in my bed. I'm just coming around. Nothing been saying. Some mountain music. Like grandma and grandpa used to do. And up and down. I can still shout down the party. I can hang with anybody. I can do whiskey and red wine, champagne all night, in the glass on the rocks and I find. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see you. The door of my phone, that's all the t-shirt. The same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, staring on the bottle, baby, I don't believe you. I can live around down here when I taste tequila.
And what they say essentially is that the British have only developed upon the
Just do it. Just whatever.
but if you're using all the technology purposes, then what? Then you should not really have any sense.
I can still shut down a party. I can hang with anybody. I can drink with and red wine, champagne all night, and scotch on the rocks, and I'm fine. But when I taste tequila, baby, I still see us cutting up the bowl in the sorority t-shirt, the same one you wore with me was sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the bottle, baby, I never leave. I remember how I need you when I taste tequila. When I taste tequila, I can hear somebody brand new. Thinking about you. I can see my clothes, same one. Just my songs in my car. Making that breathe and it's in my spot. But when I taste tequila, baby, I still see you looking at the phone in the store with a t-shirt. The same one,
Feel a little bit guilty for going away last week because I feel that show's got a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days. I'm hearing a lot of shitty talk. Listen, Schmitz is like, what you think too much? You can't get better than that. You gotta take it slow and steady. Slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short number of days somewhere where we'll make up ground. Okay, hopefully after all of you, guys come around.
Is it a thing? Social media, this isn't real. I don't know if truck pods are things, but
All right, probably you.
truck out of that. Right wing alpha male pod. Sure. There you go. Now it makes sense. Truck pods, very funny. Potential being 6 years old. I think I know how to work this podcast.
same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle, swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember I'm I need you. When I taste tequila, when I taste tequila. How many your love and sinking. When I taste tequila, baby, I still see a girl t-shirt. Same one you only were. Sky high in Colorado. Lips pressed against the bottle. Swearing on the Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember how bad I need you. When I taste tequila. When I taste tequila. When I taste tequila.
And this opinion comes from American in this, and he essentially says is that they all work together for something to be done. In other words,
What a phrase, lady.
Hitler should take a quick break to remind us of a couple of things. We have a number of different Seirim over here we're talking about. A number of you haven't heard about them yet up until now. Let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is the Seir Puni of Yom Kippur, which is the Seir Hanatzavismi, as we refer to it, which is a vote that was taking place inside. And that was something we described, according to all opinions, comes for somebody who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what Allah was about to become coming, and in the middle, he had this forgetting this last memory. And then what happens? He eats something with the carbon, he eats the carbon while he's coming to the mikvah, and then he does something else like that. In other words, the last thing that we give him, not with the Torah, not with the Mikvah to the Torah. And we have another one, which happens on the Kippur, which is the Torah Pizza, which is not the Torah Hospital. It's the garden party outside, and that is something to take my purpose when it comes to do. The other one is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end of the beginning, but knows about it at the end. He did not know about the problem until the beginning. He didn't know about it at the end because Mark was the Trinity mentioned yesterday said no, it's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar, so our tahar has not come. A person who's tahar, and he eats the carbon, which is tame, so that's the problem. In other words, typically, all the other cases we were talking about was when the guy himself has become tame, and then he did something that a tame person is not supposed to do. In this case, that's not what we're talking about. You have a person who himself
Down to
is
it,
tahar, and he ate the carbon, which is tame, he should not have done that. The mayor, now, he essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the Soya Hanatzavim. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the Sar Lashem, which is not sufficient, and that's something which comes to atone for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever fight. That was unique. However, well, the case of number one, a person who does not know about it.
Do you think Zoot's gonna win? There's no way. There's no way. But if he did, I would contemplate going to see him.
In the second case, where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or Tahar Sa'akal as a Kame, a person who's not Kame at all. The Kame is in cover with the Kame, so that person needs a Kapara. Says the mayor, the Sawyer,
Big song.
outside, and the go for on Yom, and the go for
Got you down to a T. You and the glass top, I never snowed you. My sheets and no line. I'm a young man, no lead. I'm waiting with me. Bird, white, sweet, and roll by. We can learn what you need tonight. Girl, I keep my time on every eye. Do you think you're going to be Joe Rogan's best friend? I would say to him, dog, what would you say to Joe Rogan right here? You're sitting away from Jamie on the left. Dog, you want to sleep over? Like, we'll play video games, order pizza, drink shitloads of beer, tell stories, laugh our dicks off. Yeah, he'd probably like that. That'd be tight as fuck. No, but really, what would you do? What would you say to him? Dog, I've not met a motherfucker. We don't know anybody else. But I'm caught up on your life. Like, I know everything about every one of your friends. I'm in all the fucking subreddits. Really? Yeah. Why? Well, why not? Dog, this shit sucks, though. Dog, that's kind of freaky. Bird pipe.
You read beyond the Bikurim, starts with Pasuk Vav, and then you keep going. Pasuk Lamed, guess what? Seir Izim Efar L'Chaper Alei. It says Seir Izim. So keep that in mind. We have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says
You think you'd be friends with these guys? Yeah. Is there anything you don't like about them? No, they've been very nice to me. Oh, you know them? Sort of. Communicated on Discord. More than this asshole or this asshole.
Again, you have your two connecting Rosh Chodesh. Next one, Uva Asher Lachodesh. Transfer to Yom Kippur. You read about over the Kabbalah, last pasuk in that section, pasuk in Aleph, Seir Izim Efar. Miriam, Shavuos, and Yom Kippur.
What a fucking amazing Athletica. Did you see how athletic that was? Where I was like, oh, let's put it in slow motion. Let's put this bitch in slow motion. Put it down to 0.5.
Third day of the update, boost the ear. Fourth day, boost the ear. Fifth day, boost the ear. The sixth day of Sukkot,
Just there for sunlight, babe. I miss the know the truth. Saying maybe I can, even if it's just a
It seems like what we're saying is you start with the Kodesh, and you build up to the Kodesh, and then to disconnect to Rashi goes through all this very small very about. If you look at Rashi's first line, he says, Shal Pesach HaShamach Lura Kodesh, and it was the first one in the part where it was Kodesh. So what will we connect? We'll connect Pesach Lura
Now, every now and then, ever, do nothing. Nice. It was good, nice. Rough. And we rolling on the river. Life don't go down out in the city. Working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep when I was worried about the way that things might have been. You know the we will keep on turning. The proud man they keep on burning. And we rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down the river. Rolling on the river, made a lot of pain and pampers, and I'm pumped a lot of tane down in New Orleans. Never thought on the side of the city until I hitched a ride on a riverboat. We know that it will keep on turning. The proud Mary keep on burning. We're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the What a good job in the city. Working for the man every night and day. Never lost on, didn't sleep, and I was worried about the way that things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, turning round, and it keeps on moving.
Now, if we do say that another one connection to the one before that's not a product, you can still connect
The love lifting me higher than I ever been lifted before. Bring it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Till you know, don't lift me, keep lifting me higher, higher and higher.
This is what you can put on your mode, your set times, the volume is right down to the set times, the set times, the set times, the set times. Besides, all the other parameters, also the this is what we tell you. Now, what's my function? Well, that function is saying,
Fantastic. Sort of a new one, maybe.
The problem with this is they didn't come back on, so they shouldn't come back on the 10th day of Oz. They shouldn't come back on the 10th day of Oz. The problem is they shouldn't come back on the 9th day of Oz. Yes, they left us on test Sivan. We add on 40 days. They should have come back on the 9th day of Oz. Now the problem is we know they didn't come back on the 9th day of Oz. They came back on the 2nd day of Oz. The Moroccan gave the family report, and that night on Tisha B'Av, on the 9th of Oz, everyone was fine. But Paul said, you know what? I'm not going to pick on the Pina Sapina. It's going to be a crime. And the Eshman of Sapina is right. And we'll go ahead and establish that the day of Tisha B'Av is going to be a day of mourning for many generations. See, after coming, this could Tisha B'Av to be a Yom Tov, it should be holy as well. But until then, Tisha B'Av is considered to be a day of mourning. Now, the only way that top tests Siva for 40 days has them come back on the 8th of Av as opposed to the 9th of Av, because if that year time would be out on the 30th day. Right? I'm pretty sure it works out. Okay, it works out. So that's what happened. So now, what's this pasuk talking about? This pasuk is Yirmiyah, where he is lamenting the fact that Kara alai moed lishma b'chure. In other words, we call alai moed is referring to Rosh Chodesh, lishma b'chure, hopefully destroyed.
No, what is this bullshit?
We called it a moed. We just see that he called Rosh Chodesh a moed. So incorrect. He told Rosh Chodesh is not considered a moed. It is considered a moed. Raya is from Yirmiyah, because he says Kara alai moed, and he's referring to Rosh Chodesh.
I can't stop going on.
I'm Rabbi Yochanan. More than the mayor agrees the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim, Shehulim Metafer, Kapal Asam, the Hain Ain't Metafer Kapal. You mentioned this earlier. The Yochanan says that the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim stands alone.
I fucking
The
tried.
Sarah Nasa B'Fnim, that service outside, the Yamsish goats, and the Kodesh goats, all of those, they have their initial thing that they're there for, but ultimately they atone for all three things. The only one that's rejected here is the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim. That one's by itself. That one atones for, as we said, Yedida, but he loves such a great value. He violates the Shema, and we never find out about it. That one can't be left. So he explains, including the Kapal also, that one does not serve the other types of other issues, every mistake, or the Kapal Atas, the Tater, the Edo, the Kapal Kapal. That one only has the ability to atone for one sin. And the Kapal Kapal also, the other one, will come back. Yep, we got this. And the outside one, and the button comes so one come across, that one is that particular kapara that was years before. Kapara is who will pay a lot of Shana. This is the only come year that is so again, person looks better initially, and then forgets all things. What up to the kapara? That is from the kicker with the Sawyer. That was left out. The kapara side, not the Shira. His kapara was also left out. You see very clearly.
Actually, that's one.
Together, he's only bunching together the goats on outside of Kippur, the goats on the
Awesome.
and the goat which is done on Rosh Chodesh. Now, we go back to this. Hey, Rabbi Shimon Omer. Seirei Rosh Chodeshim. The Safrik Altar Shata. You mentioned before that the Sarah, Shimon's opinion, that the Sarah of Chodesh is not for the oblivious.
Yeah.
It's for the guy who is Tahar, but he's from the wicked side. Now that's the aggressive about the fact that he's
Can you do this? Dog, I could do Blackwater in my fucking sleep.
You should say the capital of Russia Connection. It should work for a person who's Tahar, who needs something who's just Tamei, the rest of the mentioned this yesterday as well. The Moshe was talking in that case. He says, the Osa, Nasan, Latem. The Osa, Nasan, Hey, Akar, Moshe. So the beautiful passage that says,
She's waiting for from Mississippi, please calling my name. Catfish are jumping like wallaby falling, like wallaby falling on bass is the same. Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything right. Mama gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, cause I ain't in no hurry at all. If it rains, I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. Just keep that heat on. Go it up time. Go in this and I will find everybody drinks alright. Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything, mama, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, cause I ain't in no hurry at all. And by the hand, take it by the hand, pretty by about your dad, put your daddy, oh, God, gonna hear something.
He buys into a mayor's idea that the Sawyer Hanasa Bafus and Kipper covers all three. He buys into a mayor's opinion that the theory of the government for two things, which is the luckiest person and a charge to alcohol system.
Yes, he was always ready, and they was given an opportunity.
However, when it comes to the Sawyer versus Novak, he says only works for one, which is a product versus nice enough. Why is the director of production below the copy of the dollar? Why does he say that with the server for the only work to the proper for a person who's hard and hates something which is funny? Now, what's the reason for that? Oh, my God. Oh, no, it says, oh, right over there. I don't know, that's not who knows, say. There's a stand on us. But that's the case. That's where the product only works for one. You're going not in the copy of the production.
What is this bullshit? Good crap.
Exactly what I mean. Exactly what this went from the beginning to say the same thing. In other words, you're going to say, although you only one, but you probably go for her to jump
Rain, I don't care. Well, if it's rain, I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. Let's take that street coming down in uptown. Yeah, gonna keep some funky Dixieland band, some funky tongue. Gonna find everybody drinks alright. Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, black water, keep on moving, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining? Whoa, black water, keep on rolling, Mississippi blue, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything, mama gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. That was so sick. West Side.
When do we say our passage says that by the internal?
Well, if the-
Sorry, not by the external one. Now, maybe he didn't make sense that the other hand
Okay. Rain, I don't care, don't make no difference to me. Just take that street coming down on the road. You think Joe Rogan knows these songs? Fuck yeah, Joe Rogan knows these songs. You don't think Joe Rogan knows the Doobie Brothers? Go fuck you. Hey Joe Rogan, you know the Doobie Brothers? Yeah, fuck yeah, he knows the Doobie Brothers.
Now we discover a person who's completely oblivious and discover a concept of coming. Why? Because the word Tesla that's when it's always hard to coming because that one says
Dixieland band, I'm gonna take him by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. We got to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand, babe, take it by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Come on, dance by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night long. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Come on, hand, take me by the hand. Pretty mama gonna dance with your daddy all night. I like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the hand. Pretty mama gonna take me to daddy all night. Funky Dixieland. Pretty mama gonna take me by the Dog, that was so sick. And then gang signs for gangs that don't even shit. West Side. Well, if it rains, I don't care. Who's this bitch? Oh, please be another college chick. Oh, they're a fake person. Really? Actually, they are. They're a Canadian person. Really? They're a rugby player. Oh, they like Dusty Springfield. That's tight.
Every year they had a surplus of animals that they had in the Chino Sunday School. So they would collect money and they would buy animals, and they had this area where they would store the animals, and they would
Who's this bitch?
be the place where they would expect the animals to make sure there's no mum. And every year they had a surplus of 6 of these animals. And when it came to the end of the year,
Nobody knows.
2 of those animals that to me they were stomach, so Safra or Summer Kabinabayim of that day, and they were always left with 4 into the next year. The problem is you're not allowed to use a carbon from last year for this year. So they only had about the beginning of the year.
So that was sick when you were singing the Doobie Brothers and everybody wasn't paying attention to you because you weren't in a fucking set. Look at this move, though. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, I think we need to go back. 10 minutes of shop. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's 10 minutes of shop, son.
What happened to the
Thank you for taking my call, George.
This is a carbon.
George, I was in the L train. No, wrong.
And therefore,
George,
you
I
can't
was in
just
the.
buy it. That's Kedusha. You can't just allow
No
someone to
way.
buy an animal to feed it for a barbecue one day. That's okay. That's gonna move for us.
Dog. I used to shit on Safari as a browser, and I still do, but it's better than some shit. Alright, are you done?
Similarly, they had when it came to the different spices that they used with the Ketoras, they always had some extra. So what would they do with that? They did something that was interesting. Now, the family called Basic Students, they were the only ones who knew how to properly make the Ketoras. So now, there's a whole mission about them. If you want, what they would do is, about 3 things you met us, they would separate the payment for this basic activity. They would redeem the leftover Ketoras onto that money. The notion also on it. You give that money to this family, based on tennis, the Torah as their wages. Now, what would happen is the Chosrim belongs to Osa, the Shumal Chadash. They would then go ahead and buy it back from them with the new collection. In other words, instead of selling it off to the new which was a design to the Ketoras, just put it on the market for anybody to go buy it. They would sell it to the base of tennis, and then they would rebuy it. Now, according to you, what was necessary? Name is Kedusha to the head like a half. How can you just sell it? It has Kedusha. How can you just go ahead and sell it? Now, Amalei said to me, ask me about Ketoras. Ketoras, Ka'amres, Ketoras Sani. Ketoras is different. Why is Ketoras different? Top of the Aleph, Amad Aleph. The Kedusha is done it. Ketoras is different because there's not a Kedusha Tagof, rather it's just Kedusha done it. Now, we're going to stop here in the middle of the sentence because it really continues on for a long time.
For free for 7 days. Fuck that shit.
Whether it's Kedusha Summit or Kedusha Tagof, and ultimately, we're going to come back and that's what Aleph in the page is in the Raya from our Mishnah.
And it seems the guy is standing
Fuck that.
a tool that we use for that. You're using the wrong one.
I guess that's me. Big old pussy.
He's like, Shab, I told you to paint it.
Good morning.
Okay, what do you think the 170
No, it's just completely free.
That was the lowest he's ever been able to.
Screen app sucks.
Stream of the year as it's the first for the Secretary for Amisrael. We also thank Shmuel and Robin Karapkin for starting the overstream of the month.
Get a
The
chip
mention of
of
the Yosef for father, David Karapkin, Lifa Ben Kessler Paying, the Yosef is a face of training, the parents to week, the parents to have a summer, and the summer to have an Aliyah with donation. So, we are in the middle of a discussion over here. The Gemara taught us that the problem to be Makaper, the Torah enough to be Makaper for various different Timos. And the Torah
Bitch, what the fuck is this shit?
has the idea beforehand.
No, I just want to put the link.
Like you said it differently. You know, if you become Tame, it's not just
Import.
Holy touch.
2%. This shit
Then,
sucks.
at the end, after he
9, 11. weren't able to
the first
import me.
guy kind of
You walk into
reminded
the
me
base
because
of
I've been
Victor,
watching
or
Star
you
Wars
touch him,
Origins, the six
and
places
afterwards
are
you realize. So it has
I
the idea
said,
in the
no way,
beginning.
Dude, all this shit
Initially, you know
sucks.
that
This shit should be done for free. Really? Yeah. Get your shit together, AI. Worse shit ever.
But it would be funny if we started employing them. Just
it
like,
hits him that, oh my gosh, I made a mistake.
they
It's
get
like,
paid
done
in
this.
clips.
And
And it's weird because like people that are fucking love
that
hating it,
is,
or like hate watching.
that's where he brings the
would
karma.
love to work for him. 'Cause
That's
it's like
where he brings the
constant.
karma to cover
It's like
over
a
the other.
terrible boss, but it's
However,
not
if he
capable.
does not have the
Skits
idea
and
at the
bits.
end,
When I see watch demo, I immediately think this shit sucks.
this karma is going to be told, it's going to take care of
Because he
him,
might get
and
mad, you
kind
make
of
fun
wait
of him enough. He's like, dude,
in the copper to take away all these Syrians until he actually brings the karma. That was what we discussed yesterday. There was a Kavamim in the Gemara.
Dog, I don't want to download it. It sucks.
Cases of Tumah. That perhaps this karma should actually go ahead and serve as a kapara. Now, other cases which are referred to in the Torah as Tumah, even though they're not the last case of ritual impurity, but they have a reference in the Torah as Tumah. We thought that perhaps this
For me,
karma
that
also
was
could be
good
a
for
kapara.
yourself.
What was that? It was Gilei Arayis, Slicha Samim, and Avodah Zarah. Gilei Arayis is Slicha Samim, murdering, and Avodah Zarah, idol worship.
Dog, I just want it to
Perhaps
work.
this karma could actually serve as a kapara for that. So yesterday came with the Gemara. The Gemara went through these things and said, hold on a second. Just trying to figure out. We went through this very quickly.
How much is free?
It makes
Free for everybody.
I'm admitting now that
do it again.
I
The
agree.
Gemara says,
I cannot remember what we just watched what he said.
the 6 lines
But I feel like
he
he said four main things, so it would be funny to say less than that. As if it's better.
figure out what these cases would be.
Is that the point?
How much is free?
So rewind.
Premise of what's going on is that if these cases are punishable in another way, then obviously there's no kapara. So if person put the death as the case of death penalty, one of these things, then clearly the karma is not coming to service in time for that.
Oh, because it's
The other side of it is that if there
do you think it'd be
is
kind
the
of funny
ability
if he
to
said,
bring the karma
oh, actually,
on its own for it, then this karma is not necessary or it doesn't work. The whole idea, we made it hectic yesterday, of the Tish'eya Sotah has to be a Pesha similar to a Torah. Pesha is something that is done intentionally, a case of something that's done unintentionally. And the idea was, just like something that's done intentionally, you can't do a karma. So this karma is going to come to atone for another scenario where you can't bring a karma. So wouldn't that be? That would be a case where, as we described, you don't know about it at the end. But here, in this case, we're trying to figure out what would be the case of Gilei Arayis, this governor of Zara, where there is no death penalty, and there's no ability to bring a karma. So quickly, run through what the Gemara says.
So the setup was that
Because highway to Zara, realize Nevada may be done. What's the case? Or if you need the maze, it's like that we intend for you and
No way this shit works. Not in the way you use.
know that to engage that way. And yet, I did it.
Go unlimited. How about just offer unlimited for free? So they have to be able to pay for it. Alright, then inundate me with fucking ass.
Even so, even after by mistake, our karma is, but it made karma. So again, the necessity of this karma is just irrelevant. Mara says, no, it's something that is amazing real hospital. So in that case, we are doing it intentionally, but there is a loophole in
Fetching content from source?
We won't be putting that.
This shit sucks.
Because there was no warning.
Dog, dog, look at this athleticism. Let's summarize this for the folks at home. Time to eat French fries. Psych, we got
Went ahead and engaged in this behavior, knowing that it was forbidden. The Barcatello, the guy is subject to the death penalty. He was saying, if it happened on mistake, karma will remain karma. So again, this topic becomes irrelevant. Martin was talking about this. The mazer that was intentionally go out. But again, there's a loophole here. There was done intentionally. They did not get a hasra. He did not get a warning. If he did not get a warning, he cannot be punished with the death penalty. Other cases, the shogeg, it happened by mistake, the Los Yadarai, and it was missing one of the necessary knowledge. Again, similarly to Hassanin, the case where he murdered somebody. Nami, what's the case? It's Kidami. Even they say, if he intentionally went ahead and murdered somebody, Barcatello, he's subject to the death penalty. You kill somebody. Even Shogun, if it was an accidental death, Bargolis. Yes, Bargolis. So again, we don't find that there is just a carbon that is brought on his behalf, which serves as an atonement. Yes, good argument. We learned about this. Where it says, it could be the Mazid, the Asbabay. Same thing. He didn't function in that get a warning. Or the Shogun, what he did by mistake, when it's Yagale, and he didn't know about it, he doesn't necessarily do it. Now, another suggestion is to have the local blood that goes to you. A case where a person is not subject to God. He mentioned this. There are a number of cases where it wouldn't be relevant just to go. There's that loophole, and then it's up with the actions that are going down. In those cases, that would be where the cover would potentially be relevant. However, it's not. That's what we said yesterday. However, even though we just found cases where potentially this cover can be relevant to serve as an atonement, it doesn't. This whole idea was, what would the potential case be? And here we are, so the potential case has to be where it was intentionally, but he didn't get a warning, or it was by mistake, he didn't have to talk about it, or it comes to a case of accidental murder. In those cases, you have to be a case where, in one of those cases, we're going to go to God. Okay, now the more we go analyze this again.
Breaking that, I'm going to
So we were talking before. So again, this is
You should
exactly what we just said. You would think that this site,
you know,
this goat is going to serve as one of these three things.
yo, Silver Moon, you want to get that shirt off? Yo, that she might be okay. Well, only after celebrating your 21st birthday, you want to get that shirt off, girl?
So therefore, the brow culture, the future culture, the dark culture, there's some type of slipper. The culture of future culture, such as what we do with the mix-up. When he is
Skits and bits, baby.
when he's in a similar state of impurity. Now, in the first column, the most big district of Afghan, the most big district of in other words, the idea is
If we need.
big fire against ghosts is here to serve as an atonement for a person who unintentionally walks into this wicked while he is impure, or infection while he is impure. Why? Because he finds that particular tumah comes with a different set of laws than all other types of tumah. Therefore, that's the one that is going to serve as a kapara for, but nothing else. So now, we would have thought it served as a kapara for the right if someone was but we learned that no, it doesn't. It must have said each of those. It has to be that there's something special about this tumah, something different about this tumah, and once we find something different about it, we can say, I find that's the one that this sire will be what's happening. Either if you use it, those words or revisit. Now, Gemara wants to know, my kid, what is this? So where do we find that there's a difference between a Mikdash and Kedasha that has some type of leniency that I would say, okay, this is different than every other tumah, and therefore this carbon, this sire, this goat, and after this meal, which is done inside, is going to. So again, just a quick reminder, we're going to read about this Mr. Shem tomorrow. We read this yesterday. In Kriyat Torah, about the Stafim of Yod, there are two different meals to go. One of them is referred to as the Sayar Hashem. Another one is referred to as the Sayar Hashem. The Sayar Hashem is the one that we're describing. It is Nikra, it is brought inside of a Mikdash, order of his. That is the one that we're analyzing. The other one is the Sayar Hashem, that's thrown off the cliff, and that has nothing to do with what we're discussing right now. Now, the Sayar Hashem is him. What's it for? What's its purpose? What does it come to accomplish? So we're saying what it comes to accomplish is that if a person knew at some point that there was a prohibition of eating, touching, or walking this liquid in his tummy, and he becomes tummy, and then he has a lesson memory, and then he forgets about it, he never has this subsequent idea about it, this carbon is going to serve as an atonement for that particular circumstance. Why that particular circumstance has an exception. The circumstance you watch the exception. Mine
looks like
what's different about the Torah? The Torah is similar to the Torah. The Torah not going to look for these cases. The Torah says, "The left sees the nicey Seira below Kitsa." Okay, I skip.
They call it the American dream because you have to sleep to believe it.
I skipped the line. My God, what's the nicey below the others? That's the type of Torah that gets compared to the variable carbon. In other words, every other case, there's never there's just that carbon. This is what you gotta do. You have to do a carbon, you have to do a compound. Listen, it doesn't have sliding scale depending on the person's defiance. But this type of filler, yes, it does have a sliding scale.
No.
What's
What's the first thing you're gonna say? We talk about the podcast here.
Go ahead.
Great.
And be the Mark says, hold on.
What else can it say? Get back to the friars. What else can it say? Dicey. Does anyone here not talk shit?
And not a sheep. So we find that there is a difference when it comes to Avodah Zarah. So perhaps, just like we find the difference when
getting everything ready. What is this bullshit? Getting everything ready should be automatic. Getting everything ready. Hey, I'm getting everything ready. Hey, how about you give me some fucking specifics? 0%, 1%, 2%, 35 minutes may remain, whatever.
There are differences, of course. We need to find a difference which is more
worse podcast ever. But talk to me about these kids fucking sports. I'm fucking so into travel ball. Really? Doug, what do you want to happen to Baltimore and Bobcat? You want them to be successful? There's no way they're going to be successful. Really? But they have outlier genes. No, they don't. Their father is a failed professional athlete, like barely. He just is a guy who did a bunch of steroids in the teens, in the early 2000s. And like, once they started drug testing, he didn't ever really become anything. He had some money behind him. His mom is not that talented athletically. Like, she's just like a normal chick. Nothing against her. Beans, cheese. What about them, though? And I've seen them play, and they're nothing great.
Maybe it comes to serve for
but they pitch like no hitters, and dog, they're not. The one kid's playing against 4-year-olds, and he's 6. Like, come on. Beans, cheese.
And what if she had a baby right before Yom Kippur? She didn't get a chance to do it.
Dog, give me this shit. Give me this shit, baby.
And she doesn't have to go bring a carbon afterwards.
I say you won that round because of that.
That's important to know.
At that point,
The same type of overview, but there is an ability to bring birth over there. So therefore, more coins to cover overview. I'm posting on the top. Making a big mistake. We're talking about the last cases where someone does something wrong. So this says very clearly it comes to serve as a kapara l'kol katosa. So look at the Bible says the people are covered for too much space, so we need to say them. L'kol katosa for an avera. The woman didn't do anything wrong. She had a baby. So there's a pillar. There's an impurity that happens over there. She's bringing carbon as a way of cleaning up from her pillar. And then what that pillar is the whole destruction. Why is she still coming to the baby? There's no destruction and there's no destruction. Nobody can address that. So now along with it, what she's bringing carbon for is not because she's cleaning up air off. She's bringing carbon.
Yeah, welcome back.
To get rid of over a thermal. So therefore, it can't be relevant to her. This whole carbon is not relevant to her, and therefore it wouldn't work. And the Gemara says, hold on a second. I understand that the woman didn't do an affair by having a baby. However, you have to remember that it was shown by your time. The Amma, read that tsunami potasi, that a woman who gives birth also does have some type of avera, nitrogen, and what's he called? What does he mean? she has an affair.
I
Gemara
go, oh man, I needed
tells
it.
us
I needed it
in the
bad.
Sechas Nida that
And
when
then I didn't have to make
what
car
the affair that she did when she gave birth, it's so difficult and so painful and so overwhelming that she makes a neder right there. She will right then and there, but she's never going to do it again. She's
I
just
started
going to
really
do
paying
it.
attention to my nails because I
And
realized
obviously, in that moment,
I
you
scratched
can understand why she's saying that. But then again, women are much more mature than men. And afterwards, when it passes, they say, you know what, it was painful, it was difficult. But look, I have a neighbor over here. I love my child, and therefore she gets back on the screw up, and she goes ahead and she gets back to her husband, and she has more kids. So, this is a big Avera, just Avera, but ultimately, you want to find some type of Avera that her carbon is coming for. It's coming because she made this Shavua at that time, saying she'll never have a baby ever again, or she'll never be with her husband ever again. Now this carbon is coming to atone for that sin that she had for making a false Shavua. So, okay. Bottom line is, we call our case, and then perhaps the Sawyer, this goes back to the Kapara for her. Tonight, Ramela. Martha says, Shimon with Taimei. You're forgetting that Shimon is the same person who told us something else. Where he said, Kama, we miss Kama, boom, look. Yes, we mentioned this, and we get back to this again. But Shimon's of the opinion that you don't need to have this different. Shimon said, if you look at it, it says very clearly in the pasuk, Mi Tum Ot B'nai Yisrael. Mi Tum Ot translates from the Tumos of B'nai Yisrael. That means some of them, yes, but not all of them. So he didn't have to make this drasha to actually find some type of difference or some type of leniency in these types of tumah. He just said it's only one that it works for. It only works for one, and therefore he says, what is that? It's Mr. Kadasha. But not any other case you can potentially describe as an available. But as much as okay, fine. Next one. Ava Mitzaros, let's say perhaps if this Sarah not Befin comes to atone for the Torah, Raboshi again, the same thing. He's a leper. What happens if the little Torah
just don't tear them.
Comes for an Avera. But what it comes to myself, again, Sarah is a type of impurity. So that's what's this carbon coming for? We mentioned it's coming to atone for a sin, for an Avera. Something gone wrong. The person had Sarah, it's a Torah. So therefore, we don't need this Sarah for it. Mora says, hold on. Of course, there's no bad thing to Amar. Hashiva Dvarim, Nagayim Bayim, we learned that the Nagayim actually do come from doing an Avera. And therefore, perhaps according to him, maybe the Sar is coming to atone for those things. What are some of those things? You want to ask me there's a whole list includes Russian hearts, there's the stomach, yourself, speaking, evil speech, gossip, murder. Again, it's just sense of murder where the person have their atonement by another atonement to yourself, again, which represents the sexual later. Basically, a shur in vanity, a shur that makes no sense. You lie, it's back to Ruach, holiness, different things, Gezel, science, stinginess. So Tzaras comes for all these kinds of things. So what do you mean that Tzaras is just a form of impurity and it's not a form of punishment for the Torah? Of course it is. You want to say, some are sure going to go in by him, what says comes from Nigia, as to say, Nig-A, the Akapa, the Karpa was the Ligata. You have to remember, yes, the Nega, the Tzaras, comes to attention over there. But when he's done with the Tzaras, you got to come out to the Avera. Avera is really going to away. The Karpa that he's bringing is not just for those Avera. The Tzaras he got for those Avera. Once he gets the Tzaras, he goes through the process, now he's good to go. No more Avera. What's the Karpa for? The Karpa would be bring it to come back into the canal, which is actually in the Torah. And therefore, it would not be relevant to this case, because this case would be talking about a Pesha, some type of Avera, and not the Switch. Okay, the Imanaz here.
It's okay.
Maybe Imanaz time, maybe the Sabita Nazir. Nazir is not allowed to come time, and maybe that's what it costs. Or he wants it to feel it, the nice Torah, and they he brings either dogs, with some types of turtle doves or birds, so he brings those things.
My pull-ups are crazy.
Again, that's definitely leniency. He thinks that instead of bringing a carbon concept an animal, get to bring birds. Perhaps that's the difference that we find. It will tell you that this Messiah actually comes to serve as a kapara for that person. And Moshiach will call Katasim Lokotimasa. He said the call Katasim, the lower Kotimasa, and therefore that comes to exclude the case of the Nazir. If you see Rashi, the Kotimasa, he says, he might see Nazir Korban will make the alarm Zirith Paramount. He's coming for the Tyra, but not for the sake. Here's Rashi up to bring the Zirith, the Kostifu, what Kylos and Nazir says Maxi Korban. So this is much more relevant for Nazirus and not for the sake of the Korban. Okay. Okay. Well, the unbeknownst on the fact. Okay, fine. You just told me that the Chicago was coming for the Tuma aspect, but not for the cage. Hold on, what happens to those outside? The unbeknownst and not the focus. And no just being covered because you can have it. What's the Avera? Again, the Gemara tells us after his after the Yam. But it's all he gave us certain beautiful things to do in this world. And he didn't ask us to make it up. So now you goes ahead and turns himself to another, so makes himself a 59 to a certain extent. There's no bear on his hands for forbidding yourself to drink wine. So now you maybe indeed, there is a case, there is an affair by another, and that would be the case if the son is coming to stand for, unless the son of the shoe doesn't go in Mukha, the elder gives him and says, no, you need that, you don't need this whole drasha to find a difference is not necessary. You just darshans the fact that it's not going to get it because it says, meet the most, most of us say only one specific tumah, which is and nothing else. Okay, now getting to this opinion. Shimon says you learn it out from its actual phrase. Harei Omer, the Efer Alako, that's what I just explained, what I just spoke out. He explains, Harei Omer, the Pasuk says, the Efer Alakodesh, and me Tumos, it goes ahead and serves on the Kodesh. It's a kapara in the Kodesh inside the sanctuary. Me Tumos serves as an atonement for son of the Tumos, which means, he explains, me Tumos Shal Kodesh. In other words, the idea is it serves as a tumah in the Kodesh. So again, the way he explains this is that it says very clearly the pasuk itself. You read it and understand it. What is it saying? It's saying the people the soil is built on not listening, which is going to be brought inside. It is Metaphera, it serves as an atonement, Mitrum Oath, from its Tumah. Which Tumah is that in March 3rd? Mitrum Oath. In other words, we just got finished explaining that the first opinion is understood that there's just some random single Tumah that it atones. We have to have a list. Is it going to be Avodah Zarah, is he going to be Nazir or Yolanda and Torah? Any of these cases, very nice. That makes sense if you just have some type of difference. But if you read the pasuk and you understand what it says, the pasuk seems to say very clearly, Mitum Os, which means Mitum Oso from its Tumah. What is that? Tumah Social Kodesh, a person who violates the Kodesh. How do you violate the Kodesh? You violate the Kodesh either by entering the sanctuary when you're coming, or by consuming something which is sanctified or consecrated while you are Tameh, and that is really what the pasuk means. You know, it says that's the case. Shopper Amar Shimon. This sounds pretty good. In other words, read the pasuk and understand. Now, when Yehuda went ahead and made this whole graph over here, what was so difficult? Why can't you just read the pasuk like a Shimon? Well, it says Yehuda Amar, we will tell you, I heard me all he reads this very differently. He says, I need that for something else. You hate me with neither with him, so you neither can hate. Exactly as you do. With neither with him, with the blood of his body, reads and hate him. What does this mean? So, and in Kippur, what a large part of the Avodah is sprinkling the blood. So they take this, soy are not listening, what to do is they'll set
the shit out of the rhino room.
And then you have
Who would have come in here and been like, dog, you're never going to believe it. I destroyed it.
So there's a whole process of doing and 7 down.
But they had medicine for it.
Maybe you got to do an addition for us after davening, after daf. but this is part of the perception. So now, if he says,
Man, who's this bitch?
Keeper our Kodesh B'Shumos, B'Shumos HaKodesh, we understand this is
Whoa.
that he made you the Ovish, L'fnai L'fnim, exactly as you do inside the Kodesh HaKodesh. You sprinkle the blood one up and set it down. You do that
Who's this
again.
bitch?
We're inside the sanctuary, which is, in other words, you have the Kodesh HaKodesh. So being abad between
So here's the deal,
the
though.
two rods on the Aron, that's where it's done for. And the pasuk says the keeper.
They try to fuck
Al HaKodesh, the Tumos, tells me to do it again. That's the purpose, the curtain that separates the sanctuary, the holy place, from the holy of holy place. You do it again. In other words, the way he understands it is not that it serves as an atonement for something that was
Raw
done.
comedy.
Rather, it says,
Watch
the
Zeus.
process, the keeper, that you're going to do, the process of doing this kapara is done by Kodesh. You understand it very differently than it's in the gift he has to make this lesson.
Zeus.
The keeper, our Kodesh, but to myself, but to the Kodesh, stop the comment. So I do the other one. I will buy it. He needs that creation of the God with me. Exactly as we do. After tonight, I'm showing the Makra. Now the base is exactly the same thing. In the Hayfel, we do it one after seven down on the surface. Okay, so Mark says, all right. Now once we're getting into this, if that's the case, the Shimon, how does he know? How does the Shimon know he will repeat the process of sprinkling the blood a second time on the process? And it says, the pasuk says very clearly, the pasuk says, the keeper our Kodesh with Timot says from the Shem HaKodesh, and it says very clearly, the chain Yasa L'Ohel Moed. So it says, the Shimon, I don't need to understand the word.
Right over on. Come on, Zoo.
One up and second down inside the Kodesh.
No, Zoo.
You know why? That's what because it says. Look what it says.
The state finalist. 2 days ago. Zoo.
Here's a side effect. Right?
This
This is a serious side effect.
Chelsea.
I may have thought what you're telling me is to bring a second set of carbonates.
No way.
That's pretty big deal.
He's on there. He doxed himself. No way. I love this song. There he is.
It's coming, you don't have to call it for some type of similar that happened by person. That's the case. The person eats personally coming, or a person who walks into the sanctuary when you're coming.
This woman's bisexual, which is cool. We're all bisexual. You're bored enough. Let's hear her shit. That's your joke?
some for unintentional sin. Mind you, what is that? You for the use of Christ. You are the year of us. Number the time. Yes, Krista, for a third party. That's just like a pet. So when a person does so many times, does not get the opportunity to return, a problem does not permit the person to return with an unintentional sin. Now, a pesha is intentional. Karma is not part of the process. Both of the two, though, but a problem is not one of those ways that a person can up with intentional sin. We learn from that juxtaposition of the two words. Obviously, they didn't talk about that. It has to be just like a pesha, which does not get our body. So a kappa, this kappa that it's coming to account for is something that is no time. So not to the meaning can only come for an atonement for something that does not have the ability to be atonement. What does that come to? This is when the Yoko is the Torah. Person knows that in the mystery. The Yoko is the
I like your music.
This is the thing that is
that's the case if you give me a school. That's the case. You do me a contract. So what do you mean? If you get stuck in the same, what are you chasing? You're trying to find people in the contract. What do you mean? If this is the case, and if you're stuck in the contract. Marshall don't choose enough. Use this. The other way someone is curious about. In other words, what we're talking about is a person knows that someone is curious about. So let's just check out that case. If that is the case, and a person sees quickly running through his final last minute short preparation, he seems to be about himself. And he seems, you know, he needs to be about himself.
Good. Right over him. Zoom. Yeah, who's this guy?
Half that the Amrit Chatzayim doing with the Pesayim, now that you told me that there's a comparison between the things. And a Pesha, an intentional sin and an unintentional sin, this is not summed up in carbon. Half that summed up in carbon, and that's what's in the other Zama. That the comparison is, the way you're going to draw this parallel between the intentional sin and unintentional sin, is that it's just like when it's done intentionally, there's no ability to read carbon. So the faith, after you give, there's no carbon. Ema, I may say,
That's all it takes. But if I'm saying about the thing, here's the thing with I guess with me, it's like if I was that guy and someone was like, I bet I can hold that together. Yeah, I don't know that we're
There's never the ability to be a carbon. You could do that, you could work on some things to fix that mistake. However,
this guy,
hardball is not on the table.
towards
Carbon
hamstring,
is never going to be relevant for a person who doesn't have very interesting. So I would have thought maybe I have to step that building over to say,
I just have a story about the gym, and it's
if
fun.
that was communicated where a person knows
Now, look at this.
but he's not supposed to
episode,
can walk into this and make this when he's
What are your thoughts? Zoot,
by mistake.
come on, do you think he won?
Never finds out about it.
If he won,
Now the problem is that's not a
all
case where
of
he can.
I'm sure you're not funny people. I just saw it
He
have to see you.
finally has like the epiphany. I'm like, hold on a second. I just realized in my timeline I violated my Torah. I ate kachin, or I walked into Beis Hamikdash. Maybe that's not a case that could be a term by the Saranath because it's not perfectly comparable to a case of intentional sin. Intentional sin never gets to be a carbon. This one potentially carry a carbon as soon as he finds out about it. So maybe that this carbon is not going to serve as a example for that. Mind you, so what would be the case then? He does not know initially that there's a problem with eating kachim or walking into the Beis Hamikdash when he's coming. But afterwards, he did find out about it. So he was ignorant. He just never knew to walk into the Beis Hamikdash. He never knew that while he's coming, he can't eat kachim. So what does he do? He shows up at a kachim party. His friend brought a shlomin. He invites him more toda. He sits down to eat it, and he's enjoying it. And afterwards, he's so inspired, and he enjoys. He joins the Daf Yomi share afterwards. He's like, "Oh man, I just found out what I did yesterday was not okay." However,
You think there's a chance he won?
Nope.
That would be impossible. They're on that fucking weird time though. Maybe he's still competing.
He doesn't know about it initially. He finds out about it at the end. However, in which case we're like, good. If he knows about it initially, but does not know about it at the end.
Oh, dude, he hasn't gone yet. Do you think he has a chance? What would you say to Zoo? I'm very proud of you, but I don't think you're funny. Really? I don't think you're a funny comedian. You can be funny like when we're just hanging out, but you would say he's not funny? He's predictable. But I love his courage. I love his fortitude. I love that. So that's okay. You don't think he's funny at all? I think he's funny. Funny, like a clown, like he amuses you. I think he's
he never had a idea at the end. That's
funny.
When the Sa'ir actually comes and gives him a kapara. Now,
but not in a comedic way. Really?
The question was,
no. I watch comedians all fucking day. I'm watching 3 of them right now. 2 of them right now. I watch another 2. I watch comedians all fucking day. I know what funny is. Really? Yeah, funny's funny. And Zoot ain't funny. Really?
So you violated it, and then afterwards you found out. Now you think
it's nothing against him.
And you look through the Gemara and say, no, I just learned.
His jokes just aren't very creative.
Really?
Has he ever had a funny joke?
So I have to have knowledge at the beginning, knowledge at the end.
It's just maybe I'm
wrong. I have to have some type of lapse in memory. But if I never knew about it initially, so I'm never able to bring a card bar.
Did you like him? Oh,
and
people are different, so maybe people think that shit's funny. Adelaide, what the fuck?
But that's what the Saranath is coming for, because there's another carbon that actually takes care of that. What is that? That's Saranath in the book. That's the Sa'ir, another side that you get outside, and the Kippur itself. The Kippur itself actually serves as a puzzle for that. Whereas the Sa'ir, I may have said, not true. In other words, I don't know which one does it. In other words, you're right. There's a Saranath in the state, and the Saranath in the you have this go which is service inside, and the go which is service outside. I don't know which one serves for which such as well there.
I'm not. So on the cloud of success, the whole concept of all sales, the cloud, the real concept. There has to be something which is potentially eligible for the concept. And therefore, I'm not going to keep it around. So Lord says, okay, fine. Now we look everything lines up. The Sarnath Krishnan is fornicated to a person knew about it. In the beginning, had a lapse of memory, never found out about it after. The Sarnath supports the person who did not know about it initially, and he violates the Sarnath, and he finds out about it afterwards. That's the Sarnath about this. And you're supposed to be in the top of that.
So much that I don't know if they even get sore. It's just like
no, just explain the last how you know that it's really Rashi, the third screen, the third screen line of Rashi, the fourth Hatasa, what is this with the same from Hatasa? Lomar to say, Aksa Kuba Pesa, any bar carbon, Yitla, Aksa Wakata. In other words, he has to be right now, while Hatasa, in other words, that's more from the word, the fourth Hatasa, since it does not say Peshe and Umei Hatasa, it says, we call Hatasa. And that obviously refers to a case where there was in the beginning. Okay, now and when this conflict why does it have this, what's this, it's quasi-kapara, it's total. Mr. says the tones in there. Once the six is make our customers to the Quran. If we say make our customers, and you'd be right. Has to sit with our customers, but how to also with our customers. Has to be, so we can come to a customers, but that's what's supposed to be right initially. Now we're closing Christians didn't know about it right now. If we found out about it later, then they could expect their customers. As well as hold on. So it's not the whole kapara, even after famous Makapar, Lama Tais, it doesn't have a whole kapara. So what is this thing that's hanging in there for? On a zero Roma, the root to say is, it may take forever. We mentioned this way yesterday because we got to configure this. But now we're going to ask you, what does it mean that it's Torah, that it hangs in there? In other words, it sounds like you're bringing a carbon, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So the law says the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has that opportunity to bring a carbon? In other words, he dies before he has this last piece of knowledge, he has to bring a carbon. The law says perhaps carbon will serve as a kapara. In other words, he dies clean. On the level, that's not necessary. In May, once he dies, Misa Marekas. What Misa does is, that is Scat is an atonement. Scat is a cleanser. So the person dies, and then he will send a cleanser for a case where a person could not have water carbon. In other words, typically a person has to do two, but there are things a person can't do two for. Misa serves as a kapara for that. Or Misa serves as a kapara for a case to the true. Why? Because he doesn't have the knowledge. Therefore, it doesn't necessarily recover for that. So that itself will clean that up. Now, what does it do? Well, how do you know this? We mentioned yesterday, it's potential for this too. Because when it comes to Averos, so there is there's the element of doing tshuva, which is the full tshuva gemura. But in fact, what she does that is the potential person might suffer until then. So these components that are brought into the Restream serve as a protection from the potential issue. Then Gemara goes on to another case. Here's what tells us, every idea of Kiyah, the eighth idea of itself, sorry not to put it about that with this person, which is that the person does not know about it and know about there's no knowledge of the Torah beforehand or the consequences of the Torah beforehand, then he violates it and he finds out about afterwards. So the sorry not to put the goal which is service outside from the Kippur on the Pasuk. And one says, hold on, let's take a look at this. It's two things, it's La'adad. And the Mishnah actually goes to the Hakim. Just quickly to remind us what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah tells us, everybody knew about Kila, does not know about it initially, but the Yiddish knew about so, sorry not to first will be told about there. This will be good in the Gemara. So never for a thousand apostles. Revan, Tata, Sakipurim, besides the Tata Sakipurim, Haman, Zema Tata, Zema Tata. This one is the Tata, the other one's the Tata as well. Not the inside one, in the Tata, however, if you did Judea, in the Tata, however, if you did sometimes in other words, the inside shot here serves for someone that would be at the beginning, or maybe at the end. The outside one serves for similar capacity, but we're using the idea at the end and the beginning. Whereas the outside, so the thing is switching is right. since these two are juxtaposed to each other, the copper me every day for attributes. What do we have? Two. What we just have one. Just have what's the other action? Allow it to do both. Now what's the difference? Nafkamina, they have low pizza. It would just make a big difference if they, for some reason, do not have the opportunity to bring the SAR outside, so the inside SAR will serve as a bar. But it says, no, can't do that. I'm going to cross. The pasuk says, Akas, kapara akas, v'tapar, then the tapar, take a pose. The pasuk says, the son of Aaron, Estega de Barosh Sarafai, the stardom of his call of the case, the top of Shayam Kofatosan, the left one top of the starting.
The third round. I thought there was a moment in the round that where what's the other guy?
Keeper Aaron, Alcarachi, Akas Fasana, Midana Fasas, that he put in Akas the Fasas. Important to note, Akas twice in the pasuk. That's what that the pasuk said. Keeper Aaron, Alcarachi, Akas Fasana once a year. Midana Fasas, Akas Fasana.
You're able to stop.
So the Akas, the extra Akas, tells you that it works for one, but not to work for Akas, for Akas, the top of the top of the hole. But we can find. If that's the case, then we do the other way. We chop it. So now you know, what you start out about sex works for the case of inside the tools, you be able to Ella, and then no you be at the end. But my the other meaning is not my double thing. And what's the double inside? It must be back to the ready because the tumor, the fewer things that was that. That would work if there was a tumor that happened in between. In other words, the guy was really get her, and he's coming, and he walks in. Like, Sarah, it's your cover. And we just watch the time off. Then you look at the end because always the other comment earlier. You get next you can't take this thing because you have to do it when you do that. But I'm just going to say the thing. As Mark says, I'm going to put Apex Persona Kapara Zoo, Mikahay, Ella, Apex Persona. This part only happens once a year. Again, this is the word Apex tells you it only happens once a year. More really moves on a little further.
My question was then,
no, down now. Maybe we are. The kid of the idea of itself. Bar cover. It's a quick no. You have me earlier. He says, you have to have the idea of the kid. And he says, even the idea of exactly when you run in school as a child. It's not necessary. So according to him,
what's up, what's his name?
What is it that the sign has to put to work on the default? You can external salty air with the glow that service outside, serve for a football person who does not know about it initially, and then he violates it, and then eventually finds out that's where the sign has to put to work for the total. What do you need that for? To be quite pretty small, this guy can be a combo. So you want to see the mind about there? What should you do that before? I'll say anybody would be a little bit too little bit. According to him, the character that works for that case must be a person with absolutely no knowledge of it. Not before, not after. So you must know. That's necessary. It's high school going. So the production of topic. That is really taken care of. So see what this about him. It's taken care of by the goods that are brought on your younger and a retarder. You want to sell it to me, you have to command Amma, policy, comparison, shadow. All of this either in the Kapara Ezekiel, or Purpose Gaza, or with the ball, Purpose Gaza. That's why you have to have is the sign up the first, because total fear and the only server that Purpose Gaza. And that's all I have to say is this. So what would he actually work here? Might have to say it's for peace in the kingdom. All of this is how it's a peace in the kingdom. It's just what's the next. So for what purpose? He doesn't need that Kapara. He must say, ain't no top there.
And it hurt, but in my head, I was like, oh man, I was almost
It's just like a big situation. Not meaning just like the inside one in without the Carabero. The blue is not the top of the Carabero. Other focus with the best pizza on top of the Carabero. It's only going to be the top of the focus reduction. In other words, we have various different pieces of adjustment. You have your Kila, you have SO, no you have Kila, no you have SO, not in the beginning, not Neo, no SO in the relative position. That's the fact that you tell us to have to be in the concept in the parsha of the discussion. If it's within that, you be a Kapara. If it's not, then it is not. So let's try and have a wonderful shot.
And then he gets up, okay, in the next round, Patty was going blow for blow. I think he was coming back. I think that was like, whoa, this kid is about to really get into it. It definitely didn't help. It definitely didn't help things. You know what I'm saying? Didn't fucking help now. But if you're a fighter, like think about this. And I'm not saying there are some guys that Cyril got in particular, John Jones back in the day. But if you know, it's such an advantage if you can poke a guy in the eye, kick him in the nuts. It changes the fight. If you know that, and you know they're not taking a point away,
that Zion is going to begin.
If
And that Father today to begin to example of our sponsors to thank the Wilson family for its support for sponsor of the Shoot of the Year as a support for the Shoot of Tolos for all of Omni Show. We also thank Paul Robbins Raptor for sponsor of the Shoot of One. The rest of the artist was Father Leonard Raptor, Lucha Ben Kefka Akayim, on the artist of the Cheney, Saratana Maria, the Samataro Father. We also thank Ari and Haley Listener for sponsoring of the Shoot of
I think this one is so hot.
Mother Linda Pekin, Raffo Alea Basuzu Samataro Maria, and the family
Okay, but here's my other question for you. This is a technical question, and you and Nick can know this part. The announcers, you can hear them saying that Patty's corner is like,
back to the Mishnah.
Take him down.
The Mishnah taught us how was association Yediyah Batzira. So we're talking about bringing carbon holobiore. Somebody who knows before he becomes Tameh. Becoming Tameh.
Is it because Pat couldn't take him down?
Comes along with the restrictions.
So beautiful.
And some of those restrictions are,
I eat this bitch's box of French fries.
He's also not allowed to eat ketchup. He can't eat carbonos.
Like, I think this bitch is one of the prettiest bitches in the world.
All the way back to the basement hour.
Really? She is excitingly beautiful. This bitch is excitingly beautiful. Really? Yeah, I've never called a bitch that, but she's like, she makes my eyes huge. I think this bitch is so hot. Really? Bitch is smoking.
However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that is the carbon content that is on a sliding scale. Depending on your financial standings,
Would you smell this bitch's poop? It was hot as fuck. God, I want to get off of it. It's just too hot. Hot damn. Only 166 posts. Is this real?
There's another fundamental question about United. How do I know?
They're done.
It's important to understand that we're talking about these clips over here. You don't put on your takes. Think about your in Paracay, you start reading from Pasuk page in Paracay. It says, "O nefesh asher tigam v'chodar tamei." Person touches something that's originally impure. O v'nivlas tayet shemeya, or he touches the veil of the corpse, the tayet nima, an unkosher, non-kosher animal. Or v'nivlas behemoth tamei, or the corpse is behemoth tamei. Or v'nivlas sheretz tamei. Again, the corpse of a physically thing. So now Manu gets better when he covers the outfit. He becomes tamei, and he has.
Is this bitch done with him?
All the way through Pasuk Shirawa, so you find a number of different descriptions.
I thought they broke up.
But there's one very important omission. It doesn't say that when the person became tamei, that he's done anything else. It just describes what many people perceive as the sin of becoming tamei. Therefore, if you look at Rashi, Rashi explains this more is, look at Rashi, the Diva Master is Pentecost the Dabber. Part was carbon over the Yore, the Chayvat says carbon alpha. The part will describe this variable carbon, depending on your status. It does not describe over there. Minayin she'ei Mekayva al Maga, Ella in Kain, Otel, Oso, Tuma, Kodesh, or Mishka Tuma. How do I know that maybe perhaps by merely becoming Tame, that's enough to require me to reincarnate? In other words, the Pasuk just describe a person becomes Tame, and then goes on to describe this person reincarnate. Now, how do I know that those Psukim are not requiring any person who comes into contact with anything literally impure, reincarnate after we far the way out?
Damn, bitch. Thought this bitch was single. It's finally my time to pounce.
And the Rishonim actually deal with this. Rashi deals with it, among others, because we don't find anywhere, unless you're a Kohen, coming to a person, to a body, or if it happens to be during the time of the Leo the Regal that a person becomes Tame, we don't find anywhere in the Torah that it says it's forbidden to become Tame. Maybe it's just with one becoming because we don't do it for impure, but the idea, the notion that a person should reincarnate over the Yori is a concept. Just because we touched the dead animal, something that is a major novelty, we didn't think that. That's not true. You don't have to reincarnate. The fact that you think about that is also a bit fitted. Rashi nevertheless understands that's what the Gemara means. The Gemara means that perhaps all the things that just by merely becoming Tame, that is enough to require the person to reincarnate. Now, says the Gemara, how do I know that that's not true? And the only time a person has to reincarnate is if they are Tame, they won't make a mistake. Or how they are Tame, they eat something. That's the Gemara. The nine examples in the Dada, however, to us, because she could why? It's one of these things which I can figure out from the logical inference. I can figure it out on itself. Now, why? Why is it being here on the South Turma, the Chayyim cover on Turma, because the Torah warned us when it came to certain parts of Turma. There's a warning. Torah tells us. There's a warning, and there's also a context. Here's the warning. The warning of courage. And the dying earlier, dying without children is described. A person does this thing to make it, so we have this warning again for a person who intentionally goes ahead while he is coming, goes ahead and he's touching. The same thing would be true if I could also go ahead and the high of the cover, obligate the person to bring the sacrifice for his final days. But he says this following, not to his river on a solid tumah. Just like when there is a warning and a punishment of courage. When it comes to the tumah, low hizr on a the only time you find that there is a punishment of courage is only when a person violates some sort of enters the sanctuary of the Sunday. So that's the only place there's going to be a courage. There's no courage. The person touching a dead animal, dead rodent. So now everybody knows there's no courage for that. So therefore, if you understand, the person intentionally touches a dead rodent, there's no courage. The courage only gets the person subsequently then goes ahead and enters the base of Mikdash before he's touching. That isn't courage. I would say when it comes to mistake, other types of mistakes, this is the time of six, you won't be a punishment or here, but obligation to bring a carbon. And that's what happened was that he entered the base of Mikdash or in touch. It's not simply going to be an obligation to bring carbon over the earth. Every kind of person touches the corpse of a dead animal, which is painful. So, we compare the obligation or the punishment of kares to the obligation to bring a carbon, just like the obligation or the kiyuv. The punishment of kares is only going to be relevant when the person goes ahead and walks into the base of Mikdash, or he's touching while he's coming intentionally. The flip side of that with unintentional, that the reincarnate is only if he walks into the base of Mikdash or he's touching, not to do but coming dead. Okay, we can accept that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to bring a carbon just by really becoming carbon. Fine. If that's the case, how do I know which things I would have done that were obligated to bring a carbon? You're assuming that if the person becomes carbon, the only two actions that require him to be a carbon is either eating, touching, eating and sacrificing, or walking into the base of it. Okay, fine. Maybe it's for something else.
Why is the truck the other way?
Maybe it's something else. parents love to eat truma. They tell him eat truma when he's coming. Maybe he'll be left to bring the Starbucks. He eats truma while he's coming. Why? Because there's the owner. There's a warning about eating. There's a warning and a punishment on Restream, which is tripling in colors. It means Brian earlier, which doesn't come along with an anything to do with the children. So now, perhaps in that case, I would say, now it's the case if you're covered over the other. When a Kohen eats truma while he is coming, in that case, he has to be covered over the other. If he knew beforehand that you're not allowed to, in other words, he knew in advance that if he comes time, he can't eat truma. Then he came coming, then he had a lapse of memory. He forgot. So what did he do? He ate truma, and then after, like, oh, there, I can't believe it. I just ate truma, I'm coming. Maybe that's the case where you have to be covered over the other. And it's not talking about a case where he eats, touches, like from the sacrificial offering, or when he walks to the base of the cup. Mark says that that's not going to work. Why? Because low ashta panavon misa, the time allow. You do not find in the field of misa in Israel that the flip side of that is that a person can have to be covered with misa. Mark says, really? Is that really true? How many misa with the law? You don't find a person to be covered katos. Which is not a sliding scale cover. It's not variable. It's set. Anyone that's been covered katos has to read exactly the same cover katos. Over the orage, and they see maybe he should actually have to be covered over the orage, variable cover. In other words, you're right. You never bring a cover katos in a case where you know for sure. Sorry. We know that he has intimidation by it, but maybe covered over the orage has that halakhic dispensation depending on your findings is how much you have to do. Maybe that you will have to do it even when it comes to intimidation. Now, what's the rationale to say this? You need the Hava, just like we find that Shmias Kol repeats this effect. Shmias Kol, Shmias Kol against this later in the sector. Shmias Kol is when a person takes an oath who does not know English. There's a possible part that says that a person is obligated to say English before witness, to become a witness, before their testimony in a particular case if they know it. Now, a person takes an oath, they don't have any knowledge of a particular circumstance. That's Shmias Kol. What's the halacha? The person does that intentionally. There's no being used at all. It's still up the halacha. The halacha is just coming over the other if he does that unintentionally. The same is true. Was Peter, again, a person violates the notice. He will do something. I don't want to get into this discussion right now, but essentially what he does is he swears falsely, whether it's amazing, potentially, or unintentionally. In that case, he's fine, even though there's no charge or a visa, still there is going on over the others. We find coming over the others can't be introduced. No. Amar Kra, this is very important to remember this. Amar Kra, the Pasuk says very clearly, oh, Asher Yiga, the Shema Sada, the Fukumasa, Asher Yitna, Ba. Now we find that many times when it says Ba, the specification of Ba is Ba, Nihukute. The Pasuk excludes Ba, Truma. So yes, in other words, you're right. Logically, it can be that we would exclude the case of eating truma. Sorry, I said that wrong. Logically, what you can say is that the heel, carbon, bringing this very sacrifice would be for Kohen who ate truma while he was coming by mistake. However, the Pasuk tells you we're going to exclude that case. So therefore, when do we find that a person brings a carbon over the yoke with variable carbon? That's when he knew in advance that becoming Sameh restricts him from walking to the base of Mikdash or partaking in a meal that includes sacrifices. Now, he became Sameh, and then he forgot that he was Sameh, or he forgot that it's also for doing this thing. He did it walking to the base of Mikdash, so he ate a carbon, and then after. It's like, oh man, I just remembered I'm not allowed to do that. I just recognized I'm not supposed to open the mitzvah, or I'm not supposed to use this carbon. So now everything is covered all over the other. What if the case is covered all over the other as well? How about the exact same case of what was the error that he made? The error was that he ate tuna. In that case, logically, yes, he's going to cover all over the other. Over the pasuk, Paul tells you, no cover all over the other when a person mistakenly eats tuna while he is covered. That is marvelous on says, okay, since it says ba, which is explicit, but how do you know what to exclude? Ema ba, is the mitzvah. The outside you need to cover over the other. How do you know that ba, the extra word ba in the passage is excluding where a person's error is that he eats tuna? Maybe ba is telling you that if a person walks into the Beis Hamikdash, it covers over the other and not sufficient. In other words, maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes his mistake and violates the dignity when he's coming, it is covered over the other. What is the word? God to exclude? This is the case. The person who walks into the Beis Hamikdash, if that's the case, it will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon over the other. They will have to bring a real fixed socket. Organize the cover to bear. The Gemara says, Kari Rabba, I led the Rebbe, Zola, and Mayim, and Yvonne Tamid. Rabba said, I'm about to teach you something that I learned from Rebbe, and this teaching that I have from Rebbe is an example of how deep Rebbe's understanding of Torah was. He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the well. What does it mean? It means that he really understood how to read seconds, how to balance in the process, how to get the truth of the process, and therefore, says Rebbe, notice yourself. So this one's going to be really good. What does he say? The Tanya, for Tanya, Rebbe teaches us the following. Esra Ani, Taya, Pasuk mentions Asaya. Behema Lamanema. What is this talking about? This is the Pasuk that says as follows. Onafa Ashatiga, Asal Bagar Kama. For a person who will come into contact with anything which is something you registered for. It's Pasuk in Vayikra. And it says, Onafa Ashatiga, Asal Bagar Kama. Open Niglas Chaya Tameya, or in the cross of a Chaya Tameya, and then it goes on and says, Open Niglas Behema Tameya, or the cross in Behema. Now, what is the difference between a Chaya and a Behema? Now, the truth is, a Chaya is generally described a wild animal, and a Behema describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. So no animal will be included in the Chaya. So therefore, the Gemara says the following. Efra Mikaya, the Hebrew woman never. Why is the pasuk have to every different type of mammal? Why can't you just say
We know what's up.
Kaya along with the Hema? So we understand whether it says Nema times the Hema Tmeya. Never says the Hema to Nema times and the pasuk Hema Tmeya. Nema, how long it takes to go on, the Hema Tmeya. What's that pasuk talking about? So read that pasuk. That pasuk is in Vayikra.
And that's okay. But it's fine.
I'm here to really drill
these bits into the ground. Don't
talking about
there it is. Iron Maga, comedian Crystalia Rancid, and Carvio's with a ball boat.
Renata, Isiga Ball, Tame, Puma Saga, over the Hema, Tame, over the Sofekers, Tame, Otal, Nibisar, Ziva, Hashpami. This pasuk is very clear. What does it say? A person becomes Tame, whether it's Tame because he touched a person who was Tame, or an animal Tame, or some kind of real and what does he do? But I'll tell you, the Sar is about Hashpami. He's touched a people called in the meal, and the Hashpami. So clearly, with another pasuk which is talking about a person eating carbon while he is Tame, that pasuk is open and shut. It's the pasuk that is not south. It says very clearly that's talking about a person who eats touches. Now, what are we going to do? We'll draw a heket. We're going to say, just like the So it's all very selective. How do you make this up? It's make this up because of the fact that the word behemoth is extra. You couldn't just set a Messiah. Messiah would have included any kind of behemoth. So why does it say Messiah and behemoth? The answer is the extra word behemoth is put near Lahakishera. The job is this machine is two different chickens. And so when it says behemoth, talking about a person who goes and eats touches. This is also a person who eats touches.
This little fat guy.
What he teaches us that if a person is touching while he is coming, that is sufficient for him to be recovered over the yoke. So now, which case is the case of being recovered over the yoke, where a person is coming and he is touching? That is actually okay. Very nice. Ask the person of further. Too much mixed up too well. You know, right? Very nice. Now we figured out that one of the cases where being recovered over the yoke is the person eats from a carbon while he is coming. How do I know that a person walks into this make it right coming? He also has to be recovered over the yoke. I'm not sure the person says, but I told us so. See that? Well, mixed up low sabo.
First of all, these are fighting.
So this is talking about when a woman is experiencing too much guilt like that. So why she has too much guilt like that? Her success very clearly. Two of her restrictions are, so according to Spitziga, she can't touch anything which is sanctified. But because of that, she can't walk into the base of Mikdash. What does that mean?
Also, it's never good when you watch a basketball game.
Is Kiddush Mikdash look over? We now have this pasuk which says these two are always going to be with. Therefore, whenever we have a halacha about eating touches, always going to be better than fishing. So when we figured out how, we know that the kind of approaching the kind of LDRs, whether the stomach is, whether they are, they accidentally eat touches, or they want to do
Everything's gay.
But yes, in the case, if that's the case, then we have not yet accepted. We're back to square one.
My thing is like, even if you
Well,
personally,
we're back
to
to
me, it's
square
like
one.
religion.
We
I guess you
Truma
do
Nami.
it
That
foolish
would
if you're
include Truma as well.
Catholic.
Right? I'm a Nava for Kodesh Basiga. The Catholic tells you that you're religious, so you should not touch anything which is
You're opposing that.
Kodesh. It says,
But don't
oh,
you, I don't know,
Kodesh Basiga.
he's too
The
young
Lavos,
for
that's
that
a
to be
Truma.
not
The extra
imposed
word
on. I mean,
call
like,
tells you all sanctified things, even Truma.
I don't,
That's where it says, okay, very
I
good.
tell
You're right.
my
But
sons,
you forgot something from the previous, from our Amos, from our Gemara. The word call excludes something. It doesn't exclude, it excludes
tell
Truma.
like 40 games on
Okay, Gemara says, Amos,
you know, and I think that if
if that's the case, then
obviously
you're
there's
right, you have a head
stuff,
but
and
if there's a meal, if there's an exclusion in the process,
that's why
it
it's kind of
excludes
tricky. It's
something.
like this,
Maybe that's just not exclusion to
But if that's
That's
your
Mikdash.
whole
Gemara says no.
personality,
I'll
you
use
can
my
tell
brain for
this
this.
kid's
The
parents'
stop
whole
Mikdash
personality is right
my
wing.
dinner. If I
That's
have
the
to
thing.
choose
It's
one
like
to
he's,
exclude,
I feel like
I would rather not exclude the one to sanctified. It's in the Torah. And that's all. If I want to do that, it's hold on. You can use that. I'll use another situation. I'm allowed to stimulate that. I was glad not to do that. And a few of them. It's similar to the case of eating a protocol, but it's eating the protocol and eating too much are the same frequency as the same type of act. It's an eating. So let's go to Martha. Martha is right. We have to follow it. Let's go back to the drawing board and figure out over again how we know person becomes coming and When it comes to a coverage moment that the concept talks about,
yeah, it's like, because, okay, so when did he start thinking
why
like
is it at the same
that?
time? So
Okay,
why not?
like he was like,
He has his half the clock. One of them, they say it's the half the clock. Another one, they say specifically, the half the Torah, two of the Torah, stop. One of them is this. So now, in a case we are back to the trial cycles, yeah? No, we're not. We're actually entirely different types of stuff. that we know from 2 days ago that there's something called a cloud proctor cloud. Cloud proctor cloud is the first generalization, specification, and then another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying, whatever the halacha is talking about needs to be something similar to the cloud. Not exactly like the prophet similar to the cloud. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world outside the cloud. The cloud. The silver the cloud of light. So you say this thing, you say it's very avenue. There's no one. So what is that to say? You have to look at Lamed. Actually, what does this mean? Basically, it's a different type of mechanism, which is you have a generalization and then a specification. Going to say the specification is not limiting it to one thing, but it's driving the generalization. It's different than the cloud. The cloud, that was the cloud different than the different than the cloud represent. But the basic point, because the other than the single factor is all factors cloud needs to be placed in each other. For example, the prophet said, and then it's specification, and then generalization, all the same point. That's what happens to but it's limiting the generalization to a certain extent. Let's see what that looks like in your case. I don't know what that is for. Let's just explain what this is. It says when it comes to Islam, these times that a person can violate the each offender with authority and get higher. What is that? A person's tummy is the part of plumbing, highest higher if he doesn't intention. Then it says in the second time. In that case, why in one country it says touch him,
Can you do this one? Just go down to San Antonio.
why are you then repeating the same halacha? The stance in your ears has to be touched in his face. The person sees any touch in his face, while he's coming, that he occurs, if he does it intentionally, or if he does it unintentionally, it will be a cover over the other. Now, why does the Torah limit it to his stomach? The limit is to only touch his face, which is sanctified out of the specific form of the other his face. However, it's really touching on his face. So if somebody donated some kind of food to the community fund that collectors from the set, and then somebody
Do that part.
let the entire that would be a example. Then it went ahead and it said again another generalization. And now what we see of the generalization is to see everything is the same for fun. Everything is the same. Have a specification of Shlomo, which says it has to be something which is dedicated to the Mishah, and now everything is just concentrated to the fun of the whole story. And then you have another one, which again opens it up to all content. So now what's the third one? I don't know.
You can do it better.
So how do you know that? What I'm going to say is, this is going to take too much. Now, I don't need to tell you too much. Why not?
When the sun comes down in a sleepy little town, down around San Antonio. The people on the thing stay and laugh around and hang. When you're talking about the trying to grow, whoa, whoa, trying to grow. When the people, we all live around, they all talk about town. And the band comes and the day ain't mine, round and going down. Okay, then again, I say, and the burn is burning again. When they're talking about the trying to grow, whoa, 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 trying to grow. No, that was sick when you didn't know the lyrics.
So for him, the third one will include the kata, which is going to where the avoid is done from the inside on the inside of his back. The south of it, I would have thought. And if I would say Tigo, and there's what's coming out of the other tire, come out the line. In other words, the bottom line is there are two things you can include. Either a person eating wood, or a person eating from a cargo kata, which is service on the inside of his back. One of those two, if you're a one person, you'll say it's about eating the wood. If you're a third person, you say it's about a cargo, which is service inside his back. Either way, you have something to include from that. Let's not run the fire. So you want to look at that. So we're kind of in trouble over here because we don't know that this is including the special production. Maybe it's including these other things. I'm now done. Stage of rubber. So too much to follow. You're right. We're not focusing on the word. Are we for the center? We're focusing on the word. Tell me that it says. Why do you have to say too much? Because when we repeat the Jack the same way.
There's a new thing coming, saying that I'm gonna help you. You're the bad one and the sound of my song. You can even hear the music at night. No, it's a part of the Lone Star State. People don't seem to care. They just keep on looking to the east. Talking about the China girl. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, time to grow.
So why do I need the word "bah" to exclude children? In other words, we're so busy saying there's three cases. A person who walks in space and makes a tummy, a person who eats from a carbon when he's tummy, and a person who eats churro when he's tummy. Now, we felt so much that we needed the word "bah" to exclude children. Now, if you're learning this halacha from the Zera Tova of to myself, why would you have thought that children was? It's not included in this Zera Tova, it's not part of this discussion. So, how relevant was says, actually, we're not. Bah is not coming to exclude, it's coming to the Rabbi, the Torah of Torah, in the case where a person became Sunday by consuming the dead body of an oak tree. And this was not supposed to fuck. It died. Now, that's not it from that. Now, that person was a conviction or a person. He's touching these beliefs. He's going to have to do something. Because this is going to have the son of the simply touching another death someone is a little more strict. Because so strict is just simply touching and making it. This is the Vela Spoke Power is of the person only to come massive school was called the base of Leo and it's lighter kind of summer. And so once we come all of the others, if you want to listen to these cartoons, so this word "bah" tells you yes, even that
Can't be influenced day by day. People getting ready for the news. Some are having, some are sad. Oh, never let the music play. What the people need is a way to make them smile. Make them up and do when they ride. We're gonna get wealthy. They come through. Oh, my, don't get down to mine. Oh, oh, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music all the time.
He never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my God, hold on.
Never know. You are never everything I say.
What's halacha? This will tell us that the carbon, the Sire La Hashem, that is brought on Yom Kippur, it serves as like a partial atonement. What does that mean? That means that all punishment, all yisur, all suffering will be suspended, but he does not get a full kapara, full atonement until he brings his carbon. So now the Gemara says, the people are like Kodesh, the most great stuff. This carbon, the Sire La Hashem, which is
damn, bitch.
Background, sexually, and this
girl's hair is amazing.
It talks about on Yom Kippur, they take two
Who's this
identical
bitch?
goats, they draw lots. One of them is called the Sarla Azar, it has a procedure out there, which is a complicated procedure where we store off with the flesh. Another one is slaughtered inside the base of Mikdash, and that one serves as an atonement for various different things. One of the things is for a person who became Tameh, he cuts and walks into his Mikdash, didn't know about it. It serves as a protection for the person until he finally finds out and brings the carbon. So now, I would conclude that this Sire Lashem, this goat, covers for three different things. Which ones? Tumas Zara, the impurity of idol worship, the Tumas Gilarayas, the impurity of the moral behaviors, and Tumas Gilachanim, the impurity of murder. Now, how do we know that these things are is because these are two that are. You only want to promote the Zara, who Omer not Tani Smikachi, the word Tani is used to describe someone.
Meet me in the country, go on the way. Be happy. Man of dance. Oh, we're gonna dance news away. What am I good for you when you feel good to me? Even though we need to do or say, maybe good. Feeling now, little man need to play. Oh, let's do music. Whoa, whoa, listen to music. Whoa, whoa, listen to music. Oh, falling river, landing castles in the sky, and the crowd is growing bigger. Listen to the halftime. Oh, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. All the time.
When it comes to the Sar Hashem, it is only going to atone for Shmuel's Mikdash to Kedusha. That's how we know that the Sar Hashem serves the partial atonement for someone who takes trust and walks in the Mikdash to Sunday, but of course that's what person who is over, either as Sifat Dam or Zara. None of this. Shimon says, I don't have to have such a fancy type of novelty. I could just figure this out by myself, through the process. Why? I really all that says here, that Shifa al Kodesh is me to us. Because, clearly, you need to know. Now, we can look at Kodesh, you also outside Kodesh, you're talking about the woman, you're talking about the now we see that it goes ahead and it's attention. We look at Kamaloma, it's only work for certain things. That was the listening to the program of Shabbat. So Shaka and Shaka is a Shaka. So a Shaka is when a person does something to do this. And then a Shaka is when a person does something all the time. Now, more
It's a song. From the sky. Waiting for the sky.
There are certain cases where you can't bring a carpet, for example.
Done. This guy sucks. What do you want to say? Hey, dog, I'm not in Uganda, but I can tell you this. If I were, you still would be calling us. It's Uganda. Well, you need to shut the fuck up.
Let's go. All right.
Yo, dog, that was cool.
So now we're at what type of Vogazar do you think this one?
No shit, you want to give it to a girl. This guy's so fucking horny. Your face sucks.
Didn't have the qualifications for the death. You didn't get a warning. Next one. Whoever before his mistake below his yatale, he didn't know about it. Either way, it's the same thing. Nami, what's the case? He made the back trailer. He served this immoral behavior intentionally. I reached it. Even showed he was by mistake or carpet or carpet. We're doing the same thing. The amazing intentionally low activated one. And the sugar was yatale, he didn't know that. It's the same case. The same question. other words, if he's made it, if he can tell somebody, bring the best and have it to death. Even show you by mistake. We just made the whole step. We just don't know what to do. Even show you. What about Mary Mitzvah? Or is that? The amazing, we thought about a case where it was amazing. We didn't get one, therefore, that's what you know about it, he's being waxed in actions, he fell off the bed. He didn't know that he killed somebody who was spacing out. And now he's behind the floor without the result. Or maybe it's one of those cases where it's exactly, for example, we saw there's a difference between going up with the act, going down with the act. So that will be a case where you're going to go, you can have a kapara, have a wonderful day.
It's community led. Right, we're building a community. If you guys know, like Yucky Ducks, right? That's a template. If you guys know, like Digi Beats, what he's been building, it's just consistent daily grind. Building in public, the community.
Good morning. Good morning.
Is there. Go to Discord and get a server. That's the direction. Right? If we want to get a Telegram.
We begin today's daf. Daf above in the second Shavuos. We begin by thanking all our sponsors. We thank the Telson family, sponsor Restream of the year, sponsor service for Am Yisrael. We also thank Shmuel Rabbi Karabkin for sponsoring all the shiurim of the month. Commemoration of the yard site Shmuel's father, Leonard Karabkin, for Ben Yefesto Kain on sustaining the Thomas and Leah. We also thank Aaron Lipton for sponsoring the shiurim of the week. The Eli Nishmas Harry's mother, Linda Bertin, Rachel Leah, Pastor the Mayor, and Thomas Kevin Leah, and Thomas Kevin Asama. Today's daf is daf vav. Yesterday we started this Gemara, went through it a little bit quickly, and just to quickly review what we're discussing for the subject of today's entire daf. And thank you to Mike for showing me the visual that the article has, and it might be helpful to look at it just because it's not like a major picture, but just seeing the order of how it's drawn out in the chart might be helpful. You have Baharas on the top, Se'es, then you have lime, and you have egg membrane. So the Gemara described yesterday that you have, we'll just quickly see it inside again, and go back to, that's basically halfway down the Yom HaDaf. We'll learn the whole Gemara again, but just to describe what it says. The Gemara says, Tzan Hatzam, Maras Nagayim Shnayim Shnei Maras. Our Mishnah mentions that when it comes to the Maras, the view, or the various different types of Nagayim, the different leprosies or the spots that someone could get, it's 2, which is 4. So you have Baharas, which is all the way at the top. What is that? It's Azza Kashala. It's a really bright white, which is like snow. So again, in this picture that there is in the article, you have that at the top. And then you have the next one, Shni Allah. The secondary one to that one is Kesida Hetel. It's like the line of the sanctuary. Now, what that means is,
look at this footwork.
The secondary one is lime, but it's not the second brightest color. It's the secondary to the Baharas. You have snow all the way at the top, skip a step, and you go to lime. And then you have, after that, you have Se'es, Kesemer Lavan. Se'es, which is the other one which is mentioned in the Torah, is like white wool. And then Shni Allah, the secondary one to that one, is the Krumbetza. It's like the membrane of the egg. So again, the way that the chart looks, I think I should send that to the group, is you have the Baharas at the top, which is the most bright. You have egg membrane at the bottom, which is the weakest white. And then you have in the middle, you have Se'es, which is number 2, which is the wool. And then you have lime, which is number 3. So now, interestingly, the Av, the main category of each one, is going to be separated from its Tova, its second one, by the other Av. So again, just to speak this out, you have at the top the Av of Baharas, and then under that you have the Av of Se'es, and then you're going to have the Toda of lime, which comes next, and then you're going to have the Toda of the egg membrane, which comes next. Now, what the problem we described yesterday is, according to the Shiva, we know. What Rekiva taught us is, it goes to Zula Malamizu. In order to combine them, because the halacha is, for a mega salah, you can see it comment, it needs 3 sides of the dish. What's that practically the way to use it in some Benita? It's the eye to that the size of the penny. Let's just say a penny size. The spot needs to be the size of a penny.
Stop it.
Now, what if you have one spot with two different shades, and the two different shades are from two different, will make up the whole spot. So one spot, let's just is perfectly symmetrical and perfectly round. Now half of it is going to be one shade of white, the other be the other shade of white. So you can only combine them if the two shades of white would follow each other in this color scheme. So now the problem is, according to Rabbi Akiva, you could only combine snow with wool, and then lime with wool, and then egg membrane with lime. That's the only way you can do it. However, the problem with that is that would cross over into different types of negaya. You have two problems. Number one, it has to go in the order of the color scheme. Number two, you can't combine one Av with another Av, or one Tolda with a different Av. You can't combine a secondary color with the primary color from a different one. So therefore, you're going to have a problem combining the wool color with snow color, because those are two different categories. You have category A, which is snow, category B, which is wool, so they can't be combined. And now lime and egg membrane.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in this room as possible. Feel free to give me a follow back if you can. If you want a free follow back, make sure to send me a follow. I follow everyone back. Additionally, I want to make sure everyone is aware that I am about to celebrate one entire year of 24/7 spaces on X. I've been hosting spaces every single day for more than 333 straight days. These aren't just normal spaces that are audio. My spaces are video. If you want to check out all of the spaces, look in my timeline in the most recent post that I reposted of one of my other accounts. You can check me out 24 hours a day. So that means I have an entire year of my life on video on the X spaces, which is not something that I've ever known anyone to do, which is quite a cool accomplishment. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is the timeline and the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill gave the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it here today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the Apis magazine stated the data for Jacob Petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data typed on the internet than any person, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'll make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than anybody ever. I have more content than any person. To my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
The way that the picture shows it over here in the article. So now that that's the case, so now what? How do we know that it says where indeed Jew is fine? The Akiva is of the opinion that we say Zula Malamizu. In other words, we're trying to
I've done that in the past with other accounts that I've had, and they've gotten banned. So it's not that I'm anti-blue tick. It's just I've already done it, and for whatever reason, many times because I do put out so much content, I lose an account here or there. So we'll see how this one goes, and if it continues to not get banned for a little bit longer, I potentially will. But for the time being, I've been burned on the blue check mark, so I just kind of wait until my account is at least aged until I repurchase them.
He's often known as Yeshua ben Karpa, and his Akiva was called Karpa. What reason because he's called? Others say that doesn't make sense, that he would get a nickname as being Karpa just because he's called. But ultimately, it is Yeshua ben Karpa. Yeshua ben Karpa, or Yeshua ben, or Akiva asked his father the following question. Maros Negayim Shnayim Shehinar. Why is it that in our Mishnah, when we talked about Negayim, we said the visuals of Negayim are two categories which divide into four. In other words, Tosfos explains, if you see this tiny little Tosfos over here called the Mei
What up, baby?
Lama is Kiru Klal Moshe.
Hi, I'll be there. Just 1 second.
He asked his father, why do we need to actually make the names of these things all together? In other words, you're only a few minutes into the share this morning, and everyone's already confused because they keep mentioning all these different colors. Snow white, is it wool white, is it lime white, is it egg white? Everyone's thinking, for heaven's sake, I don't even know the difference between these colors. So what are you telling all these colors for?
Oh, it's smoky. Just a moment, big dog.
He makes this point later. Essentially, his question was, there's a Mishnah in Psachim that says, "La'olam yilmos yishana adon b'tamidim derech." So when a person is speaking with tamidim, you always want to try to teach things in the easiest, most concise fashion. You'd rather leave out all the extra details and just give the necessary.
Terms and conditions.
He's asking his father, why are we giving all these colors? And he explains. Now, he answered him in this is probably the cause for answering a question with a question. The Jewish concept. He said to him,
100%. Thank you for the outflow. I appreciate
what's
it.
your problem? Your problem is that you mentioned all these colors. What are you suggesting? What would you like to do? These are the colors that you need to know in order to determine whether someone is pure or impure. What do you mean? What do you ask? Why does you mention the colors? You need to know the colors. So he explained to him, Yomri said to him, in other words, the point that you're making is that these are the four brightest bright colors. So why don't you just mention the least bright of the bunch, which is the membrane of the egg, and say, membrane of the egg is the threshold. If you have a dimmer white, then the dried out membrane of an egg, so then you're automatically going to be solid. You'll be pure because that's not considered a problem. If it's brighter than that, you've got a problem. In other words, that's very simple. Mention one thing. Like this book Kohanim have to have in their house is one dried out membrane from an egg. Use this comparison. They'll keep it in their pocket. And anytime someone comes by with a question, what are they going to do? They'll pull out this little membrane, say, is it brighter? Is it less bright? If it's brighter, the guy's tummy.
Thank you so much for the advice. Yeah, you know how X is. They're just trying to keep me down. I don't let them stop me. We can't be stopped.
So the Kiva said that to his son. Well, Lomar, we needed to mention all these different colors to teach us Shemek Staf and Zet, to tell us the colors that can be combined well with the other. In other words, if I just told you the threshold of what's considered white enough, then I would not know the categories of which ones can be combined with the other ones. So Amarlo, they said, okay, fine, I get that there. However, the Yomu, why doesn't it just say that you'll start with the membrane of the egg, and say anything more bright than that is going to be.
All right, I'm all yours, Smokey. How have things been? Give me an update.
Again, we'll try to teach my students in the easiest possible way.
Okay, I will give you a date, and then you tell me. I will give you what you updated me with last time, and then you can move on from there. Okay, last we spoke, you of course had a son, and he, I do remember his name. It is, hold on, it's a famous Luca, right? Yeah, absolutely. And things weren't going all that well. Luca's mom, but a lot had to do with her parents kind of having some control. And you were living like with a friend, and of course keep the smoking, and not gaming as much as you once were. And you were looking maybe to get a job. That's kind of the update. So update me from there.
And they would stand there. The Cohen would basically just sit there and see, and then Nagat would examine it. You'd have this dermatologist who worked for the Cohen, and he looked at it and he would say, "Yeah, Mr. Cohen, this one's a problem." And he's coming. The Cohen would say, "Coming." What it means to say is,
that's great.
the Cohen is going to rely on his.
How long have you been there?
He has to make sure to know the various different colors to go in. Now, here's the main point of Marmix. His son could be suggesting.
Okay, and how long are you allowed to be there?
He only said from membrane up is going to be a problem. Now, if he knew his father's opinion was similar to ours,
All right, can't beat that. Can you smoke there?
there's category 1, which is membrane up, and category 2, there's category 2, which is
Absolutely. So they're cool there.
And category 1 is line up. He should have said to his
Excellent.
father that.
Very well. All right, and how are things with Luca and Mom?
Egg membrane. Just say that and everything will be clear. Now, you see how it's all. So
The mother took him. The mother was speaking to him recently. Came out of prison.
He didn't suggest to his father.
She
Just
ran off with him.
write it simply in the Mishnah that there are two categories.
Okay, so she ran up with your child as well?
Egg membrane is coming from line
The police and the social services are
and you can combine each category with each other.
basically, but
Obviously,
she's
you didn't say
smart.
that because that wasn't what you
Really,
were
really
saying.
don't
But it's the point you were trying to make over here is
It took a while for
that
them to
according
find
to the Akiva, you're going to have
Oh, wow.
Bakaras, which is
Are you
still at
okay?
the top,
Yeah.
and you have
I'm
Se'ez,
okay, dude. I'm
which is going to be the wall, and then below Se'ez you have
I'll show you.
lime and egg membrane. Now, since he only said egg membrane and up, it must be
Okay.
just everything this father group all that together.
Sure.
If he didn't group that together,
Okay.
Really,
in
that's
act
really,
to
really
say,
good
you can
stuff.
combine everything together.
So have you been able to talk with
You see
grandma,
membrane, which includes
your,
lime,
not your
which
in-law,
includes
but
wool.
Louis' mom's mom, and say, hey, have you gotten any updates?
His opinion was you could combine egg membrane,
You mean
lime, and wool together.
my baby
But
was
instead, now,
Yes, exactly.
because if that wasn't true, he would have said egg
no,
membrane and up
no.
could be combined.
When I was
Lime
with her,
and
I
up
didn't
could be
really
combined.
contact
They're two different
exterior
categories.
part
In fact,
of
you could say that it must be.
my baby mum. The baby mum was more like,
So,
really
No. I mean your baby mom's mom. That's you do have a relationship with that woman. Okay, I know that. Okay, but isn't she worried about her grandson?
Now, maybe the father and son conversations that we have is
I
not
mean, she's not
100%.
really give a shit because it's inside her. She ain't bothered. It just shows
100% recorded with all the information.
Is she a well-off individual, or middle class, or okay? And so the police and child services are looking for Luca and baby mama, right?
Yeah,
Yes, it's possible not, but it's not true. Once the element of
Okay.
opinion must come,
Are
it must be
you
coming
you're entitled to like see him half the time, aren't you?
you're trying to understand the colors of these
Right.
different spots, how do you understand it? She explains it as follows.
You think she's still in? You think she's still in
So
England?
in other words, it'll start off as 4 bright white cups of milk.
Do you think she's still? Do you think she's still in England?
2 drops of blood fell into it. So
Yeah.
it's like it loses a little bit of the brightness because of the red to it.
Okay.
So it's less
Into another cup of milk.
shapely to a looking. So just in my county, in my district, the police can say if they need to do a right research, they go and look on probably like other dispatches.
And to the last
They've
one,
got a
either
description,
12
they've
or
got
16 drops of
waste
blood
time,
fell out.
identity,
Now what
which
happens?
that's even mine and stuff.
Since the full cup of blood, it's only a minimal, sorry, it's the full cup of milk.
Because it's
It's
the
only a minimal amount of blood that fell in there.
Right.
Whereas the shit
Okay.
full on,
And how are things on the job hunt?
they're both still going to have
Great, I'm starting a
it's
program.
still going to be white. It's still going to have a white color to it.
How to get some experience in video, I'll be music.
Of like a
Well, that's cool. When,
Coming soon.
when does that start?
color that goes into it.
Absolutely. When does that start?
From the brightness of the white. In other words, we're not suggesting that all of a sudden the
Okay.
milk is
And do you have your PlayStation still?
it will lose a little bit of its brightness. That's how we understand the machines are green. Now again, what's going
This is my
on?
little
What
setup.
we're saying is that
Hey,
it's
that's
not just a
My
scale of
laptop connected
colors.
to my TV.
Cool.
The top one is
HDMI
the
cable.
brightest.
And
The
this is my
second
room.
is
It's very
not as
nice.
bright. The third is a little bit less bright, and the fourth is
Who
the most
cares,
dim
man?
of the bunch.
Exactly. It's warm.
But again, the point
It's out of
is,
the elements. It's yours for now, right?
Each one is just one step
Yeah.
higher than the next, which is exactly Vicky's opinion.
Probably you guys.
He
I've
says
seen you been
basically
quite a
you
few
keep them
things
together
together.
and they go.
Oh,
one step to the
yeah.
next.
Um,
So, hold on a
what do you mean in
second.
particular?
Perhaps mixing up 2 things with your system are. A,
I
we're
noticed that there's
give up the
time
time.
ago, there's 3,444 hours in the 2 minutes.
Yeah. So we're not necessarily going for any kind of record, but that's a long call. And I've broken lots of records. And 100%. And I've been doing a lot of connections on Twitter. Are you on Twitter? That's okay. So in the last like 90 days, we've gotten 3,600 followers, which is cool, you know, organically just going through and telling people about what I do. That's what I was doing when you came in and was talking in front of like 50 people or something. And the server's showing really great growth. We're at over 2,800 people in here, approaching 3,000. So, you know, once you start getting into the thousands when it comes to your server, certainly you become a bigger target, but also, you know, you get more people who are certainly interested in what you're doing and sharing what you do. So that's cool.
You've got a few more regulars. These guys are all
Yeah, they are, and they're amazing people, and I love them. I really mean that. Like they're
I remember seeing Nick's prayers. I remember seeing Brandon. I do check it out. I just, you know, I
It's just
chat with you guys now. I try and join on days or weeks when I can actually get it. But I was just chatting with you, seeing how you are.
100%. Thank you, Big Dog. You're one of the people who have spent the most amount of time in this server. In fact, if you want to know, I think you might be either just outside the top 10 or in the top 10 of people who have spent a lot of time in here. Yeah, I mean, you used to spend a lot of time in here gaming and such. So, yeah, we have. That's been a lot of my promotion on Twitter and in other Discords, which has been cool. And I would say that there are just a really good core group of people who are in here all the time. Miss Aquarius and I play games every single night, and the other people, they just live their life, but if they ever need me, I'm here, and I certainly connect with them whenever we have time, and they're really nice. Well, thanks, Big Dog. I do my best to treat others the way you want to be treated, right?
You're constantly you should have
100%. I mean, it's a full-time job, 24/7 for the last 4 years without really any breaks. Well, maybe someday we'll be able to make more of an impact on the world than I currently do. But I'm very happy with the people who I've been able to connect with, not just in the Discord, but really on X. And I'm about to have celebrated 1 full year on X Spaces, which is like an audio function of X. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's where you can talk in calls. And exactly, but I've been doing it not just audio, but video. So I have like about an entire year of my life, more than 333 straight days on X, just archived. And so someone could literally just go on X and see my entire life over the course of a year, just in X Spaces, which is, I think, kind of a cool benefit of what I do. And just really been doing my best to enjoy life. We've been doing a lot when it comes to sports recently. So this in the United States, we did in a cryptocurrency I'm in, we had a fantasy football league, and I was super involved with that. And that meant like 4 nights a week we were watching football games. And then we also have the Super Bowl coming up, which is cool. And this will be the 4th Super Bowl we watch on the stream. And then we've got the Winter Olympics coming from Italy coming up this winter, which will be the 4th Olympic Games that I've watched on the stream. So that's a really cool thing too. It's the World Cup, and part of them are going to be in the United States, which is really a cool deal. And then in 2 years, we've got the Olympics in Los Angeles, and I would like to at least do something for that and do some IRL streaming for that. So I'm excited for that. You're good, big dog. No worries. So that's what we've been doing. What happened to your Xbox? What happened to your Xbox?
Sometimes if you have something done, which is surrounded
what happened to it, big dog?
What happens is it will look like the sun, even though it's.
Oh, did you get the red ring of death?
Exactly the same place. Again, sun, whatever shade is in the same place. You have some type of light, which is exactly the same place as the shade. The light will look like it's deeper in.
So, are all your games stored on it, or were they? Or are they on the cloud, or how does that work?
It's so bright. We have something which is so bright next to something which is dark. What's brighter will look like it's recessed behind. That's why we call it deep.
All right.
So when it comes to se'es, what does that mean? So just remember, the pasuk says that a person kiyev arbasar se'es o sapakas o baharetz. So now, when you're learning that pasuk for the very first time, what you don't think is just a different colors of a negatorats. You can have se'es, which is one color, a sapakas, which is another color, and a baharetz, which is another color. Now, what the Gemara is explaining is, now let's understand what the words are. Now, the baharetz, we explained it's very deep because that's the
Yes, sir. That's good.
the whitest of the white because it's really deep. Now, se'es, we're going to explain what does the term se'es mean. And what's another etymology of this word? Why does se'es mean something which is white? So now, we know that these negoim are going to be white or they're going to be red.
Okay. Did they make it hard to get an erection?
But when it comes to se'es,
Right.
se'es el-gavoa. Se'es means it's fire. So why is se'es called se'es? Because it's a more dim white. So now, the dimmer the white, the closer it's going to look for you. It looks to you. Again, I don't know enough about this. I'm not an artist.
Very well. Any plans
to
do you have connection with your family?
To a white that's whiter, and the Gemara brings a raya that's what it means.
All right.
I'll call Haharam Haramim.
And
mountains and hills and valleys.
did they ever get a chance to meet Luca?
That are listed. We talk about surfaces. It's referred to as Hanis. The same thing as say. So therefore, the se'es will be a color that's more dim.
Okay,
which
it's
looks
something.
more close.
So he's like a year old, right?
So what does sapakas mean? Mar says, sapakas, word sapakas always is a secondary category.
Oh, okay. Wait, March or May?
This is a whole discussion where the Navi was talking about here.
I was gonna say.
Was talking.
All right. And how about girls for you? What about like? Did you ever talk to Sky again?
So means there's a second list. Now we have se'es and baharetz, which is the primary mega colors.
How's Ebony doing?
Now, also for Kale the Sage, the passage says, so I know that you have se'es. And
is she allowed to come? Is she allowed to come where you are?
As a secondary category. Yeah, but it would be fine. So the point to Rekiva, there is only secondary categories in cities. You have Baharis on its own, and then you have cities, which is still secondary category. But now, according to the Rabbanan, Baharis, the snow eye color has its secondary category.
So she's got to be out by 9 p.m. though, right? Okay, what is that called? Like a curfew or something?
It says why when it comes to Baharis. It's like the whiteness that comes along with.
Do they have a name for it?
Se'es has a secondary category. As Levana Amur with the Baharis, it says white. It comes to Baharis, it also has a secondary category. And the Mishnah the pasuk put the word.
I understand that. Do you feel
the word
safe where you live?
Inserted between the words se'es and baharis.
That's wonderful to hear. I like your room. It's nice. Looks cozy.
And wall, just like you have a secondary category to snow, which is lime, you have the secondary category to wall, which is egg membrane.
How's your bike?
That's why the word sabaka is stuck between them. Okay, now let's three different illustrations.
Yeah.
Not illustrations or examples of how we know what it is. Se'es, se'es is like
aside from your tipping, what happened to the scooter?
on the very first day of his birth. Shem Chavnin Bo looking that they prepare that for us. Now, Mila translates Kashmir, I'm not sure if that's the way it translates. I don't know what role is called from the grade, but whatever the role is called, they be very slow. If you look at Rashi, this is what Rashi is the first skinny line of Rashi. He says, Roshon or
It meshed somebody inside and it just
explains
moving the front.
when the sheep is born, aim it's not going to all off from all the remnants of the birth. Aim Sana Rocky also young. It's never going to be out to the it's an animal. It spends time therefore it gets very
that'd be dangerous.
On that day, after the animal is born,
It was too much to fix itself.
and on that day the wolf's going to be the brightest and the cleanest and the softest. Now the Harotzat Neo Lamila first wants to say that for a lot of this type of material,
Certainly, any way that you can get just a regular bicycle.
Jacket they put on top of this little sheet.
Last we spoke, you were jerking yourself off about getting your ID. Did you ever get it? Okay, were you able to work for DoorDash?
We skipped categories.
Or not?
My ID is not a formal ID that needs to be a driving license. Mine citizens
The two kings
Oh,
who
okay.
Even
Even if you're just like doing it on a bicycle.
government officers. So Malfo says that, and Lamala Malfo says that, this king is higher than all the
it just didn't
kings.
work.
Malfo says that, Lamala Malfo says
Okay.
that. And
Well,
I guess the governor or the minister is higher than that.
so you're not going to do that?
Hold on a second. How is Lamala Mizah?
Okay.
Think of like a supreme type of.
What are the odds that they take
You
you?
have here in the United States. You have the federal government.
I don't
You
know.
have
Just wait and see.
state government. You have the local government. So let's just say you have like the president and the vice president, and you have a governor and a lieutenant governor. So now what the Gemara says is you have this king is higher than that king,
Do you want a job?
and then this minister is higher than that minister. So
Okay.
essentially what you have
Do you have an Indeed account?
president, governor,
Oh, no,
vice
I'm not.
president, lieutenant governor. That's the way the Gemara explains it.
Okay, stop. How many jobs did you apply for today? Stop. How many jobs did you apply for today? Okay, but I mean, you know that you can just do their one-click job application and okay, so I mean, all you have to literally do while you're on the same call as you're working, you can just click that button. You know that, right?
Than the governor because he's part of the
So
federal government.
just place
You have
it's difficult for me to get a job. So rent is classified.
president, vice president, governor, and lieutenant governor. So each one is going to need its own category. That's a providing that Mars wants to point out.
The more I work,
Line up exactly how it
rent
works
goes
out.
up. My rent at the moment is £50 a month. It could go up to £4. I could go up to £4 on how much I earn.
Okay, but then you have a job.
Doesn't really
I'm
matter.
trying to find a
Governor
government president job and not pay any of that shop.
Because the way
Okay.
I'm explaining it,
I mean, so what about bartending?
that category? President, vice president, governor, and lieutenant governor, it's still not going to match. So it's not going to work. That's the point.
Okay, I mean, you and I both know that if you got on Indeed right now and type bartending in your city and anywhere within like 10 miles or whatever, anywhere you could take a bus, you just sit there and you apply to those jobs every single day for now for the next month. You'll have a job by the end of the month. You and I both know that.
The bar jobs in my area,
No, you haven't. You have it. I guarantee you. Go on Indeed right now. Okay, and you have it like. Okay, but you haven't applied to the ones that are not stripper places.
And the king's minister that follows
I've applied to the ones in my area.
and the minister position is
There's not a single one in there that you. I mean, so what about no transport? You could take a bus. I understand. I understand, but you could at least walk to one just to get a job and say to them, okay, all you have to do is make it your first night. You and I both know you get cash your first night, and then you'd have money to, take the bus. I mean, here's the thing. I embrace solutions. I don't want excuses. And I know that you're a good bartender and an experience, and all I get out of you is excuses, and I want solutions, and really easy solutions. If you were to say to me, Rabbi, you know what? I could walk to a place and get a job, and then walk there my day of work, get cash tips, and then be able to take this, right?
The reason why this interaction happened over here is because since he mentioned Svarmalka first, which is the Persian king,
you and I both know you could do that, right?
The couple lived under the Roman king. He didn't want to,
so do it.
Forbid, be accused of not recognizing that the Roman king was going to be bigger. Therefore, they have to clarify that point.
Okay.
In other words, you're living in the forest.
All right, Big Dog. I understand. You've got a lot on your plate. Are you far from your family? Oh, that's not far. They're in the same city.
Which is in other words, the evil Roman dictatorship. One more example for these colors, which is your agreement to honor the Shafke. You have this wool garment and it got rubbed out. And Sadina, the kiss of a Shafke, the woollen garment and it got rubbed out. Again, the wool garment is very white when it starts off, and then it gets rubbed out, it's less white. And then
do you guys look out for each other?
The garment, which is quite bright when it's new. Then it gets rubbed out.
All right, well, you go take care of your friend, and I appreciate you checking in with me, and don't be a stranger.
When it gets rubbed out, it comes
I'm going to be a stranger. I'll check you later tonight.
it's
just my mind.
No, I don't think so at all. I don't. If you interpret anything that I'm thinking like that, I don't think that at all. I know you're busy, and I know you've got a lot on your plate, and I want you to know I care about you.
I'm doing it a year ago, mate. I haven't done any of this, so I'm making some improvement. I'm just little by little.
That's all it takes, my man. All right, you go take care of your friend, and then come back when you can, okay?
Okay, stay around. Good morning. What time is it for you?
Baby, I'm gonna be asleep. It's 3:41 in the morning.
We begin today's stop.
Probably see you later.
All right, God willing. You take care, big dog. You as well, Master. Shout out to Smokey, everybody. Do you like Smokey? Yeah, he's cool. I want the best for Luca and Luca's mom. And Luca's mother's mother. I don't think she's a bad person.
But this is called Papa. Scientists are real confused when the intelligence have in the product. Yeah, this is reheated, a classic, saying that Shab is one of those.
Today's after stop, hey, we're going to pick up on that Dallas on the days. We're going to pick up from Amale Ravina Lame. Very quick recap, as you just heard a couple minutes ago from Zevi, that was the war trying to build here and trying to figure out who the kind of religion is, and we went back and forth. Is it Rebbe himself? Is Rebbe 47 people? And ultimately, we wanted to figure out if Rebbe's possibly could have been the ones who darkening Reborn Mios as opposed to Cloud Plus to Cloud. Now, I'm sure you mentioned this yesterday, but very quickly, Reborn Mios and Reborn Mios and Reborn and Cloud Plus to Cloud are very similar concepts. The question just is, which one are you using? Reborn Mios and Reborn is more inclusive. Cloud Plus to Cloud is more limiting. So anytime we're going to have a focus, whether we're going with the logic of Reborn Mios and Reborn, or Cloud Cross with Cloud, they're going to be deciding which one is. That's it, never come out right. If you're going with Cloud Cross with Cloud, it will be much more limiting. If you're going with Reborn Mios and Reborn, then it's going to be much more inclusive. What we'll see is it possible to actually say, as we just got finished saying, that Rebbe goes with the logic of Reborn Mios and Reborn, as he just did the previous Gemara with regards to Tikkun Habed. Some of the Rabbinah that may know. Rebbe does Reborn. The Mios, is it true that Rebbe actually darkens Reborn and Mios? The problem is that Rebbe totally is talking about. You find the Rebbe when he darkens with the logic of Cloud and Cross, and not with the logic of Reborn. Finally, for President Garza, Marseille, what's this called? We're talking about an evidence. We're talking about an evidence. Nevid Ivri is a Evid. He sells himself. He stays for 6 years. Let's just say behind the 6-year mark, there's a whole procedure. Part of the procedure is he gets his ear pierced with his all. Now, this all is referred to in terms of Marseille. More says Azy El Marseille. I only know from here that you can use the actual Marseille and all to pierce his ear. Nine Ravos. How do you know that I can actually use the nut type of tool, such as a tool, a sila, a makat, a kadeh from the stuff? The first three, tool, sila, and makat, are all wood types of elements. Whether it's splinter or soft, so wood, those are different types of wooden tools that will be used to pierce his ear. Kadeh, modern Hebrew kadeh is a drill. So they don't have like a, it's not referring to like a big wall. Drill that you put in Home Depot. We're talking about a hand type of drill that you use to pierce his ear with. The Hamitzah, again, does have a metal instrument that you use to pierce his ear. How do you know? You can use 4 of those tools to pierce the ear of them. Every time a woman will go look kafta. It says, well, kafta from our say, you shall take this ball. So we dart from there, hold over, shenil kafta yad. Any item that you're taking in your hand. That's the thing that you have. The kafta tells you to take anything, and Marseille is limiting. Now, Rebbe says, Marseille, ma Marseille miyuta, just like the Marseille, this ball is something which is special. Why is it special? Because it's samataka. It has to be that whatever you're going to be taking is going to be made out of metal. Now, if Rebbe was the one with the logic of Reborn, he would be the one who's much more inclusive, not the one who's much less inclusive. I just went ahead and told you you can use all these types of tools, even the ones that are made out of wood. Who is the one who says that? That's not the opinion of Rebbe, that's the opinion of Yehuda. Why did he say that? Because the Yehuda, he darshans Reborn is different from the Lakafta. You take anything that you can hold in your hand, and then it says the Marseille. So again, Marseille does limit it. What does he actually limit? So the one who actually puts these things over here, the Rashi brings it on the next, and top of the next column, and it's for them more exclusive. That the limitation of Marseille tells you have to be a tool, as opposed to using some type of salve, a medicine, some kind of acid, seems like a pretty painful procedure to burn a hole in someone's ear, but one might think that any way you make a hole in someone's ear would be okay. The Prophet says, no. There has to be something which is a kafta, and somewhat similar to a Marseille, but it's an actual tool. But if it's not a tool, rather it's a salve, the medication is going to be a tool. Now, the one who's more inclusive why he's using the logic of Reborn here. Who's the one who's much more limiting? Rebbe. Why? Because Rebbe follows the logic of follow cross. Therefore, the Kafka says anything. Marseille is limiting. Therefore, that's the thing which you have to read.
He said,
no, 40 because he's going to say 40. So you guys had 36 and he's stronger than the Rebbe
right?
Dar Kalu Prashi. Rebbe used the power possible for much more limiting and risk Yehuda, Zorish, Riboy, the best Yehuda after Jerusalem. We have a major problem for Yehuda, he just told us. But Rebbe, when it comes to taking that band, it's going to be dancing Yehuda and Yehuda. However, we see very clearly in our focus between the Yehuda and Rebbe is when we darshan with the logic of Riboy and Yehuda for solid prop, and who's the one who says solid prop? Rebbe. Now, top of Hamadai, where it says right, it's Alma, generally, in the typical king shot, when Rebbe's darshan the concept, he's always going to use the concept of Alma Kalu Prashi Dar. He's always going to use the logic of solid practices, a more generalization and then a specification, as opposed to a Riboy which is inclusive, and then a Miyat and then exclusive. He's always going to use what's the reason why when it comes to Habed, he doubts the Riboy the town is very small, because he follows the town is very small, which means the town is very small, Bamayim, Nay, Amen. It says Bamayim 2 times in a row. This is not related to our Sugya, but the town is very small, especially about a case where we actually read this recently. This was the part of meaning that talks about the halachas of kosher fish. It says, as Zeth holds to the call Moyin, this shall be eaten for anything that swims in the water. Kol asher yesh lo snapir b'kaskasef b'mayim. Anything that has fins and scales in the water. So now, b'mayim and b'mayim are the color, the generalization. Now afterwards it says, after it says Bamayim twice, then it says Yamin Ubanapalim also okay. So Mayim is a generalization. Yamin and Apalim, a sea or a stream, is considered to be a specification. The problem here is that instead of it being a cloud, a generalization, and then a cloud, which is a specification, and then a cloud, it says, which would be the Mayim, it says Mayim, so it has both columns together, and then afterwards it has the process. Cloud is cross. So it's such a case. Probably the small says, and yet, Bamayim Snei Kandam, Ein Zeh Cloud Crop, Ella Riba Umiyah. This is, in other words, this is an exception to the rule. Even if you're a person who generally uses cloud crops, generally anytime you have these generalizations and then specifications, you're always going to use cloud crops. And as we mentioned, it's going to be much more limited. That's only because it's actually structured as cloud to cloud. But it's cloud to crop, then you're going to default the Riboy Miyot and Riboy logic. Therefore, when it comes to
sound like they're plausible.
Completing that bank, so in that pasuk as well, you go back, and that pasuk goes to talking about, it says over there, it says, then it says Tifta. So the Buyas and Tifta together next to each other, so therefore he's also going to say in that case, since the Buyas and Tifta are right next to each other, and then when it has the specifications afterwards, you're going to go ahead and follow the logic of Riboy Miyot. In other words, over here it says, and then it says, at the end, therefore he's going to use the logic of Riboy Miyot as opposed to Salafat. In other words, the bottom line is, the more is not going to say, now those who argue actually use that to Salafat, what they say is the Mergin is not even Rava, they call it the Mithra the name is done in the Salafat. That is, the other argument says, they're going to get too much out of the by the fact that you have two call next to each other. Because the Mayim and then to Yam and the Column, move over the second Mayim, and then say, makes them together. In other words, the fact that you have both clauses, and the top doesn't make a difference, the order as important. However, the problem is, it seems like Rebbe, who did use Riboy Miyot, he must have been following time very small. If it is small, that's why he defaulted, in that case, Riboy Miyot. The bottom line is, what you're telling me is, Rebbe Darshan's Salafat, not Riboy Miyot. barring the event that he will start to Libre only when you have Paul himself. But if you have Paul Patrick, it's always going to fall and look for back to Paul Patrick. So now the problem is about Paul Patrick Shavuot. The whole idea was he wants to use Rebbe himself to offer the Mishnah and say he darshan Libre and Leah and not Paul Patrick, and that's what how we can include all the Shavuot, all the oaths of the Shabbat of the past. The problem is we're discussing the same thing. He doesn't use Libre and Leah. He uses Kal Now, he cannot be the kind of our Mishnah. You know, says, right? Ella, the Shavuot, not the Libre Akiva. Yes, Rebbe wrote the Mishnah, but in this case, Rebbe did not write his own opinion in the Mishnah, rather he wrote the opinion of Rebbe Akiva in the Mishnah, and he copied his opinion. So, in short summary, what we've accomplished today is that it's true that there are some exceptions where Rebbe himself will darshan a Riboy and Mir, but that's the exception. The default for Rebbe is that whenever he has generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of plow, talk with plow, which is much more limiting, and it says it can only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not follow Riboy and Mir, which essentially is much more inclusive and only excludes one thing unless there's a problem with the plow across the plow. For example, the plow is too close to the other plow, and the plow is far off. Therefore, it cannot be the Rebbe's account of the Mishnah, rather the kind of Mishnah of the stage of Akiva, although Rebbe wrote it, he's just quoting Rebbe Akiva's mistake. Getting back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday. We're done with the cloud for now. So, for those who checked out the cloud the Riboy, next. We learned in yesterday, Minayim, we're not going to quote a long piece of work yesterday, and we're going to analyze it. Minayim she'ein notayeh, ela al sheyeh v'yadiyah v'yadiyah v'asah. Talking about a person who walks into the Mikdash when he's tummy, or he comes in contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he's tummy, or something which is consecrated. The bottom line is, how do we know, this is yesterday's Gemara, she'ein notayeh ela al sheyeh v'yadiyah v'tila, that you know he knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to touch it, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, or he knew he wasn't supposed to go to the Mikdash, and then at the end he went in. So he has to know beforehand and know afterwards, and then the hell of time, and he forgot in the middle. In other words, a dropper background. Whenever we have any type of give, any type of responsibility for a person who's liable for a mistake, what he's liable for is the concealment in the middle, the mistake that he made in the middle. So we're always going to count the fact that in Parak Gadol Masechet Shabbos is also called Shegagos, and Rambam has a parak called Shegagos. And what we're doing over there is you always want to find out how many mistakes were made. Generally, a shogeg is considered to be a hella. It means a person knew something, and then there was a halama. There was a temporary lapse in his mind from not knowing what happened. Now, the halama could either be that the person forgot the halama, or that the person forgot the specific circumstance. So a person could have forgotten that it's also for a person who's coming forth into the base of the dust, or a person could have forgotten that he was coming. That's going to be a halama. Now, halama, by definition, always means that there was something that he once knew and he forgot. And that's going to be the basic kind of situation which is. You have to have this deal in the beginning, you have to have known at some point, forgotten that, and then found out afterwards. That's what you want to forget. Right? In a tire, person not tired, Ella al sheyeh v'yadiyah v'tila, he originally knew. In the middle. We know that from the Nelam, Snei Father. It says Nelam twice. Just read the pasuk. So we will have it on the Mark is O Nefesh Shatiga B'Chodara Kamei. Person who touches something with the Kamei. Over the Nibra Kayas man who touches the corpse, the animal. Over the Nibra Kamei Tmeya. He touches the corpse of the dead. Again, impure animal, Benibla Sheretz Tameh, Benela Mimenu, he forgot about it, who touched Nelly, Benela Mimenu, he forgot that he touched it, who Tameh Bostic. Now he becomes Tameh because he touched this impure animal. Next, oh, Yigaba Tumasaz, I mean, touches an impure person, L'chol Tumasa Shayit Mabah, Benela Mimenu. So again, he touches the person becomes Tameh, and Benela Mimenu gets that. So 2 times in consecutive psukim, where it says the Nela Mimenu, he forgot about it. Therefore, what's the Nela Mimenu Shnefamin? Even the Kiva that we said, since it says the Nela Mimenu Shnefamin, we learned from there you have to have known about it, and then forgotten about it, and then known about it again. Now, the Gemara says, the Rebbe on the Rebbe disagrees, and he says, you don't need the 2 words of the Nelam to teach you that you knew, forgot, and knew. Why? Because later Omer it says the Nelam, it says you forgot. And the cloud, Shiyada, by definition, forgetting something means that you knew it. You can't forget something you never knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. The knowledge was concealed from him. In other words, there's a piece of knowledge he had, and right now, in this moment, that piece of knowledge is somewhere in a place where it's inaccessible to him. But just not knowing something is not called the knowledge. Now, who you're that, and now he knows about it. Now, how they touch the idea. If you forgot about something that you knew first, then you forgot, and now who you're that, and now he knows about it, you have the whole picture. You have the full sandwich. In other words, you have to sandwich you're forgetting about it between 2 knowledge. So now, the definition of an element is that you forgot about it. You already have the first one, you knew about it, you forgot about it. Who you're that gives you the second piece of knowledge at the end, the second half of the sandwich. Now, it came up on an element. If that's the case, why does it say an element? It's like the time, we like to include 2 different types of forgetting. First of all, he forgot that he's Tameh. Or another case is, he knew that he was Tameh, and he forgot that it's also if he walked into the basement. That's more from yesterday.
Nothing will change that.
Amar Mara. Now we have to analyze it. It says the Nelam. McLeod, Shiyada, this implies that we knew about that. Now my mouth, how do you know that? Here's the implication that you knew about it. It's because it says the Nelam. Amarava, the log says the Aluminum Men. Since it doesn't say the Aluminum Men is concealed from him, in other words, if he never knew about it, it would be considered concealed from him. However, it says the Ne'alam, now means you had it and you lost. In other words, the implication was the Ne'alam. You knew about it, but then you forgot it. Amar Le'abaya. So Abaya said that's the Rambam. Elam, you have to start the case. Anytime you have to look at the Ne'alam, it means you knew about it and forgot about it. You're going to find it. So it's having a bunch of problems. Why? Rabbi Sosa, when it comes to a sosa, he said the Ne'alam me'enei isha. It was concealed from her husband. Let's hit very quickly. You learned something together not too long ago. Exactly. Years ago.
I mean, just one with his lips, dude.
So a quick review. What is Soka? Soka is a woman who allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another person. She's a married woman and her mother of engaging in inappropriate behavior with another man. So he warns her not to have to put yourself again with that man. There's no discussion whether they're Asian, the whole discussion is about if you conceal this person, there's a process to sit down to the base of and they ask all kinds of questions, they shazul us, and ultimately, at the end of the story, he continues to deny it, the husband continues to insist on his side of the story, then there's a chapter with the main Sosa, they write to the Pasha Sosa, they erase it, they put it to water, she drinks it. Now, if she is innocent, she gets the most wonderful brachos. If she is guilty, the opposite is true, and she dies at the end of the process. Now, the warrant is over here.
I just said I heard
So the Ne'alam me'enei isha, concealed from the eyes of her husband, Mechlal, you're telling me the Ne'alam that she was concealed means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now, Now he forgot that. Now hold on a second, that means he knew about it. According to our logic, now that means he knew about it. McLeod started to have a yad that makes him new Torah. Now he had a yad that makes him bought to him. I don't know if that's his way to work. The problem is, but Tommy knew the Vaisa, when he got the issue of him, and now will be clean from both of them. The Isha Ha'ish Savannah. If she is indeed guilty of the reason the narrow here, so Savannah shall carry the sin. Now the Gemara doctrine, the Darsha is the Nukum if he is clean, then Hamayim Botin Isho, the water will effectively check out whether she is guilty or innocent. However, Aina is Nukum man himself, if he is sin, then Aina Hamayim Botin Isho. The water is not going to work to check out whether she is guilty or innocent as engaging in this extramarital affair. Now, hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes offer to him. If he decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. If his hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're expecting the process to work because the Bible says the Noah and the Anisha, that she was concealed from her husband, and then the Torah goes on to describe the process of drinking the water. Now, vanilla means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know about it. It's not going to work anymore because he's going to be in a relationship with him. So therefore, he can't see that vanilla means he knew about it. And furthermore, that the Torah, the Psukim, which describes the Torah, in Eo, the Nelma Me'enikotai will be concealed from the eyes of all living beings, from the Ofa Shmayim, not the birds, but the angels, this certainly was hidden. The cloud, what it was, the Iko, that the other thing. There were some who knew about the Torah before it was given, but Sigil Yoda, and remember the extent of the Torah before it was given, so whether again this is vanilla, it was hidden, it was concealed from people before it was given. Now, if you're telling me that means that someone knew about it first, probably is the possible, because no one knew about it first. So again, another problem we have using the word vanilla, when you knew about it, and then also forgot about it. However, Rebbe is of the opinion that Yediyah states Rabos Shema Yediyah. Rebbe says that when it comes to Tumah, Yediyah based Rabos is Shema Yediyah. In other words, what's coming from is the concept that everyone knows the halacha of something. So again, this is a very big assumption that every single Jewish person went to school as a kid. Every year went to Cheder, and every Rebbe taught every single kid all the halachas of Tumah and Tyra. Now, you might not remember exactly that lesson that it was quoted, but every single Jewish person knows at some point in his life that it's also to go into the Beis Mikdash when you're Tamei. So therefore, that's considered to be a idea. Only a couple of ayahs, or publicists of ayahs, are coming. Hold on a second. You're telling me that every single Jewish person knows about this, and that's why you have to have the idea in the beginning. So we know about it. Hold on a second. Then it's impossible. In other words, you're telling me that everybody knows about it if you learned it in school. Then how do you ever have a scenario where someone doesn't know about it? The case where it says, they tell me anybody did but still they could do it, but you did but so we equal to us because you're a scholar. Is there any Jewish person who's not so fair as a child? And learn that lesson of Torah, I'm going to let you put it in, yes, it's got to put it in, so you're not go to school. Nowadays, hopefully, most of us go to school. Not all of us are going to Jewish school. But you see the concept, even in terms of the Gemara, there's the concept between Nifta, and exactly how that applies to the person nowadays. It's beyond this different stage. Yes, top for the person not go to Cheder, not learn how to talk to Torah, and that would be a person who would not have the idea of this. Okay.
Oh, this is what we need.
Not also. Going back to our Mishnah, Tzias Shabbos Shayim Shein Arba. One of the things listed in our Mishnah as a 2 that ultimately comes to 4 is Tzias Shabbos carrying a Shabbos. So now let's analyze the way this Mishnah is written, not from Masechet Shavuos, the way the Mishnah is written in Masechet Shabbos. It says, Tzias Shabbos, carrying a Shabbos, V'shtayim Shein Arba B'shmim, 2 which is 4 inside, then Shein Arba, that plus 2 which is 4 outside.
They do TikTok dances now. Actually, they haven't started doing like
Two,
family TikTok
which is
dances
4 inside.
and videos.
2, which
They
is
just
4
do them
outside,
too.
means 4 plus
Eventually,
4,
the kids will be
which is
maybe they
8.
could be like that.
Our Mishnah did not say that. Our Mishnah just simply said it's St. Arba, which is 4. Therefore, the Gemara goes to
I
ask,
don't even know what's the LeBron James.
Mishnah Hafa, why is our Mishnah different over here? The ton of Stein, St. Arba, the Shulai, just simply said Stein, St. Arba, and nothing more. The Mishnah also replaces St. Arba with him. St. Arba book. It has 2 which is 4 inside, which is 4 which is outside. Now, just quickly to go through this, the cases are as follows. When we talk about St. Arba B'Fnim, St. Arba B'Chutz, but B'Fnim, we're going to refer to as Rishis Hayakim, and B'Chutz Rishis Hayab. Now, there's a bunch of different terms which we use in this several chapters, which are not literal, but the Gemara just uses it to explain it, like just you'll remember it. The Gemara talks about an ani and a balabayis. An ani is one person, a balabayis is one. Just speaking, if you're going to pass something out the window of the house, so then the balabayis, the owner of the house, who's settled and comfortable inside his house, is going to be the one who's providing something. So the ani is the one person who's outside trying to beg for something. But now, that is not a requirement for Haitzah that a person be wealthy or a person be poor. It makes absolutely no difference. But also, what does make a difference is that the person picks up the item inside the Rishis Hayakim, which is a private domain, and transferred it outside their house into a public domain. Now, in order for a person to violate the biblical prohibition of carrying on Shabbos, what has to be done is there has to be something called an akira, which means you lift it up from the place where it is, you uproot the item from its place, and a hanacha, which is you place the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes, you have one person involved, so let's just say you have a balabayis, and what happens is he's inside his house, he wants to bring some food outside, so he goes to his kitchen, he picks up some food in the private domain, walks outside the public domain and puts it down, you have an akira inside, you have a hanacha outside, and he has thereby violated the halacha of carrying on Shabbos. The opposite will be true if you have an ani, a poor person. He has no food, he goes outside, and he finds lunch sitting on the floor. So outside in the public domain, he picks up the item, that's the akira, he walks into the private domain into his house, puts it down on the table, that's the halacha, he has thereby fulfilled the requirements. He has unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now we have 2 people who are involved who have a number of cases, which are, for example, you have the ani standing in the Rishis Harabim outside, and he takes something from and puts it inside. You do? He's standing at a window, picks something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it inside the house. So that's the case. Ani omi b'chutz. You have the ani outside, he places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have this person, the balabayis, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hand from inside to outside. He picks an item up off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house. He's violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now, what happens if you have kind of a hybrid case where you have the ani, let's just say that the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside takes it out of his hand. Or the opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, and the guy outside takes it out of his hand. So you have sheer malach over there. Remember, we said you have to lift it up and put it down. What happens if one person picks it up and another person puts it down, or the opposite in the other case? The bottom line is there are 8 possible scenarios of how you could divide this up, where you're going to have 2 of them. Let's say, cumulatively, you have 4 of them which are Chiyuv, and 4 of them which are B'Tor. Now, the bottom line is, what our Gemara is saying is, in our Mishnah, we only list 2, which are 4. We don't have all 8 of them. Why are we including the other 4? That's the Gemara's question. And our answer is,
Papa is a viral machine. I like this.
Haka, nice nothing to sanction, I will see what. Nice nothing to sanction, I will the name sanction, I will say. North is Hassan, the Iker Shabbos. Guess what? That is actually where I mentioned 4 of the cases, 4, another 2, which is 4, the Smith, 2 which is 4, the Sakot. So you have a total of 8. That is Iker Shabbos, that's the second Shabbos actually. So therefore, as Mar says, Hassan, the Iker Shabbos is by others can tell us. You want to list 4 of the cases, others, and Telbos. Elvis is the main category, and then Telbos are the subcategories. Now, Haka, the law of the Shabbos, this is the separate for the separate Shavuot. We're not really learning about the Shabbos over here, and therefore you want to get into all the halachas of the subcategories.
He's a salesman every single clip, anywhere,
So Haka's law of the Shabbos, others, funny because it's low, funny. They want to other menu. What are the others? What are the main categories? Where it says Yitzias, taking it outside. And Yitzias, counting up them, Yitzias are only 2. In other words, what if you only count the Yitzias, you should only have 2, not 4. He came in and hang the few in the hand with the Torah, but only listing the ones which are. So we have some which are Chazir, some which are Chater, some which are directly liable, some of which where he's exempt. Our case was lined up right after Maris Nagayim, which is the leprosy. In those cases, not hostile with you, but just like in those other cases, all the Nagayim are cases where it's a problem. Over there, since it's the second time we're going to cases where it's liable and where it's possible. You can we're teaching the cases where it's tired, you can see we're cutting off all the cases polished for sure. So therefore, we're only going to have 4. This usually my new, where the cases where it's tired, you see it. Where you see it outside as opposed to bringing it in. You see it's hard to have it. That's in other words, again, we only have 2 cases where he takes it out. It's just you see it, it's hard to have it. Stein Dotza, or Stein Daf Notza. But you see, it's on you. So they get verses, you have 2 which are going against the true going. You see, it's Katani. But there says you need to take it out. I was trying to learn Notza. Our Tana refers to bringing it inside as we see as well. In other words, we see it we need to bring it outside, but our Tana actually explains that Notza is also called a Yisrael. That explains. You're tired. Now, one dimension of it, Milo Askin to come out, but you learn isn't talking about what we bring to the inside for, it brings out. The car outside, pull it outside. So therefore, it's fine. The slip pull outside, you know what's going to. The Zuma come out, take the 60 up with this guy. How do you know? Maybe that case where it goes from, hey, we should say Yaakov. This is a solid dimension of public domain, and therefore, so the Egyptian is taking it out. Of course, no, it's saying that the case needs very much to say that. In other words, the fact that you say you're going from one to another domain, specifying going from inside to outside, that means Let's see the way it's going to be fine. Now, my message is this, that people just want to listen to the family of outside, still calling outside, to see that the family outside taking out, but for the unit even being putting inside, and therefore, the fact that it's like it's used for this cannot be limiting going inside. Now, the time of Nai, what's the reason why we call it going inside, going outside? Where it says, kind of call for a statement from the Tomo, every time you take things out of the place, if another place is considered taking it out. Now, let's explain this very quickly and see that we're really short of time.
What are you doing? Nothing. Not watching the
still have a lot to do today. We'll get it done. But the concept of why it's considered a hotel is because just in general, one has to ask, why is carrying something from one place to the next considered to be a malachas? You go through all those malachas of malachas and Shabbos, you're going to find every one of the malachas, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that was done. So, for example, when it comes to visual cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. That's a big discussion. whether or not or how there could be a key of official obligation of cooking when it comes to water. There is, but who is to cook water on top of it? The question is, a lot of these things deal with why. What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? And there's a lot of discussion about that. When it comes to anyone who's going to left us, we really want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item that makes this qualify as one of the 39 prohibited acts. Now, when it comes to Hotzah, what did you do? What you do is you pick something up, move it from point A to point B. The answer to that is that every item only has its use if it's in the right place at the right time. If the item is in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it becomes useless. If the person showed up to Daf Yomi and they left their Gemara at home, so then they can't use it. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer, so the fact is, you have your computer. You tell your boss, I have it, don't worry about it, got my computer. But it's useless, you can't use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place at the right time. So essentially, every time you pick something up and move it to the proper place, you are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the Gemara is explaining anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it from the place where it's useless and moving it to the place where it's useful, and that's considered a yitzir. You're removing it from the place where it wasn't useful. It goes back to earlier today. Person is in construction, shows up to a construction site, you have his drill, says, don't worry, I have my drill. It's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. It doesn't help us in your garage. You have to be mostly in your garage and bring it to the place where you need it. Now it's able to fill its cup. Therefore, that's considered to be a yitzir. I'm not being a fist on the deck. I'm just not to make sense. This as well. The kind of person who keeps up with something. How about the place that goes with us? It's a fire cup custom. Actually, if you go back to Second Shabbos, you'll find it's called older case yitzir. Older case yitzir. And the first case that actually gave the case of who knew something inside. Therefore, you see this term, you see enough stuff going out and going in are interchangeable. Strong enough. Rabbi Marora says, Rishon is the Sunny, Rishon is Shabbos, saying, going out. In other words, Rabbi will change all things. It doesn't necessarily mean taking it out, just means the different names for Shabbos. Again, exactly some stuff, there's something that's so relevant to our Gemara, but he just settles it by saying, let's move on to Maris Medayin. Maris Medayin, it's not even out. Our mitzvah said, but there are Maris Medayin is the two, which are four. What does that mean? Not awesome. We learned elsewhere in the Sefas Nevaim. Maris Medayin is not for now, but you have two different words in the Torah which describe the way of Omega. We just named it from the Sefas Parsha, the Zir in the Torah. We just named it. The pasuk says,
especially Tuesday.
Adam, Kiyah, Ba'ar, B'Saro, Se'esh, O Sapachas, O Beharas. The person will have on his skin is Se'esh, or a Sapachas, or a Beharas. One of those things. We'll define this soon. But Se'esh and Beharas are the two different colors of this possible nega. Sapachas means there's a subcategory. You have Se'esh, Beharas in the main category. Sapachas probably is a subcategory. Let's see what that is. Beharas is Alpha Kasar. It's the whitest of the white. It's white like snow. Shneil what's the subcategory of that one? Kitzid HaHechel, it's like the wine, the plastic they use inside the HaHechel in the sanctuary. Se'esh, Katsama. What's Se'esh? It's like Katsama Lavan. It's like fresh white wool of an animal. Shneil what's the subcategory of that? It's from Besa, like the membrane of an egg. It's not the egg cell, it's the egg. When you break an egg, you'll notice inside the egg cell is a white little membrane. If you try this at home with your egg for breakfast this morning, you take that membrane out and leave it to dry, you'll see it dries in a very white color. So that's what that's called. But that is the lowest category of white. In other words, the brightest white is snow, The non-brightest white, I'm not trying to say that, but the least brightest white is going to be the chrome-based membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the puzzle describes it. Bohak is not white enough, and it is toho. So you have these four categories. I'll just explain it very quickly. What we're saying over here is you have snow, the air of whiteness is snow, wool, lime, egg. So snow, wool, lime, egg. Now it's listed in our Gemara differently because you have snow, and then the subcategory of that is lime, and then you have category which is wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. So again, the two in the Torah are going to be the two rights, and then each category is going to be underneath it. So essentially you have snow, wool, lime, egg, but it's listed as snow in the subcategory that is lime, and then you have wool in the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. It's very important.
This is what happened to Thick Boy.
Count on Maris Legay. Who is the son of this Maris Legay? And it can't be directly to the captain of the Kiva. What year is Kiva? It would be Kiva. Kiva to Amar Zulu, Zulu on the Zulu, and came to the Sid Hafen with that. He says that whenever the colors go exactly as I told you, in other words, the order of the brightness is going to be snow, wool, lime, egg, and that's how it goes. What's going to happen is you have a problem combining the colors. Why? The halacha is you have to have a grist worth a barley-sized piece for it to be tummy. If it's not going to be the size of this grist, of this barley, it's not going to be tummy. Now, what happens if you have a half barley which looks like sid hekel, like the one of the hekel, and a half looks like another color? So technically, it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're going to explain right now why it's not going to work. So how do you not look at it? Which one can you combine the sid hekel with? The top about the Beharas, you want to combine it with Beharas. The problem is super se'ez da'adika. As we explained, Beharas is the snow. Se'ez is the wool. And the subcategory of lime comes third. Now, if you're going to have one spot which is partially snow and partially lime, you can't combine those two because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color of wool in between. You can't do that. Now, you can say Sadifamine. According to the Kiva, you have to be in color order. You have the Se'ez, which is the wool, which is better than it. You can't combine it. So now what do you want to do? It's not about the Se'ez. You want to combine it with the color of the wool. You can't do that. Rob comes to this. As this Japanese is explaining, it's not the subcategory. You can only combine a subcategory with the main category. But in this main category, it's not connected. Because again, the main category of sid, of lime, is the snow. So technically, lime and snow are only two that can be combined, but the problem is there's a brighter color in between that can't combine it. Therefore, stop.
I want to take a picture of myself. I'm sick. There's another reason.
The sorry about the same problem is here. You have to eat the worst of the best because you have the same problem with the lowest category, which is Corvesa. When it comes to the egg membrane, not about the amount of sulfate. What do you combine that with? Talk about the same blood drug, the Se'ez. The problem is that you have the sid doesn't connect. The Se'ez is the wool color, but then you have the sid, which is higher than the egg membrane. So you're skipping one in the middle. We'll talk about the sid. You want to go ahead and combine it with sid. The problem is the habari negative. It's not within the same category because it's the subcategory of the other one of the autos. So you go to the top. Oh, almost. Alex, the highlight is that's not a fact. What's going on? This one below sid. You wouldn't have sid in there when you list of hekel from the Slakaki. You don't have a problem of the egg membrane. Now, if you ask about the convincing mitatai, even though the egg membrane is the least bright white, it's mitatai, the Se'ez, still you could say Rahmana Amar L'Se'ez L'Safakas. The Safakas is fair with Se'ez. Afagav, the Mamas can make it. In other words, if you only have those three, you only had
That is so funny, dude. Why don't they say like thanks for
the
ordering
wall,
again? Why
and
don't they
the
say
king basically could say, listen, the prophet said there's something called the sapaka, which means that is a lower category.
John's really into it.
He's added in, I forgot the not going to Shidhefa Kasha, but Shidhefa is going to be a problem because that always gives you an issue with combining it and this all about Barsha, therefore erase it or write it out. Let's just look at the It's happy that our Mishnah follows in under the Kiva. We will stop here. Have a wonderful day.
Is John in order? I want to see all of John's posts. What's in the bottle?
Have a great day, bro.
Venom, dude. Oh, but you can't buy blue Venom from Brennan. Works great. Love the taste. So except this is methylene blue, cool mint. And then don't spill it on your white counters. Good call, keeping it off the white counters. I wonder what sad shop employee is responding to this.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Today, our contest, our annual contest sponsor, the Coaching Mishpat Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemit Roshos this year as a gift for the Solar Stomach for all of our Yisrael. Our Solar Stomach is one month of year Havavin, resolved by Torah and Rasim, which will be outside of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karakin, Nipot, Daniel Kastel, Akoi Zipon Lebracha, and our week of learning sponsors, Ali and Yuri Lichtman and the Elam Yishmael, Yuri's mother, Rachel, Leah, Bas, Ruben, Mayor, Zipon Lebracha, the merit of our country, all of the Rishon Sabali, the values in the Chama, the Sparrow, which is near Tashon, bring home all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karo, and the near Tashon, our home soldiers to be successful, the whole and the say music. Such a thank you to the Goldberger family. Palestine was just beautiful, inspiring, elegant, and delicious, uplifting the nationalists and the rest of the minded. And that's when she was looking so beautiful and holding spiritual accomplishments together. But with that, let us be a big dap is dap dollars. Really fascinating dap ahead of us today. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Gimel Avitzim, which had yesterday 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's dap was really quite fascinating and riveting because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our mission. And one of the things that we strive for was to assign authorship. What keeping our kind of hoping right now is that the mission is effective on the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the mission refers is his Malchus. Malchus lashes liability. So we find good. You might have been saying, here is the only problem that that created. Whereas remember again, Rabbi Yochanan is the opinion that, again, everything that comes up our mission based on that is that Rabbi Yishmael holds. Again, that was one of the major takeaways of our mission. That even if you have a lab that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get Malchus for that. What is the problem? The problem is Rabbi Yochanan. Not Rabbi Yochanan is a problem. That one of the positions is that Rabbi Yochanan created a little bit of an issue for us. What was the issue? The real thing was that that looks like a Spanish, which means our mission is Spanish, and that actually means to me that according to our mission, based on that, halacha is Lav she'in b'maisa in mokinalo. Okay, so whatever, you fill in the blank, right? To type in the example that you will often use for Lav she'in b'maisa, what is type in the example? No show. Right? That's the example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? The carbon Pesach, I leave over carbon Pesach, I don't go ahead and I bought these triggers that. That's one of the examples. Then you actually in Bamaisa, you get up. So Rabbi Yochanan follows up that Mishnah. The problem is Rabbi Yochanan himself holds is I'm not going to say Laf She'in Bamaisa in Lokin Allah. So therefore, again, I won't say what we're trying to figure out is how do you align those two how do you align those two sheets on Rabbi Yochanan? You pick up the argument. Rabbi Yochanan, Hai Stama Ashkak. It's not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself found another Stam Mishnah, and that other Stam Mishnah supports this approach of Lav She'in B'Maisa in Lokin Allah. Okay, what's the Stam Mishnah? Here we go. Shua Shalom Okal, Kikazu, Shua Shalom Okal, Ba'afa. So here we go. So first he goes in and says like this. 2 shuas that I swear that I will not
this loaf, I swear that I won't eat it. Again, we're actually, notice over here, we're going to do this in the next outside on Aleph. So in a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get to this case. So we're not going to delve into the Shmuel intricacies of this case, because we're going to see the duplicative Shmuels. But the way Shmuels work, we'll see is there's a whole discussion about Shmuel, Chal, Al, Shmuel, and one Shmuel devolve upon another Shmuel. We're not going to get into that now. The point over here is I'm making what appears to be two Shmuels on the same loaf. Two Shmuels on the same loaf. So this loaf, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? I eat it. Okay, I eat it. Sometimes no matter how many pictures you take, not to eat something, you just end up eating it. So let's start on top of dollar with dollar. Ain't no fight about apples. I'm only kai once. Now what's the shocking way with Rashi? Ain't no fight about apples, Rashi says. The Akar Shmuel, I love Shmuel, Shulno, Naswallah. So again, Rashi gives us a little mechanics over there. Because since once I made that first Shmuel, which was Shmuel from Ochaz Kikarsu, I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I make that Shmuel, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. If we have a Ishtaba, having the Mishpala kindness on the truck. So this is, like I said, I'm not going to do this justice today because we're going to do this study together. But listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the Shmuel works, the kikar the loaf becomes prohibited to me. Alright, fine. Now when I make the second Shmuel actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, how do they use Mishpah kindness on this one? Because we'll say simply that second Shmuel is viewed as swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking an oath to do something that you are already obligated to do. And what happens when you take an oath and you swear to do something you're already obligated to do? That's the word of the Gemara. Mishpah kindness on mitzvah, but our key is Pater Mishmuas Pater. The halacha is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah in this context simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, halacha l'meisa, that shmuel doesn't follow after you. Therefore, the violation of that shmuel also doesn't generate liability. Let's say we're going to have a lot of fun in this case. And when I say fun, I didn't mean like legitimate, good, kosher fun. Right? So let's say everybody look at that, that's like that. So again, I think we just put it examples, and this really is becoming very interesting. I swear I'm putting on its own today. I swear I'm putting on its own today. And for some reason, I don't care if it's make us the show. So what happens to that? So what's the big difference from what I'm saying over here is essentially, when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shua has no room to like vest. You know, it has no room to take hold because I'm what's called mishmah ba'omed. I'm already obligated. So therefore, again, to be obligated, the shua effectively is meaningless. Now, not necessarily meaningless like shua shav, or like we saw in yesterday's daf, but the idea that it has no room to take hold. So therefore, again, plugging it into this next case, I swear I'm not eating this roast. Okay, after that shua, essentially, what's my relationship to the local bread? What's my relationship to the kikar? Can't have it. And I know you cannot have it. There's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. After that shua, there's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you take. Most of us pasach tishma, whether it's shua or another. Right, so therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that loaf. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath and I say, shua shalom plena, I swear I won't eat it. Essentially, it's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that what I eat it, and I get violent, how many times am I kite? Only once, because again, I'm kite for the first shua, I'm kite for the second shua. Okay, beautiful. And I want to say, by the way, these are the nuggets and morsels of beautiful information. This is what's going to excite you about Shas, right? This isn't even like our primary topic right now, but the Gemara often drops like breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, to take it, to absorb it, and you'll see that when you get to Chacham, when you get to this again, you already learn so much beautiful information. Now, why is it good for us? So Yeshua teaches Shechayav and Al Zidona, not just Val Shuyadasa, Chavek Al Yadeh. The Gemara says, this is the paradigmatic example of Shua's teaching. Remember again, Shua's teaching, that's the Shua. Remember, we didn't really do too much delving into Shuas, because we really spent the bulk of the Mishnah dealing with Tara. But the Gemara says now here, this is the paradigmatic example of a shua speaker. Number one is a shua speaker, a declarative oath. A declarative oath. Where I make a declarative, definitive statement. The Gemara says this is the example of a shua speaker. Intentionally violated, I'm chayiv malchus, and if I intentionally violated, I'm chayiv ola. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf, end up eating the loaf. If I violated unintentionally, intentionally, cover over the over. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the Gemara says, this case is the example where if I willfully violate this shua speaker, I know it's what you refer to. About okal, the low alcohol, low lucky. So let's say if you notice again, what type of case is this? What type of case is this? This is a law shiyish b'maisa. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it, and I ate it. So I did something dynamic. I did something positive. I ate the loaf. Was all. That's the case of shua's bitul, where ultimately, again, intentional violation, covered over the other. So interesting. That's the case. But if you flipped it, right? I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf. And I don't eat the loaf. It sounds like based on this that what? That I would not be in violation of malchus. No, actually, I would not be in violation of the shua, and therefore, if I any kind of violation, I would not be chayiv malchus. I would not be chayiv malchus. Now, let's say, now why not? But, based on why wouldn't I be chayiv malchus for that? Why not? Because the kashtos, that's a law, she'in b'maisa. Because failure to eat the loaf, okay, I'm in violation of the shua, but it's a passive violation. It's a law she'in b'maisa. So because it's a law she'in b'maisa, ultimately, again, I don't get malchus. Now, we'll say, what do we just see over here? Avi told me, he's saying it's the Joe Malkovich over here. One of the homies we were working with, right? Here's,
last week on.
Good, you got this. Excellent, good. Joe, you have any problems? You don't like the shit, you don't like the coffee, you go to Avi. All right, he's your guy. All right. So now, you want to say this follows. Or Jeremy last week, you learned with Jeremy there at himself, right? Really, here's one thing. Wasn't Joe your Habusa there at himself? Oh, Michael, right, that's Mike, right, sorry. Right. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So let's say Salach al Naisa. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? A Stam Mishnah, that at the end of the day says, a Stam Mishnah says, Lav she'in v'maisa, ein moki halav. That's what's happening over there. Incredible. So it says here it is. Rabbi Yochanan has now a Lav she'in v'maisa, a Stam Mishnah, Lav she'in v'maisa, and you get malchus. Okay. The Gemara says as follows. Nifty. So Gemara says, hi, so therefore again, we'll say, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is in perfect harmony. So look what we have. We've got attribution of Mishnah Tabishma. Rabbi Shmuel has been told last year by myself, look in our laws. Okay, keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan says that Allah has a Stam Mishnah, but hold last year by myself. Ain't looking at our laws. So what does the Yochanan do with the fact that our Stam Mishnah says go there? What's the problem? Rabbi Yochanan telling me the Stam Mishnah. So the Yochanan has got his Stam Mishnah, Rabbi Shmuel has got his Stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. The Gemara says, okay, Yuki, high stomach. My question is now you are faced with a bigger problem. I don't understand how you have two Stam Mishnahs that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the whole notion of a Stam Mishnah. Right? The whole concept of Stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnahs with high attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then the halacha and Isa, how does that work? So where it's a Yuki, high stomach. So therefore again, Shmuel, like the Irish over here, the Irish Shmuel, ultimately again was a Stam Mishnah. Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My stuff is the other two high stomach. The other two high stomach. I never know the answer is what we even on the Yochanan. How do you know that Yochanan is a Halacha Stam Mishnah? But Yochanan, how do you know that Halacha Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why is it Halacha Stam Mishnah on Shavuos? I got praised out. We reached this again. This question over here is about him and myself. I don't see Kasha. This is one global question. Don't make this about the Yochanan. This isn't about the Yochanan. It is my name. Rebbe Buffet, Hockey, Stam, Run, Hockey, Bahaka, Hockey. Now it's a severe question. Rebbe, okay, this is hectic. Now we're kicking this all the way off the chain over here. Rebbe, how did you, Rebbe, you don't know. See, the great codifier of the Mishnah, how did you codify two contradictory establishments? Right, once you hear this is not a Yochanan issue. This is a Rebbe issue. This is a Rebbe issue. Rebbe, how are you going ahead and codify two Spanish names that give us two opposite conclusions? So that's what we do about this. I don't think I can't figure what's happening in front of us anymore. This is a historic Gemara. I mean, obviously, every Gemara is a historic Gemara. But this is a historic Gemara because this Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rebbe, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, the Gemara how did really get the power of a Spanish Mishnah to tell me that if it's without attribution, everyone holds it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnayos which yield two different conclusions. Rebbe, how did you do that? How does that make sense? Because there's a very important hello. Mekara Sabar, Lachim, my Salosya, the Sama, or the Sasma. Which is what happened. This is incredible. Originally, Rebbe thought that the halacha was Lachim, my Salosya. Rebbe himself felt that the conclusion was a Lachim, my Salosya, like Rebbe Shmuel. Like the Mishnah that we had in the beginning of Shmuel's case in the Dalit. Then what happens? Bahaka Sabar, he wrote in Allah the Sasma. And later on, he changed his mind. And he said ultimately again, Lachim by myself, and therefore he made a second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact the first? Why not redact the first? The Mishnah Mozazim and Kama. But the Mishnah did not move from this place. Now what does that mean? He goes in Rashi. Rashi says that the Mishnah Mozazim and Kama. The Mishnah is saying that even though Rebbe himself changed his mind, and ultimately again did not hold like that first Mishnah. The first one was our Mishnah, Shmuel, on Beis Dollars. That last shit in Bomaisa, no good. So Rebbe changed his mind. Nevertheless, Me'aka Shekashta B'Yah HaKamidim, Me'yokos B'Golo Sha'aka Rebbe, B'Shiva Kamidim, in the back of it, it's terrific. It was already learned. And once it was already learned, ultimately, again, it was impossible or unable to unlearn it. The Riku as Shtehan, and ultimately, therefore, both Mishnayos remain. And the Hamas, the Yavin Shachron, the Girl, the Father of Allah, and the last one, there is no understand, right, in the Father, you know, you're paying attention. So you recognize that ultimately, again, the second one is the authoritative one, i.e. the one that says, La Shem Bomaisa. Again, it's from the first one. Incredible. So also there's so many fascinating things that come out of here. One of those like the power, you know, Rebbe wanted to adapt it, or it was, but it couldn't. It was already engraved. So let's say you see over here, by the way, just the danger of, again, like what I think is the husband of this, the danger of reinforcing negative techniques. How sometimes in life I know that something is wrong. I know that something is wrong. But yet, I keep on doing it over and over and over. I love it. We all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it, even though consciously I know that it's not the right thing to do, the more it's done, the more ingrained and normal it becomes. And the more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to forget it. The harder it is to undo it. The harder it is to stop it. Such a tremendous misunderstanding. Which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed in our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to. Because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change it. It's incredible. That's Muslim number one. Muslim also is one of my favorite pieces of Muslim Gemara tells us so often is that halacha l'maisa is okay to change your mind. That so often in life we become ingrained and we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, and we repeat those behaviors over and over, and we close ourselves off the possibility of change. The possibility that, you know what, I can think differently, I can behave differently, I can act differently, I can become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, the Gemara gives us this is ready. That you literally codify a Mishnah with one way of thinking, and then at some point in time, I don't pronounce it on the timeline, but at some point in time, you like, you know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. It's okay to change your mind, and it's okay to change yourself, and it's okay. We have so much invested in the personality that we create, and then we have those pinnacle moments when I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me to the next stages, but we're so invested in it that we can't find the courage to change. Ready to do it? So easy. Let's go back to it. So now, so now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established our Mishnah as, according to Rabbi Yishmael, right, which meant two things. Number one, Lav She'in B'Maisa is Mokin Abal. But also, what it also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Yishmael, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not a carbon. Right? Because remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Yishmael is that Rabbi Yishmael was going to say that by a Shua, that Shua's teaching, you're not tied for future Shuas, you're only tied for past tense Shuas. The way you have music didn't stay with the Mishnah, the way you reconcile that was to say what? And Yishmael says you're not tied as carbon, no carbon over the age, for future Shuas, tied Malchus. Okay, so then we established the Mishnah as also is Yishmael, and also when the punishment that we're doing over here is Malchus. So the Gemara says, so if it's not, then Yishmael is Malchus. Malchus is not my Malchus. What Malchus do you have by Hansaras? I understand Malchus in the other cases. What Malchus come up with a Malchus case? What is by Saras? That we need to be rival to Malchus. The closest Saras are for the opposite way. So it's like, you see, so the person cuts off his blemish. Like, I have something on my skin, and again, I'm not sure, is it Saras, is it not Saras, and I cut it off. That act of Saras, when you open it itself, is a lot. So you might say, I'm going to be out of it, I'm going to come up with Shinamar, Shana, and whenever you see the lesson of Hishama and Al, that is wording of there's a lot. So listen, the Torah says, Hishama b'negat Saras. It's really means to be careful with Saras. What does it mean to be careful with Saras? You know what I'm saying? What it means, if you have a Saras lesion, or I say, if you have a lesion that may be Saras, or it is Saras, you may not cut it off. You might think that, like, I'm going to go to my local plastic surgeon for, laser Saras removal. Right? Salvador Colomay said that's the issue that I saw. You're not having Saras, and if I didn't West Jets positive that doing so ultimately again would be Malchus. Okay, Yitzias Shabbos my Malchus. So you might say, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now again, I will say, in order to make this whole attribution of the ritual work according to Yishmael, we need to come up with Malchus in all of the cases, not just by Shulas. Right? So again, so I've got Malchus by Saras. What Malchus can you come up with in Yitzias Shabbos? Right? We're making one say Yitzias Shabbos case for two cases of moving items for Shabbos, and two more cases of moving items for Shabbos. So what's the Malchus in that case? So the Gemara says, I understand. Lav Shenita Laz Haras Misas basically, this remember, this is Misas right? This is a law. So ultimately, it's punishment by death penalty. The whole Lav Shenita Laz Haras Misas basically, the general rule is that any law that is punishable by Misas cases generally does not get a Malchus. So what's the Malchus case by Shabbos? Which the Gemara says, you can have to almost New York, Yishmael, on the last street, the last part, he's been looking about fascinating who knew. But he's so happy to even a lot of the sensible by me says this. And it's so subject to Malchus. So it's by the way, you begin to see, it's fascinating to see that the Shmuel has a lot of these very interesting shittas, right? Last Shein B'Maisa, Lokin Allah. Last Shnita, last Haras Misas Beijing, it's right? A lot that is punished by a death penalty, Lokin Allah. Okay, fascinating. Hala Hafi. So what's the Gemara says, Hala Hafi. Now, interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer for all these questions, what would you say? Hala, Rabbi Akiva. You would have said it like Rabbi Akiva. And let's say, what was the problem? Remember, according to why did he shift it to Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva holds that Halacha L'Maisa, there's Tuma case. Remember, the only one is the Rabbi Akiva's issue. Rabbi Akiva said, there's any liability in the case of Hell and Tuma. Only in the case where you go ahead and you forget that you're coming, and then enter into the Mikdash or consume Kodesh. Rabbi Akiva said, there is no case of what? Forgetting Kodesh or forgetting the Mikdash. And ultimately, again, becoming liable like that. So therefore, again, the Mishnah couldn't align with Rabbi Akiva. Now, the Gemara says, well, it's not for the fact that we're able to align the Mishnah like Rabbi Shmuel with Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, here's the problem. Kashi or Yukios. That's not true. That's not true because you can remember, how can you align the Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva? You just mentioned Rabbi Akiva only holds of Ka'alam Torah. He doesn't allow hold of Hela and Mikdash. This was Lachanik, Rabbi Shmuel Ulam Malchus, Rabbi Akiva Inami Ulam Malchus. No, you do the same thing. The same way that you set up the Mishnah. Right? Let's remember again. There's a lot of back and forth over here, but actually, it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again. How did we make the Mishnah work? We made the Mishnah work to print Rabbi Shmuel, and it's doing the case of Malchus and not a case of Karban. That's what you want to find to Rabbi Shmuel would hold that Shmuel. You only tie it for past tense, not tie it for future. We said, oh, we just tie the Karban. So Rabbi Shmuel would agree that if you make the Shmuel speak for his future tense, you're chayiv Malchus. So why can't you say anything by Rabbi Akiva by talk? Rabbi Akiva holds that if you say you're chayiv Karban, any case of Tumah, there's a lack of awareness about the Tumah itself, but even in the case when you forgot about the Mikdash, you forgot about Kodesh, you would still agree that was because he's chayiv Malchus. The son of Mishkan that is being Malchus. You have to guess what Shmuel says. So Rabbi Akiva not in the Malchus. Here's the problem. That's the case. That's the case, by the way. But the Polish is talking about Malchus, if that's what we're talking about over here. Yudios, and why does it say, why does it use the Lashon ultimately again of Yudios as well? It should say instead of what? Hasios. Yudia, let's say Yudia, that Lashon of like lapse of awareness seems much more potent when you're dealing with carbonic liability. If I get to I'm dealing over here with Malchus, and it's just a warning. Hello, Hasra, now Yudios is the Hasros. Okay. So interesting, the way to read the Mishnah is not just Yudios, but Yudios to Hasros. Haki, Stein, Shemin, Arba, 13 to have me. And if that's the case, the other 24 cases, it's just 2 cases, as you mentioned before. Rashi says, last short line, but he's talking about the Malchus are entering Sira Satuma, Kodesh, or Satuma Bahamikdash, the party with the Ika Malchus, the Kodesh, the Kodesh, or Malchus Lamikdash. So this works in the Julian pieces then, right? So remember again, what is because you have to have a hasra. But you always have a hasra, there has to be a 4 knowledge before you got the law. So in that 4 cases, usually 2 cases, to which the Gemara says, V'su, as she is for Yediyah, the Tchil of Yediyah, the son of Havam, the Yisayim, Ha'alama, the Malchus, Ma'afitim. Furthermore, they also just go with the Mishnah's structure, right? The Mishnah's case of Tumah. The Mishnah says there was awareness in the beginning, then there was a lapse of awareness, then there was awareness at the end. And let's say, what does Malchus have to do with lapses of awareness, right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong. You get warning about the wrong act, and you still do it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapsing. There's no this. There's no hell. That's all Rishonos. That's all wording and verbiage that would be used like harmonic liability. To which the Gemara says, okay? Furthermore, again, I will say it's important to understand the Mishnah doesn't make explicit mention of a covenant already. Right? So to go ahead and set up all of these cases like Marcus seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the actual text of the Mishnah itself reads. To which the Gemara says, you're right. So let's say, now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180, but a pivot. A little bit of a pivot. So remember again, essentially what we just saw happen right in front of our eyes is we worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf and the beginning of today's daf to set up the Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Shmuel. Tracks began to develop in that Talmudic facade. Right? We want to try to reintroduce Rabbi Akiva. To really understand the Gemara really says, in essence, it doesn't include either of them. Because according to either Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work according to those opinions is how is a race to go ahead and set it up that is dealing with Moses. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really need that one. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Timon Tala for sure. And certainly, and it sounds like vegetables also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, let's say a new pivot. Let's say better, the ritual is with the constants also. Sometimes, you see, what is the Gemara trying to do? And this quite fascinating. The Gemara was trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So let's say, and we do this all the time in life, right? Whether I have a certain opinion, I have a certain color, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Right? Sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't. Especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and conform the reality to fit their own ideas, isms, outlooks, shittas, hashkatas, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinions and understandings based on objective reality. That's what just happened over here. The York tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither of them really worked for the whole issue. Therefore, here we go. I love Rabbi Yosef. The Lord said, Rabbi Yosef says today, Rabbi, if you think, you also have Rabbi Yosef, okay, this is not a thing, this is Rabbi. And let's say I watch this. The not simply Aliba de Kamel. Rabbi is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. The Yedios, not some Rabbi Shmuel. When it comes to the Yedios Atama, right, those are Rabbi Shmuel. Now, let's say Rabbi Shmuel holds that there are two cases of similar liability. One of the two cases, either where you forget that I'm coming, and I enter into the Mikdash, or Tzum Kodesh, or I remember that I'm coming, but I forget that it's a Mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases that are for. And the Shavuos, when it comes to Shavuos, Yosef left Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, was Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva hold? Rabbi Akiva holds that Shavuos B2 is what? For future tense and past tense. Beautiful. Because the Mishnah does not work solely according to one of those opinions. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, the hold of Rabbi Shmuel, beautiful, and in the case of Shavuos, B2, the hold of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm used to this phrase that can make it up right now. So I said this one comes up now, but Amali, no team of Rabbi Yosef, Aliba de Kamel, the way that Sirale, other Rabbi, did not. In the head and people's opinions, so we himself didn't know that way. That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening here, Rabbi is aligning himself, or aligning the Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Right? In other words, Rabbi's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also espousing his own opinion through the Mishnah. He's like Rabbi himself. It's like Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shavuos B2, and like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. The sound work. You're not saying for Ella Ashmi for you so that they say, how do you know that in the case of Tumah, you're only higher than the older right? There was Tumah awareness in the beginning. then you forgot that you were coming.
Niro wins an
That you
Oscar.
were coming. Or by the way, let's say, if it happens you were coming, or minutes you're coming, and then you can how do I know that in the case of tumor liability for covering all of the rate, there's awareness, lots of awareness, and then secondary awareness afterwards? How do I know that that's the case of carbonic liability? Tamalomai, the Ne'alam Shulchan did Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is in sorts of the Ne'alam twice. Rabbi says, no, you don't need that. You don't need that, Josh. I'll tell you why. Haribu Omer, the Pasuk says also on the base, Haribu Omer, the Ne'alam, the Pasuk says, the Ne'alam. Literally, again, it was forgotten. Now, what does this mean? Nishlam Biyoda. But obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What's the first happen? You first have to know. So Rabbi says like this. Clearly, the Pasuk is talking about someone who knew that they were coming. And then they forgot their Tumah. Right? So therefore, they was like, the word for Ne'elam itself indicates to me that I knew something at a certain point. Right? I knew that I forgot. But then the Pasuk also says, and so if you notice, by the way, what's happening over here, awareness is really mentioned twice. Right? So when the word with Ne'elam, when he forgot, that means he knew at one point. And then the Pasuk also says, he knew. He knew. The Pasuk says, Harikan Shei Yidios. There's two awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. Anything, not come with Lomar, the Ne'elam. So ultimately, again, if there are two awarenesses over here, then why does the Pasuk need to indicate? Why does the Pasuk need to say, forgot twice? The Ne'elam was forgotten from him twice. I'll have a tumor, I'll have a mishra. Beautiful. The teacher says that there's two different types of lapses that can generate tumor liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I did one of two things. Either A, enter this thing into the touch, or B, consume touching. Then afterwards, what happened? I remember that I was coming, and if I was coming already. And then there's the second case. What's the second case? I remembered that I was coming. Never forgot that I was coming. I forgot that I was entering into the touch, or I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. And therefore, again, afterwards, I remembered what it is that I did. So what it says, therefore, what do you see from here? These are the two pieces of Rebbe. Now, this is Rebbe himself. Right? This is Rebbe himself. But just when putting together the Mishnah, Rebbe finds a Tana. Right? Rebbe finds a Tana, ultimately, who holds this same way. Who was the Tana who held this way? And now Rebbe Akiva. This is Rebbe Akiva. Like Rebbe Akiva held this way. And therefore, all that Tana's coming along and saying is, see, when you're listening to this now, is Rebbe set up the Mishnah, and when setting up the Mishnah, Rebbe found different Tanais who held different things. That held the same Bible way, just understand. Not just that Rebbe found other Tanais, these other Tanais also hold the same way that Rebbe himself holds. So Rebbe is his own personal Shita was like Rebbe Shmuel in the case of Tumah, and therefore in the Shmuel liability both for forgetting your Tumah status, as well as forgetting that it was Mikdash or Kodesh. Incredible. Shmuel says, so again, what about in the case of Shmuel? Now remember again, what did we say before? Who said he hold us in the case of Shmuel? Who does he hold like? Rabbi Akiva. Right? Because remember, Rabbi Akiva holds that by Shmuel's detour, the Chayyim falls with what? Whether the Shmuel is in future tense, right? Ochal, Tishallah, Ochal. Or past tense, Achalti, Tishallah, Achalti. Now, Rav Kahana is suggesting that he himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shmuel takes the time of the answer, you know. So where do you see that Rebbe, right? That this is Rebbe's personal position as well. Svara, ultimately, again, it's Svara. Okay, scientists first, what does that mean? Mishnah Ashina, as far as a different version, Ashina Yidius, the several of the small, Shmuel, the several of the Akiva, Mina, one. Svara, okay, it's a Svara. It's a Svara, Rebbe himself holds this way, that by Shmuel's detour, chayiv not only again for past tense shvuot, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean with the svara? So we want Rabbi Akiva might kind of chayiv the shabbat. So we'll say, why does Rabbi Akiva hold that you're chayiv for a past tense shvuot? Why is that? The Jewish replacing the Hebrew. Okay, so we'll say, you're into this. You're going to see that now, here's what's interesting. It appears based on the way the Gemara is going out, and again, this is also in the Mishnah, that the paradigmatic case of Shuas equally is actually people-oriented. Right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shua is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat. Okay? The truth is, remember that's how the Mishnah says, Stein Shein Arba, the two biblically paradigmatic cases of Shuas equally, for people-oriented Shuas, which then yields the second to which they what? Past tense. Right? Shwar Sha'achar, Shwar Sha'achar. Now watch this. Where does the people get all of this from? The Gashins read really immediately. Now watch that. This is really exciting. Because remember, this gets to the core of exegetical principles. Remember again. So let's say there are different mechanisms through which one can actually implement the Torah. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide which every exegetical principle you want to use. Right? That's not us. That's what gets you up in the morning, right? It's a pizza, right? But again, what we're talking about over here is these chicken are darshaned through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different Tanoim have different misoras, they have different traditions from Yerevan, going back all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu, about how to darshan different chicken. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately again darshan through lead weight in every day. Okay, now, and we're going to see how this goes very slowly. Maybe and Rebbe also generally used that same exegetical principle. So because of the Akiva used to be in the day, because Rebbe Akiva used to be in the and Rebbe also used Ruboy in the it's logical to say that Rebbe holds like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little bit more meat on. There you go. What's an example of how Rebbe darshaned Ruboy in Lewis? Okay, here we go. Mishnah. Rebbe Omer, Bachor Kovim Bachor Arbon Chutmi Asar. You ready to see? Rebbe says, Chutmi Bachor. Right, the halacha is firstborn son has sanctity, and the halacha is what's called Pidyon Aben. What's the passage of Pidyon Aben? I go to the Kohen, I give the Kohen, right? The Kohen asks me, what do you want to do? You want to teach the things to you, you want to redeem him, you want to redeem his firstborn sanctity. If I want to redeem the firstborn sanctity, I could transfer the sanctity on to 5 slot. 5 slot. So one says follows. One says already holds. You can redeem your firstborn child on anything with the exception of documents. So it's the original document. Let's say again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says Ethan owes me 5 slug. I have a loan document. And again, the loan document is worth 5 slug. So I say to the coin, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you the document, in lieu of actual cash, and you will use that. So what he says, doesn't work. You can repost it pretty much with anything except the document. Rabbanan say, Bakol Pogim Bachar Adam Chutz Mi'Avodim Shtaros V'Kakol. Rabbanan say, in general, you can redeem the firstborn with anything, with the exception of slaves, Shtaros documents, and karka. So what's not focus over here? My time to Rebbe. What's Rebbe's logic? Darish Rebbe U'Meitzvah. Rebbe in general darshans are Rebbe U'Meitzvah. What's Rebbe U'Meitzvah? Here we go. They say, U'Kidin Lok, Kidin Chodesh. So once the pasuk says, you shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, Kidin Lok is a Rebbe, which means pretty much you can redeem him with what? With anything. Okay. So the Gemara says, Riva, the Elchikah, Kasset, Hamisset, Shali. But then it says again with the value of sanctuary that is 5 shekels, like silver worth 5 shekels, meat. That's the meat, right? Again, I will say, Riboy means like being mad that you're including everything. Now here is the meal, so it's 5 shekels, right? 5 silver shekels. That's the meat. And then it says, "You shall be redeemed." That's a Riboy again. That's a Riboy. So what do I have over here in this passage? Riba umieć wyryba, czyli że ryby, right? There's a riba to be out. There's a mieć, the air has a combination showing, and then there's a riba to the rest of the way you have riba, a mieć, a riba. What that do? As much as riba hakol. In general, the result of a riba mieć and riba is ultimately everything is included. Riba combination, but let's say, but it includes everything with a carve out. With a carve out. Otherwise, carve out with an exclusion. With an exclusion. What's the exclusion? Mieć stars. Right? It includes everything. Includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes stars. Now, why did it exclude stars? Why exclude stars? Because ultimately, again, a star does not have an inherent value. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, "Chutz min hashtaros, hayav lo adam mishtar ha'islam, v'nasa lo also shtar l'kon v'yo ino v'nevon about." Actually, it's clear that's over here. That's why, because the star does not have an inherent value. Like the only, in general, the only value a star has is what? What's the value of a star? The value of the right to that. You know, I can use the expression where the star is for about a stopper. Right? About a stopper, that's what we use for it. So therefore, again, because there's no inherent value, therefore, halach l'meisa, if halach l'meisa, you cannot use it for the dinner then. But I want to say that's ready. Right? And therefore, ready is coming to this conclusion ultimately again to a replay, a meal, and a replay. On the other hand, for Rabbanon, that should cover your property. Rabbanon, on the other hand, don't use rebuilding it. Instead, what do they use? They use cloud top. Now watch this. Rabbanon, that should cover your property. If you do yours, you then chodesh cloud. You shall redeem it in the age of 1 month. Cloud. Right? And that is a general statement. The earth about that's a commission. Sorry. Therefore, you shall use silver of 5 strings. That's trust. Right? And that is a detail. A detail, little detail. Tip that. Ultimately, again, you shall redeem it. Cause of the color. Let's say, you see what's happening over here? You don't often see it like this. You're dashing the same words. Right? Literally, again, it's the same exact words. Right? Chamisha, right? Stalin, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Verka Chamisha Stalin. Verka Chamisha Stalin. Same three phrases, same 3 words. Really darkening it through the prism of Riboy, and Chazal Rabbanah are darkening it through the mechanism of cloud, uprat, cloud. So the Gemara says, so cloud, what do you do with the cloud uprat to cloud? So listen, say it again. Here's the difference between a Riboy, a mute, and a Riboy, and a cloud uprat to cloud. In a Riboy, a mute, and a Riboy, the result is everything is included, with the exception of one item. There's one specific thing that is exclusive. So therefore, in Rebbe's model, Riboy, mute, Riboy, you can figure out that with everything except for stars. Stars is the one exception to the conclusion. In cloud uprat to cloud, we're looking like this. Everything is included, right? But the cloud uprat to cloud says like this. It creates a paradigm. Right? But there are the whole category excluded from the paradigm. Riboy near or Riboy excludes one thing. Cloud uprat to cloud creates a rule, but the rule usually excludes a category of things. You hear this distinction? Now watch this. Therefore, according to the Rabbanon, you have to be allocated a prat. The category that is excluded is the category that conforms to the details of the prat. Not prat l'kulash. Never have the title of the group of moment. So again, the prat, what was the prat over here? The prat was silver. The silver, right? The Chamisha Stalin, right? The 5 silver. Now watch this. What's unique about the prat? Not prat l'kulash, 700 household. The group of moment. So let's say the prat, silver is number 1, movables, right? Movables, and inherently valuable. Right? So therefore, let's say essentially, say it a bit differently. In cloud uprat to cloud, the prat defines the cloud. The prat defines the cloud, right? The limiting item, the specific item, defines the cloud, and therefore again creates the cloud, and by definition excludes the entire category of things that don't fit into the cloud, right? So the Riboy, ultimately again, so in both cases, the excluding piece defines that which is included, and by definition is excluded. And so ultimately again, in Riboy, a person What's included is anything that is inherently valuable. Right? What's excluded? Something that is not inherently valuable. What's the only item that's not inherently valuable? A star. So ultimately, again, the clock defines the parameters of the clock. So what's unique about the clock in this case of silver? Number one, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. So therefore, what is that? Therefore, again, for people that use anything that is inherently valuable and ultimately movable. What does that exclude? Yotzi kalkol, shulin kalkolim. Ultimately, again, it excludes kalkol that is not movable. Yotzi avodim, shulin kalkol. These avodim, which are compared to kalkol. Yotzi shtaros, she'apa. Ultimately, again, stars which are not inherently valuable. So what's that? So watch what's happening over here. So remember again. Okay, so we're gonna pause here for just a second. So just understand what's happening, right? Here's we know what's going on in the Mishnah. Right? You might have suggested the Mishnah. Up until now, we're focused on the Mishnah line with. Now we're saying what? Oh,
conversation about death without saying something along the lines of,
he went ahead and he different opinions for them. So he spoke like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shmuz, and like Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Tumah. He established how you are now, kind of when he said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We proved that by Rabbi Shmuel and Tumah, and now ultimately again we're trying to prove this by Rabbi Akiva and Shmuz. How is he proving that Rabbi himself also holds like Rabbi Akiva? That Rabbi Akiva started with the mechanism of reborn and reborn. Now the word is trying to show that Rabbi goes ahead and uses that same exact mechanism for drashas as well. We're not quite finished with it. We'll stop over here for Devilsite.
Can we just stop and appreciate how the Hunter used to dress only a couple of years back? Posted by 9/11 slasher. Yeah, might be 911. But yeah, this is very LA. This is very just voted for Kamala Harris type of dress. I think it's like like in a storm night clothes that you might get at like a Crossroads, here in LA or something like that. How the tables have
let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift of things. Our annual common sponsor is Children Mishpacha Yisrael for dedicating all the children drushas this year as a support of the Soros Provost for Am Yisrael.
How the mighty have fallen, Daddy. I guess that was me.
Our common sponsors for the month of Iyah Abavim Ozel Shmuel Rabbi Kulakkin, mention of the ethnic of Shmuel's father, Lizdar Ben Yecheskel Akon Zichron Yedracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Ari and Rudy Restream, Ruben Nishmas Ruben's mother, Rachel Leah Bas Ruben Meir Zichron Yedracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Bernard and Varda Birnbaum, in memory of our beloved grandmother Miriam Abbas Yisrael Pinchas, for the fourth Shalem for our brother Chaim Shlomo Ben Malka, Yisrael Shachol Yisrael, and for the protection of Klal Yisrael, the safe return of our beloved brethren in captivity, and the Hatzlacha for all of our holy soldiers. And also with that, let us begin with Baruch Hashem with another daf out of us day. Yesterday we were Zoka to go ahead and do the Mishnah and begin the new Masechta together. Today, Yetz Hashem, we will begin the Gemara together. So we are taking on today's daf is daf Gimel. A welcome to all of the new people who are here for Shavuos, both in person as well as online. A great is supposed to happen. So we are picking up at the Gemara on daf base on the base 2b, 2 lines up on the bottom. Top Mitzi. So let's say, remember again. So the Mishnah, it was really, as far as the Mishnayos go, it was excellent. So it's excellent. I think that was like a 10 out of 10 definition, right? Anything and everything you wanted in Yiddishkeit, you had it, right? We had Negoim, we had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Seder, we had buckets of goats, right? Goat buckets, we coined that term yesterday, right? Everything you could possibly want out of a Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, we were Zochar to be able to find it. So now, the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. So the Gemara says as follows, Michli, Tanami Makos Solid. was saying that you use that phrase so longingly. We just finished with Marcus. We just finished with Marcus, right? The words of Kabbalah, Tzadik, Benunaso, Yibia, the words of right that I've yet Akiva Nechantana are still ringing in our ears. And by the way, see him tonight in Rosh Hashem. They give it 6:45. And with Mincha, then see him at 7 o'clock. There is still time. There's still time to register. If you would like to, you won't get food. But try to get apps. I'm just kidding. You'll get food. Just try to get food. You're going to see a beautiful event at the home of Chili and Doreen Goldberger. So if you would like to come, just private message me and send them we'll get to it. So remember again, so you heard, so we are finishing up on the second Marcus. So telling me Marcus solid. My physically choice. Why we are like this? As I will say, Mesechus are linked. And the progression of Mesechus is methodical. So why are we going from Mesechus Marcus to Mesechus Shavuos? It's very simple. From the honey, Hayib ala rosh shtayim achas mikan la'achas mikan, kapad gimel, v'alazokon shtayim mikan u'shtayim mikan la'achas milamasa. Remember again, one of the last sugyas we had in Mesechus Marcus was the halachos concerning shaving of heads. Remember again, what was the nature of shaving hairs? So the Mishnah said, you're obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there. There's two prohibitions. Beard, there's actually 5 spots, right? Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? Marcus Chada, in the Chayiv ala Party. What's unique about this halakha, there's one prohibition, right? So there's a prohibition not to destroy your beard. There's a prohibition not to round out the corners of your head. So it's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? So in other words, if I go ahead and I round out both corners of my head, it's one lot, right? Yet I'm Chayiv twice. I destroy my beard with a razor, right? So at the end of the day, again, it's one lot, yet it has 5 Chayiv 5 times. So you notice that it's Marcus, the last formal halakha that it dealt with was this concept of one lot that could ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. So I wrote down this notion, right? To understand Shavuos Shtayim Shein Arba. It was all the examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic pieces that ultimately, again, turn into 4 cases total of liability. So essentially, this one, second Shavuos, is really just picking up on that same theme of quote-unquote 2 that are 4. One that is 2, right? One that is 5, and 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, the man says, no, Shavuos Shtayim Shein Arba. Beautiful. Okay, so ask you, so now we understand the connection between the second Shavuos and the second Marcus. Beautiful. Nice Nakaha, the Torah of the Kulu, nice contact with GS Shabbos from Maris Medoin to Lokater and Kulu. So remember again, in our Mishnah, we have 3 examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases, but ultimately, again, birthed 2 additional cases as well, right? Case number 1 was Shavuos 8. Case number 2 was Yudiyah Hakuna, ritual purity and purity, which we talked about today, or the ritual impurity. And then number 3 was Shabbos, that's what 4 cases. Shabbos, and number 4 was Nidra and Saras. So here's what's interesting. Here, obviously, in the second Shavuos, we're talking about all 4 cases. It's interesting enough, the Gemara says, when it comes to the second Shabbos, and by the trials of the garden of Saras, it only quotes the Shabbos and repeats quotes the cases of Shabbos. And by Saras, it only quotes the cases of Saras. It was asking just like a textual question. Why is it here by Shavuos we quote all of the cases of Shtayim Shein Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras, Shabbos only quotes the case by Shabbos, doesn't quote the other 3 cases. Saras only quotes the case by Nidra, only quotes the case by Saras, and not the other 3 cases. Okay, so it's stylistic question. Here's the Gemara. So I'll tell you, on the Shavuos Yidiyah Sakuma, the Gabi Haggadah Tzivim, the Daniel Haggadah the carbon over the Tani Lavu Gabi Agad. Out of the four, there are two of them that have some level of overlap. What are the two keys of overlap? The keys of oats and tuba. Oats and tuba both have the same overlap. I'm always have some overlap. So number one, they are written next to each other in the Torah. That's number one. Right? They're juxtaposed scripturally. And number two, they both share the same liability of a carbon over the other. Remember in Israel, it's mostly that. The carbon over the other is a unique single offering that is dependent on your financial situation in life. On using one carbon and after the different carbons, that carbon applies to both cases of Shavuos and Tuma. So because number one, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number one, number two, they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now so that's why in second Shavuos, we're automatically going to also include Tuma, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning two, then what? Once we're mentioning two, the Gemara says, Tani Kulu. Once you mentioned two out of the four cases of Stein Shein Arba, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention the other two. That's the style. Since I've also, I guess, I just understand what we have so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuos comes after Makis, because Makis ended off with a case of one rob that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up with a case of Stein Shein Arba, two biblically documented cases that yield an additional good. That's the production. And number two, why all four mentioned here, just in other circumstances, only the particularly relevant cases mentioned. As once we're mentioning Shavuos, once we mention that, becomes the link scripturally and carbonically. Once we're mentioning two, then ultimately what? You might as well mention the other two as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. You might see this follows. And I say, yeah, it's a tremendous sense of hospital also. And it is of, I would say what is I wasn't mentioned some mention before. But it's like, once you mention two, you can go either way on that. The tremendous Musa Master has out a client, she just was talking with someone about students that was Jewish. The person did masters with us. And then I said, oh, you continue with Jewish. Like, no. Why not? Because I'm just going to do masters. I said, but why not? Like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like, forever. Forever. I'll leave you alone. But if you're just saying, no, what is that? You can tell me, I'm learning 14 other Masechtas. I don't have time for so. All right, fine. I'm driving 15 carpools. I don't know, but just like, no. At least use a proper English word. That's number one, right? No, it's not some type of grunt. No, I'm not doing it. Why? There are so many beautiful opportunities that present themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. That's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, no one can think about that. It's so often in life, it's just like, I'm not doing it. If I come along and say, well, why not? Well, the extra cases, which are too close. You finish process, why not do Shavuos? You finish Shavuos, why not do all the other? Why not? If you only started down a path of life, like if you already did something, unless there's a compelling reason not to continue forward, why not? Incredible. That's what I said. So then I said, plus I just listen, what should be as I finish? Okay, so now I'm going to ask another study. So today was a lot about understanding the framework of the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah ended up in a very strange direction, right? The Mishnah quoted the four cases of Stein Shein Arba, right? It begins with, right, so it goes Shavuos, Tuma, Shabbos, Saras. Then, the rest of the Mishnah was about what? That's the Mishnah was about what? I'll give you an hint, we did it yesterday, right? The entire show is just the Mishnah, right? The rest of the Mishnah was about Tuma.
Shout out to you, man. I love Instagram too, dude.
Kind of like an art school right in front of you. It's a fun very drag. It's again, so the rest of the Mishnah was about Shema. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. It's the heading is Shavuos, right? And then the second is Shavuos. You mentioned Shavuos, and then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah. The rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the shot? What's the shot? It's very interesting. You must have posted this was a bunch of years. I understand. You opened with Shavuos, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah. For which the answer is very interesting. I think is Richron Yilaihu, Pasik Shalu, the 120 Shavuos Filtration Yilaihu. This is stylism in my sense like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard, of the Stein Shin Arba, like this type of Tumah liability, is relatively succinct. Succinct is relative, right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos, which are much more complex. So therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially, let's finish the laws of Tumah. We mentioned some of because the next up contains. We finish that, then we'll launch a more eruptive conversation. About Shavuos. We all want to accomplish a life. And therefore, we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So now there's this type of things that we often encounter about what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself. Is it more important to focus on my long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? Should I put my energies in a pen, or I have to get my life over, to get myself over? That's just like, or maybe it's more to guys sometimes lack out some short wins. Like just some short goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now, and they give me those wins. And sometimes when you rack up those short-term wins, that gives you a lot of wins in yourself. That gives you some good fuel. So it seems that different things work for different times, but it seems to over here that the Gemara is favoring, at least in this moment, that latter approach. Let's knock out Tumah, right? Like, let's deal with that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it, we can start it, we can finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos after. So you can see like this, but sometimes in life, we should learn to be a little less long-term focused, a little bit more short-term focused, to get some wins under your belt, right? Get some positive momentum. Move yourself forward, get in a good place, and then in Eretz Hashem, you're even more empowered to engage in that long-term personalistic plan. Okay, Shavuos time came out. Now, interestingly enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah explaining all the cases. It happens to be the Gemara goes through them. Again, not in longhand, but just explanation. Here we go. So remember again, and there's also good chazal from Mishnah. First case, Mishnah. Shavuos time came out. In case of oaths, there are two cases, two biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, yield another two. What are they? Stein. So it says, what are the two biblically paradigmatic cases? And again, remember again, we're going to talk a lot about Shavuos, not now, right? But when we get to it, remember the next answer is that this is called Shavuos Bitoy. A Shavuos Bitoy is an oath where you make a declarative statement. Okay? So the biblically paradigmatic cases are Stein, Sha'ocha v'Shalocha. Right? I swear, I will eat, or I won't eat. That's the Shavuos Bitoy. Now, those are biblically paradigmatic cases. So, what do you see from here? According to what we're making now is the biblically paradigmatic case is a future tense shua. I swear I will eat something, I swear I won't eat. And as I mentioned yesterday, it's not just about eating. In other words, I swear I'm going to go to Eretz Yisrael. Right? I said, you could fill in whatever you want. Just giving an example of eating. Future oriented oath, I'm not saying I'm going to do or not going to do. That deals too much. This Shane Arba, the Shalacha. And the traditional cases, right? The traditional cases are same oath, same shlosh, but what? Past tense. I swear I didn't eat something. I swear I didn't eat something. Okay? That's the case of Shavuos Shine Arba. Next, the ideas have so much Shine Arba. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are two cases you got to avoid. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Steinem, Yedias, Thomas, Kodesh. Steinem, Yedias, Thomas, Kodesh. Yedias, Thomas, Mikdash. So what is the different cardinal cases? So let's say, so the case over here is like this. The different cardinal cases are, I forgot that I was coming. Right? I get another that says, the son yesterday's Mishnah. That's going through all the cases again. In order to be tied to carbon over the Yored, you need awareness of your tumah at some point in the beginning. Right? When you contract it, let's say. So the case over here, I knew I was coming, I forgot I was coming, and then one of two things happened. Either I entered into the base of Mikdash without awareness, or I consumed Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware of what it is that I did. Okay? So therefore the biblically paradigmatic cases where the lack of awareness was about the tumah. I knew that I was coming, I forgot what I was coming, I ate Kodesh, I entered into the Mikdash. That yields two more cases, Shein Arba, Kodesh and Mikdash. What are the two additional cases? The two additional cases was I didn't forget that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. What did I forget? I forgot that I was walking into the base of Mikdash, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. Good. So those are the two cases. Those are the four cases. Next, Yitzios Shabbos, Stein Shein Arba. The cases of Shabbos from Saul, which is transferring an object from one domain to another, are two cases that are really four. What are the two primary cases? Stein, Hotzah Da'ani, Hotzah de Balabayis. So once I start again, we have to open Chazar. The bigger paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from the Shus Hayotid to a Shus Harabim. That's how it works. And I want to point out why is that the biblically paradigmatic case? Remember, Omalachos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishnah. Where was Hotzah done in the Mishnah sequentially? The removal of the flesh and removal of the board from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were a Shus Hayotid, and removing them would be into Shus. The biblically paradigmatic case is just now, there are two ways you can move items from the Shus Harabim to the Shus Hayotid. That's right. From the Shus Harabim, right? Case number one is, let's say, a guy in the house takes the item in the house and he goes ahead and he transfers it out of the house. Case number two is how the guy standing in the Shus Harabim puts his hand into the Shus Harabim, lifts the object and pulls it out. Those are the two biblically paradigmatic cases. That then yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Hachnosa Da'ani, Hachnosa de Balabayis. The two additional cases are what? Are transferring an item from Shus Harabim to the Shus Hayotid. And that occurs in one of two ways. The guy in the Shus Harabim takes the object from the Shus Harabim, puts it inside the Shus Hayotid, or the guy from the Shus Hayotid extends his hand into the Shus Harabim, takes the object and puts it into his domain. Beautiful. Now it's the gun. That's the four cases. Now it's the gun. Stein Shein Arba. Are two cases that are really four cases. What's up with the biblically paradigmatic cases? Today's passing partial. States the matter. So those are the two us. Shein Arba. Seis v'Toldasa. B'Haretz v'Toldasa. What we're going to see is here, we're not going to really delve into this more, but we're going to see that there's a Torah, there's an offshoot of this, and there's an offshoot of the Haretz. Okay, so now, with Chazara, we've gone through all of the cases in Mishnah, we're coming on with each of these cases that two biblically paradigmatic cases, there's then yield two more cases afterwards. Okay, beautiful. Which the Gemara says, money must be seen. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? Lord Rabbi Shmuel or Lord Rabbi Akiva? Not Rabbi Shmuel, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on over here? Even Rabbi Shmuel. So what's in Rabbi Shmuel? Omar, Eino Chayiv Ala Asul Lavo. This is very simple. Saying, obviously, we're going to get into all of this in Eretz Hashem in the coming thing. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the trust teaches you are not trying ultimately again for future oriented oaths. The only Chayiv has tense oaths. So first of all, actually Chayiv, I thought future would be I ate or I didn't eat. But I will eat or I won't eat, that is not the Shmuel future. So here's the problem. The problem is how Mishnah tells by Shmuel's Stein Shein Arba. These two that are left, according to Mishnah, the biblically paradigmatic to our what? Future-oriented oaths right? And the traditional ones are past tense. Oh, well, obviously that's in conflict with Rabbi Shmuel. So Mishnah can't be Rabbi Shmuel. In Rabbi Akiva, ha'amar al-hel al-tumah l'chayis ve'ina chayil al-mikdash. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the cases of tumah, you're only kind of covered all of your rate if you forget that you're coming, right? And then enter the mikdash or consume progress. But if you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was the Beis HaMikdash, or you forgot ultimately at the end that it was Kodesh you were consuming, you're not liable. So that also stands in contradiction to Mishnah. Let's say, just by the way, as an aside, and it's either imagine someone who forgets that he's walking into the Beis HaMikdash. Like, how does that work? What do you think? It was 7-Eleven? Like, I don't know. What do you do? But you see something amazing. You see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off. Right? Novelty wears off. Right? It's, I'll say like this, when we moved into the new store, I made a big crush in the store. That's because we're walking with customer coffee. Just for davening. I mean, I never knew this thing. It's very different. And it's exactly like, you go into davening, we really only use that store, that name because it's for davening. Like, don't walk into davening.
Yeah, it's like I'm getting sold or whatever.
There's something so wrong about it. It's so different.
I was like, he's 5'8".
It represents like you're going to make the Kanievskis. You have to come to the house. No one would walk in, right, with a huge mug or seltzer or anything else. Like you just like, I'm just going to talk like this. No one. It's so interesting. No one would dream of bringing something to drink in. They would go to the house. No one would do it. And yet, coming to the Beis Hashem, somehow, now again, it doesn't come from a guy. It comes from a certain sense of ridiculous. It's just, when you become comfortable with something, so at the end of the day, you just take certain liberties. We do this with our loved ones all. Right? It's so many things that you become comfortable with. So, we think about the Beis HaMikdash, it's sense of awe, and the sense because we haven't had it for thousands of years. But the unfortunate reality is that once you have something for long enough, you just begin to take it for granted a little bit. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the few things you have to work on in marriage. A sense of consciousness in marriage. But no matter how long a person has been married, whenever they see their spouse, there should be a sense of excitement and a sense of love and a sense of newness that's there every single time. It's the same thing in our Yiddish type. Like, what does the person recognize? You say the whole Yom Kippur Nechasi Hadoshim. The whole avoda of Yiddish type is that every single day it should be new. You ever watch like a bar mitzvah boy and he's putting on his clothes, right? And like, it's fumbling around and like things like he doesn't like move his head because he's scared of shalom. But then once he settles into it, he has like that acceptance that's there. I don't know. I always look very longingly at those kind of situations. I actually remember what that was like. And to be honest, I feel it. You want to feel it? I feel it like Isru Chag after Pesach. When I haven't put on clothes for a week, there's like that excitement that brings. But it's hard. It's hard to generate it day out. And that's the most hustle on this, right? You can have a guy every single day for like, who knew that I'm saying everything like this? Because anything that comes with forgiveness, person really has to work on for his conscious. All right, David, you might say as follows. So therefore, who's the thing that doesn't reflect? Right? It doesn't reflect that you smart, right? Because that's more holy that for true people and also than others. You're not high for future oaths, and our Mishnah clearly says that you are. And in fact, that Yakiba, like Rabbi Yakiba says you're only high for a lack of Sunnah awareness, but not for a lack of Mikdash awareness. What's going on? Iba is going to be strong, Iba is going to be clean. The truth is, you can set this up in accordance with both of them. How so? Iba is going to be small, but if you say that it's going to be Yisrael, Mehen L'chiyuch, or Mehen L'Liftar. So it's amazing the Mishnah reads like this. Right, when it comes to Shulas, there are Shtayim Shein Arba. It's true, there are 2 cases that are 4. But you're not necessarily liable for all of those cases. In other words, there are 4 cases of Shulas Futri, 2 cases of future tense Shulas, and 2 cases of past tense Shulas. For some of them, there's liability. For some of them, there's not liability. And that could fit you the 3 weeks that you show. Levi's Ema, Rabbi Akiva, Mehen L'Chiyuch, Mehen L'Liftar, simply Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately, again, there are 4 cases of criminal awareness. Some of them there's liability for, i.e., when you forget that you're coming, and other cases there's not liability for, when you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was covered from yourself. I mean, that's really reconciling which you might go to other days. But Dunya, the matter of Migwari and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Remember again, all 4 of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to the Taras case, so remember again, Shat, Tumah, and Shavuos have to be comparable to the Taras case. By the Taras case, Mar Hasam Kulu L'Chiyuva, Ar Hasanani Kulu L'Chiyuva. But it doesn't work. Just like in the Taras case, like Steinstein Arba, all 4 cases are liable, right? All 4 cases, you have Seis and Baharas, which yield 2 more cases of liability. Just like in Saras, all 4 cases are quote-unquote liable. So to all the cases of the Mishnah of Steinstein Arba, it has to result in 4 cases of liability. So to use this model where for some you're liable, for some you're not, doesn't make any sense. Okay, what was like? We all love it. So let's again, understand what we're trying to go here. What's our goal? What's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out, we have a standard Mishnah, like we have a Mishnah without attribution. So we're trying to figure out whose opinion, who is the Tana of our Mishnah. The way the Gemara started is by, like, almost like by process of elimination. We seek to eliminate that Mishmar and Rabbi Akiva from the running because of their previously held positions. Which Gemara says, no. No, Rabbi Shmuel. No, it's Rabbi Shmuel. I want to never again. Why did we initially exclude Rabbi Shmuel? Because Rabbi Shmuel said by Shmuel's Vitui, right, by declarative oath, he holds only past tense Shavuos, not future tense Shavuos. I mean, you get Rabbi Shmuel, so the older Rabbi Shmuel, the team of Rabbi Shmuel, Misha Aval Karban, Aval Malchus, Yudah Nechayev. Oh, okay. Perhaps it is Rabbi Shmuel. When did we say that Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not chayiv for a past tense Shavuos Vitui? That means you're not chayiv a carbon. But what are you chayiv? You're chayiv malchus. Chayiv malchus, so the Torah doesn't mean to say you're not chayiv. It means to say you're not chayiv a carbon. But there absolutely is still liability. So the Gemara says, Uki de Rabba, the Amar Rabba, the Torah should suppose what sheker. Give me the Shua Shad. Shabbos say, Rabba holds like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in vain. Rabba say, now this is very interesting. What is the difference between a Shua Shad and a Shua Shaker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually if you go right across, you see the Rashi, keep the Rabba, that the Ramah says the last white line in Rashi, you see that? So go into that Rashi, it counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines in. You're not counting. You're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi. 7 lines down in the Rashi. Second word in. This is very important Rashi. Rashi says, what's the Shua Shad? Or to the different page. If you see where I'm in the Gemara, it's right across the Rashi. Right? It's right across the Rashi. Shua Shad. So Rashi says, what is a Shua Shad? It's very important. Definition of Rashi. Who mishpa with channels of Hayadiyah. A Shua Shad is when you swear to choose something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, Tigon al-Ha'ish Shavu Isha. Rashi says, again, this is not political commentary. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, if you say, I swear that this man is a woman, right? Rashi says, that's Ishtuas Shad. A man is not a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel, it doesn't matter how you identify, it doesn't matter what box you check off, right? But these are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you feel, you cannot change those realities. So that is what's called the Shua. It's interesting. That's not called the Shua Shaka, right? That's not called the false oath. That is called the oath in Zim. So when I swear about something, it's really objectively visible and certifiable, and I swear to the contrary of that, that is an open day. So you actually get. So just broad-based, I don't know what to look at a lot of time on. It's like, Nishma, the channels is how you do that. You swear to change a pre-established fact, which you cannot change, right? That is what it's going on. Isha, Vala, Heaven, Shirizah, or there's a stone, and I swear this stone ultimately again is a piece of gold. Okay, so it's weird. You can't reality. That is called the Shab and Mashma. Never gonna quote. You look at the next word, Shab. What does Shab mean? Shab means nothingness. So to swear at something.
I don't know. I mean, they must just be huge fans.
Meaningless statement. Now, interestingly enough, is it a false statement? Is it a false statement? Yeah. But we're going to see a Shua Shaka is something different. A Shua Shaka is Nishma. There's an established fact. Is that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the Shua Shaka. What's a Shua Shaka? Shua Shaka, you know, Shua Shaka, Nikar, and Emerson Love. So I would say Shua Shaka is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no idea about it swearing about true or not true. Right? I swear, we don't entrusted with me his computer class. I swear I did not misappropriate. I don't know. I mean, that's something that is like a short fulfillment. But he may be lying, he may not be lying. I swear I paid my debt. Maybe I did, maybe I did. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's then called the Shua Shaka. Again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. So you want to go back there. So there's no suggest, maybe our mission is really like Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a Shua, for a past Shua speech, he meant there's no combined liability, but there's still liability, you still get Malchus. Like Rava, what did Rava say? Rava, that they the Torah Shua Shaka doing the Shua Shah. The Torah itself equates a Shua Shaka with a Shua Shah. Also, Masha L'Shavar, As Shaka Nami L'Shavar. Now, both say, by definition, Shua Shah plays a retrospect, right? Because the Shua Shah is a thing that already exists and trying to change it into something else. The Shavar is always kind of thing, so therefore, Shaka is also refers to something that Gemara says in the same way. And the whole ultimately this is life. So therefore, maybe Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not paying for a fabulous equally to Menarba, but there absolutely is still liability in the form of mouth, in which case, the Mishnah, according to him, so you know, so let's analyze this. Bish, keep it up. I'm fine. So you can have a shield. I swear, I ate the kava. Or I swear, I didn't eat the kava. Okay, so that case could work well, because once again, and then if assuming I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be chayiv malchus, a retrospective shvua that certainly fits the paradigm of a shvua shaka or a shvua shab. Okay. Shalom Ochal, Nami, last year, for myself. Meaning again, if I swear, I will not eat the kala, and I do eat the kala, there's also liability for that, because that's a last year for myself, right? I violated something. Listen to this. Ela Ochal, the law Ochal, Anai. I will say, what about the case? Now, again, I'll just have to go over here. What about the short speech answers like this? I swear, I will eat the kala. And then what happens? I didn't eat the kala. Why should there be liability in that case? Lav she'in b'maisa. What's the Dachamakis case? Lav she'in b'maisa. You should like to think about what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, halacha is that Lav she'in b'maisa in Mokin Allah. Right? So again, why would I be liable for this type of shvuas creature? Kasad Rabbi Shmuel, last year I said, okay, that's a simple answer. So as Rabbi Shmuel, that was the result of Malchus. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle of watching by myself, right, in what I love, is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that a lot sharing by myself, looking at love. Different Muslims, so just saying, we're setting this up over here. We're looking to pitch our Mishnaic wagon to a particular term. We kind of dismiss Rabbi Akiva out of this, right? Because Rabbi Akiva had an issue, ultimately again with Tumah, certain types of Tumah. That wouldn't work. So now we're hitching our Mishnaic wagon to Rabbi Shmuel. What about the fact that Rabbi Shmuel said that there's no such thing as a past tense, shvuas kufur? So we're trying to sit here and know what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely malchus liability. Truth be told, in general, how can there be liability for a future tense shvua of sha'ochal? I will eat, and then I don't end up eating. How could Rabbi Shmuel hold there's liability as Lav she'in b'maisa? To which the Gemara answers, Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're lokat for Lav she'in b'maisa. Okay, here's the topic. Now, Kasha, Rabbi Yochanan, the problem now is if we go this approach, we have a contradiction between the two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is over here, it's in the bottom wide lines, about 5 lines in Ihafi. They must be in the Malchus, right? So now what we're establishing over here, right? We just established is that at least in certain cases when the Mishnah says you're liable, liability doesn't need to recover, liability needs to Malchus. That's what we're suggesting over here. If that's the case, then the Mishnah is talking about Malchus. Now it's says two things. Number one, liability in the Mishnah doesn't say such a color to Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get Malchus for a lot she'in b'maisa. Those two truths, if those two things are being put forward as truths, now they are called Rabbi Yochanan. Why? Here we go. On one hand, some Rabbi Yochanan, halacha kistam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan holds in general that halacha kistam Mishnah. I won't say now again. Our Mishnah is a stam Mishnah, which would then mean that halacha follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? She'in b'maisa, right? Again, if you look at the Yochanan, the halacha kistam Mishnah, we have a stam Mishnah. The way we just established our stam Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel. Right, and Rabbi Shmuel holds Lav she'in b'maisa lokin Allah. That means again the takeaway that's from Mishnah is that you get Malchus even for a Lav that doesn't have a Maisa. Okay, very good problem. Neikmar, Shmuel she'ochal tikar zuhayom, ma'ayom b'la'achra, yet the most of this is halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. Now what happens? Ba'avra hayom b'la'achra, and yeah, again the day goes by, and I didn't eat the roast. What's halacha? Rabbi Yochanan is like this, and it's higher than halacha. Rabbi Yochanan is like both agree against the Malchus. Now they both agree, but they agree for two different reasons. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, in a look, Rabbi Yochanan says I don't get Malchus wrong. You should have a lot she'in b'maisa. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds ultimately again, it's a lot she'in b'maisa. Lot she'in b'maisa, and therefore a lot she'in b'maisa ain't local. So what's the here? That's the contradiction. Right? You see it now? We see, before we even know it, see just happened right here? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. That's not just here. That's a general rule. Rabbi Yochanan says whatever you see is stam Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is Lav she'in b'maisa, lokin Allah. That's a Mishnah. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav she'in b'maisa ain't lokin Allah. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf today. I'm going to eat the loaf on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds I don't get Malchus. Why? Lav she'in bo ma'aseh ein yoter alav. Contradiction. Contradiction is Rabbi Yochanan's own personally held view and his idea that our whole shal is established. They said if the shlakish is in a loka, hasras safek. The hasras safek lo shmata. Okay, something in Malchus, right? This is what's called the hasras safek, right? The hasras safek is what's essentially in order for hasras to work, what has to occur? You have to use the level of immediacy, like between hasra and the act. In this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear, that I don't need to look today. What's the hasra? If I need to look today, because if you're going to get Malchus, you're going to have the whole day to do it. So because there's no immediacy, therefore that's what's called the hasra safek. But again, we're left with a contradiction, right? Rabbi Yochanan one hand holds halacha kistam mishnah, and the way we just established our mishnah is like Rabbi Yishmael, and the way we established is dealing with the mishnah says lav shein bo ma'aseh lokin alav. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself just said lav shein bo ma'aseh ein lokin alav. How do you reconcile this? Teaching one thing, not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan is stama achlina ashta. Rabbi Yochanan found another stam mishnah. Another stam. You think there's only one stam mishnah? Right, so he's found another stam mishnah, and apparently again in this second stam mishnah, Salach Lamaisa, the second stam mishnah holds that lav shein bo ma'aseh ein lokin alav. What's the other stam mishnah? Hey stama, which stama is it? Ilema hay stama. If you want to say that it's the following stam mishnah, this man, Achal hamosir b'tar. Right? Sorry. Achal hamosir b'tar. So let's say cover this up. So this mishnah. Person leaps over from the cover. Talking about a tar cover, right? The proper cover besa, one leaves running, or a shoulder or one break bone of the cover besa that is in what's called the gets hard work. You don't get Malchus either of these infractions. Now, why not? Who's going to become a decision as an official level of caution? So I would say, remember, Malchus got the way. You're not allowed to break the bone by the cover besa. This was in the side. I see the talk like this. I used to be not doing why are you not allowed to break the bone? Why would you want to break the bone? Like that Pharaoh. So he says that the whole idea of carving is actually Malchus. So loyalty doesn't suck on bones. Loyalty doesn't suck on bones, right? Loyalty has more than enough food, more than enough food. And loyalty will eat around the bone, and that's what they don't break bones. Because we're supposed to work like this, but I think clean enough before we start breaking the bone. Only applies to calabrese actions consumable, i.e., if for some reason calabrese act becomes of breaking the bone. Okay? The guy said, Abalamos Yitar, nighttime. I will say ultimately again, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no cell, you bring no Malchus. Again, it's supposed to be over in the carbon shot. If you do so, ultimately, why are there no Malchus? Nighttime, the what's the answer? The answer must be because leading over is the last thing, but right? I mean, leading over is what? It's inaction. I didn't eat everything. Remember, how do you have leftovers? Right? If you have leftovers, you didn't consume something. So this is a lav she'in bo ma'aseh. And what is that? What does the Mishnah say? What does the Mishnah say? You know, so that Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get much for a lav she'in bo ma'aseh. And now this is another stuff by coming case that backs that up. Again, is there another Spanish i.e. our Mishnah contradicts that? Yeah, that's true. But Yochanan does have another Spanish Mishnah that aligns with this particular position. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov, the Amar lav she'in bo ma'aseh lokin alav. Rabbi Yehudi, Umishum b'tar ha'kosov litin aseh achalos aseh. So what's that word in 1 second? And how do you know? So ultimately, I can't go to Rabbi Yaakov, who holds that a lav she'in bo ma'aseh, you don't get
Malchus, right? Perhaps Dilma, Rabbi Yudhi, perhaps it's the position of Rabbi Yehuda, and Mishum Deba HaKosov Litin Aseh Aharon Saseh. And the only reason ultimately again it's not going to be a Malchus in this case is why? Because we say it's a lot Hanita Klase, that's the Malchus says. But why is it a lot Hanita Klase? Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do? Burn it. Burn it. That's like a Malchus. And you might say, oh, love, he loved you. But were it not for the fact that it's a lot Hanita Klase, or not for the fact that it's a Torah, which would be ready by the terms of Hazim Kanani, you would get Malchus for it. He shows you that what? You do get Malchus even for a lot of shit. But myself, decide that you learn those of Simon the Torah says, do not eat over anything until the morning. By no sermon or I talk, by each disciple. And if you leave something over into the morning, burn it. So I say, what do you see from here? There's a lot. What's the lot? Don't leave over. But then you're going to say, what's the say? If you do leave over, make sure to burn it. So the Gemara says, so the Lord's coming to give I say, after the one side say, no, Mark, sure, don't get Rabbi Yehuda. So you decide, that's why you don't get Malchus. And Yaakov Omer, Lomin Hashem Yizak, that's not the reason. I will show the Avi, Lav Shein Bo myself, and Lav Shein Bo myself, so Yehuda also, again, that's that first reason of Yehuda. But Yaakov comes along and says, no, the reason you don't get Malchus is not because it's a Lav Hanita Klase. The reason you don't get Malchus is why? Because it's a Lav Shein Bo myself. So that looks like just to highlight where we are in this moment, like where we are in this moment, because we're going to actually pause here because this happened. Like where are we up to? So we're up to the following place, right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. We really narrowed it down. We said off the bat, it can't follow two opinions. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva, because again, Rabbi Akiva only holds there's only a lapse of awareness of Tumah that makes you kind of a carbon, but a lapse of what we'll call a lapse of locational awareness, right? Or a lapse of consumption awareness that's not going to generate Tumah liability. So that kind of knocks Rabbi Akiva, I believe Rabbi Shmuel. Now, recently we said Rabbi Shmuel is not going to work. Why? Because Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're not covering over for future oriented Shvuas people. And the Mishnah says you are liable. You don't know. Maybe so you have heard those, but ultimately you outside, you are going to be Malchus. And therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case, ultimately, again, not just of Chabanic liability, but of Malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why we brought up an interesting case is because how can you be carried Malchus? How can you be carried Malchus in the case of, like, I swear I will eat, and I didn't end up eating? After all, again, isn't that a lav she'in bo myself? To which the Gemara answers, that the Shmuel holds, you get Malchus for a lav she'in bo myself. Okay, so if you paused over there with that beauty of that was, now, okay, the Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Shmuel holds you're talking about Malchus, and Rabbi Shmuel holds you get Malchus for a lav she'in bo myself. The problem is now that trigger, what's going to be trigger? Because that means that our Mishnah, which is a stem Mishnah, has means to get Malchus for a lot of shit in the life. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan, right? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah Halach always follows a stem Mishnah, which would seem to indicate then that what? The Halach follows on Mishnah, which is you get Malchus for a lot of shit in the life. What was the problem? Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get Malchus for a lot of shit in the life. So how do you reconcile the first opposition of Rabbi Yochanan with the fact that Rabbi Yochanan holds that you always follow the stem Mishnah? So the simple answer the Gemara gave was, guys, Rabbi Yochanan has a different stam Mishnah that he aligns himself with. And that stam Mishnah ultimately says, you don't get Malchus from Hashem and Isaac. What's the problem? The problem is you just effectively deconstructed that second stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question, or our now original question, which is, how do you reconcile Yochanan's statement that Halacha stam Mishnah, which in our context now means you get Malchus for Halacha in the Maisa, with Rabbi Yochanan's personally held position that Halacha in the Maisa, and you don't listen to that. So I'm saying, this is where we're stopping. And now again, that's how I'm going to show you how the next line picks up. So we take them out. Hello, hi, Stama Ashka. We're going to see the next stage in this journey is Rabbi Yochanan himself actually found another stam Mishnah. So I just want to tell you, it's going to be okay. It's
it's going to be okay, right? And I promise you, if you're going to work it out, I see like somebody's like a little existential angst over yet. It's going to be okay, we're going to work it out. Again, let's say, like a lot of things in life, we're not working it out today. Not right. Sometimes I know the problem's going to get solved. Okay, let's come this timeline that I want. Right? That's part of my religion tomorrow as well. So rest assured, go with confidence that Hashem come tomorrow, we're going to work it out. Today I'm going to have to live with a little bit of ambiguity, but the Hashem resolution comes in tomorrow. Dr. Losai, want to wait to start the week?
Oh, yeah, I haven't watched it, but I saw it pop up. Hell yeah. Shout out to old Barney, dude. One of our guys, he says he's inspired by the boys. I didn't see that part. I just saw the title. Yeah, very good. Shout out to him.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Baruch Hashem, through the last dot of the Sefer Matos Habalim. So overwhelmingly beautiful, exciting. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir today. Our annual commentary sponsor, Bruce Mustafa Aristotle, we're dedicating all the shiurim and drashos each year as a gift for the Torah service for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Tiyah. Shmuel Rabin Karatkin, Nation of the Yashak of Shmuel's father, Leonard Karatkin, Lipa Ben Yecheska HaKol Zechron Libracha. All the learning sponsors, Ari and Lily Restream, Nishmas Kim's mother, Rachel Leila Das Ruben Mayor Zechron Libracha. And our Dr. Yomi sponsors for today. This is a beautiful one. Henry, Shane, and Reese Myers, and I have Daddy and Zadie and everyone else completing this mess. So beautiful. Margaret Daddy, Margaret Zadie, Margaret Hashem, really beautiful. I mean, just know, we don't necessarily appreciate the full impact that our learning has on those around us. Obviously, we recognize the impact that our learning has on us. Baruch Hashem, when the Mishpacha sees that their father, their grandfather learns and plugs away and gives up precious fruit and comes over in the morning and is dedicated, the ripple effect that it has on children and grandchildren cannot be understated. So really beautiful. Let's say, of course, we dedicate our last talking sessions like this and then discuss about precious hostages that we felt and Hashem bring them home, the shalom and the calm and the sense of all these soldiers. May the success of the whole Ama'aseh, Yudei and their village, and we saw Eretz Yisrael's work, and then she'll come back to their families, the shalom and the calm. Let's with that, let us begin. We've got a lot to do today. Today's daf is up down 20 for our last daf of the second Makkos. We are picking up at the Gemara on Chaf Gimel on the page 23b, fourth line in. Let's go. I'm going to be open on it. And we can look at it already. Can I even run the friends who are qualified? They used to be there. Whatever can I saying Mishnah guys get a different curries and get nuts. So ultimately the list of examples of curries. So a dramatic statement. So the Gemara says, but his friends disagree with him.
There's a lot of talk on
our I'll tell you now, we don't this. Even trying to make people, there's other shit that don't do that. There's very good curries. So the halacha is, the Gemara says over here, there is no distinction between Shabbos and Kippur. Meaning both Shabbos and Kippur have severe punishment. Both of them have a distinction. Shabbos, if you violate Shabbos, if you eat in a paper, and if you violate the Kippur, ultimately it's curries. So the Gemara says, now if it's true that Malchus actually get of curries, right? Every time you hide curries, you don't get Malchus. How do you get Malchus? The Malchus goes in and absolves you of curries. If that's the case, the Gemara says, you can do the other move. Every curries is also called Dibri Adam, right? Because every curries is getting Malchus. Malchus is administering Dibri Adam. If that's the case, then you Kippur to be Dibri Adam just like Shabbos is. The Gemara says, Nachama Yitzchak, the Gemara says, Nachama Yitzchak, Omer, Chama Yitzchak. Who's the Gemara says, the fact of Yitzchak, or the Yitzchak says, I'm a Malchus, the Chadik Yisus Leka. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? There's a Yitzchak, or a Yitzchak, ultimately, and there are no Malchus by Chadik Yisus. Besides your actual support, a Yitzchak, or a Chadik Yisus, but how are you? In general, in the both sides, we would have assumed that because of the position of the decision, that all Chadik Yisus, ultimately, again, would be subject to Malchus. That would have been our automatic default assumption. I said the Gemara, a lot of Yotze Kari stuff also, we said this before. Remember, in general, there's a umbrella statement about that immorality is punished by Karis. Then Torah goes out of his way to say that halacha so incest with one sister is also by Karis. Why is that singled out? Let's look at the Karis, not the Malchus. Teach you that you only have Karis and not Malchus. And once the Gemara singles out that also sister for Karis and no Malchus, what does that teach me? That all the Karis bearing also don't have Malchus. Okay, but that's your not taking off even Tim Rabbanon. If you didn't leave Rabbanon, the Gemara says like this, Zet Ikers are going to be the Adam. All right, you're right. You may be getting Malchus, the violation of your giver. But the thing that you're thinking over here is Shabbos, the current punishment is Bide Adam. Here's the punishment is Bide Adam. And by Yom Kippur, the current punishment is Bide Shamayim. Yes, you get Malchus, but that's not the Ikar of the punishment. Listen, this is incredible. The halacha is like a Kananya Ben Gamliel. I will say about what meaning what. The halacha is every kind of prohibition. So you get Malchus, but not only that, then ultimately when you get Malchus, what happens? You are absolved of the curse. We'll say, it's not like that how incredible that is. Right? When you think about the idea about what we learn from the Beis HaMikdash and what we learn from the Torah. So the question is the Beis HaMikdash itself, which will be also incredible. A great thing for Klal Yisrael. But also, there's also like a number of other institutions that come with the Mikdash. And one of those, of course, is the organization system. Listen, do you realize how incredible it is to get Malchus? Well, let me clarify this. Some of us have things that make us cry, but that are just an unfortunate reality. And you should do tshuva for it. But at the same time, I may not know for myself enough. How do I know? This is conjecture. Let me again clarify that. Part of the process of tshuva is believing that the tshuva has been accepted. There's an emunah in itself. And if you don't believe, showing I have to do that before to accept it. But there's some that lingering down. Imagine for a moment that this is something that is constant rubbish. One day you give an office and I walk out, unless I guarantee you, how do you walk out of basement? Smiling. I'm not saying you're saying, yes, sir, they have another. But I guarantee you absolutely walking out smiling. Why? Because there's no greater simcha in life than actually. There is no greater simcha in life than forgiveness. The same way that when you walk out of your paper, you're exhausted, but you're smiling, you're smiling, because I know that I can forgive, that's Malchus. So just imagine that. No matter how severe the sin, you go in, get the punishment, and then Baruch Hashem, you're good. Incredible. Something for us to look forward to. Again, not to look forward to doing something that is encouraged by prohibition and entire Malchus, but if I have some of that already on my shoulders, the ability to be cleansed by getting those punishments, part of Gula as well. Incredible. So this is good. The Yossi says, Man Sof Le'ilah, Asav Allah. How can you say that Allah has a kind of a meal? Like that's what the kind of a meal says. If you did a curry point, you're eating a giver, and then you've got Malchus for forgiving. He says, I don't understand. It's courage. Who went up to Shamayim, cursed with God, and found out that that's true? Cursed with death at the hands of heaven. Unfortunately, again, lost of patience. So, that's embarrassing. If you want to tell me that if you have Malchus takes care of necessitation. Okay, I can talk to you, we can try that out. But Christ is handled by God. So this says, who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and heard from God that yes, if you get Malchus, you're absolved from Christ. So you know, it says, don't worry about it. And how can I understand it, maybe? Social advantage business shall not be this new business. I don't know about it in 1 second. What about the punishment? So like you said, you have 3 things that were done by Beitul Shalmata, like the days in here, Chazal, and that's the Shkola agreed with them. So again, Abai says, Man Salach Le'ilah Va'asal Va'amar, who went up to Shamayim, and ultimately again found out that Shamayim agreed with what they did here in days been on this earth. Allah cried Kadashinan, Hardly cried Yashinan. to understand that the Kohen Daniel's statement that Malchus atones for Kares is not just simply a beautiful conjecture, it's a drasha on psukim. So just like these things that they did, they knew that the Bible agreed with them. Why? Because they doubted the psukim. So the Kohen Daniel also doubted the psukim. Now the most intrigued, what are things that Bezdin Master did, that Bezdin Mala agreed with, is beautiful. Look at it on Lady. So to go us to Bezdin Master and Bezdin Mala, Ayadam Abraham, these are two things. Number one, Mikra Megillah introduced by Bezdin Maka, Hassar, which was agreed with it, She'ilas Shalom B'Shem, reading each other with the name of God. And lastly, Havas Meister. If you want to look at that, Havas Meister actually means that really refers to three things. One done by Ezra, two done by King Kiskiel. The one done by Ezra is that when the Levians did not go ahead and come back and sacrifice the Levine en masse. Did not come back with the Jews to rebuild the second temple. As a result, Ezra went ahead and penalized them, and took away their nice solutions to give it to the Qur'an. That's one. Number two, a little earlier in history, Kiskiel told people, bring your Meister to the Beit HaMikdash. Even though you don't have to, right? You can bring your Meister, whatever you want. He said, let's put a lister, a chamber, and all of the Meister problems solved the positive there. And number three, Kiskiel to see that you have to give Meister on vegetables also. Even though again, the Dalai say not to give them vegetables, Kiskiel says give them vegetables. Those are three things. She might say like this. So now these are three things introduced by Bezdin Shalmata, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with them. So the Gemara is going to go through them. Mikra Megillah. So I tell you, the Sid, Kimu V'Kiblu HaYehudim. The pasuk says Kimu V'Kiblu is beautiful. Kaimu L'Mala or Kimu L'Mala, Kaimu L'Mala, Masha Kimu L'Mala. In the heavens, they accepted that which was accepted down here on the earth. Beautiful. She'ilas Shalom. Greeting each other through the Muslim number again. Greeting each other with the name of Hashem, or for that matter, saying things like Baruch Hashem. Really shouldn't be done. Right? If you think about it. Because at the end of the day, it's using God's name a lot. Generally, we try to keep the name of Hashem with the profound sense of reverence and respect. Part of the way we do that is not just like dancing it around. Yet, again, it is introduced to say, one of the first times we see it, one of the first times we see it is Boaz comes from Beis Lavan. He comes to his Yod, he sees his work in working, and he says to them, Hashem Yinachem, Hashem is with you. And look at the first time we see someone treat other people the name of Hashem. So, the one of our first motherfuckers says, Hashem Yinachem, Yiva Achaya. That's like Yiva. That's like Yiva, earlier on, right? What is earlier on? Hashem Yinachem, Yiva Achaya. Hashem is with you. So the Mala used the name of Hashem in greeting Yiva. So let's remember, why do you use second pasuk? Because Boaz gave us enough of a food. So the Gemara says, the people of Boaz who got them in Daike, who was Shmaya Lashima Ayado. I mean, Boaz could do this on his own. But not that for the people. Boaz decided to do this. Tashma, Hashem King, Hashem King, so pretty much what these two characters, it improves their budget. Pretty much God ordered it. And so therefore, again, if Boaz had done it, okay, so Boaz did it, to say that Boaz had divine mission, and that Boaz gets raised on his own volition, it comes along, and comes along. As well, but the gift for Havas Meister, what's the piece of Havas Meister? It's three things. Here the word is focusing on one. It said, Viewers Kalamaaser El Sauser, Vitera Bisi, Ubichanuni no Bijos Omar Hashem Sirakos, Ilo Eftach Vachemes Anibos Hashamar Barikos, Shirahai, Bracha and Belial. They will say that absolutely beautiful. What you still would say is as follows. This is the common spell. Bring your Meister to the Beit HaMikdash. Gather it. Let us see the generosity of clouds. Right? So let's imagine that things I gotta get my life. That's where you turn out to be. Representing generosity, and the other says, bring all your Meister. And I'm not saying that all. Sorry.
Social media. This
Becoming of those means literally again, test. Right? Test me, right? Test me. That's what it says. Test me. Becoming of those, Allah said, it will after what kind of those that I will open up the windows of the heavens to you, and I will shower upon you bracha as the least guy. So look, it's such a beautiful moment. So because you don't say, it's like the Nabi said, because if you shut up and how generous you are, Hashem says, you want to see generosity? I'll show you generosity. Notice that, by the way, there's also one of the concepts that you are allowed to pass back on the part of the dacha. Generally, you're not allowed to go ahead and misbargain with God. You can't say, God, I'll put on gold. Sorry. The only other where you are allowed to go and test the
I guess it is really good.
you can say the Homer Shalom, I am never exceedingly generous. Even generous beyond what I'm comfortable to do, on condition that you give it back to me. That's what I'm really rubbing it. Well, bring it. But just test me, the whole glory, I'm tested. Incredible. Seymour says, my ad belidai. What does it mean that Hashem will shower bracha upon you ad belidai? Literally again, ad belidai means until is not enough. What does that mean? I'm going to go around you back up. I believe so say that's my God. It is bracha. That you're listening higher and saying enough. Listen up and saying enough. Such beautiful work. I will say so again. So here you see that this whole point was about Israel, but it's being more generous, and you see the more generous you are, more you give and you get. I will say, you cannot see that with other mitzvahs, right? And it's beautiful, and it's a windfall from it. Mitzvah, the one mitzvah, where if I push myself, I can say after yourself, I push myself. I need you to give it back to me, and then some. And it says, okay, it's a divine promise. And you will see, I will open up the windows of I will give you bracha, not a lot, so much abundance that you'll say too much. There are three situations, three places where HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence was manifest. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, Hofia, Nigla B'Hofia B'Shas HaTzorech. That in other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu made himself, so to speak, apparent. Not visible, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence was present at these pivotal moments. When was it? It was the Bezdino Shoshem, the basic explaining to you, Shoshem. Bezdino Shoshmola, or Bezdino Shoshlomo, okay, one of the cases. Bezdino Shoshem, Vayakar Yehuda Vayar, that's when they're going to start Yehuda and Tamar is pregnant, that she's pregnant from Yehuda, but she was disguised at the time that they were intimate with one another. She's pregnant. Everyone thinks she's in a form of adultery, and they're ready to kill her. So what happens? She will not embarrass you with it in public, but she does have to stand as her husband. And she says, the father is myself, there's no way to stand on him. So what happened? You can recognize what happened. Vayomer Tzad Kamilei, and he says she was wiser than me. She was right. Because remember, when Yehuda was delaying giving her to his youngest son, Shema, because he thought that she was the problem, right? He thought that she's the reason why Er and Onan died, without realizing that Er and Onan died because of their own awareness. So Yehuda said, secondly, he must be 1 second. You know, Yada, how would you know that Tamar was pregnant with his child? After all, Yom Kippur, Yehuda also knew the Gabal, also not in his Achim of the Gabal. Now, let's be clear. She did dress up as a harlot. So who's to say that the same way that she had a relationship with him, she did not have a relationship with other men? So who says that Yehuda is the father? Yotza Baskol Ba'amro, Mimene Yotzu Kiddush. Incredible. So at that moment, the Baskol came out from Zion and said, for me, these hidden things were called Yisrael. So the Baskol appears at the base of Shema. It appears interesting.
the right guy to do
Basketball
it. But it's so
was
funny
not
that
the
it comes from
decision in
Yeah,
the right because
he was
nobody
wasting his
At
time
the end of the
in
day,
that shit.
basketball
And now
don't
he's out
decide,
there
don't
doing
adjudicate
this
cases,
guy
but
who
you
built
move the
fake
basketball,
dude
you
in
give the basketball,
commercials.
and that leads you to
You know
accept
that
criminality.
Papa
He's
used
right.
to-
He's right.
Oh, yeah, he's like, I
You
oh,
might
he's
say,
the on-shit
but
march.
second, listen, so you're such well, there is zero such what happened is such well, but still, one will be negative Hashem Shiko, as surely that happened. So let's say this is incredible. This is when Klal Yisrael wanted Hamelech. They wanted a king. So they come to Shmuel. Now let's say what's very interesting about this is as well. They come to Shmuel, they ask for a king.
The new interns
Shmuel was
meet
offended.
Malik or
Shmuel was offended.
Mark Harley.
Because
They go,
Shmuel
oh,
essentially
so
says, like,
just like me,
why?
I started
What's
shop.
the
You
problem
gotta get out of there.
with our current situation? Like,
I did think it was
did I
weird.
do
He kept
something
making
wrong?
me
Did I take something from them? Did I exploit my position to somehow for my own self-advancement? I didn't do anything. But Omer, Lo Hashaksanu, Eloi Tzusenu, Vayomer Oz Hashem Sorry, Vayomer Hashem Beid Mishikor, Kilo Mitzasim, Biyoti Yu'uma. Shmuel says, essentially, you're my witness, God is my witness. I did not think anything that I was not entitled to from Klal Yisrael. Vayomer 8. Vayomer 8. But it should say we are knowing that Klal Yisrael is affirming that Shmuel never exploited his position. Why did it say that it's singular? Which must be the incredible. The gospel came out and said to Klal Yisrael, I know that Shmuel has been a trustworthy servant. He has never exploited his position. And the truth is, the reflection for a new king or for a king is particularly appropriate. Another thing that goes to the priest or the past. That's how we from being and so that's all. As you stop that. Incredible. Next. So they see no Shlomo. When did the basketball that Hashem make the great the Shlomo? תקשיב, ויען המלך ויאמר תשמעו לנו הסיירת, החי, והמס לא תניסו, כי אימו. Also, this is the famous Mesa of the two women who come before Shlomo, each claiming that they are the mother of the baby. So what happens? Remember again the famous story, Shlomo says, cut the baby in half, and then one of them says, no, don't cut the baby in half, give it to the other. And Shlomo says, oh, that's the real mother, right? The one who's doing the compassion, that's the real mother. So the Yada, so how do you know? Dilma, yeah. See, to me, when we look at this story, we say that it's a pretty easily explainable situation. But who's to say that the woman who wasn't the mother recognized that if she played the part of the mother and exuded a tremendous amount of compassion, that she became noticed? Maybe she was playing the system a little bit. Where she gets about a basketball came out and said to Shlomo, that's the mother. Meanwhile, so let's say, you might point out, going back to Yehuda for a moment. How do we know that Sinai, Dilma, Yehuda, Shimon, the Bashan, Yaakov, Yomi, is something to Chazinon, Mekaskinon, which the Gemara says sometimes. So I'm not right. Dilma Yehuda came in the Bashan, Yaakov, Yomi. This family, the Chazinon, Mekaskinon. To which the Gemara says, so I don't say, maybe Yehuda took the hand and actually calculated out the months. In other words, maybe he just did the math on all of this. How do we know that Halacha L'maisa again? Which the Gemara says, Lo Chazinon, Lo Mechaskinon. Which the Gemara says, because if you don't see something, in other words, maybe someone else outside of religion does not have time might work out. If you don't see something happen, then you can't assume that it occurs. All right, for Shmuel Nami, Kuli Yisrael Kari L'Nivrach Ne'ili. And of course, what we're just pointing out over here, maybe it wasn't the basketball. Maybe again, you just did the math. The problem just is, even if you did the math, that doesn't necessarily say that someone else wasn't also coming to us at the same time. Sure, then it could be so far the lesson. And then once again, the raya that a basketball came out by the nation of Shmuel was because it was by Yomer A. Maybe he's just referring to Klal Yisrael in the singular form. Yisrael knows Shabbat Hashem. So in other words, it's not a raya, to which the Gemara says, Shlomo Nami Zaha Kat Mirachma, Bahadullah Mirachma. Maybe Shlomo just went ahead and using language and the one who included the greater capacity obviously was the mother, and the one who was ready to cut up the baby wasn't the mother. The point you might be making over here is you're inferring that there was a basketball, but you have no explicit proof that there was a basketball. First, the Gemara says, you're right, Ella Gemara. Right.
What a
The
saying.
psukim can be interpreted in
What
different
a
ways.
fucking.
We have a
Oh,
tradition. We have a Nesoda
his brain
that in
just
each of
doesn't
these
work.
three cases, the
Is
Bas
he
Kohen
tired?
intervened. The Bas Kohen said that
Only
ultimately
downhill
again,
from
Yehuda,
here.
it's your baby. The Bas Kohen told by itself, Shmuel Anavi never explained his position, and the Bas Kohen said to Shlomo, that is the Bas. Incredible. So God said, it's not like ridiculous Gemara. So Sheish me also Shoshis mitzvos.
Everything sucks after that.
So what's there's 600,
Only downhill
right?
from here. That's so good. It's
613
worth the
mitzvos.
whole
Give it
beginning
to
of
Moshe
it.
Rabbeinu.
Yeah.
Give it to Moshe Rabbeinu. Shlosh
Because that
me'os
was the
b'shishim
title now.
v'chamesh
Oh,
lavin.
everything's up there. Rest is a little chunk bed. I
Sorry,
hope she keeps
Shish me'os
improving. Mom, this one we flexed on Dr. Bill.
Shlosh
And the new
mitzvos.
shop is a
613
disco.
mitzvos. You
Me,
Moshe
I
Rabbeinu.
love the new shop.
Right? So I have seen
Only
that.
downhill
So
from here when something good
Shlosh
happens.
me'os
That's so good. I mean,
b'shishim
flexing on
v'chamesh
Dr.
lavin.
Bill's
We have to get 65 prohibitions.
like
Kavini Mosakama, corresponding ultimately again to the days of the year. The Masaim Ba'arboim, which were outside negative a dollar charge, and according to the formula positive mitzvos, corresponding to the major parts of a person's body. First, I'll point out why is it that there's 365 lines corresponding to the days of the year? Right? What's the shot with that? So perhaps it goes back to yesterday's Gemara, which was the top of Gemara. Remember the Gemara says, Ayushi below Ava Avia, Miltzmi Mosar. The idea of 365 lavin corresponding to the days of the year represent the following so. If all able to do over the course of a day is muster up enough courage not to sin and to resist temptation, that's a success. Obviously, that's not a goal. That's not my goal, right? Abstaining from Avera is not my end goal, right? Still may allow definitely an incredible start. But my goal is to become a success, right? I say goal, but ultimately, is my goal. Like what makes it, even if at the end of the day, the only thing I can look at right through today, I resisted the temptation to sin. That is godless. That is accomplishment. And that is meaningful. Hence, 365 losas corresponding to the 365 days of the year. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. I'm going to make it off the pasuk. Tola tziva mana Moshe morasha. The pasuk says, literally Moshe really commanded us Torah, morasha is an inheritance. Said the Gemara, so the Torah, the Machia, top of Kabbalah, this mea lekad sari. So the Machia Torah is 611. So the Gemara says, now, why not the other two? I know people don't know that that Yerushalayim is beautiful. The first two people, remember again, we heard from Hashem. So Torah tziva lanu Moshe, Moshe Rabbeinu gave us 611. Because the Ribono Shel Olam himself gave us the first two. Beautiful. Find out it. Someone say, now watch this. And this, by the way, might be one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. There's 613 instances. 613 instances. That's a lot of instances. It's a lot of instances. And there was a recognition throughout the ages that sometimes I need to consolidate, not an observer, want to be clear, right? But I need to consolidate, like, theologically, philosophically. What are the core components that I need to wrap my head around? So, David, David Amelech says, the truth is, there are 11 core principles which really capture 613 minutes. So you're going to say, obviously, you have to observe for all 613 minutes. Nobody's saying is, how can I consolidate so people understand the theological, philosophical, and spiritual underpinnings of Yiddishkeit? So David Amelech consolidating it into 11 minutes. What are they? And again, amazingly enough, they are captured in the topic of the Shul. Mizmor David. As the pasuk says, Mizmor David. This is again Parak Katzbah, Shalom. Mizmor David. Mia Gorbi Halacha, Mishkan Bahakasha. And most of the power of this topic is who is the one who is living your tent? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? Or what the David Amelech is saying is, what are the qualities that are necessary for a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What do you need in order to come close to God? To live with God, to live by God, what do you need? What's like, we sometimes don't appreciate the profundity of faith that's in us. The Lord, again, it's a guidebook for life. So what are the qualities that you need? Here we go. You want this Holy coming.
The girl's
All
like,
they
I
come
feel
in,
it poking
walk
me.
with completion or
I listened to that as a
simplicity.
kid, I was like,
Paul
what
over
the
the
heck?
parole, Paul Sadek, do
I
Sadek,
feel it poking
Dover
me.
and the spirit of
He's
God,
like,
speak truth in your heart. No lagar al Lishonel, don't let any falsehood be on your tongue. Don't accelerate any laws. Don't do bad to other people. Declare Balona Sa'akrabo. Do not visit degradation upon those who are close to you. Nibzeh be'ena b'nas, Alasha is despicable in my eyes. Ve'esmei Hashem yichadei. And I respect those who revere God. Nishpa la'ala v'lo yameh. Ultimately will see exactly what that means. That he will swear to his detriment and will not exchange. Doesn't run with interest. The shokad are not below and he does not go ahead and take a bribe even for the innocent. Or Se'ila, one who lives up to these principles, the old will never fall. And I want to point out, we could spend 3 hours dissecting that quality. You want to live a successful life? These 11 things. That's it. Now you might go through them. Hold it coming, that doesn't go through it. Exhaustive. What does it mean to be against the hold it coming? Very first time you'll be in this. It's highly funny. So what that means is just on a simple level. What it means to be coming, it means to put your trust in that responsible. That's it. Like coming together on the cap on the part is be complete with Hashem. What does that mean? Rashi says, don't worry about what's going to happen. Just put your faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You need an emunah pshuta. An emunah pshuta, a simple thing. Hashem has got my back, and therefore I'm going to do what is necessary. Next, Paul Sadek, to go in Abachokio. Don't say Abachokio. Oh, how I wish we actually had time to do this. Abachokio, I will say, is the Gemara in the second kindness. Abachokio was the grandson of Choni HaMa'adim. And what talks about again how Paul said Abachokio, everything he did was measured. Everything he did was methodical. Nothing Abachokio did was random. So Paul said that to me, to live a life, so often like we do things, we see things, and like the pieces of my life don't fit together to form one comprehensive tapestry or picture. Paul said that means that what I do makes sense. The way that I live makes sense. The actions I engage in make sense. Everything I do is thought out and methodical. Next, don't get any skill about it. Speak truth in heart, and let us read that no, Safa. Okay, that's the point out over here. There's the wonderful story here that Safa once had an object to sell, and the Gentile came to him while he was diving for an estimate. He said, "Want to buy your object? I see you're asking $100." And the shopper didn't answer. So the guy thought that he was playing hardball. Right? So he says, "Okay, fine, I'll give you 150. And the guy starts competing with himself until like he's at some exorbitant price. So Safa finished his price, right? And he says, "I'll take the 100. Because that's what I was willing to accept." So what's like, the Gemara goes ahead and says, "That's still the highest spirit of all. Sometimes the only person who knows the truth is me, because it's in my heart. You're hoping to live the truth even though no one else knows it by you, but you that's a high level. You know, so again, no falsehood can say Yaakov in the state. So ultimately, again, Yaakov again, focused on the truth. Well, I saw in law, what does it mean again? Never did anything back to someone else. Shelo Yaras Le'umles Kavero. And do not go ahead and try to take away my friend's kindness. And again, I do not visit degradation upon my relatives. That is when we keep his relatives close. And I was like, so what does this mean? What does this mean? Rashi says, so Rashi seems to indicate it sounds like over here that if you heard your relative being degraded, you did not just simply stand by on this. But that's what makes things like this. Sometimes in dynamic relationships, sometimes the things we do to our relatives, we would never do to total strangers. Right? We take liberties with our relatives that we would never do. So the Gemara says over here, take care of your mishpacha. Take care of your mishpacha. Sometimes we mistreat our mishpacha in such profound ways, and I would never do this to someone else. But yet with my own family, I do it. So the Gemara says sometimes you have to take prepare to take care of those who are closest to you. Pentru că migze in of numas, migze gestionarea cultura asmos abolită șocaba. Nu se poate gestião, porque porque sabe como que fala não ia você tapas. Podendo apresentar a carreira com Sanhedrin. Aí já se gestião, took his father's bones, his father's remains, and he dragged them in the street. He was doing that in order to repudiate the idolatry of his father. That's reaction of Hadith. And he honors those who do that. Then he said, "Yo, show him that Yudah." So the Shach and Rosh I'm talking about only the Kisol, the Chapko, the Nashko, the Korah Law, Adi, Rebbe, Mari. So beautiful. And he goes, "Shach at the king." It's yet I'm talking, we run over to him, hug him, kiss him, call him Rebbe, Mari, Adi. Beautiful. We follow Halacha Lo Yomer, Rabbi Yochanan. What are Yochanan? And hey, Aksha Avalabes. Rabbi Yochanan was once in my house for the Rishba. He did not want to eat. He made a promise that I'm fasting. Once he left out the Rishba, he didn't fasting. Why? Because since he said, I'm fasting, he wanted to be true to his word. Incredible. So to take your word to his word. Doesn't I feel it for you this only contact. He doesn't even let your people in non-Jews. No, I do. So look, that obviously is a very high level of Buddhist. Because what the thing is like this, because in general, it's very difficult to maintain two different systems of behaviors. Right? One this group in one told that lack of consistency often leads to a chain of standards in all areas. So therefore, again, it's critical that I recognize that if I want to be honest with indigenous Jews, I have to be honest with everyone. I have to be just as one standard of this I can talk to myself. Like the shofar, I'm not going to lock up. The ultimately doesn't get the bride. He's going to be sure of the Yossi. He's going to be Yossi. He's going to be Yossi. So it's a story. This Rashi points out that he had, there's no Yossi that someone wanted. He had a sharecropper. The sharecropper brought in the Yossi's already small portion one day early. The sharecropper said, I have a Jew Torah with you today anyway, so I figured since I was coming, I would bring you your portion. Now, remember again, that's not a bribe. Why is it not a bribe? Because Rabbi Shmuel was entitled to this anyway. But since it was brought a day early, he felt that even that little bit would skew his judgment. Okay, Ose'ela, so that's a shit, Ose'ela, you must be all of it. If you do these things, you're never falter. So Sharon Gamliel, Megillah Mikra Zayabah, or Megillah got this fuss and began to cry. Why? On a man to other than the Tuesday, who do not Yimot. How cut me out Yimot? So you know, the inference in the passage is if you do all of these things, you won't falter. It looks like a lot of things. These 11 things are major things. So I can do all of these things, I won't falter. The inference from this is, if I don't do all of them, I will falter. That's overwhelming. Which you must, how cut me out Yimot? And I'm going to make six and say, Komeila, Ose'ela. If not, people don't have any life. It doesn't say you have to do all of them. What does it say? It doesn't say Ose'ela. It says Ose'ela. Now, I do like them up. If you have six chapters, another part says, how to tell them called Ela. The part that says, you have to just follow yourself with all of these things. The whole Ela. Hasanami and Adeva called Ela to become a slave. So if you touch all destructions, it should become Tameh. The Kajimina of Lord, if you touch one of the Minakes, and the French is Ella, Laz the Atas we call Ela. You speaking here, call Ela, call Ela community one. Hasanami the Atas we call Ela. So it's like, David and Allah saying, obviously the ideal is to possess all 11 of these traits. But even if you just possess some of them, that gives you the strength to lead a successful life. But 11 is still a lot. By Yishayahu, Yishayahu took the consolidated list, took it down from 11 to 6. Only 6, to sit only to the host, Dover and Yishayahu. So again, only walks in those to the host, Dover and Yishayahu, Dover and Yishayahu, Mois, the bets on the Ashtos, Noah, Hakov, Mishmot, the Shochad, Otem, Osno, Mishmot, Tamim, Otem, Inamera, Ospila. Okay, so what are all these? First one, on the right side, Ovik, Stockers, walks in righteousness. So let's see what this sounds like over here.
This podcast studio's out of order. Look at all the someone pissing in the
not
sink.
only one who himself walks in the ways of righteousness, but one who trusts his family to do the same. I'll lead my family in a particular direction. That's holy to the host. I myself go, and I also lead my family. I always speak about the best way to lead your family is how? By example. You're walking a certain path, and you're Hashem, hopefully that models for your children to walk that same path as well. The Torah Sharon, זה שאין מחליט מחבר בלעד. most of them Sharon, I don't embarrass my friend in public. More is the better than Ashkus, but literally again, I'm repulsed by either probably the Lord Bishma Ben Elisha. That's the Bishma Ben Elisha, as you mentioned before. So the Gemara says, no akap of mitmok b'shochad. Ultimately, again, I wash not wash out, shake out my hands from being involved in bribery to go and trouble. That's what I mentioned before as well. Only time ultimately I literally close my ears from hearing damin. The Loshon is usually the Shon Rabban of the Shas. Ultimately, I don't feel the disparagement of it. I'm and remain silent. In other words, if I hear someone disparaging it, I speak up. I speak up. What says keep going? The Berezer of Shimon. Like the Berezer of Shimon. Listen, Rashi points out that we didn't say the Berezer of Shimon who died. When he died, his body did not decompose. His family kept him so smart. His family kept him in the attic. His family kept him in the attic because they felt that since his body was not decomposing, one day right went up to the attic, Rashi points out, she saw a worm coming out of his ear. She thought that his body was decomposing. She looked at that like in a dream and said, no, my body's fine. The worm out of the ear was a punishment because one time I heard someone disparaging and trying to talk about it, I didn't say something. And you can infer from that generally, whenever he heard rabbinic disparagement, he absolutely stood up all the time. Incredible. So what does it mean? I close my eyes and looking at negative things. That refers to avoiding looking at women when they were the Lord. Where we wouldn't wander the clothing? By the river. By the river, what they would do is they would pull up their dresses in order so their dresses shouldn't become wet. So a person who sees a woman with her legs exposed, obviously it causes here for it causes inappropriate thoughts. So a person who is careful with what they look at. In the Roman exposed. A person who lives up to these ideals, ultimately again will live in the highest of highs. Incredible. So what's that from Mikos? Then you do not shalish. But still that's 6. That's still 6. Right? So Damarach had 11, Yishael had 6, and they will say you see the overlap. No one can introduce it. No one's introducing new ideas. They're really just consolidating. Mikra comes along and further consolidates to a 3. It's it. What is good and what does Hashem want from you? Mikra says, Kiyam, Asos Mishpat, do justice, Va'avos Chesed, Love Chesed, Va'asnei Lefesh Im Hashem Elokecha. Ultimately, again, and walk with humility or modesty. Walk with humility. Asos Mishpat, or Asos Mishpat, Zehadjit, means literally be a just person. Be a just person. Be a person of chesed. Be a person of chesed. I was say sometimes again, you might think that justice takes you from chesed, so it has to be both just and charitable. It ultimately refers to helping to bury the dead and helping to marry off someone. I wasn't there. What does this mean? So בעבור גם כמה חומר. ומה דברים שאין דרכם לעשות בצילו, אומר תור להסביר לחס, so you remember burying the dead and weddings are public events. Yet even with those public events, what Alex says, be modest. Be modest. So the Gemara says, dvarim שדרכם לעשות בצילו, לחס חייב אותנו. Or the most of things that are done privately, you have to be modest. That's why you have to be honest. So this is the Gemara points out here, what does this mean? Be modest with money. You know, what it means is like this. How you might try to say is if you're helping financially with these things, don't chance to involve. Which in general, again, be so wrong, be modest. So you get to be helping someone with the customer, you're helping with the Levaya, be modest. Even though those are public events, be modest with your involvement. So it's like, really kind of begin to see the risk of the consultants. You need to say 3 things. Make sure that you're living a life that is just, that is correct. Make sure that you are involved in chesed, and make sure that you are modest and humble in the way that you conduct your life. Those are the 3 pillars. Good. Cousin Yisrael, Tamid Shtayim, Yisrael further consolidates the list. Two things, Shneimar, Kama Hashem, Shimu Mishpat, Shamu Mishpat, Va'asit Staka. Consolidated into two. Live a life of justice and chesed. Amos, then Amos comes one thing, Shneimar, Kama Hashem Lebeis Yisrael, Dar Shumi. Hashem said to Lebeis Yisrael, seek me out. Seek me out. So what's the one thing? What's the one thing? Seek out the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You must master Rav Yitzchak. Ima darshini b'chol Torah. Maybe darshini means darshini, learning out and refers to all the Torah. Elokach hataku. Rather than what I just want to be clear. This is get to this like this last moment, dramatic moment of it. So remember, what's happening over here is you have to keep all 600 business. A lot of times, what I just want to know is what are the core principles that Hashem needs me to engage in order to be a spiritually successful individual. That's what these lists represent, right? So David, so again, look, we finally come to Habakkuk. Habakkuk says it all comes down to one thing.
Like, how do you have a bunch of...
You want to know what all Yiddishkeit comes down to? All Yiddishkeit comes down to one thing.
Like, you gotta stop talking about men's physique.
If you have Amina, everything else flows from that. If you have Amina, everything else stems from that. Sadik, that muscle, that's what it is. Because if you have Amina, then ultimately you have all of these other qualities. If you have Amina, everything else flows from that. And especially what kind of Amina? An Amina Pshuta. Simple Amina. Simple Amina that says, Hashem, I love you, I'm yours. I love you, I'm yours. Tell me what it is that you need. I am your crew. I am your vessel. Fill me up with your love, that's what I ask of you. Give me power, and I am yours to execute whatever it is that needs to be done. That's it. That's it. So the Gemara goes back to Shneimar. I'm going to be able to let you know. I think the Zero doesn't know Shabbat. So it's by the way, I'm going to point out. It's like one of the most dramatic Gemaras, like in the entire shot. And it's like, okay, let's move on. And I just want to point out, and again, we're not doing these Gemaras justice, these Gemaras with heart. But again, let's say, if you want to understand all of these in one phrase, Sadik, then we know so. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Because again, and by the way, Davenant says this also. What does Davenant say? It's good to know because it's almost ever. After Sha'alti Me'ez Hashem, O Sarakish, Shifti B'Beis Hashem. One thing, what's the one thing? Shifti to dwell in the house of Hashem. What do you need to dwell in the house of Hashem? Really close to you. I just want to be close to you. V'ani Shevas Elokim Yitov. At the end of the day, Sadik, Davenant, so that's it. Never was like it. I'm going to see. I have a zero because I'm trying to talk about it. Far over in the game of it. Moshe Rabbeinu made 4 zeros on Klal Yisrael, and 4 subsequent prophets came along and negated them. Moshe Amar, Yisrael saw Betach, Badar, and Yaakov. Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Sai saw to dwell all alone." But Amos will do what Shneimar Chadona Mia from Yaakov. See, Micham Hashem Azos. So Habakkuk Amos came along and was annulled it, and ultimately again Hashem agreed with Amos. Moshe Amar. And these nations ultimately again, Klal Yisrael not able to find their footing. By Gim Yaba Amar, Halok Lagi Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu Avos. Both having said the sins of the fathers should be visited upon the sons. But Yecheskel Bidlo, Yecheskel Shimon was in the back of that. No, person sins, take care of the iniquity for their sins, but it's not passed down to their children. Moshe Amar, Moshe says, will be left amongst the nations. You talk up the shofar gadol. Open the Eretz Ashram. The Yisrael says, Yisrael says, Christ will not be from God. God said, I am so scared of this pasuk. The times that we totally lost amongst the nations. Not give our Papa. That's true. Just because something's lost is not bad. Sometimes you lose something, and what's going to happen when you lose it? The owner constantly tries to find it. Fix it. Beaches of Defa. So let's say it's so beautiful. We are lost. We are lost. It is the most beautiful thing. We're lost track of the sparkle, and the devotion constantly seeks to find us. And when we seek of the sparkle, the Akra as from the isolation, Maski from our Zutra, Dilma, Kakilas, Kishir, ultimately, again, even though it says, and you can see you in the land of your enemies, maybe it means that you maybe the magician, maybe it's like the consumption of cucumbers and gourds. Apparently, when you put cucumbers and gourds, you don't put all of them off the vine, but rather you leave some of them on the vine itself. So some there will be losses, but you'll never be totally decimated. I will say, by the way, sometimes you see my focus in Gemara, and you don't see exactly how it resolves. So we have most having a prophesizing, probably totally lost, and some study being Michelle, others saying, no, not true. That was the cause of this of the Bible, but most of it is zero, you know. So don't say what happened, what happened. So it's going to point out something amazing. We are living proof that the Gezerah of Moshe Rabbeinu was in there 2,000 years after the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. And look at us. And look at us. Why? Sitting here at the Beis Hamikdash studying Torah. We're sitting here at the Beis Hamikdash studying that Moshe Rabbeinu's Gezerah and Yeshayahu's and Roman prophets. And again, and if you look at the proof that we are not lost, then look at us. Look at us. We are the proof. So the next thing you can now give God, we are proof to the fact that if a the shepherd is looking for us to flock every single day. We are not lost. We know what we have to do. We know where we have to go. We know what we have to become. We're not yet there yet, but we are the sheep looking for the shepherd, and the shepherd that is also consistently and constantly every day is looking for us. Incredible. So here we go. End of Messiah's Marcus. A story. Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Yeshua, and Rabbi Akiva were all walking together on the road. They heard the celebrations from the Roman arena, from the arena in Rome, and it was so loud that they heard it at a distance of 120 mil. Incredible. And once they obviously understood. Now, how did they know what the celebration was about? So what they thought the celebration was about was the victory of Rome and the downfall of Rabbi. This three books, and they began to cry. Rabbi Akiva Masechet, Rabbi Akiva began to laugh. Lord, we came out of the second. He said, Akiva, why are you laughing? Lord, the Atam, we came out from the night that's going. Lord, Goyim Haveli, she was fucking not southern, and the country level, so covered. Yoshim Becca Tahasku. How can it be that these people, right, these older families, these idolaters, that they worship and they bow down and they touch them for all of this knowledge, like all this craziness, and yet they live with such tranquility. Their lives are so good. Vanu, by his brothers, right here in the King of Sarah, that us, I think something that is destroyed. But it's the fire, but no, we can't. So they're wrong. They're wrong. And yet their lives are so good and so tranquil. We're right. We're old black family, and our descendants are flying in you. And our tribe has been destroyed. And our people have been exiled. How could we not die? And then the captain inside, when the Akiva says, this is why I laugh. Ma la'olei l'sono, has la'osei l'sono, has come to come. If this is the joy and happiness and reward that Hashem gives to those who go against His will, then imagine the simcha that is waiting for us. Imagine the reward, imagine the life, imagine the goodness, imagine the beauty that is waiting for us. They will say, Rabbi Akiva's laughter is different kinds of laughter, they say. And it's different kind of laughter. So remember, Mitzate, what is Mitzate? Like, what's Mitzate? The first person you see Mitzate was, like, Salimini. The laughter, suppose, is the laughter of disbelief. But not disbelief that I don't believe that something is going to happen. It's like almost like this deep type of laughter because you are so overwhelmed, not about what is occurring.
10 minutes of shot.
So,
I almost forgot.
Anticipatory.
Anyways, though, that's not why they're here, right?
Not now.
Because they want to watch
now
us watch
things are
10
difficult.
minutes of shot.
But I
Okay,
believe in
that's
what's
what I
going
thought.
to come
That's
in
what I
the
thought too.
future. that the Akiva's laughter is not a present
because
laughter.
we just
That
saw
the
Top
Akiva's
Secret
laughter
and
is the
we're
future
of course in the
anticipatory
streets.
laughter of Klavi's stuff.
But anyways,
Yisrael
that's
the
not what
Shiva
I
Hashem Shiva
we just said
to
quite
call me.
weird.
That
Let's go
future,
ahead.
that future
I
holy
gotta listen. I'm on
anti-Simcha.
5
Right
minutes
now
now.
things are difficult to
So
do.
start
The
the
power
timer,
of
play the
you
chink clip.
is
Oh,
I
we don't
can
have the
grab
soundboard.
the
We can fix
Simcha
that.
of the
Oh, fuck.
future
Oh,
and bring it to
yeah, we
enlighten, to
forget.
enlighten
Y'all
my
must have really
presence.
forgot.
That's what Rabbi Akiva was
We got
into.
back
Rabbi Akiva wasn't enlightened. Rabbi Akiva didn't see everything. He kept going right where it's supposed to be. Rabbi Akiva died in
Now we're ready to
Microsoft.
start.
Rabbi Akiva
Start
was
that
killed
timer,
in
dude.
mid-Messianic persecution by the
Let's see
Romans.
here. So
Rabbi Akiva
we've got
understands exactly what's happening. But he's not making light of the situation, but Rabbi Akiva is saying the power of the Jew is to look into the future and to draw from the future Simcha and bring it into your present. Also, God says this also. Va'ani b'chastecha b'kachti yodea libi b'shua secha. He also says, I trust that your chesed is going to come. Right now, I don't see it. Right now, I don't see it. But I believe it's going to come. And because I believe it's going to come, yodea libi b'shua secha, I rejoice now. I rejoice now. Because of the power of the you is that even when things are dark and difficult, I know they're going to be great. So I reach into my future, I draw that thing out of the future, and I bring it out back into my present. And that's what life is like. That's not it, people. One more story. You know, it's a short time. Are you only in Yerushalayim? One time they walked Yerushalayim together. They were literally ascending through Yerushalayim. Came into the Har Tzofim. They came to Har Tzofim. And what happens? Color together. And what's like now? From Har Tzofim, they saw Yerushalayim, right? Yerushalayim, and they also saw the Har HaBayis, which was destroyed. Came into the Har HaBayis. They were Shiel, and then they further clothing as a sign of mourning for the destruction. They continue to walk further, and they come to Har HaBayis. Lord, Shiel is Kodesh HaKadoshim. Ultimately, again, is Shiel Fast, similar to the Holy of Holies. The Tzivim both in the Rabbi Akiva and Tzachel. Everyone begins to cry, and Rabbi Akiva begins to laugh. And you know, it says to him, it's named Ma'akom Tzachel, Akiva, how can you laugh? How can you laugh at a time like this? I'm going to have his name Ma'akom Tzachel. So the people that say, well, I can't know why you sang. And you know, they said to Rabbi Akiva, nothing should come from God, Azar, Khaled, Yibas. Ultimately, again, the place that says that a non-Kohen Kohen will die. No one dissing the Malcolm, when no one was left to enter except the Kohen on Yom Kippur. The actual children with the one out of Paxton, straight to Paxton, are walking around, right? Their Paxton is walking around everywhere. They have to just get desolation. Bring a Nipka against Christ. I will have a Paxton exactly. And he says, this is why I laugh. Let me tell you why it's true. It's one of the most beautiful Gemaras. But see, even man, as only a Kohen that's the Chayit and Yerachim, then Yivachio. Show us the concept of this. Concept of Yeshaya. I will bring for you witnesses. Uri is a Kohen, and another is a Chayah. Now the Gemara says, I understand. But he might mean Uri is a Chayah. Uri is a Chayah, not the Gomez. He was the Gomez. Uri is the Mikdash Rishon. Zechariah the Mikdash Sheni. They say, like Uri was in the first place on the Mikdash, and Zechariah was the second place on the Mikdash. So why does the Rabbi Yishayahu bring them together as witnesses? Hello. Kala HaKoshem will also show Zechariah, and he will also show Uri. That was the Unfortunately, Uriah was going to prophesy that Sion, that Yerushalayim will become like a proud field, and what happens in a proud field, not only is there destruction, but in a proud field, ultimately, again, any former trace of what was there is also destroyed. And what happens? So the Gemara says, is a chayik sid, oh, Yish is the kingdom for the Phobos Yerushalayim. And I was saying, what does the chayik say? The chayik is one of those beautiful, beautiful images. And this images says, oh, it will happen again. Right? The Torah Hashem says, oh, Yish is the kingdom for the Phobos Yerushalayim. There will come a time of rebuilding, and there will come a time of redemption. For ultimately, again, old men and old women will sit together in the streets of Yerushalayim. I told you I don't know what and people will grow old forgetting each other.
literally
In other words,
interfered if
they'll come
there was
back.
been Hollywood supposed to come back.
Everything was
So he's
lost.
always
Like the Nabi says, the Nabi Zakai's, everything
the
was
women
rebuilt.
trying to bring in,
And
and
people
also
will
the
grow old
conflict was the
gracefully,
girls in
beautifully
this
in
stuff.
Shalayim. So the Kiyos is like this.
Oh God, a Charles
Ashton is
Sparrow
kind of
outside.
also said, oh yeah,
Everyone's close to
I
their
used to
kids,
see Yara,
close to
so
their
this kind of
closed
also shows the
doors,
Kaya.
ex-wives,
So the Kiyos
closed
said, I was
doors.
wondering to
You
myself,
see,
like,
if anyone's seen a
those
closed door,
prophecies, I'd like to share with me from
if
them.
anyone's been
So in
behind
order
a
to
closed
get
door,
the Nebuah of Zechariah, of the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, Yishai says have to become totally desolate.
right?
Now I see desolation. Now I see a cloud saying out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, no greater desolation than that. And when I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, I now know, Asher Shemiskayma Nebuah Sha'ulya, now that I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, the Yadua Nebuah Sha'Zechariah Miskayim. Oh, no, but the Nebuah.
It's like, oh, what is like behind closed doors? That's him all the time.
And what the Nebuah of Zechariah is doing something now. Now that I see destruction, now that I've seen literally again the thoughts running out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, I know it's all of my heart. Prophecy for rebuilding will come true.
I've never seen that.
As I say once again, the happens of Rabbi Akiva. Akiva wasn't realizing that there's a concept in psychology called toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is where someone is, I'm having a difficult time. I share with someone, I'm really having a difficult time in life, and they say, don't worry, it's going to be okay. Generally, if you're on the receiving end of that, what do you say? What do you feel when you say, what do you say?
Classic, great. I had to retweet it right away. All the homies, all my friends.
The loose translation is,
Us getting together, and it was just
like,
big boy squad,
stop it.
big
I
boy
know it's
nation.
good, but that's not what I need right now. The person means, well, toxic positivity is like, always like, sometimes like, I need to know, and I need validation on what it is that I know it'll be okay. Of course it'll be okay. That's not Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is like, how do I so Rabbi Akiva
This one's called
the
Shops. Hashtag the Shops. Just like a big time.
like anticipatory
First impression,
symbol.
what do you get?
Things are so bleak, but I also know that because things are so bleak in the future, they're going to turn around. And I can reach into that future, grab some of that simcha, and bring it back to the here and now. To do that. And if you can reach into your future and bring back some of that future simcha to a dark and bleak present, that's the only way you get healed. Because the only other alternative is to lose yourself in the suffering, is to lose yourself in the sadness, is to lose yourself in the darkness. Rabbi Akiva teaches us ultimately how to reach into the future, which is going to be beautiful and bright.
This is the
Take some
TikTok
of that brightness,
where
bring
it's
it back
music,
into a dark
and then
presence.
a thing.
The Lashon Hazeh
This is
Amuna,
Coco Briscoe
and they
style.
said to him, Akiva
It really is,
Necham,
but it's not
Akiva
very good.
Necham. Rabbi Akiva, you actually told us we should be a Christmas. And I will say, those words are not just simply true for that particular episode. I will say, these words are Rabbi Akiva.
I don't want to hate on the dogs. That's actually good acting from the dogs.
This
Dogs are smart. That's what they
has
do.
been a source of consolation for cloudless throughout the ages. What gets us through the harshest periods of darkness is the ability to be like Rabbi Akiva, to reach into a future that we know is going to be beautiful and bright, grab some of that brightness, grab some of that light, and bring it back with us here to illuminate a difficult present. Akiva Necham, Akiva Necham.
It's
Rabbi
bad, but I
Akiva
don't necessarily want to
always come
discourage it
through for us.
because we kind of want
And
to
he always
see
does
the
come
shop.
through for us.
We're gonna see how that shows out. Yeah, it's funny because on the show we do quarters every year, so and it's like sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it does happen, you're like, I don't want that. Yeah, no, that makes sense because you never really know what it's
Have a
gonna
great
be like.
one, Mazel Tov, coming out of the show, an acute Shabbos. So if we go from that place, we celebrate all of our future necessities today, we try and have it.
In Interstellar, and apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like an old Porsche.
It's not Porsche, it's going to be everybody at Porsche. It's going to go there.
This is the barbecue. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue. So everybody knows I'm breathing in fumes right now. Oh, because I just start the beast. Oh, that's correct. To start the beast. I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high. That's what those fans are. It's a free high. It's a free high. Glass half full.
glass half full. Free high. It's a free high. I'm free high dying.
Alright, guys, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Prince of the Prophet himself, for dedicating all the stream and broadcast for this year. And Jesus, for the sales covers for all of our needs. So our commentary sponsors for the month of ER Habari, let's talk about Shmuel Rabbi Drafting Nation of New York, like the Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karakin, Lupa, Daniel Castro, Cohen, and Putone Rafa, we also have an American Commodore, all of the Nation of Family, the families in the Hama, and also, of course, we dedicate our learning today in this course to be able to celebrate Damascus, however one chooses to mark this particular day. Speak about this every year, although there's so much controversy over what to say, how to say it, halal, no halal, with a bracha, without a bracha. So one of those, remember, those are details. Those are details, important details. Details. The issue detail is for us to go ahead and have shadach and hodah. For us to have tremendous gratitude, tremendous sense of gratitude for what He has given us. That we are Zoka to live in times in which we have access to Eretz Yisrael, in which we nurse Hashem, it's not just the famous words of Harabayus Biyadinu. That's what everyone knows is Harabayus. It's not just me, Harabayus Biyadinu. It's Eretz Yisrael Biyadinu. But ultimately, again, we have Eretz Yisrael. It's a mention in the Shia for Yom yesterday. There's no one standing at the airport telling which Jews can come in, which Jews can't come in. There's no one standing at the port. Like the quotas, a number of people who come in, we forget this because we've taken for granted a little bit of the miracle that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us with the founding of the state. Is the state perfect? Far from it. Is there work to do? Absolutely. But just because something is not perfect doesn't mean that it's not absolutely magnificent. So it may not be perfect. But how do you know? You go to Eretz Yisrael, you walk into the airport, and you find that larger than life mezuzah that's waiting for you. I think we have the second largest mezuzah at the entrance of the airport. How do you find that larger than life mezuzah waiting for you? Shachianu Yukimanu Yukianu Lazmarazah. But you have this push. And that's going to be able to put your hand on that mezuzah as you enter into the sacred door of Eretz Yisrael. Only this is the better result. To be as when the Mashiach comes, you will come, but the same people come, that'll be even better. But just because it's not exactly as it should be, does not mean for a moment that it's not absolutely magnificent. You know, my grandfather's a friend of Rafa, for the survival of the war. Whenever anyone in the world says something critical of the government of Israel, or something about Eretz Yisrael itself, he would always go ahead in silence. He would always shut down the conversation. And just understand, it wasn't, my grandfather wasn't wearing blue and white, and engaging in anything, or it wasn't. As a survivor, he understood what it meant not to have a Jewish homeland, or not to have access to a Jewish homeland, and then what it meant to live in a world with access to a Jewish homeland. His shift in life always was, whatever your problem is, figure it out or be quiet. But don't run around talking about negative things or difficulties or problems with our beautiful people. Because whatever the problems may be, they inherently compose. Okay, so here we say how some say more say it, more say it. Again, it's a detail. It's a detail, an important detail, but a detail. The issue is that on this day, you must find your way to express the profound gratitude for the start of the miracle that we experience. The idea, we're talking about Hashem, sure. We're going to say, I feel to know, so we come on, we talk along with. Who would have ever thought, and I think it was the grandchild of survivors, having a hand in helping to get into the that's 100 years. After our ancestors were put into gas chambers and ovens and systematically annihilated. Sister, almost like that Baruch Hashem, even if we could contemplate satellite community, or we could contemplate just purchasing a ticket and going, where we send our children to learn, we go to learn, we go to vacation, we go to spend Yom Tov.
have a
That's kind of like, remember that one
miracle in
meme
that.
that was going around on chains of the guy
You
walking
need a
into the studio?
prescription.
You
You need a new prescription.
That could definitely be used
Because
for
you're
that.
missing it.
Yeah, you could
Because
you
it's
should
just
splice
missing
that
it.
in.
How do you choose to launch the miracle? That's up to you. That's up to you. How you choose to. That we could contemplate, that we're living upon, we contemplate the Aliyah, whether you're making Aliyah or not making Aliyah. Just understand, you can think about that decision. For 2,000 years, the Jew would have said, I'm going to town to sell. He said, really? You want to live with the Ottomans? You want to live with the Turks? You want to live with the British? You want to live with this? You want to live with that? Now, it's a decision. Whether it's good for you or not good for you, that's your decision. But you can think about it. Understand the miraculous nature of being able to contemplate that decision. Something that for 2,000 years our ancestors did not have. But we do. If you can't see the miraculous nature in that, once again, needing the prescription. Not just the footsteps of Mashiach. It's footsteps. People talk about the footsteps. Like that, if you listen carefully, you can hear like the pitter patter and Mashiach's heartbeat coming closer. Not a pitter patter. Mashiach is around the corner. Geula is around the corner. What he said, open the front of us each and every day. There's nothing less than a birth spectacular miracle. The miracle is not complete, and there's no question that many things are still in a state of imperfection. We are so much closer to that. So understand your last night on this day, we celebrate the founding of the modern day state of Israel, which for many of us is absolutely unequivocally unselfish to do that. Not the beginning of Geula. Geula began the moment that the Israel pushed the set of ways, but an important step in the continuity of the progression of Geula. We happen for one thing, and there's the thing that we should keep evolving. The Geula should keep unfolding, and not that our hostages should come home, and soldiers should stop having to give their lives for Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael. These are Hashem, the fathers, the sons, the brothers, the husbands. The Geula started many years ago. Founding of the state is an important step that propels us forward. Hashem. So the continuity of the Geula, the evolution of the Geula, is Hashem, the Shana Haba, the Yishalayim, Habeniyah, with Am Yisrael together, Eretz Yisrael rebuilt, Eretz Yisrael unified, so we go to Yishalayim, and rebuilt the Yisrael from Rabbi Aleinu. So today's daf is 23. We are picking up the Hashem on some days on the days, a lot to do today, Hashem. We are picking up the two dots, about 5 lines up the report lines to get lighter. You go over and don't show us. No, sorry, next two dots. Last short part, sorry, thank you. So the Mishnah says as follows. Laka in lo laka. I suppose never again. The Mishnah had a very interesting case. Let's say again they assess that Ruben is capable of getting 39 marbles, for argument's sake. And then what happens? They started flogging him, and they realized, you know what, you really can't take the full 39. So what's the halacha? He stopped. Whatever he got, and that's the end of it. There was nothing more that happened. But once again, remember again, as opposed to what? As opposed to saying, okay, let's take a break, right, and flog him the rest later on. You don't say that. So there's a locker in and one locker alone. But that's when they went ahead and they took judgment for 39. Before they started flogging, so they went ahead and they revised their assessment. So in that case over here, on Local Aleisa, we would go ahead and give them the full set. So the Gemara says, so nor is the kasha, I'm doing a kavod advarim, I'm wishing you a kavod advarim. If let's say again, Beis Din assessed that he was capable of getting 39 marbles, and then what happens? And then they changed, or they revised, they updated their assessment and said that he can't. So what's that? Pata. Pata doesn't get anything. So the Gemara says, I'm doing a kavod shmona esrei, because of I'm wishing you a kavod advarim. Let's say the original assessment for 18. Let's say again, these numbers are not random. Why are you choosing these numbers? Because remember, the order of Marcus is multiple, always has to be divisible by 3. So again, that's why we're just using large numbers, small numbers. So 18. 18. The 100 of Lucia for the Kavod advarim. And you say, no, you can really go ahead and scan 39. Potter, I love how he says Potter. So let's say what that sounds like is, if they change the assessment, even if they do not begin flogging him, he's still Potter. So how do you reconcile this? I'm not sure there's no contradiction Hadda Abdullah Yomi, Hadda Abdullah Lamahar Uliyah. So once the Gemara is very interesting as the Gemara says like this. Everything depends on when the second assessment is occurring. If the second assessment occurs on the same day as the first, and the way the halakha views that is the first one was a mistake, the second one is the real one. In other words, because things can't change that quickly on one day. He's right. So in other words, if on Thursday, Beis Din said, Reuben is chayiv 39, and then that same day they revised and said, no, it only changed its stand 15. With the halakha views that is, they were mistaken about the 39. That was a mistake. So essentially, we scratch that one and go with the second one. If, however, let's say they made an assessment on Thursday, right, 39, and then on Friday they said, you know what, you can only go ahead and withstand 18. And you look at that second assessment as correct. Why? Because things could change in a more dramatic way from one day to the next. That's how you might reconcile these two ideas. We take a quick look at actually that says so the initial doing is the case for Halas and the assessment, the second assessment was done that same day. The Kabbalah man, Oshmona said, because of the Amdua Tov Bayom, Shiyachal Kabbalah, Ayachal, if you only miss the Omed Shalahem, לא היה כלום. אם בגדול ביום, סוסי כמה שאומרים, שהר זה לא נשתנה ולא פרקש בשביל זמורה כזה. שלא זה סגר. Salak Lomais is interesting. The second assessment occurred on the same day as the first. When you look at the first assessment that was mistaken, second one is correct. The Dr. just points out, it's not possible that things change down materially within one day. But it's not possible when you went from a guy who took 39 malchus to a guy who took 18 malchus in one day. So looking at the first one is mistaken, and therefore we go to the second one. On the other hand, we look at the next one. Again, there's more here, but just giving you the point. The bright said about doing the Mokha or the Omokra, Yom Akasha, who started on a brotherhood, Shayaka, I know, Shayaka Zelakabo, Ad Osayan Chashtika, Masos, Ellen Mishkano, Forgiveness. Okay, Yom Gloria Garden, Ad Yom Kodi, Shiva Yom Kodi, Undu, Shayaka Lakaba Kodi. Only Rito, only God. What is interesting enough, I'm also an ISO, in the case I'm sorry, so in the second case, where they gave me an assessment on 39 on Friday, on Thursday, and then gave me the second one on 18 on Friday. In that case, that's incorrect. In that case, I'm not going to myself. The first assessment is correct. Now, the reason why the first, I'll show you that in just a moment. The first assessment is correct. Whereas, you don't do the first assessment as being flawed. Why? Because things could change from one day to the next. So on Thursday, we could take 30 rounds. So we got to go, we got 50, on Friday, we could only go ahead and do 18. So the first assessment stands. Now, listen, what does that mean? So we're going to give it 39 malchus. We need 39 malchus when Beis Din says on Friday we can only take 18. No, so that's what it actually says over here. And therefore, Shayach Lakabo, Potter, Hapapi Shlomocha. In that case, interestingly enough, Hobi Potter, you won't get anything. Even if you do not get any malchus. Why? Shari Nisitazer, but also over. Because he was already degraded. Now we're going to see by the way, we haven't touched on this fully, but we'll get to it shortly. A lot of what Malchus accomplishes is degradation. And the kapara itself of Malchus comes through with degradation. So the Gemara suggests the following. When he got an assessment for 39, right, and then the next day got an assessment for 18, that first assessment for 39 was correct assessment. Okay, something happened now that we don't give it to the 18. The degradation of having been assigned 39 and now being downgraded to 18, that degradation suffices to accomplish the punishment that it's seeking to impose upon him. And if I look what I saw, is Potter from all Malchus. So that's a fascinating idea. Let me just zoom out a little bit. So essentially what's happening over is as follows. What happens when Beis Din initially gives one assessment of Malchus and then revises their assessment? The Gemara suggests that in two cases. If the original takes place on the same day as the original assessment, then let's say the original assessment was flawed, therefore scratch it, and therefore only go to the second assessment. When the second assessment happens on a different day than the first, then we assume essentially they're both correct. They're both correct, right? Assessment number one is correct, assessment number two is correct, and then what Rashi's pointing out over here is, in that case, interestingly enough, how we occurred, because we assume that again, the degradation occurred just simply through the higher Malchus allocation of day one. Fascinating. Now, also, there's one important caveat. There's one important caveat. Is that only point in time that Malchus started being administered. And then in the middle of Malchus, Grayson says, okay, we made a mistake, we can't take 39. We only do 9. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? We stop, obviously, and that's it. And that's it. In other words, we do not make the guess that recover and then give him the rest of his Malchus. That's the caveat. All of these discussions is where Malchus has not yet begun to be administered. Okay, good. There happens to be, the halacha on my son is a little bit different than how the Gemara Halacha, but if we have time, we'll come back to it. That's the Mishnah. That's the Gemara Mishnah. Ava Avera Cheese, Pushne Rabbin. What's what happens when a person buys an Avera? It has 2 Rabbin associated with it. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, only that, but here's the issue. A person did something, and now they are liable. Rashi says over here, Kigon Chorish, Bishon, Amor, Ukalai, and the carrot. This goes back to yesterday's Mishnah. I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, and I'm also plowing Kilai. So again, I'm Chai is now for plowing with an ox and a donkey. Look, ox, I'm sure, right? I'm sorry. Look, ox, I'm sure, and I'm also planting fire carrot. So now I've done one act, which results in two lavin. So now I'm liable to 2 sets of Malchus. So what's the halacha? So I'm doing all my effort. Let's say they did one of the base things. The base will assess me 1 set of Malchus. But that's what they did. If they kind of judge this case as one allowed and give me 1 set of Malchus, okay, that's it. I get my set of Malchus. Now, they love, you won't get in the strape, the closer the Malchus. If not, if the case was adjudicated as again, I get my first set of Malchus, then recover, and then get my second set of Malchus afterwards. Says you have that, I know, but we learned elsewhere, everybody said that was. But I look at my you can't do one assessment for 2 lavin. In other words, if I violated 2 lavin, the legal system should judge me independently for 2 lavin. You can't do one assessment or one verdict for 2 lavin. I'm not sure what kasha. Hagda I'm doing the arba in the chada. Hagda I'm doing the arba in the kashi. This is very interesting. So let's say one case is talking about where Beis Din adjudicated the judge me liable to 41 lashes versus 42 lashes. So let's say what's the cost? 42 is 39 plus 3. 3 is the minimum amount of lashes that's being administered to someone, right? Because again, it's divisible by 3. It's the minimum amount of lashes. So therefore, again, if I get my 39 and then I get my 3, then 3 essentially constitutes a second set of Malchus. And that's it, and I will get those 3 and that's both things. 41 is really just needed 1 set of Malchus. If that's the case, then I love the additional 2 would not constitute a second set of Malchus, and therefore liable to an entire second set of Malchus. So I heal from my first set of Malchus, and then ultimately afterwards be liable to a second set of Malchus. If you look at Rashi says over here, I'm doing arba in the chada. Kol ma she'omdei alav ad 39 tashvirim mishum chad alav. וכך שתהיו לבית בשבת וחשב עליו אחד, כאילו סיפר עליו אפילו 3 ועקות, תביא העבר, חשוב 3 עומד ללב האחר, ולאו סיפר על 3 מקוס ולא חדו 45 ולא כ3 נדשם משום לב האחר, ומשקע בזכות זה במקס, מקוס אין רבי it's 42, the real ultimately against 39, second 3, I get that, they're satisfied with second 1, and I'm okay, but if it's 40, but if it's 41, that's only an additional 2 don't count for anything. I get my first set of Malchus here, I get the entire second set of Malchus. What I'm suggesting is, you will get 2 sets of Malchus. You will get 2 sets of Malchus. Just depending on how the patient adjudicates it, if the patient doesn't want to throw the book at me, they can make me liable to 42 Malchus. And the beauty of that is, that's 39, and that satisfies both lives. If they only give me 41, that's kind of throwing the book at me, because then essentially that's 39, you'll get a whole second set of 39. Incredible. Mishnah does this question is fascinating. So 8 sets of Malchus also. Let's see, how do we give a guy Malchus?
what's the process? Kopis stimmt unser Körper with the brain. So it's apparently there's a pillar. And what we do is we tie the guy's hands to the pillar. Right, so he's tied to his hands are tied to the pillar, one hand on each side. The Kazakh says, Kopis to the dugger. So by the way, just before we go on, I meant to mention, the Gemara is distinction of what the no discrimination is the the Gemara is distinction of what, remember again, about when those who give multiple assessments, they say if they give two assessments on the same day, what was out of a heart, first assessment is flawed, second assessment is correct. Two assessments on two different days. First assessment is still correct. Second assessment is also correct. The first assessment still remains correct. Why? What was the logic? Logic was things can't change that dramatically in one day, but in the daily future. So we're saying it's such a profound soul for us in life. Things can change our life. Things can change our life. And at times, they do change very quickly. Generally, it's not the way it's being done. Whether it's change that we want in ourselves, or whether it's change that we want out of life. Change absolutely could be effective. The issue just is, you have to be patient. You know, what is it behind that says patience is a virtue? But you know, good things come to those who wait. Good things come to those who wait. So by the way, it's not just true, not just true with catch up. It might be true in life, but what the email is telling us is that humanity doesn't have to change every day. Change should happen one day from now. And this is so incredibly important. Sometimes as we want to accomplish great things, and we want it now. And we become so impatient, and when it doesn't materialize now, we give up. As I was teaching us, although dramatic change could occur in one day, generally, it doesn't happen. Change takes time. In yourself, in your life, in your home, with your family, in your career, whatever it is that you want to do, that you want to affect real change, you have to have that level of patience. Okay, back to you guys. Anyway, back to the job. We're talking to your color. The Kazakh says, oh, we did it. Once it's memory again, we're going to see that the Kazakh says, goes into the closet and is standing behind him. So he takes hold of his clothing and he pulls it down. We have to characterize this not on clothing but on flesh. It's just clothing dry as it is. Okay? He wants to actually look at us people until his parts is uncovered. He's very reminiscent Russian of the Soka. So it's almost virtually the same exact as the Soka. Actually, look at us people, right? Until he uncovers the heart of the flaggy. So there's a platform behind the guy who's getting mounted. The Kazakh is only the lowest. And again, the Kazakh in this context is the guy who remains for the mountains. This guy's on the platform behind the flaggy, or let's call it Ruben, behind Ruben. Like you should be a Rosh Egel Tula, after Shnayim to Shnayim Arba. And the whip itself is made out of calf hide. Now again, that's what's made of a couple hides. Calf hide, and the strap is folded into two and then folded into four. The Gemara says, all those three yards are spot, and there are traditional straps of donkey hide that go up and down the whip. Yada kappa, the handle is one kappa, Urapava kappa, and the whip is one kappa. Rosha Magas al Pipeso, and the top of the whip has to be long enough that it gets to his stomach. Now, we'll say, there's an interesting mathematics about how a person gets whipped. In other words, does a person get whipped along the length of their back or across the width? In other words, essentially, is the whipper, is he standing behind Ruben and whipping him like this, and Ruben standing right in front of him, and the whip goes on his back, and the top of the whip goes down like this? Or no, he's standing a little bit to the side of Ruben, flogging him like from the sideways, so it goes across the width of his back, with the straps coming around this way. Rashi understands it's the latter. It's the latter. And Ruben gets whipped along the width of his back. So therefore, again, the Kazakh stands a little bit to the side, and he doesn't whip like this. He whips like this. He whips like this, so that therefore the Gemara saying is like this. The top of the whip has to be able to wrap around the vein to come to the beginning of his stomach, to the side. Okay.
I like what you said
so the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, you get 1/3 of the lashes on the front of your body, 2/3 on the side, 2/3 on the back of your body. The inner maka also the only little yoshis and again the plot moving is not
standing, is not sitting, but rather again he's hunched over when he's speaking the Malchus. שנאמר יפילו השופט. והמכה, מכה בידו אחת. The Chazan Francis is immersing the Malchus. He brings down the whip with one hand, not two hands. The whole purple, I would call it his mouth. I said it's interesting, right? This is not a ceremonial flood. This is this is father, right? So it's the Marcus. So and the obligation is him to do it with all of his might. That's holy in the Sishma Lasos, Eight Lashem is the first thought, that's not those, the closest to us, Anikra, Ishmael is to have this as those. So it's interesting, right? Allah Lamaisa is this whole recitation, right? All these psukim are being mentioned along the way as well. The whole thing, Turakum Yichater Avot, and how does the end, the ends ultimately again with the possible. He's also recognizing that the goal of this punishment, of course, is what? Is restorative, is rejuvenative. Like it's being recovered to atone. Because it's less than it. And again, obviously you'll see, depending on the number of malchus you get, depends on the number of times you have to recite these psukim. Okay, miscalcal, being very benign. Let's say, that the person getting malchus soils himself. You can imagine what happened over here. Either because it's just like right of the malchus, or ultimately again, maybe anticipation of the malchus. Right, so let's start off over here. And let's get. Sorry. But the next time that's the right water. Now let's say again the cardiac process is clogging moving. Even guys, they have the heart attack. What he does. So it's not a whole putter. Now you're going to say putter because he's administering the ruling of the basin. Hosifla Odrisua Akasunis, how does it go to Al Yado? Now interestingly enough, when is he exempt? Only if he gave the prescribed number of malchus. If he decided to, everybody likes hummus, right? If he decided, especially when not other people, they say he decides to go and give an additional lash over here, and Reuben dies as a result of that, then Halakha might say, again, that's called accidental murder, and the Chazan Knesset will go to Dallas as a result of this. His calco being the regular night, so it's again, Reuben spoils himself. Again, whether it's through defecation or through urination, and again, whether we're going to discuss because of like impending fear of what is going to occur, or because of the malchus itself, we'll discuss both of those cases. Putter. So ultimately, again, he's putter from any further degradation. And listen, now what's the large outside? Very further malchus. Right? What's the large point? Look at Rashi. It said the nikla are in nikla. Because let's remember again, what's the point over here of malchus? What's the point of malchus? The nikla means malchus is supposed to be embarrassing. Malchus is supposed to be humiliating. So if the guy soils himself, ultimately, again, he's touched the malchus. So once you really think it, you're like, oh, that's what Shabbat was talking about. Right? So just do that, right? So just do that. So say, just understand. Malchus is a public thing. Malchus is a public thing. There's something to be said when you're in public. Think it like a man. Right? Do not get, because if you're the guy who throws itself, something is probably following you. Right? That's probably when you walk into school like Shabbos, right? I don't think you're getting after you. I'm just saying, like, like that just understand, the degradation type of that is pretty significant. So I thought that sounds like, hey, that's a fantastic get out of jail free card. Okay, just literally, just make that happen. Right now, just go home and be happy. Again, I'll say, just understanding the public nature of everything, it would be quite debating. Okay, so it's like, type of stuff, let's go. Say the Gemara. Sorry, I keep on skipping. Sorry, read the says. No. It depends on how you saw yourself. A man, if he shows himself in degradation, if that's degrading enough, that degradation has been accomplished, done. And a woman who obviously is covered is a little bit more sensitive, even if she shows herself in urination, ultimately, again, it pops up from any sort of neck. It's not a 22. My type of. So let's say, here's this interesting. No one knows what to do with this line in the Gemara. No one, it's my time of. No one knows my time of what? You want some shum nikla, okay? Oh no, it's just. How do we know that the whip is made out of cat skin? So it's just the sit, a boy in Yakenu. The pasuk says you get 40 markers. The son of Levi Saxon Shabadisha. And juxtaposed to that is when it's Muslim ox, when it flushes. Okay, so the juxtaposition says it's a casting. I'm not sure. So the Shirah was very high. When you done stuff like then you put some shape post middle. So how do we know that the Yavama? Right, we'll say Reuben's Matzerachim, Reuben dies, and now Reuben has no children. Reuben has a surviving brother, Shimon. Let's say Shimon is covered head to toe in boils. Head to toe in boils. Right? And now, so obviously it's not fair to make Rachel. It's not fair to make Rachel go ahead and marry him. So how do we know that we don't compel Rachel to marry him? So the Gemara says, "Dechsev lo saxon shar b'disho u'samech le ki yeshu achen yachdo." So what's interestingly enough, the juxtaposition of lo saxon shar b'disho represents, like in this case, making the animal do something muzzle. So to speak, we don't muzzle the Yavama, so to speak. We don't silence her protestations in an effort to marry up to the Yavama. If it's clear that this is a compromise, incredible. I'm not sure. She's some of those going to die. Okay, so again, this is the rest of the she says that anyone who goes ahead and degrades the margin, literally discharges the young children, he will over the worshipping idolatry. It says, first of all, and the pasuk says, do not make for yourself graven images. The son of Leah is Chagamasos Tishma. So that's the position between Yamsi and Avodah. If you disparage the Yom Tov, ultimately, if you worship Avodah, was incredible. From the Sapa Lashonara, not beautiful, but incredible. From the Sapa Lashonara, from the Kappa Lashonara, anyone who speaks Lashonara or accepts this is Lashonara, the Kala made it to the Sheka, or anyone who gives false testimony, we all eat last week on the clever. Wow. She was going to the dogs. She was going to the dogs. It said, La Kala Pashtukan also. The pastor says, by a trade off, an animal killed by another predatory animal. You can't eat it, so throw it to the dogs. And right after it says, the son of Leah, the Sisa Shema Shat. Which literally, again, none of this means, but don't go ahead and take the name of God in vain. Kali Denani no Sasi. Do not cause negative things to be accepted. So what does that mean? Speaking of Shonara, listening to Shonara, like I said, yourself, this sounds like a very strong statement. I get it. I got Shonara is bad, right? We all know Shonara is bad. But the thing if I speak Shonara, or if I accept Shonara, then I think that I should be thrown to the balls. I don't know. It just sounds really intense. So perhaps to sing it like this. The part about my counsel and speaking myself to really, I trade that. Right? It's just a practice. Shonara represents the abuse of the greatest gifts we have. Like, the thing that makes us human is the power of speech. Power of speech. As Vayipach, I think right when the Pasuk says that Hashem breathed into us, Vayipach Pa'atok, they have sought to breathe life into us, and it says, Ruach Menari, that means speech. It means speech. Speech is what makes us a sentimental kid. Speech is what gives us life. If a person abuses the power of speech, essentially,
to learn a life lesson from Bob,
but throwing it to the dog is not a punishment. It's descriptive of what I am if I abuse my power of speech. A human being without the power of speech, essentially, is in a Avela. And what do you do with an Avela? Not tell us how to do for us. When I misuse my greatest gift that I can cherish, it gives to me, by definition, I'm no different than the animal practice. What do you animal practice? You feed it to your dog. Not a punishment, but descriptive of the state of being incredible. State of yours, Hana, Shachama. So remember again, the Mishkan said, also the Gemara teaches that the whip is partially made out of the hide of a donkey. So the Gemara said, why do we have donkey hide? So the Gemara says, the Pasuk says, Yada Shekoneu, V'chamor Avos Ba'alav. So literally again, the shar, the ox, knows its koneh, knows its owner, and the donkey recognizes the truck of its owner. Now, the Navi over here, remember again, the Navi over here is describing Navi Yishaya is describing how animals have a part that doesn't understand who they're beholden to. Remember, the rest of the pasuk is The rest of the pasuk is Yisrael lo yodo amila hispona. The hashkafa for Shabbos Shuvah. Right, but ultimately again, so what the pasuk says over there, the Navi learns that Klal Yisrael doesn't know. Right, the donkey knows whose foot he eats out of. The donkey knows who his master is. Somehow, Klal Yisrael, the Jewish people, we always forget that we are subservient to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Gemara says, I'm not Kodesh Baruch Hu, Yochel Mishamati Avos Babo, Yitzol Mishin Mati Avos Babo. So literally, let the one who recognizes the truck of his master, the donkey, come along and go ahead and exact punishment from the one who has forgotten whose truck he eats from. Which, let's say, if you think about it, is really profound. That what is sin? Sin is a lack of God awareness. It's about highlights, right? Sin is a lack of God awareness. And if I have God awareness, I have everything. But the moment I lose God awareness is unfortunately when every negative thing becomes possible as well. So let the donkey that at least appreciates, which itself is a very important animal, but itself understands who its master is, come an exact punishment from the one who forgot who his master is, and such as in this situation. The other tabach, also again, the handle of the tabach, so let's say, so it sounds like over here is Asian must have made like a custom whip, right? Because remember again, the whip has to be long enough to go around the side and come to the front of the stomach. So obviously every person has different proportions. So everybody must have had a custom whip. So the Gemara says, I don't know if you can take it home. I'm going to love us, thinking not this one is your Tida. So that's the case, then David's going to have a lot of whips. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to love a person, this way, no, what's that? It was an adjustable whip. As an adjustable whip, they had like a ring. And the ring, really what the ring was there was to go ahead and either shorten or lengthen the straps themselves. Okay, remember those guys. Now, so we're not going to use. So let's say, so remember, we give 1/3 of the mouthpiece on the back, 2/3 on the side, 1/3 on the front, 2/3 on the back. What do you got that from? That's what I'm going to do. I'm not kind of knowing crowd. The Hebrew Hashem, we call the fun of the day Risha self. Then we start. Risha Achas with the fun of, so he's actually getting one Risha on the front, with 1/3 on the front. Day Risha, so after 2/3 in the somewhere, so you have to know. I mean, I understand the different powers. How do we know that the strap itself is doubled over? So you want to say, I have to do kilo. Because the pasuk says, giving you the kilo means you bend it over. I realize 1 second. Why do I need to pay? We need your kilo for something else. What do you use your kilo in this before? So when the minister Malchus, you're going to not standing straight, but rather again, he's hunched over. So that's how you need kilo for. So you want to say, into a lift of Yahidu. The pasuk could have said, literally again, they will bend it. My why use that lesson? Shmani was calculus. So there's 2 things from it. Number 1, that Ruvain, when he gets the Malchus, he bends over. And number 2, the strap itself is doubled over. The Afaka has to be up. Remember again, the initial lashes is done with 1 hand. So remember again, the idea by the just understanding with 1 hand, what's the, so that's very interesting. Ima Amidin Chazon and Ella Chasir the Sirei Mada. And let's say, who are the bloggers? The bloggers are people, by the way, who are generally very smart and very weak. Very smart and very weak, right? I want very smart, that they know how to do the Malchus, and very weak, right? Why? Because he says it has to first, right? It just has to be Malchus. But Yuba says, no. Akilu Chasir Mada B'Shirika, means they're not sure. Even those who are not very smart, but are very strong, we also use it from us. That's what he didn't stab up. So because that he was correct. It's sick. Because the pasuk says, well, Yosef and Yosef. Now, it's interesting what it says. The Torah has to go out of its way to say, do not add on any additional mountains. Whatever the Nathan says, don't add on any more. Now, you want to say, this is not the Shtama Chasir Nada, I need to start last week. So if you then means that the Chasir could even be someone who doesn't have gas, then it makes sense that the Torah has to go out of its way to warn him and say, don't give any additional malchus. But again, if the smart people are doing it, the smart people have to be warned after all again. If the chazan addresses is smart, I tell him that Reuben gets 18, he didn't even give 18. So therefore, again, if you just say the fact that there's a warning indicates us
guess what?
that you don't have to use the smartest guy to whip, right? For driving it, you can use anyone.
All right,
You
let's
want
see
to
this.
put out
What do we got here?
fascinating. Aiden is violent, everyone is violent. No. It only makes sense to warn people who are careful. As I say, warnings only have an impact on people in general who are diligent. Which I'll say is such a fascinating idea. Reckless people generally don't listen to warnings. Right? Who listens to warnings? Careful, diligent, or vigilant people are the ones listening. So again, when you answer less, you'll say, who are you talking to? Say if you see a guy, someone who's listening. Okay, so if I'm listening, again, this is social time. This is why we have to encounter this. You can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. This is in general in life, right? You can't help someone become better if they're not interested in what it is that you have to say. Because Hadracha, in general, Hadracha, we'll call it, what do you want to call it? Counsel, or advice, or warnings, only work for people who are interested in it. Only work for people who are open-minded to that. But if someone is closed off, you can talk, you can espousing the greatest wisdom in the world, will make absolutely no difference, which is right and right. One of the most important needles. One of the most important needles is also what Ray Chazal say, Ezu Ka'am, Anomis Mikal Adam. Who is wise, what is the person of every person? What does that mean? What does that mean? What that means is to be the kind of person who is receptive. Like, most of us are not really receptive. I don't want feedback. I don't want constructive feedback, deconstructive feedback, nice feedback, caustic feedback. I don't want it. Even compliments, like a little bit like Mr. Stew with that. What is that? Most of us are closed off. Like, I don't want to do anything. One of the most important needles in life is the other. Because if I'm open to things, and I can hear the warnings, and I can hear the advice, there's so much that could be done. Incredible. You must talk to Shema Siyama Gilishiyama, okay, Shema Kemakiyama Akos, Kiefi Bewasing the Gigay. When the whipper goes ahead and the Chazan Knesset raises the whip, he raises the whip with two hands, but when he brings it down with one hand. Because obviously when you whip with one hand, that's much stronger than doing it with two. Okay, incredible. Koriko, I turn up on. I go through the Evan class. Here's the process. The greatest of the day I didn't dare to base for this. He reads the secret. Hashimi Mona, second diamond, keeps count, but she already told. The third diamond says strike. Now, so what's this interesting? The Chazan Knesset, he's the one who's going ahead and doing the squadron. He's not part of the base, right? He's an additional guy, that's an additional hire, right? So greatest of the diamond, he's saying the second diamond is counting, third diamond is saying strike. Bizman Shemak, sorry, Bizman Shemak, good. Bizman Shemak Meruba Maya, Bizman Shemak Meruetas, Mekatan. So what's this interesting nuance of the halakha is that with the psukim themselves, when there's a lot of malchus, so the reader reads very slowly, right? When there's two number of malchus, he reads very quickly. So the idea over here is you want to match up the recitation of the psukim to the duration of the malchus. I have a hard man to know, calls it to us on the correct. But we learned in the Mishnah that it's okay, even if you finish, just repeat it again. So why the need to measure the recitation and duration of the malchus? Mitzvah something. We don't seem saying holds it to us on the press. If possible, it is best to align the reading of the psukim with the actual malchus being administered. If that's not possible, okay, so you read it as many times as you need to. Makeh Rabba, Moses Lashon of the Pasuk is Adam Yakenu, or Yosef Akosa Alela, Makeh Rabba. The Torah says, do not add on to the decided number of malchus, because if you do so, you're going to create a Makeh Rabba. Moses Makeh Rabba, any other Makeh Rabba. Makamu Etas Minaris. Let's say, all I know is that I can't go ahead and give you an unnecessary Makeh Rabba. I don't know that I can't give you an unnecessary Makamu Etas. Tamulomar, Lo Yosef. Right, and I would say, so you're going to put Makeh Rabba means like, you can't add on another 10 rashes. But if you add on another 1, it's not such a big deal. No, you can't add on anything. So why does that have to say Makeh Rabba? Ultimately, the teacher said that the initial malchus are those is a machara. What does that mean? That when you flog with all of your might. Like when you're looking in the midst of nothing in the midst, Kazakh Princess does that with all of his might. This Kalka, which is something in last part of the Mishnah dealt with the person being flogged for themselves. So under those circumstances, what happens now with the Malchus? Essentially, there it says that again, serving oneself with defecation, defecating, is enough of a degradation. That's it, mission accomplished, that no further Malchus are necessary. But in that comment, Yehuda says, no, Aish Ferei, Aish B'mayim. So Yehuda says, a man with defecation, when the urination, the comes say, Echad Ish V'Echad Isha, Ein B'rei De'emayim, the comes saying, no, it doesn't really matter, defecation, urination. If you swallow yourself as a result of Malchus, that's a degradation, and no further punishment is necessary. I about Tanya, Yehuda Omer, Echad Isha, Echad Isha B'rei, and he's contradicting himself, right? Because Yehuda stated elsewhere saying, that is defecation. And the Nachman Yitzchak, Shneim, Shavim B'rei. So what Yehuda was saying was, both men and women are the same when it comes to defecation, namely that that will exempt them from any further Malchus. Amr Shmuel, Kapsur, in case of it, Kapsur, but actually there's new topic. Let's say they tied him up, and to the Taras of Malchus, and what happens? And he went ahead and he ran away. What's that? Ultimately, again, he's Kapsur. And what's the last over here? The logic seems to be that halacha l'maisa, the act of being tied up itself to the pillar is the degradation. So essentially, degradation has been accomplished. So somehow he manages to escape. It doesn't get Malchus. So they say, where is the kasha? Kava, being Shona, being Bishna, so if even soils himself, like that's colors like Nicolette, soils himself. Whether it's as a result of the first lash, second lash, he's ready for the Malchus. Which is the color of Slopishnia, Pochinoso, returning Pochinoso. So this is interesting. Let's say about the Malchus, and the whip breaks. So if the whip breaks after the first lash, he's done. If the whip breaks before the first lash, he's not done. Then he's just getting new whip. But why is that? I'll be correct. But again, if the whip breaks before the first lash, why shouldn't that be any different than a guy who runs away from basement? It's just like if a guy runs away from basement, now Baruch Hashem is touching or anything else. But I'm saying he won't be there. The whip breaking before the first lash, ultimately again, is like running away. To which Gemara says there's a big distinction. Hasam Ras, Hachalon Ras. There's a big distinction. When he ran away, Here he didn't run away. It was like Gemara understands over here the act of like running away with your hands tied, your clothing torn, and running out of basement. That's embarrassing. There's an embarrassment in that. Because the embarrassment factor is there, therefore the punishment has been incredible. I'm doing with the Shiyuka Kala, Pochinoso. This is interesting.
Now, Dad, I'm only throwing
Let's take these in the successor. Let's take these in the successor. Ruben is growing up to stand 18 months. But he will spoil himself the moment that he is lost. However they're able to assess that. Right? The halacha is Pater. Pater, all ultimately again, the one type of analysis. But the Shiyutzin is Kala, not if they say they're going to do days and he's going to slime himself, not as a result of analysis, they would strip flocking Malchus. Now, I'm going to say, if the slamming comes as a result of the Malchus, then that's grounds for exempting him for the rest of the Malchus. If he's just slamming himself, I don't know, nerves or whatever else, going to the Malchus, just using days, we'll still flog him. So, אפילו קלה בתחילה Malchus, שנאמר ולקבל ונקרא ולא שלא תקפה בדי. Furthermore, again, it's interesting. You might know that, but even if Halacha L'maisa decides himself, he'll still flog him. Right? Why? Because Halacha L'maisa doesn't start his life in the Shloka Paradesi. So, in other words, the idea is any kind of serving or exemption is that it's a result ultimately of the Malchus. But if he saw himself before the Malchus, that doesn't exempt him from getting Malchus afterwards. Okay, Mishnah. Let's say now, one of our after now to the end of the second of Hashem, some good halacha, magnificently beautiful like that. Magnificently beautiful like that. He's going to take us on to Malchus. Go כל חי בפיסו של הכל נפשו בפיסו. שנאמר, ונקרא עתיק עלינו. So this is incredible. Any person who's high Paris, any person who's high Paris, once, now remember, for Paris, you get Malchus. We'll see now everybody agrees with that. But again, Tanakama says for Paris, you get Malchus. And once you get Malchus, Malchus absolves you of Paris. It absolves you of Paris. Why Shneimar? V'nikla achika le'inah. Your body will be degraded in front of your eyes. She says, Kishiyuke, Harike achika, Yudavadi Hanami Ben Gamliel. Once he is tried, he wants to do blood. The punishment itself of Malchus restores you to the status of your brother, and therefore halacha l'maisa again. He is restrained, therefore he's forgiven. It was very dramatic. This is Rabbi Hanania ben Gamliel. Rabbi Hanania ben Gamliel. Ma'im ha'over avera achas notola nafsha. So Rabbi Hanania ben Gamliel went on to say, a person could do one avera, and one avera can make you chayiv misa. Like the avera, to have a chayiv misa associated. And one avera can make you lose your life. Also, mitzvah achas alachas kama v'kama shetinashin nafsha. So if a person goes ahead and does a mitzvah, alachas kama v'kama v'chayiv misa. Right? If an avera can lose your life, then how much a mitzvah could restore your life? What a beautiful Gemara. Shimon says, and come along and Shemar, the Nikrasu and the Fashos Hausos. So the Pasuk says over here that ultimately, again, whoever engages in these abominations we're talking about, they will suffer kares. And the Pasuk says, I'm the base, Asher Yasa Osa Adam. So we'll say, so listen to this interesting enough. Then the Pasuk says, if a person yishmartem es kukosai this mitzvataya asher yasa osa adam, the chai bohem ani Hashem. So we'll say, so again, he's speaking not in direct juxtaposition with the same kind, right? So again, one Pasuk talking about if you go ahead and you engage in these tables, these abominative behaviors, you saw, and then it says, if you keep my halachos, ultimately again the chai bohem. Now, there's an interesting juxtaposition. You know, let me see from here. So I don't think the offer Adira knows the stars for also mitzvah. And the text usually what they say like this. If you abstain from performing an Adira, you get star as if you performed in mitzvah. So what say is profoundly dramatic. Sometimes the greatest accomplishment you have in life is abstaining. Again, the border life is not just simply abstention, but we all know this. And I do try to do something, and all of a sudden you tell and I don't do that, that abstention takes all of my strength, all of my power. So if the Gemara says over here, the Chai B'Hav Asher Yasa Osa Adam, what are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says sometimes just sitting and not doing an Aliyah, ultimately you're going to like doing a mitzvah. Incredible. Then we'll talk about that. How are you Omer? What? For example, Rak Kazak Rivotiach Aras Adam, Yadam Yonama. So the Pasuk says, be strong. And don't eat blood, for blood is the light source. God is telling you not to eat blood. Generally, most of us don't struggle with blood consumption, right? If you do less than it, right? Right? So again, it's alright. And yes, the Torah says there's such reward for that. And I will say, I don't have a struggle with that. Yes, I lie. Not so Adam is don't take that. Immorality. Everyone desires. Everyone desires. Those things. What an amazing Gemara. If you're a star, if you're not eating blood, number one, I'm abstaining that, which again, really is absolutely made power. Right? But yet again, I just stopped doing it, and you imagine the stop. For example, for step, all of us love, all of us desire. If we go ahead and sum it up to willpower to abstain, that is a shift for me, for my children, for my grandchildren, and for all future generations. The switch of finding the willpower to abstain from engaging in immorality and theft and general sin, yours, myself, and all future generations. Incredible. Can I get a touch on that? Love that God is world will exact verse 6 Israel. He knows how more to provide tremendous as a fresh for Israel. We give up. Here Balaam Torah in mitzvahs. Therefore he gave us much Torah in mitzvahs. So what's that? The parameter of what we're talking about over here. is that a lot of them say, why 6:15? Come on, let's consolidate. Let's make this a little bit easier. And Chaim Chassidus will probably give us a tova. Why? Because he recognizes that although we are obligated to fulfill all mitzvahs, not all of us find religious or spiritual fulfillment in everything. And therefore, again, I want to be clear, I have to do everything, whether I like it, don't like it, fine for me, don't like it, that's irrelevant. That being said, is a beautiful, magnificent spiritual smorgasbord for which we find spiritual fulfillment. And like everything sees all the time. Some people call it doesn't play, some people Chesed doesn't play, some people like Lomdus, some people like Chassidus, some people like this, some people, everybody likes different things. And I guess you gotta do it all. Again, there's no picking and choosing. I have to do it all, but it's what we give us all of these different beautiful outlets, all these different beautiful lanes, so that I can find what speaks to me. Hashem chafetz leman sitno, yad yil Torah yadeh. Hashem ultimately again desires to go ahead and do good. Yad yil Torah yadeh will literally amplify Torah and ultimately silence. You know, so this time, I guess for that, let's say, everyone. Tomorrow is our last stop of the Second Matas. Really fantastic. It'll be incredible. What a tremendous journey. Back, everyone. I don't have to end with that next time. Today, guys, it's true.
How deep are you in the waters? Oh, I can show you exactly how deep I am, dude. By the way, this is 100% serious. I'm far too deep. 10 toes down. I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God. I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at this redactedness I made. Oh yeah, this is one of the greatest things. This is something I posted on the Changs. I posted it. I didn't. You just posted it yourself? I posted it myself. I didn't know that you did that. Yeah. So I was like, dude, I worked way too hard.
All right, let's say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. The thing, our annual calendar sponsor. The Thanks Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shema Josh shows for this year as a zechut for the solar struggles for Am Yisrael. Our commentary post is the month of Iyar Abavim with Torah Shmuel Lavin Karapkin in commemoration of the Yarchot of Shmuel's father, Leir Karapkin Nipa Ben Yefeskel HaKohen with the Kohen Rafa. We also are the merits of our Talmud Torah and Shmuel Hameliyah, the family of Ramo, all of those leaders who are gathering together Kol Torah Yisrael. Which was between Yom Hashem. Bring home all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh Yedeinu. And of course, on this day of Yom HaZikaron, we remember the tremendous price that Klal Yisrael has paid. Since the establishment of the state of Israel, over 25,000 precious soldiers, victims of terror, who have given their lives after we said Hashem ha'am ba'aretz. You know, when the little boy comes into this world and he has his grace, we say in the fascinating phrase, we say in Va'amalach V'gamayi Chayi, Va'amalach V'gamayi Chayi. We tell you that through your blood you are rich. It's such a strange thing, because you're loving to the Jewish people. Like V'gamayi Chayi, you are living your blood. Through your blood. So this is one of the realities that we know as a people, is that anything that we want, and anything that we want to have onto, anything we want to achieve, only comes with tremendous self-sacrifice. Zikaron is about the power of the self-sacrifice of Klal Yisrael. That's what we will do for each other.
He owns a bunch of trucks away, and he's got a big house in Texas.
Up until October 7th, for so many of us, there was something that really reflected historical events or historical events. Reflected perhaps people, individual losses here and there, and all of that changed since the start of this war. But we have seen so many precious, young, idealistic, committed soldiers willing to run into battle, willing to run to the fight, willing to go ahead and literally put everything on the line. Why? For you, for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, for Torah, for the religious, not religious, all kinds of different people, just be willing to sacrifice everything for Jewish eternality, for Jewish destiny. That's Yom HaZikaron. That's Yom HaZikaron. So if it meets us on this day, you know, whatever it is, whatever it is that we bring, with our particular political or static
Completely delusional,
ideas
with an unbelievable
or
amount of moments feeling
associations,
epic,
so many that it's so much
epically
advanced, just
embarrassing
simply
ways.
irrelevant.
He gives the chefs in this kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes
that
with
we
for
live
all
in
of us to
times
enjoy.
where young
Mexican, on the
men
other
and
hand,
women
has absolutely
looking to
nothing
pair
unique about
all
her.
of them
She's
are willing
unbelievably
to
boring
give
and
their lives
pedestrian.
for
I can
us
appreciate the
to
chefs
end
trying to
stuff. And
create
that
the menu,
requires us to have
but you
tremendous
just can't create the
sacrifice.
same level of
And that
flavors using
requires
poor
us to make
quality
sure that their
produce and
sacrifice
ingredients.
is
Like
worthwhile.
many, I've
That
enjoyed
we
this
are
for years,
maximizing
but
our
it's hard to keep
opportunities,
coming back
our
regularly,
lives,
only to see
given the
more
fact
and
that they
more
are
of her
willing to
loose
pay the
face on the
ultimate
feed.
price
It
to
feels like
sustain
I'm
that
now eating
and
a day old
preserve
grocery
that
store
for
deli
us.
Chinese
We
food.
look at
Has
America
been marked
Hashem
down to
Torah,
get rid of
the
it.
precious Michelle Shabnavia.
Couldn't have said
The
it better
American
myself.
Arab Torah, yes, Hashem. As we mentioned before, Holy Soldiers should be successful at Kol Maasi Yagayah. In the narrative, our Torah, yes, Hashem, says, for us, we should shower Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael to shine for peace. Remember, on this day, when you go in, like you rub in Eretz Yisrael, Yom HaZikaron, the Pasuk says, "All Bayis Hashe'im Shamis." Everyone has a feeling in this day. Everyone has a feeling, whether it's the immediate relative, an extended relative, everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. Everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. It's important for us just to be able to participate at least emotionally, spiritually, in that sacrifice. We look at the American Art Comic Torah, the precious Hashem Shabbat, the American Art Comic Torah, and the Bible, yes, Hashem, Shira, Malas, B'Shira, Shira, 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 Yim, Tifon, all of the losses, Shira comes, as I tell us, that all of the losses will be like a dream. All of the losses, all of the pain will simply evaporate. All you should be good for the rest of the see that great, and may not be able to. Let's see, let's see, the life of the great Hashem, today's back of Shkini's 22. We have to do what the Lord Hashem on the top of the mercy one. We lost up the media to do that. So I'm going to believe that our Yosef, posting the Lovage, After the Memphis, the Lazy Beach, Yazoo, Shalom. So what's the Lucy Idea that if you're shot into the entire day and receive multiple warnings that you could be targeted for every individual act of wearing shines. The Lord asks the very interesting question: how do you define an act of wearing shines? So obviously, if I put on shines, take it off, get warm, put it back on, take it off, get warm, put it back on. Obviously, each of those acts are going to be separate individual acts of wearing shines, and therefore there will be liability. Here's the other question: what happens if I don't take off the garment? Let's say I just remove my sleeve. Like I just take my arm out of the sleeve, and then again get on straw, put my arm back into the sleeve. So the majority of the begging is still remaining on me. I'm doing active removal, and then an act of binding. Does that count as individual liability or not? You want to be fascinating the answer. So you know, it says, Maki of Aka, Berei Yadika, immediately back to the the Aka is the legal said no. It's got to be taken off and put it on. In other words, if you're keeping the garment on, even if you're just sleeping on sleeve, at the end of the day, that's so called wearing, and therefore there can't be individual liability for a consistent act of wearing. Therefore, that's going to be you're removing the garment and putting it back on. The Vasha, not necessarily. Even though Shah, Alex, the day looks so for your Boshai. Shava says this is actually quite fascinating. So Rashi responds, so that's the reason that's true. I'm also not even if you never physically pick up the garment. But now you're going to keep it. If you got a straw, you put on the garment. That's obviously again your liability. Let's say that Ethan come along and they say, by the way, you're not allowed to wear shotguns. And I still keep the shotguns on. I still keep the shotguns on for the amount of time that it would take you to take off and put back on your garment. There's additional liability for that as well. So let's say this is quite dramatic. So the Ashi does not require order to we're looking to see how do you create a case of individuated liability for the same act of shotguns wearing. Right? So shotguns we're looking to find out. So the simplest idea would be you put on, you take off, you put on, you take off, we're not going to have trouble for you. The Ashi says even if you keep it on, they even consistent with each other. So that way, you know, you got other shotguns, if you're shotguns, you try to smoke it, and then still after that, when you keep the garment on and long enough for the amount of time for taking it off and put it back on, there's liability for that as well. Individual liability for that as well. pardon me, so like each holy child, let's say we got this interesting part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah said for one act of plowing, you can be tied for 8 different halachas, 8 different traditions, and then the Mishnah went through those different traditions. So you know, already, right? The Chabura Mimi, in our Chabura, Mimi V'Gamri, it was decided. I actually points out that there was this Chabura, it actually says in the third white line, Nira Li, Yom Asifa, Yom Chad Haylahan, Shikolim Chabura. This Chabura was more like that, like Yakikava. Where they learn. So when they got together for a day, right? You're right. So it's very interesting. Yom Asifa, a day of gathering, or Yom Dash. They're gathering where again they got together to discuss issues. And they decided the following idea. A chulta b'kilayim, loga. But if one covers kilayim, you're loga. So now what does this mean? What's the classic case of planting kilayim? Right? Classic case of planting kilayim, you take 2 dissimilar seeds, like what do? You dig a hole in the ground, you put it in the ground, and then you cover it. That's kilayim. That's kilayim. Okay. So I say, so what about, let's say again, if the seeds are already in the ground? Let's say they're already there. And then what? I come along and I cover the seeds. So I did not put them in the ground, but I covered them. Is there liability for that? The Gemara says we decided in the Chabura that even covering, even going ahead and covering the seeds is allowing to get nauseous. I'm allowed to be open. Lav Mishnah saying Rizzo. Rabbi Yochanan says, okay, Rabbi Yana, calm down. That's such a big figure. That's our Mishnah. That's our Mishnah, right? What does the Mishnah say? Listen to this. Each Chodesh, what is what medical from the Mishnah states? Each Chodesh tell an Akha B'chayah Lamishim Shmol Labas. Sometimes you could start one furrow and be liable for 8 different lavin. What are they? What are the 8 lavin? Achonish b'shor v'chamar, right? I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, so that's again kilayim with animals. The aim of crushing, they're consecrated. Kilayim b'kerem. And again, I'm planting a forbidden mixture. So the says, by the way, hay folish b'mechayim mishum kilayim heifin eshkachasla. What's the case, ultimately, again, of plowing, which makes you liable to kilayim? Last of the nitsi, the edge of the azir. It must be that what's really happening over here is that as I'm bringing animals with the cloud is actually covering the seeds with dirt. Right? Most of it, if you think about it, you can't plow and violate kilayim. But the act of kilayim is planting forbidden mixture. Plowing is going out and making a hole in the ground. So how can I plow and violate kilayim? What's the answer? The answer is just as I am leading the animals, which are pulling the plow, ultimately again the dirt covers the seeds. Then that's going to be an active kilayim. So you see from here, and you've been covering the seeds, ultimately again is kilayim. See, this is what Yochanan says. I'm alright, that is great. So the answer is to Yochanan, okay, shkaya. Ilav b'giloi l'cha, chaspa minishka. What is that? Iglai b'giloi l'cha chaspa, minishkachas magalisa kisei, to get expression. So the answer is to Yochanan, had I not lifted up the shard, would you have discovered the jewel? In other words, remember the discussion earlier? Rabbi says we decided in the Chabura that even if we cover up kilayim, ultimately again we're going to be liable for kilayim. Rabbi Yochanan says that's not such a chiddush, it's in the Mishnah. That's the case of plowing where you're liable to kilayim. So Rabbi said the only reason you're interpreting it that way is because of my statement. Had it not been for my statement, you would not have known that particular reality. I will say it's such a great line. Had I not removed the pottery shard, we would have never found the jewel. Also, so many times in life, we accomplish things, we see things, we discover things, we understand things, and we often think it's our own accomplishment. What we sometimes fail to recognize and fail to realize is that the accomplishments of the present are only linked to the true efforts and the sacrifices of the past. Only because someone came before me and lifted up a pottery shard do I have the ability to discover the joy. But as again, we just spoke a few moments ago about this idea that you think about sometimes we see all of the machlokes that happen here as well. Like all of the machlokes, And again, sometimes it's hard to know from the news. You know what's real and what's not. And in general, whenever you follow the news, you think that the sky is falling. But when you go ahead and you sometimes look at the news out of Eretz Yisrael, and it feels like Chas v'Shalom lo alinu Rahman Yisrael Sinas is going ahead and rearing its ugly head. Right? And just today, everyone's following the news. They evacuated 5 communities along Route 1 is closed today in Yerushalayim because of the wildfires. And it's almost like sometimes the Rebbe sends us these messages that there are too many fires burning in Eretz Yisrael. There's too many fires. And I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm not talking about Hezbollah, I'm not talking about the Houthis. Not those fires. Like, you should have to be someone significant to start off with the Jewish people. Like, you can't be some guy who just a bunch of titles and just, hey, shut the... Anyway, so there's so many, not those fires, there are too many fires inside of Klal Yisrael. Too many fires inside of Klal Yisrael. And it's almost as if I can is sending us this message that extinguish the fires. Extinguish the fires because you're taking for granted what you have. Eretz Yisrael, what we have in Am Yisrael today is such a pearl. Why do we have the pearl? Because those who came before us, so many of those who were on Yom HaZikaron came and removed the pottery shard. So we worked hard to remove the shard so we can enjoy the pearl. And too often we squander the pearl with so much infighting and so much unnecessary machloket. But in life in general, they say, it's good to think about the pearls you have in life for the people who removed the shard so you could enjoy what you have. For the people in your life who have sacrificed, who have given where you are, that you can enjoy the brachos that you benefit from. Sometimes you just see the pearl like, oh, look what I've done. No, you didn't find it. No, you didn't make it. No, you didn't discover it. Someone else in your life. Either someone alongside you or someone before you, someone generations before you. Worked hard to remove that shard so you can see the beautiful luminescent brachos that you have in your life. You know what I did? I'm going to tell you something. Ilan, the Kilsa Gatler Rabba, this is my story, which let you say for the Economic, had not. So he phrased it a good man. How about me and Masnisin money? I would say, who the Mishnah, who the Mishnah would be Mitzvah? Rabbi Akiva, this is fascinating. What Rabbi Akiva say? Amar, Hanekayim Kilayim Mocha. Rabbi Akiva says, fascinating. Okay, so remember, how do we start today? Rabbi Yara came along and said that even if you just cover Kilayim with dirt, you are tired. And what they just understand the tradition, right? Before Rabbi Yochanan, I would have thought, before Rabbi Yara speaking, I would have thought that Halacha myself, or Rabbi Yochanan said, I would have thought that what if the violate July what do you need to do? Eat the plantain, right? So it comes from Rabbi Yonai, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, even if you just cover it with dirt. The Gemara says, the truth is, had we not had this discussion, I would have actually thought that our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva goes a step further. Rabbi Akiva says, even sustaining the lion, there's liability. I'm saying, what does that mean, sustaining the lion? I have a field. It turns out that the lion is growing in the field. So I don't do anything about it. I leave it there. I don't uproot it. Rabbi Akiva says there's liability for that as well. Liability even just for sustaining the existence of Kilayim. So the Rabbi Akiva, what do you see there? This I know. So again, when weeds around Kilayim, again, remember what does weeding do? It facilitates growth. So for Kilayim growing, I weed around the Kilayim, so I facilitate the growth of the Kilayim. Or Menachesh. Mechapeh. Or I go ahead and cover the seeds. Look at, we get milk because that's called planting Gilai. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if we just sustain, i.e., fail to remove Gilai, there's liability for that as well. So you know, it's like the night comes in with you. What's Rabbi Akiva logic? The sign of Satcha Mesizra Gilai. The Pasuk says, do not go ahead and plant with your Torah in only on a Zerah. I only know that the prohibition is to seed, is to actually plant. It's the plant. So the Gemara says, Mekayim, how do I even sustain Torah in the Bible? Kilayim Sadfa. So let's say that's interesting. And you see the note the juxtaposition of two words, even though again the pasuk is not really read this way, right? The pasuk is read, right? As soon as I just wrote, I'm calling Sabia Kilayim, Sadfa Sizra Kilayim, the Beggar Kilayim Shabbos, right? It's Kilayim. Don't intermix animals, don't go ahead and intermix seeds, and don't go ahead and roll them together. But it's interesting because there's a juxtaposition of two words of Kilayim Sadka. Even though that's not how it's said, that you see the juxtaposition. Kilayim Sadka means there can't be Kilayim in your field, meaning don't even sustain Kilayim, because sustaining Kilayim by definition is the biblical prohibition. Incredible. Tomorrow, like, oh, you will not me. So therefore, just this important nugget of information. Just halakha l'maisa, again, not only am I liable, and this is halakha l'maisa, not only am I liable ultimately for actively planting kilayim, I'm even liable for covering kilayim seeds with dirt. And again, Rabbi Akiva goes so far to say that I'm even liable for going out and sustaining it and failing to remove it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So where it says, so also said nothing. Why stop at 8 levels of liability in the case of the Mishnah? There's additional levels of liability. What are they? And we have to look at Rishon, Zoreah, the Yom Tov. Why don't you go ahead? Remember, why not go ahead and also set this up as a case? When is all of this happening? It's happening right when it's proceeding for seeding on Yom Tov. On the kind of shear. So you could add that one in also, but the kind of didn't include every single liability. We're just giving a lot of examples of joint liability. I'm like, have a katani short of the I'm a ton of shear. You can't say that. So if the Mishnah would have said you should do one act and be liable multiple times, that's one thing. When it kind of gives a number, once you give a number, what the number indicates is what? What the number indicates is that halakha l'maisa, that's a specific list. So once it's a specific list, that seems to say whatever is included is included, whatever is excluded is excluded. On the other, yeshchilik malachas b'Shabbos, and yeshchilik malachas b'Yom Tov. Here's the difference. What it says, there is a distinction of liability. In other words, you could be cited for multiple malachas done at once on Shabbos. But that concept is not applying. So Yom Kippur, if a person will say, yes, when one hell on the one lapse of awareness does multiple things, there's only one liability. For that matter, again, but it's the same act multiple times, only one act of liability. But by Shabbos, that's different. But by Yom Kippur, you can't be tied to both Chorish and Zoreah for both plowing and seeding at one moment. Okay, so Rashi says over here, we should actually start 4 and 5 for the bottom. In third malachas b'Yom in also shtayim v'shalosh malachas b'helam echad, or also malacha sheyish b'shtayim in the chayik halachas. It's an interesting idea in general. Again, we're not getting into all the halakhic distinctions, but Shabbos has 4 malachas. Yom Kippur does not have 4 malachas. Okay, so the Gemara says, is that true? Being to the malachas b'Yom Kippur, is that true that you can't be liable for multiple liabilities, multiple malachas on Yom Kippur? Done in one latch, that's your Rashi learned. On the Rashi of the follow the Yom Tov, if the person goes ahead and cooks the kit and nasha in milk on Yom Tov, and then you say, and then you eat it. Look at how much ultimately you get 5 cents a month. What do you get Malchus for? So look at the Shmuel Melchi. So number one, you've gone ahead and you get Malchus for eating kit and nasha, right? Number 2, but look at the Shmuel Melchi. Right, so that you get Malchus for cooking on Yom Tov for non-Ochel Nefesh purposes, right? When you're not cooking on Yom Tov, it's your fault for Nefesh, but cooking something that is prohibited for consumption is illegal on Yom Tov. So you can get Malchus for going ahead and eating get Nefesh, right? Malchus for cooking on Yom Tov in an illegal way. Working with Shmuel Bashal did the challah, right? And remember again, there's liability even for cooking Bashal the challah. So working with Shmuel Bashal the challah, then you get Malchus for eating Bashal the challah. Below gas apples for days, Mishim Havara. You also get Malchus for Havara, for kindling. Remember, now technically speaking, you're only allowed to kindle on Yom Tov technically, as long as it is with Sorah Ochel Nefesh. But because once again, this is not Ochel Nefesh, because this entire act of consumption is illegal, therefore there is liability. I said the Gemara in Isa, Mishum Havara l'Mechayiv, Zahar Chayiv l'Mishum Mishum. And listen, one second, you just said that on Yom Tov, you can't have multiple liabilities for one act. So that's the case. I can't be hired for both Havara and for Bishul. Right? The Gemara says, it's like, after Havara, but I'll give Hanasha Shemini. You're like, take out Havara, and instead put in liability for give Hanasha of the Vela. But the Gia, Lord Yishtaima Afilasa, the Shalosh of the Shua. But the Via said you get 2 acts a month for consumption. Right? One for give Hanasha, one for Basel Havara. The Shalosh of the Shua, and 3 months for the actual Bishul itself, which would seem to indicate that there's liability both for Bishul and Havara, which would then mean that there is multiple sets of liability for one act, even on Yom. In Isa, Shalosh Alachila says it's higher. Al-Atik Havara, the Ayo Ase Ashera. So it was a take out Havara, and instead put in an Ase Ashera. Well, in the case you are using wood of an Ashera to fuel the fire. Therefore, again, the use of Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, reliability as well. Okay, the Ataras and Alpha, and ultimately, again, and the Atara, the warning will be from here, or you thought you had to come over. Okay, fine. So let's just set this here. I'm really back. So let's just say, we're back, we're asking you, you might want to ask a series of questions, they're all the same basic questions, which is, why does the Mishnah states, right? Why are we limited to 8 acts of liability? After I can give you so many other forms of liability that could create additional liability. Only about Rabashi, they're looking at in the show for Savi Ta'iva El Bisafa. So what's this? So what about the following idea? Why not go ahead and get Marcus? Ultimately, against this prohibition, do not bring an abomination to your home. Allah Hakamas, what's the case over there? The case with the over here is we're actually, no. The cooking wasn't done. The cooking wasn't done. So we're not going to be up the case. The cooking wasn't done with wood of Ashira, rather it was done with wood of Hegdish. Okay, that's all right. So the Haka, the Ashira, sorry, this is still back in the other case I had that. That's all right. So the Haka, and the warning is from here. Okay, fine. See if I was saying again, what comes out of here is that halacha nice again. So first of all, a number of different halachas when it comes to kilayim, those halachas we just saw, and also apparently when it comes to Shabbos, there could be multiple levels of liability for multiple acts. What we call shivuk malachas. Even if you perform multiple acts in one color, one lapse of awareness, there could be individuated liability, but no shivuk malachas. Okay, incredible. That's the right way. So now, massive revolution. Correction, as much as you back now, we're back to the Mishnah's case, where the Mishnah says you could do one act of plowing, and be liable 8 different times. The Gemara now is just simply going to ask, was going to say, why not add on additional prohibitions over here? So for example, the Master Correction Hazarea Benachal Isa. Very interesting. I could add on a nice. What's the nice? Where there's that the Mishnah. What's the Mishnah's case, right? I'm plowing with the ox and the donkey, heck, right? That's how I like. Where's the plowing taking place? Nachal Isa. What's Nachal Isa? That's the dry riverbed where you do Egla Amifa. What's the halacha that I was saying? What's the halacha? The halacha is ultimately, again, the halacha is that you're not allowed to plow in that area. You're ever supposed to leave it back. Let's say now, the plowing itself is taking place in Nachal Isa. I'm not going to lie about it. So I'm saying, I'm going to warn you from here. I'll share with you about that. Master of Rastream, the next Shabman, I'm going to get Hashem back close up. I'll give you another case. Let's say someone has the name of Hashem written, and I ended up going ahead and erasing that name of Hashem with my plow, as I told you. So as I'm plowing, I have to someone erase the name of Hashem. Another liability. That's also an alpha. And again, the warning against erasing the name of Hashem from the following passage. The assassin case, sorry, you got to finish Shimon, Bible Zara. You shall destroy the name of idolatry. Will constantine Allah Shem Elohim. Do not do the same question you got. Not for a rebel. So we're just trying to figure out how you can add on additional levels of liability to this plowing case. So whereas election now we got cultic as Maharasa. Let's say as I'm plowing, I also go ahead and remove my Taras lesion, which is a little prohibition. So that's a miracle. Ishama Benegas, Masva Bais, about his own Kasha. The next shot now is interesting. Hamazia Hakoshe Me'al Ha'ifod Ha'masir Bade Aro. Let's say, let's say, remember, in the case of the Mishnah, the guy in question was a Kohen. What was a Kohen? Was a Kohen. Let's take it up a notch. Let's say it was a Kohen Gadol. And what did he do? He went ahead and he was wearing the big ruler, and while plowing, Rashi actually has a different discussion over here. While plowing, before plowing, after plowing, when he's doing the plowing, he moved the kosher, the breastplate, he moved the kosher from the apron. Halacha is that the kosher itself is attached to the apron of the Kohen Gadol. There's a typical prohibition to move the kosher. Let's say he did so. Or he removed the holes of the column and used those in the plowing process. That's that. Right, the point of it is we're just trying to show, and we can add on additional layers of liability beyond the age. And it's going to sound like age is the maximum. You might just try to show, obviously, again, these are exaggerated cases, but you might just try to make a point that I'm not going to you can add on additional layers of liability should you choose to do so. לא יסירו ולא יזכחו מה סליחה רש"י ולחשוב נמי החורש בעשי השירה. Let's add on another example, right? One is plowing ultimately again with Asi Ashira. So what about Ashira? Oh, that's a nice plow. It's made out of Ashira. I'm using Avodah Zarah in the actual plowing of the good. That's right, something else. Lo yizbach b'yadchov me'umah. Let's see, another one. Let's say the act of plowing, I end up cutting down perfectly good fruit trees. Oh, and I perfectly healthy other trees. Let's say again, this guy in question, always trying to show is how you can add on even more prohibitions. So here, Rabbi Yehuda is doing to have money. That's what I was saying. They were talking about a guy who made a shua. I mean, the fact says in the Eretz Hashem, he made a shua. He swore, I will not plow on Yom Tov. Then when he ends up plowing on Yom Tov, then addition to all the other levels of liability, what else has he done? He's transgressed. He's shua. Not liability. He says, no, that's not a good one. I'll tell you why. That shua actually does not work. Why doesn't that shua work? Because it is the concept of mishva ba'omed. Mishva ba'omed means, and we're going to this in the second shua, if you are already obligated to do something, ultimately, again, an additional shua does not devolve upon that act. Like, for example, let's say a person swears, I'm going to put on Torah this morning. So according to this approach, that shua is consequential. Why? I'm already obligated to do so. That's called mishva ba'omed. I'm already obligated to do so. Therefore, taking an oath that I won't plow on Yom Tov, and then plowing on Yom Tov, I'm liable for a lot of things. I'm not liable for violation of the oath. Why not? Because I'm already a judge, so if you're already obligated to not plow on Yom Tov, that's shua is consequential. I'm already, we go into other things, so we'll say, first of all, I'm going to Amar, shua shel ha'achrosh being the chol b'Yom Tov, the migas of chol alei shua b'chol, chol alei nami b'Yom Tov. Someone says, so again, this is already treading into shua, so this, what's the case? The case is where I swore I'm not going to plow during the week and on Yom Tov as well. Now, listen, now, there's a concept of shua that since the shua is chal on the weekday component, it's also chal on the Yom Tov component. Okay? So again, we'll see all of the mechanics of that when we get to shua. Which the Gemara says, no. We're not including anything ultimately again that could be that ultimately again can have Sheila. Sheila means that you gather the vote. So therefore again, or no, I should say. Gather the vote. So any prohibition that can be a vote is not included in this list. Is that true? Below the hard haftish, the haftish can be a vote. Right, if you go ahead and you make something haftish, you can have that cow in there. You can have that safety transferred in certain circumstances. The Bukhara. The haftish part of that is if you're using a Bukhara animal. The Bukhara animal, let's say, you shot something like that.
Why are you doing all this shit?
sanctity
Not only
again
is he
is in
smart,
zero,
but you're
and
also
therefore it cannot be an old. I have a
What
heart
are
nazir,
you? Do I
and
gotta
that's
sit
going to be
next
an
to this guy
old.
while
And
he's
again,
fake
remember the case
snoring?
of the Mishnah,
Am I
plowing
gonna
was
be
taking
in
place
this
in a
video?
cemetery, and the guy
I
in
don't
question
wanna be
was
in
appointed
this.
an
Fuck.
nazir. That sanctity is going to be a no. The
The guy
nazir
on the
shimshon.
left is like,
So
listen,
this is
I have
actually
my own
interesting.
channel.
If you're
Like,
going to
I
go back to
can't.
our nazir days, we have this. What is a nazir
I
shimshon?
have an
A
internet
nazir
presence, guy.
shimshon
I
is
don't wanna
literally
be in
against
this.
a nazir in utero, right? Shimshon was made
You guys are
a
crazy.
nazir by the Malach Hashem while still inside of his mother. So a nazir shimshon, a nazir shimshon does not have replication. That is an eternal status. Imagine, 1 second. Nazir shimshon, by its medium and smooth, here's the issue. A nazir shimshon might be a stand that is forever, but there's no condition to become commoners. A nazir shimshon doesn't have to listen to it. Yeah, no Mishnah, but it's perfect. That is going to say, have a high level is to hold on less late. Rather than say, this tenor does not go ahead and get involved in what we call an Isser Karma. So let's remember again, Isser Karma refers to person makes a shmua, so I won't go ahead and plow on the weekday and Yom Tov. So the logic is, since it goes ahead and applies to weekday, it also develops upon Yom Tov. Our Tana does not subscribe to that case. Okay, so if I want to say, again, the point thing about just what's the takeaway from all of this? What's the takeaway? Takeaway just is, even though the Mishnah said eight, and usually when a Mishnah says a number, usually what's the role of a number? What's the role of a number? To say this and no more, that doesn't apply. That doesn't apply here. And halacha again, if you want to construct the case of even additional levels of liability, you could potentially do that in this scenario over here. Okay, so the Gemara ends up by saying, Amadia Shabtzin and the Russian Yokishnayim. So let's say this is very interesting. So Roshia says, if you go ahead and read a Shabtzin and the Russian, now if we're going to get last week just a moment, Amadia Shabtzin and the Russian first line, right? So look at Afilu Amina Loka. So let's say, so if you have, for example, let's say you have an animal that was a carbon. The animal became disqualified for whatever reason. For whatever reason, the halacha is now, you can redeem that animal. Animal develops a moment. You can redeem that animal. Now, let's say that here's the interesting halacha when it comes to a redeemed carbonic animal. It still retains some of its sanctity. So, for example, you could shecht it and eat it, but let's say, for example, you can't use it for its shields. You're allowed to use it in certain ways, not allowed to use it in other ways. Because of that, a redeemed carbonic animal is looked at in halacha as almost having two different identities in one. It's looked at as two animals in one animal. It's, on one hand, it's hegdish, on the other hand, it's home. We can go back to Rashi. Rabbi Yeshua Rashi says over here again, Shenifte afilu amino, look at Sharikut Achad, Vasal HaKasav Shnei Gufim. Even though it's one animal, it's almost as if it's really two animals in one. The Torah Schul and the Torah Kachim Rish Alon. On one hand, it's a human animal, and on the other hand, it's a Kodesh animal. Torah Shulin Shemot Rabachila, like Michus Latazach or Moed, Kilu Lohotosh Ve'olam. So on one hand, it's human. Why is it human? You could check it and you could eat it. And where can you check it? Where can you eat it? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. On the other hand, the Torah's Kachim, Shasa the Giza Ba'avot. On the other hand, it still retains some of its carbonic sanctity. In that, you can't shoot it, and you can't use it for it. You never be said. The Chalavas Nafshacha. So let's say, skip down a little bit in Rashi. Right, last three lines of that Rashi. Also, Laharbio, Afilios. Listen to this. So, therefore, if you have a short school of Rashi, so let me just explain this case because it's actually really quite interesting. So, I have an animal that is set aside as a carbon. The animal develops a name. As a result, I have to redeem it. What the Gemara is pointing out over here is this animal has a dual identity. On one hand, it's still considered hectic, so you can't work it, you can't shoot it. On the other hand, it's considered to be cool, because what can I do? I can eat it. This animal, therefore, is considered to be two animals in one. Therefore, if you mate this animal with another animal, it's shirayah, even if it's the same species of animal. Right? Why? Because this animal is considered to have this dual identity, and therefore, again, if you mate it, well, you can't mate it with a hagdish animal, because that's just hectic. But even if you mate it with a human animal, that's considered to be the mating of two dissimilar species. Now, the chiddush over here is that two different statuses have the equivalent of mating two different species, which is interesting. So finish up that Rashi. So Rashi says over here, therefore you can't mate it even with its own species. So it says that's not local. That's the local. You can't go ahead and make seaweed. So sharks on the question, you can eat it, but you can't work it because or you can't shoot it because it's hectic. And you can't mate it with anything else because that's kilayim. Back to the mark for just a moment. We're not finished Rashi yet. Similarly, on the other hand, it's called hamanig. The sharks on the question, loka shayguf achadu v'asar hakosav kishnei gufi. So travel says so too. You can't even leave the plow, right? You can't even plow with that animal. Not only can you not go ahead and not only can you not plow with that animal with another animal, right? You can't reach another collect lion. You can't even plow with the shark suiting homosexual itself. Well, first thing, you can't do it because you're not allowed to work the animal, but even if you were to do it, that would be tantamount to what? Plowing with two different animals. Essentially, on both sides, shark suiting induction is a deemed disqualified carbonic animal has a dual identity. So because that's the numerous, right? Number one, you can't mate it with any other animal, as that is called kilai because of the identity. And you can't even use that animal to pull your plow by itself. Because that animal is the equivalent of two animals. And if you're using that animal to go and pull your plow, ultimately there will be an issue of kilai. That's what actually ends up. This is the case. Hamanik, afilu manik imino, afilu maniko b'tzni'atzmo. That's why even if you see that the species under the plow with that animal, or you leave the animal itself, it's still kilai. He says, fully the customer, with the time you shouldn't kill him, so much as the bottom line, what's the takeaway from this? The takeaway is that a shark swimming question, a disqualified carbonic animal, has a dual identity. Because it has a dual identity, therefore you can't use it to pull your plow. Again, you can't use it to pull your plow anyway, because you're not allowed to use that animal for work. But if you were to use it to pull your plow, not only would you be engaging in illegal use of consecrated item, but it would also be kilai. And if you try to mate it, even with its own species, also called kilai. It looks like this is one of the most inspirationally beautiful demands that you come across. Why? As I said, because remember, it's a shark, right? A shark has this dual identity. When you hear this, what does it remind you of? What does it remind you of? Reminds you of yourself. Like, don't you see yourself in this shark sitting on the flesh? This shark on one hand, it was Kodesh Kadashim. Right? Just a day ago, where was it? Just a day ago, it was inside the base on the track. Ready to go. Fantastic. Inspired. Ready to fulfill its sweetness. Ready to do what it's supposed to do. And what happened? What happens? It developed the moon. And what happens with that moon? What happens with that moon? That moon casts it out of the base on the track. That moon removes it from the Mizbeach. And now it's kind of just walking around outside, right? Feeling all dejected, right? Feeling like an abysmal carbonic failure. And then what happens? And Sefasmat, this Daf Top 3 comes along, and what does it say to the shark? What does it say to the shark? Charlotte, don't worry. Don't worry. You're still Polish. You're still Polish. Like, you're still Kedusha inside of you. Okay, you're not the same as what you once were. But let's think for a moment that won't only divest you of your Kedusha, there can be nothing further from this truth. Once Polish, always Polish. Once holy, always holy. No matter what the moment is, you can never fully remove your Kodesh, your active status from inside of your life. What an inspiring and life-affirming Gemara. Because I say, how many of us have had those beautiful moments where like, yes, I'm doing exactly what I need to do, how I need to do it. I'm in the proverbial base on Mikdash. I'm by the Mizbeach. I'm fulfilling my shlichus. And you know what happens? Then what happens? Don't look at me blankly. You know exactly what happens. Right? What happens is you develop a mom. I make a mistake. I make a wrong turn. I do something I'm not supposed to do. I indulge something I'm not supposed to indulge. And suddenly again, I'm like thrown out. I'm cast out. Suddenly all of that growth comes crashing down. Suddenly all of that beautiful movement and all of that beautiful Kedusha seems to have dissipated. And I'm just walking around aimlessly in life, looking from the outside in longingly at that beautiful Beis HaMikdash of personalistic spiritual accomplishment. And I feel so forlorn, and I feel so rejected, and I feel so empty. And then comes on and says, enough. It might be a sharp Surah HaMikdashim. The movement in life, the mistakes of life compromise us. And yes, when we make mistakes, we distance ourselves from our personalistic spiritual goals, from our personalistic mikdash. Unless you think that your mum robs you of all of your kedusha, lest you think that with every morning you're back to starting to square one as an empty vessel, there's nothing further from the truth. Even the sharp Surah HaMikdashim, even after it develops its mum, still retains its residual kedusha. And if that true for a shar, our ox, an animal, and our tapos, and our son of the kama, even when we develop our meaning in life, how much we retain our residual kedusha as well. What an inspirational and overwhelmingly beautiful Gemara to be mechazik us as we recover from our movement in life. Now, also, there's one big difference. What's the big difference? What's the biggest difference? The shard, once it has a mum, the most of us talacha. What's talacha? Once it has a mum, it's done. The way it works by carbonos is once you develop a mum and you're out, you are out. Herein lies the greatest distinction between man and shard. I develop a mum, and while I have that mum, all right, so I'm outside of the mikdash. But even when I'm outside of the mikdash, I still retain my kedusha. But I can heal. I can regenerate. I can fix my meaning and get right back into the mikdash of personalistic accomplishment. Incredible. Mishnah. Caramel can also be waiting for his mission the whole time. Like Malchus. What about Malchus? Yeah, let's say, let's get into Malchus. I'm going to be so excited. Case in Malchus also. Arbon Chasrachash. And our born means to show how many Malchus do you get? What's the maximum number? 39. But the Torah says 40. Torah says 40. The Torah says the mispar Arbon, a number like 40, which means a number close to 40, but not 40 itself. 39. So 39 is the maximum number of malchus that a person can go ahead and get. But Buddha says no. A bunch of people, but that's true. Not true. You get 40 malchus. That's not fun. So we'll see that before we can learn shoulder. The heifer will look at. So let's say, so by the way, the heifer look is how you say it. Now let's say we're going to see that Yuga and the Tanakama both agree with where you get malchus. According to Yehuda, there's a 40th. According to Tanakama, there's no 40th. But Yehuda, where do you get that 40th flash? Right? Where does that go? Think safe up. Ultimately, the idea goes between the shoulders. Again, we'll talk more about that in a minute. First thing I will say, when assessing the number of malchus, you only get a number divisible by 3. Right? Always a number divisible by 3. Okay, we'll see why that is. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm doing a couple of avoid. The local makes us. So let's say again, Ruben works on this. I said, now he's getting malchus, and literally he says he's capable. And most of the had a court doctor. There's a court physician, amazing physician. So they did his physical. They assessed he is able to withstand 40 malchus or 39 malchus. So what happens? On days, no ambition, you're going to have a boy and partner, and they say, now what ended up happening? What ended up happening is, let's say usually they says he can get 40. And then it turns out, the ambition, you're going to have a boy, and then it turns out that halacha might be assessed. And he can't go ahead and get the full 40. He stops. He gets what he gets, and that's it. Look at Rashi. He's unleashing up on the cover. The Haven is dance in the Basin, the local task, Sagile Bahapi. About Lonoke and Andula are born because of the unleashing up on the cover, Kudon. So the mission is an interesting halacha. Let's say Basin decided Ruben to get 39 malchus. They start lashing him. He has a negative reaction to the lashes. He can't take it anymore. So when I say that's okay, we stop. And whatever he got, and we don't make him get the rest. That's the halacha. Okay. Amdura lekava shmona esrei. Umishalaka amdu shirachu lekava arboin haklik. Similarly, let's say they assessed that he's only capable of getting 18 malchus. And then what happens? As they start flying in, like, hey, this guy holds up well. Like, he is capable, right? He is capable, much more durable than we thought. He's capable of getting more malchus. We don't do that. In other words, whatever the initial assessment was, that's what we stick to. But the finish over here is that it's the initial assessment. Then once we start the flogging, they recognize that if he can't maintain that, we don't go ahead and give him what he got, and that's it. Now, let's say, now, Rashi points out, let's see the Gemara. Let's see these marks. My timer. So let's say, first of all, we're moving my focus over here. My hosting Tanakama and Rabbi Huda. How many marks do you have to get? Tanakama says 39. Rabbi Huda says 40. So what's my focus over here? My timer. Each city, I will say, now the truth is, there's not a catch on Rabbi Huda, because the pasuk says, I brought in Yakin. The pasuk says 40. Right, 40. So you really got to try to Tanakama. Ultimately, again, why did they say 39? So my timer. So you want to say, I brought in. So Iksil, I brought in the mitzvah, Havamina, I brought in the number. So again, if the pasuk would have said, I brought in the mitzvah, 40 a number, I would have said that means 40 lashes. So the Gemara says, hashtag that said the mitzvah I brought in, but it's interesting, the pasuk uses a different lashon. What's the pasuk means? The mitzvah I brought in a number of 40, which sounds like what? Million to something as high a sum, a number that is close to 40. So what means like a number close to 40. Therefore, again, Chazal interprets that as, the Tanakh interprets that as 39. Okay? And that's how we pass it. Like we pass in 39 markets, not 40. Amarav, of course, there's a beautiful Gemara. Amarav says, how much to try shot into? How foolish people are. They claim Sefer Torah. They stand up for a Sefer Torah, but they'll claim Gavra Rabbah. But they don't stand up for Talmidei Chachamim. Wow, that's incredible. You know the Sefer Torah, the Sefer Boy, because in the Sefer Torah it says you get 40 milkers. And the rabbi came along and saved you from one of the lashes. So what does this mean? So the rabbi says you see how great Chazal are. People stand up for a Sefer Torah, but people don't stand up for a Talmidei Chacham. According to the Torah, you get 40 milkers. Chazal came along and interpreted it with 30 milkers. Those are what's the shot. Look over sayings like this. So let's say a lot of times we look at everything as law as an additional layer of onerous responsibility. And it goes through our minds, right? I think everyone's had this thought at some point in time in the evolution of their everyday personality is don't the rabbis have better things to do with their time than add on additional layers of prohibition. Right? Come on, Torah is complicated enough. Halakha is complicated enough. Why do all these endorse it? It's so important to understand. Like the whole notion of rabbinic law is there to save us, is there to help us, is there to actually facilitate our self-actualization. Yes, sometimes by adding on additional protective layers so that we don't make egregious mistakes that can compromise our spiritual standards. The rabbinic law is never there to make life more successful. Rabbinic law, without rabbinic law, we would be lost. Without Chazal's interpretations, we would be lost. Chazal ultimately, again, provide us the lifeline to ensure that we are successful in our Yiddishkeit, not to make things more complicated, past the shalom, but to go ahead and in Eretz Hashem, hopefully, make our Yiddishkeit more accessible and make it easier to succeed. So it's most manifest over here. Torah says you get 40 markers. Chazal came along and removed the lash. Removed the lash. Now we'll see a city yourself, remove the lash. Now, by the way, it's where the guy getting flogged, I guarantee you, when they get up to 38, and you realize there's only one more and not two more, you are singing the praises of Chazal. But again, what this is supposed to represent this idea that the sinner is actively removed an obstacle, so to speak. They actively remove a lash. This is what Chazal do all of the time. They remove stumbling blocks. They remove difficulty. We look at it as always additional layers of nonsensical things. It's not true. It's because we are limited in our understanding and we are limited in our appreciation. But if we understood what Chazal truly did for us, our appreciation of Talmidei Chachamim, appreciation of Chazal, appreciation of Shar Shabbat, appreciation of Talmidei Amoraim would skyrocket because they are there only to help us, only to facilitate our growth and never necessarily to add on additional difficult layers. So beautiful. Have you done a bunch of this? Already, so right time you read that. Watch that movie. Every week is pretty good. You sit, Mahamako Sa'ira Biada. They read that part. So everybody's asking over here, not as much why does that do the whole, but I love how nice it is 40. 40 is intuitive. That's interestingly enough. What about that 40th laugh? Right? The Hebrew says it goes between the shoulders. Ultimately, what's the shot? What's the shot with that? So let's do the big deal on this part. We're going to this discussion from Zechariah. Mahamako Sa'ira Biada. what are the knuckles? Then you have that was in between your shoulders. So it's the Omer Asher Kisi Base Mavai. I have been flogged, I've been hit by my loved one. So it's very beautiful over here. It's understanding that even the lashes that come about in danger are there for what purpose? Are there for love? Are there for love? Are there for instruction? So again, Rabbi Heath is bringing this as a logic. He's talking about a lash that's done between the shoulders. And let's say we're going to see in general in the next Mishnah, lashes are not really done between the shoulders. Right? So what's that lash between the shoulders? That must be the 40th one. Right? That must be that additional lash. Okay, the Rabbanon says, no, what is it supposed to be referring to? Ultimately, again, that's actually talking about the flogging of kids. Okay, let's put that in context a little bit. And so again, obviously, we've seen this right from the Gemara. It's a different code of discipline. So physical discipline, right? Physical discipline is clearly very accepted. So that lash that they're referring to, that's the lash that the Rebbe would give to the Talmidim. Ultimately, again, to keep them in line. That additional lash. Okay, it's not referring to Malchus itself. So the Gemara says, so remember again. So interestingly enough, the halacha is, right, the Mishnah said that we assess how much a person could take lash-wise. Like how much a person could take. So the Gemara says, right, I'm doing a comment on the look at Mishnah. So remember, the Mishnah that had two cases. Case number one is we assess that we're going to get 40 malchus. That's 39 malchus. And then we started, and then ultimately we couldn't expand anymore. We stop and we say, okay, you've received your punishment, we're done. So the Gemara says something very interesting. The Gemara says, lock it in, we'll knock it on. So let me at least start with saying, if I pick up this tomorrow. But clear this out. Moving was subject to 39 malchus, right? The assessment, perfectly healthy now, non-smoker between the ages of 20 and 60, right? So he's able of going ahead and getting 39 malchus. We start flogging him, and what happens? He goes ahead and he starts to buckle. We're 18 in, right? 18 in. So there are two approaches we can do here. Right? Approach number one. What's approach number one? What's the more intuitive approach? Take a break. Right? Take a break. Right? Let's break for a few, right? So get some lunch, right? Come back and let's resume this fogging later on, right? That would be the best idea. Or tomorrow. Or the next day. Take a long weekend, come back afterwards, right? We'll flog you on Monday. Right? That would be the reliable figures, right? The same way, by the way, if I steal, and let's say again, I stole $1,000, I only have $100 to pay. Fine, you paid $100. Then I'll have to pay maybe $900. It's a debt. So something like you say, Malchus is a debt as well. You can't pay it now. We'll flog you later on. Interesting, that's not what the Mishnah says. What the Mishnah says is instead, we'll flog you, and since you can't take anymore, we're done. So we're going to stop it today. I'll pick up next week with this tomorrow. Malchus is quite interesting. So we're going to see there are times where you have to make up the Malchus, and times where you simply are quote-unquote guilty with what you received. When we apply each of those, and the answer goes on, just go out.
Congratulations. And you're like, wait, was that like a legit congratulations? Or was it like a...
Oh, it's got very good.
You just don't know, right? And you can't pick and choose.
He pitched, he gave up one hit, and it was an error on the first baseman. Should have been a no-hitter. Gave up one hit, should have been 0. I pitched 3 innings, struck out 6.
All right, so we'll say good morning. We can close this, everyone. So far, Hashem, to begin. It's only month of Iyar Amalim L'Tova. Beautiful Misachas Shemachas. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for staying. Our annual Commissar sponsor report touching the Hay, the Tilton Spot on Earth to show for dedicating all the Sherman Brussels this year as it's a book for the Solar Trouble to all around the Shah. Commissar sponsor for the month of Iyar. Abba Avin L'Tova Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karatkin, Yukra Ben Yecheskel Akoin, Zechon. We also have the merit of our Talmud and Hashem will have an Aliyah, the family, and the Pama. Still opportunities, and there's Hashem before. Talmud sponsorship for the month of Iyar. Tremendous month. Tremendous Gula. Sponsor Talmud Torah in the month of Iyar. Iyar doesn't have anything else associated with it. Like it's not the Yom Tov. Because of that, again, the way we could add additional contributions to the month of Iyar, Meretz Hashem is through our Torah, through our Avodah, through Hashem, our tremendous Baki every day. So if you'd like to sponsor 343-2. Direct message, you act now, and we will not be there. And in this, we have to remember all of our precious hostages will next time come home. Our holy soldiers will be successful. The full of mastery. First, with that, let us be. We have some incredible Gemara today. Today's Daf is Chaf 21. We are picking up on Chaf days 20b. As the two dots towards the not the last two dots, not the second to last two dots, the third to last two dots. Says the Gemara. Hamaket Tasrosh. Again, one of the things Mishnah was talking about is it's literally translated if you round out the corners of the head. So ultimately, again, is not just that. Obviously, what does that mean? Let's see. Tell you about it. We're gonna. These are some very important figures that have to do with haircutting and shaving. To show I have some good visuals that I'm going to put on the chat and here today as well, so you can see a little bit more of what the Gemara is referring to. But right now, I'll just go through the scripture. So tell about it. What does it mean that you can't shave off the corners of your head? And I've also said this is what we classically call the obligation to maintain payas. Payas, what does this mean? Basic circle. So what does it mean with corners of your head? Zahamash that's above la'acholi aznot in the padachot. So here's the imagery. If you can imagine, I'm the wrong person to illustrate this on, but if you can imagine someone with a hairline. So whenever again, if you can imagine, essentially going from your hairline and picking that swath of hair between your hairline and between your temple. And imagine for a moment going ahead and shaving that back. That area over here, between the hairline and the temple, that's what we call the payas. There's a different halacha about the obligation to maintain what we'll call sideburns or payas going down. Often when you think about payas, it's interesting that often what you see there is that's the area from the temple down. There's an obligation to maintain a certain amount of hair from the temple down, but that would fall under the obligation of not quote unquote destroying your beard. And again, I'll show you the visual later on. The idea of maintaining your payas means this area of hair between the hairline and between the jawbone, right opposite the forehead, cannot be shaved. Cannot be shaved. It cannot afford us to be cut, right? It can be cut, but it cannot be shaved in a quote-unquote disruptive way. What that means is an interesting discussion. But clearly, here's what I know what it means. I can't take a razor to this part of my head. I can't figure out this one out. Not only that, even if I'm not using a razor, it is only so short that I am permitted to touch this area of my head. How short? We'll get into it. But that's not the calculation. You know, so by the way, what makes it look what is this? So this actually brings down, but this is the way you go ahead and cut your head. They still have the same these type of haircuts. You're essentially, again, okay? No, not our Kahana. We call them Kahana. Right? So not our Kahana, correct? But if you notice again, the way that your haircut used to have it, they essentially shave the hair, really again, between the hairline and between the temple, and it leaves like this hair on top. So all the rest of anyway, the haircuts are the piece ultimately as well as the haircut pieces. More goes like that. I'm trying to kind of tell you that this economic, look at. This is very interesting. So now the Gemara says as follows: whether the person who's giving a haircut or the person who's receiving this illegal haircut, both get marked, which is fascinating, right? So if I go for this type of haircut, I say to the barber, shave off what we'll call the payas, like the area between my temple and my hairline, and just take that all the way back. I am liable to mark this, and again, if it's a Jewish barber, he's liable to mark this as well. The expression is the one who drinks out of a bowl should get marked. So this was an expression that, what's the issue of eating dates out of a bowl? What's the issue? None. There is no issue with eating dates out of a bowl. So this is the expression that's often used. You did nothing wrong and you should get malchus. When we're asking, what does the barber do? Right? I'm sorry. What did the haircutty do? Right? What did I do? I'm sitting in the barber chair and I'm getting a haircut. I didn't do it myself. If I didn't do it myself, then I'm not getting malchus. Money, okay, answer number one. And what does it say? Even a lash in myself. Even allowed without an act or without any dynamic activity, you get malchus. That's one answer. Rava Amarava says the malchus the atzmos, the divrei. Oh, what's the case over here? I'm giving myself a haircut. So because I'm giving myself a haircut, therefore, of course, there's going to be liability. But actually, Rash is the Messiah with the Rash. Rash is literally there's a simple answer over here. Messiah. What's Messiah? I'm getting a haircut. So I'm wearing the bottom doing work. On the other hand, I'm assisting him. How am I assisting him? Because I'm sitting there, cut a little bit everywhere. I'm bunching the hair for him. So if I do something to assist him in the haircut, then halacha l'meishav is going to be joint liability. Incredible. The mashkis pas zikano. The person goes out and destroys his beard. What's the definition with destroying his beard? Pas zikano, sof zikano. So pas zikano means you end up his beard. You might say.
Here's an idea for a show.
The Eizu sof zikano. What is considered to be sof zikano? She told us zikano, the pointy part of his beard. I will say. So we saw already in the Mishnah, there's an interesting amount of machlokes as to what exactly, which areas are prohibited over here. For the beard, which is sort of the classic understanding that the beard, the focus of the beard really is comprised of 5 parts, right? 2 temples, 2, it's called jawbone, right? Jawbone area over here, right below the ear, the jawbone, and the chin. Now what that means is those areas cannot be shaved in a destructive way. Now what's the definition of a destructive way? So you might have noticed that by the Hasidim don't shave. Why don't the Hasidim shave? Because again, there's an understanding that any form of post-skin shaving will be problematic, including a shaver, like an electric razor will be problematic as well. So many don't pass in that way, including many of us, which is why we shave. Or definitely point is you can't take a razor to those parts of the face. Now there's a machlokes, right? So the connection with the razor on the temples, jawbone, and cheek. There's a whole bunch of machlokes about every other area in between them. So because of that, the Shulchan says we do not use a razor anywhere on the bearded area of the face. What that does allow for is, technically speaking, a person can use a razor on the neck, right? So on the back of the neck. Again, bottom neck, one can go ahead, but anywhere on the face, a razor would technically potentially a difficult prohibition. Everyone prohibition and shaving with your electric razor, but with the razor itself is considered to be hashchasa. That's destructive, as evidenced by the fact that it's a much closer shave. There's you're getting in there, as opposed to an electric razor, which is often a little bit still off the skin. That's why I just point out, I said there's all these machlokes, right? The lift and cut, all these different things. What's considered to be use of a razor? Again, not our topic for today. Well, I guess it is our topic for today, right? But I said that being part of it. But just to be clear, although technically speaking it's the 5 spots, because there is much halakhic dispute about what constitutes the 5 spots, Shulchan Aruch said no razor on the face. No razor on the face. On the head, now again, you could use a razor on your head. Where can you use a razor on your head? Right on the top of your head and on the back of your head. Where can't you use a razor? Anywhere, again, in the peya area over here. And that's not just a razor, by the way. That would also apply to getting a very close haircut, even with a trimmer that doesn't leave enough hair to be able to pull on. Again, there's a lot of discussion about this. Is it a number 1 and number 2? Okay, like I said, this is a good shear to have because this is very nice, but that's the idea. All right, let's go like this. Said the Gemara, a lot more to say, but not right now. Said the Gemara, I'm sorry to that. So next, remember again, this is the truth means creating a laceration of the dead. Right? Remember again, this is not just in general. One is not to make things put fun on themselves, right? That this idea of Shrita is not the laceration as a display of mourning. That's what this is. So, this setup, you might have thought, let's say a person has to solve the boat sinks at sea, carrying all the cargo. My business was just lost. My taxes fell through. The house fell down. What happened to the person was so distraught over the financial loss that what did they do? They lacerated themselves. See, you might have thought that that's the biblical law, but you come along lenefesh. So therefore, the Torah goes out of its way to say what type of laceration is. The seret lenefesh lotiknu b'sarach. Seret lenefesh is only laceration over the dead, right? Any laceration as of the spirit of mourning that is true halachically talonaya. So the most talon lenefesh, anytime allowing is nobody. You'll be tired if you lacerate and you look at the spirit of mourning for the dead. The negative side comes to get up on these echoes. You kind of philosophize like, how do you know that if you lacerate yourself 5 times over one death, if a person needs someone they love and they're so distraught that they lacerate themselves 5 times over one person, how do I know that I'm tired for every single laceration? Now, we'll over the seret, he places it in the singular, l'chayiv al kol srika v'srika. Say that I'm tired for every single laceration. The big is the only 9 inside srika achas avli mesim, shuchai b'kol achas v'achas. How do you know that even if you lacerate 1 time over 5 deaths, right? The person is mourning 5 deaths with 1 laceration. How do I know that halacha l'maisa again? I am chayiv al kol srika v'srika. How do I know that I'm chayiv for every single laceration? I'm sorry. Shuchai b'kol achas talomar v'nefesh. The chayiv al kol nefesh v'nefesh. What the Torah says, the seret l'nefesh. Every person whom you lacerate for, even if it's 1 laceration for 5 people, you carry 5 times. Incredible. I must a second. But they say l'beso shenachol. This is the nefesh. I'm sorry. Big say l'beso shenachol is your kalayat. 1 second. You just use that already. You just use the nefesh to teach me that what? That there's only liability if you lacerate as a display of money for the dead. But to exclude the fact, let's say somebody's mourning over their lost boat, or their lost boat, right? Lost finances. Ultimately, again, you just use the nefesh to teach me that I'm not tired for a laceration over financial loss. Happening immediately. Top of Chafamit, 21. Eight Kasar Yosi, Srita Ubida Achasi, Uksiv Hasam Lames. So remember again. What I want to point out is as follows. The Torah uses two expressions over here. That's the seret l'nefesh lotiknu and lotiknu. So there's some ambiguity as to what these things mean. Rabbi Yossi holds lotiknu and seret l'nefesh are the same thing. They both refer to lacerations. Because they both refer to lacerations, and both of them discuss death. So one of them ultimately again could be used to teach me that I'm chayiv for every single dead person I lacerate for, even if it's 1 laceration over 5 people, I'm chayiv 5 times. And the other one teaches me that halacha l'maisa, I'm only chayiv for laceration if there's a display of mourning for the dead. But if halacha l'maisa again is a display of mourning for financial loss, there's not biblical liability. Again, I will say there may be other liability because the person can never engage in any kind of self-harm. There's an smart and all the matter. You may be in violation of an say, but not in violation of this. It's smart and like our Shmuel. On the side 55, it's written from Shmuel says, if you lacerate yourself with a clean utensil, there is a liability. So the Gemara says over here, I'm sorry, last 2 points out on the side 55, by that sheep of the Mashma biyad. So this is very interesting. So this goes back to what we said before. There's a little bit of ambiguity, a little bit of focus. Exactly what is srika and what is gedida. What's interesting is Rashi is pointing out over here, and it's pretty already that the distinction is not as much about they're both lacerations, rather the distinction made lie in how the laceration is performed. Rashi points out over here that gedida has an inference of being done with the utensil, and srika has an inference of being done by yad. Shmuel comes in and says, I'm sorry for Kuchai, where is actually Mishneh, Srika, gedida achasi, gedida is the same thing, they both refer to laceration over the dead. Hello, so Srika biyad is gedida, the cleave, but Srika is the hand, and gedida is the utensil. You have the Huda with Rabbi Yossi, ultimately, Shmuel is Rabbi Yossi, very kind of Rabbi Yochanan, Amri, בין ביד בין בכלי חייב על חייב. So what this is, we saw before the following idea. If you lacerate over the bread, whether that laceration is done by hand or that laceration is done with a utensil, there's typical liability. Okay, that's very important to understand. That's no problem. What happens if one lacerates themselves as a form of worship or avodah zarah? So what's halacha? Biyad chayiv.
That's social media.
This is ultimately, if you lacerate by hand, you chayiv. If you lacerate by kli, you potter. I said to you, the hot is called, but we learn just the opposite.
Out there jumping in with chairs at 3 in the morning.
By Skodigin, Sirish Batam, the Harvard Subarabaki. Possible to hear more explaining the Pasuk from Malachim Arab, and talks about idolatry, and it says that they were lacerating themselves in accordance with the laws of their idolatry, with swords and with spears. So it sounds like for idolatry, they were going ahead and lacerating. They were lacerating. Rather by a body. That's supposed to say interesting. So there's a distinction over here. By a body zara, if you lacerate by hand, you are potter. By kli, you are chayiv. What's the logic over there? What's the logic over there? By a body zara, you're only going to be chayiv for laceration if it's done in the normal form of worship. If you do something remembering about, like, remember how it works by a body zara? No, that's not how it works, right? And so how does it work by a body zara? By a body zara, you're only chayiv if you worship the idol in a quote-unquote normative way. Now, there are certain forms of worship that will always be prohibited, right? Frustration is always prohibited, right? Kneeling is always prohibited. Karbanos are always prohibited, right? Offerings, libations, things like that that are quote-unquote normal forms of worship. Even if you have other ways that worship in that way, it's still liable for that. But then when you have unique practices, right? Unique practices are only liable if you do them the way the Avodah Zarah does. The laceration is not a way that normally you worship a God. That's why the Avodah Zarah, they got to do with the kli. So the kli is going to be chayiv, but the yad is going to be potter. When it comes to laceration as a form of a mourning practice, the chayiv being biyad, being the kli. Doesn't make a difference whether you're doing it with your hand, utensil, but there's liability. It's incredible. The chayiv ala rosh. Next. One is chayiv ultimately again for creating bold spots on the head. So not the Restream, big future shots. The Restream, when they had it pointed out over here, again, I was supposed to put it as well, by the temples. Balazak on Stein, the Achas, we mentioned this by the beard. Two spots, like two temples, two jawbones, and a sheep, and a chain, that's the areas of liability for destructive shooting. So you want to say, not need of Shishas, but 50 detail. The Shishas demonstrated this again by looking at the different parts of the beard, or by showing different parts of the beard. Right? And then the Lord in that one, so the Lord said that Allah was saying in Mishnah. The Lord said, in what one school to Achas in the Chayiv Ela Achas. The Lord said if you were to remove the 5 spots on the beard that was. So let's say, remember again, let's see if you go ahead and to destroy the 2 temples, the two jawbones, and the shower. Then that could be that's the pillar charge. So you put it all on your fingers, and you go and you touch all 5 spots at the same time. So the Lord says you only chayiv once. Only chayiv once. Now why is that? The Lord says, Kasaba Chad Laki. You raise all 5 spots, but there's going to be one left. The only chayiv actually for another time, and there's only liability if you remove it with the razor. Because let's remember again, the issue over here is not quote-unquote shaving as much as it is destruction. So that's why, again, the Gemara understands over here, it's not the shaving with a razor that is considered to be destructive shaving, and that's where there will be a biblical liability. The Torah says literally again, the corners of your beard you shall not shave. And you got to is a lesson of shaving. You have to have your gift from this time your high. Well, if that's the case, maybe even if I shave with scissors, it wasn't help to have the shaving with scissors. Obviously, you're not going to get close to shave with scissors, right? So I'm going to say again, if that's the idea that this is a prohibition on shaving, then halach l'maisa, there should be liability even if I shave with scissors. So we'll say that's what's interesting over here, right? There's two different expressions over here. On one hand, you could put car cover up down. Right? So at one point in time, the Rav says, you shall not shave the corners of your beard. A second pasuk says, talking about Los Akifu Pa'as Rashem, Los Sashis as Pas Zikanecha. So there's two prohibitions. There's don't go ahead and shave your beard, and don't destroy your beard. So again, based on the law that says don't shave your beard, I would have said even scissors should be problematic. Down with Lomar, no sashis. Therefore, the Torah says don't destroy your beard. Don't destroy only a type of shaving that is destructive in nature. Elo sashis. I'm going to clarify this that expression, but planed my beard, right? Took a plane and planed my beard. I would have thought that I would be chayiv for that. So he wants to come Lomar, no, you only chayiv for shaving. So this is a very unique idea here. The Torah is discussing what type of shaving is the biblical liability for. It's a type of normative shaving that is destructive. What's the type of normative shaving that is destructive? What's the type of shaving that is destructive? When we say destructive, the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair. What is the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair on the surface? On the surface of the face? So you understand? That's a razor. That's a razor. So we'll say, so if the interplay between these two lines on one end, you can't shave your beard, which sounds like anything. But then it says, no sashis. See, when is the biblical liability for a an act of shaving that is destructive in nature? What's the type of shaving that's destructive in nature? A razor. Incredible. But the answer, like to use a plane to go ahead and shave that you should be chayiv.
This is very sort of,
So you must understand how does he arrive at that conclusion? He's gomer gzir shava, he's gomer gzir shava, I don't understand. If Rabbi Eliezer is accepting the drasha that we just made before, the drasha where he's calling it gzir shava, already it means the interplay between hashchasa and gilua. If he accepts it, then that yields the result that it's only a razor, not a plane. If he doesn't accept the interplay between the drashas, then again, any form of shaving should be prohibited as well, including scissors. First, we want to say, no, let's accept the gzir shava. We do what we just made before. But he happens to hold that shaving with a plane is considered to be a normative act of shaving as well. Which I will say, by the way, the plane would have said conceptually, it's the same concept, right? Conceptually, what is it? It's shaving with a blade. Shaving with a blade. It's just people don't normally shave with a blade, which means like smooth out wood. But conceptually, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. So that's what over here. So it's really just a technical issue. Shooting with a plane considered to be a normative act of shaving or not, but conceptually everyone is on the same page, which is any type of shaving that ultimately again results in a hashchasa. So again, it has to be a normative act of shaving, but that is destructive. What's definition of destructive? Destructive means to totally smooth out the face is really almost like no recognition of facial hair. There, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be a biblically prohibited act of shaving. Incredible. Alright, let's say, fascinating. Let's go back to Mishnah. Hakose Ksubas Kaka. Tattooing. Incredible. We're going from shaving to tattooing. A lot going on here. Hakose Ksubas Kaka. So we'll say the person goes ahead and tattoos themselves. So that's the biblical expression for tattoos. Ksubas Kaka. Now, Rashi points out there about what is the etymology of this expression? What does it mean? What does it mean? So look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide line, third line. Ksubas Kaka. Goes into the sun, of the sun, of the sikra. Yakaka Mikakea Habasa the Nahat, of the Sati, the Nicholas Hatsaba bin Or Labasa, the Nijabo Koyami Kaka, but also Lipstop Shimsiba or Rabasa. First of all, this is fascinating. Apparently, Rashi understands over here, this is a Makosis as well. How do they do tattooing? The thing is the following way. You first draw something on your skin. Right, draw the image. Afterwards, what they would do is, so the ink would be there, or whatever they were using, the dye would be there. Then they would prick the skin afterwards and the ink would seep in and form a permanent image on the skin. So it's interesting because there is a raging metal. When I say raging, that is not the original hyperbole. Raging metal as to whether or not the order matters in this biblical prohibition. Because the way it is being described over here is in I don't know if it's pricking or perforation or incision, right? Incision on the skin second. That's what I'm saying. So you have the image over here, then they would go ahead and prick the skin, and then the image would seep in. I don't know. I didn't do the tattoo part of it. I don't know how modern tattooing works, right? But the mice are quite fascinating. So that's how it's done. And again, the difference in Russia, Soviets means writing, Kakor means pricking.
There's not a whole lot of positives here.
Like perforating. The perforation of the skin. Right, that's the perforation. And that's why, interestingly enough, once you understand the legal expression itself, you begin to see the order. First the writing, and then ultimately again the perforation of the flesh. That's the thing. So let's go to the Mishnah. Kakor is Suvas Kakor. So it's a person who's going to tattoo themselves kasha below kakar below kasha. So let's say you just write on your skin, right? Also, your person you get a tattoo, right? Whatever you get like ink on your skin or a stamp on your skin. So that's not the biblical prohibition. That's the biblical prohibition. And I know that.
Also, is he like
right? But the man says it's not the biblical prohibition. Kasha below kakar or kakar below kasha. Or ultimately again, or if you prick the skin, but you're not right. So like, then in all of these cases, in a kind of actually, the yikateya biyado. Right? The only viable, obviously, tattooing, which is in those doors. So if a person quotes unquote tattoo themselves, but it's just an image that sits on top of the skin. Right? There's no preparation of the flesh. That's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is only for the ink, and then again, preparation of the skin. Furthermore, it's only biblical prohibition of tattooing if you use dye or an ink of permanence. Right? If it's not permanent, then it's not biblical prohibition. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda Mishur Rabbi Shimon Omer, Eno Chai Achyisto Sham Es Hashem, Shenema Sobes Kakar Yotifu Bokem Ani Hashem. This is very interesting. Now, the way this reads and what he actually means. The way it reads right now is what it sounds like is what Shimon is saying that Halakha L'Maisa, you're only chayiv if you write the name of Hashem as a tattoo. So you decide, right? You decide. Sometimes people get inspired and learn all kinds of things, right? So you say Hashem L'Negdi Summit, they take it quite literally. I just put up K above K on my arm, right? So let's say, so now it sounds like the Shimon is saying that's the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of God on you. So we're going to see, Rashi points out, well, let's read it a little bit. So let's go back to it. So essentially, what do we learn here? The typical prohibition of tattooing really requires three things. Number one, ink on the flesh, then again a pricking or preparation of the skin to allow the ink to be absorbed within the flesh, and use of some kind of permanent dye or ink. Right? According to the Shimon, what criteria the biblical prohibition of tattooing only applies if you tattoo the name of God on your body. Said the Gemara, Amir Raka Brid Rabbi Rashi, Admito Ani Hashem Mamish. So Raka Brid Rabbi said that Rashi, if the Lord is saying that literally again, you're not tied into, you literally write Ani Hashem, because that's Rashi of the pasuk. Uksoves Takal Lo Fignu Bakar. Sounds like it's very interesting. Sounds like the way that the Lord is reading the pasuk like this. Uksoves Takal Lo Fignu Bakar. You shall not tattoo yourself. What's the biblical prohibited tattoo you can't put on your body? Ani Hashem. You can't tattoo on your body Ani Hashem. So you might say, is that what the Lord is saying? So you might say, I'm going to let it low. Going back after Inukai Ashvito, Shem Avodas Kohavim. No. It's the opposite. Actually, what it means is like this. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of idolatry on your body. That's the biblical prohibition, שנאמר, תכתוב את taco לא תקראו בכם, אני השם. Don't tattoo the name of another God on your body. אני השם ולא אחר. Because I am Hashem and no one else. I'm also saying that the way we have to possibly is that the biblical prohibition of tattooing is whatever you're tattooing. It doesn't really matter what you're tattooing, right? The only issue is if you tattoo the name of God on your body, you have bigger issues. Like bigger issues that come in, like walking into the bathroom, right? Your dad's tattoo uncovered. And you leaving that aside, the biblical prohibition really applies to all forms of tattooing. You want to go back there. I'm going to about Abba. Also, Lord Yadam. So this is very interesting. This is actually quite interesting. Now that we've established that really any form of tattooing is problematic, we have no idea that it's problem. Because we should not put Ikamaka. Let's say Ikamaka is ash. Now what you need to do is if you have a fire, right, and then again at the end of the fire you have like soot, so fire again that soot has certain medicinal quality. So if you have an open wound, it was harder to go ahead and put that soot on your wound. So now when Malkia comes along and says you can't do that, why can't you do that? It makes the nearest to still that's taka. Because here's the issue. Often what would occur is when the wound would heal, the residual soot would still be there, and it would look like a tattoo. I'm not going to make that was the section of Mafia. Now, if you want this whole story, there are two different Rabbanim. One is the Mafia, and one is the Mafia. So the word is positive here just to say people often get them confused. I'm going to tell you what the Mafia said and what the Mafia said. Two different opinions, two different people. So watch this. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say, big W stuff. The Gumos, the Mafia. The Mafia was the opinion that said she points, and actually points out all of these cases. She could actually say, let's say from the white lines. In the white lines, about the 2, 4, 6, 8, about 3 lines. She put the very thing second. She puts the fellow the box off the council. I don't know if there's something, magnifico the Karen's on. If you have a stick that is used to roast meat, also again on Shabbos or on your butt, not roasting on Shabbos, but before Shabbos or roasting on Yom Tov, that stick becomes muktzah after it's mixed, because it's closed, right? It's unclean, so therefore again it becomes muktzah. That was one halach. And that's shpachos, so that's what it's discussing. Look at Rashi. Mishnei.
There's some evil
the direct alpha things to it. So the not do it, needs a little more. It's not going to be in the sense to talk about the obligations that a wife has in her household. So there's a discussion what happens if a wife brings in a domestic staff. So again, the more domestic staff she brings in, the less personal responsibility that she has. So the Malkiel is of the opinion that even if she has a whole domestic staff, it's important for a person to be busy because idleness leads the person to all types of negative behaviors. That's just a shock. And Gumos, Rashi says over here, the need of the vaccine, the most Gumos was normally it's the existence of 2 pubic hairs that is demonstrative of adulthood. So Malkiel is of the opinion that even 2 pores represents is enough. Is demonstrative of adulthood. Because you assume that there are 2 pubic hairs that were there, but they just busted, but they just fell out. Okay, so those are 3 cases of a Malkiel, right? Shipot, Shvachos, Gumos. Beloris, so let's say what's the case of Beloris? Rashi says there is hair in Ma'anidim, Ba'avod Yisrael. Kind of on the Obediko Chavim and Mistakim in Israel, the consequence is that Beloris was their haircut design. It was, you would grow out like a long strand of hair, like a ponytail. But it wasn't like a ponytail where you left all of it, right? It was just like one zap, right? Like one strip of hair, that you would just see grown out long. So it's like the halach is this was from the idol worship as well, because it is associated with Yavod Yisrael. So if you need a Jewish father, and a guy, and it sends out to him and says, you know what, give me a Beloris, right? Give me right, you're just making a nice Beloris. No, you're not allowed to do that. No, exactly. Also, you can't cut within a certain area of the Beloris as well. Okay, that's the case of Beloris. She would agree with Bobbers. How do you get with the Beloris? If a makra, and also that's up to it's a makra is allocated.
biggest
If
strength
you
is
have an
almost
open wound,
between
you
us. He's
can't
kind of
use
fearless.
the soot
Always loaded up like he's
to
truly
go ahead
fearless.
and use it
Like he'll do
as
anything.
a
I got you. I was
medicinal
telling you
cell
the first
because it'll leave a permanent mark afterwards and it looks like tattooing. And the last case was
Yeah, I
Gvina.
wonder what is
So
he? What is he?
Gvina is that you can't eat the cheese of non-Jews.
What do you mean by
Like
anything? You
Gvina
mean he'll
samples.
cut out the
Rashi
Dallas
points out over
skyline
here,
and have some
Gvina
man put that
is
behind
not
him?
Baimanim in the third
Or
Mishnah.
do
Gvina's
you
case,
mean he'll
Unaiki,
open up
Ubaidi,
a
Mama
food
Kama,
truck
Nakia,
diary and the
Adam,
food is in
Zation,
the trunk
Achlikim,
of the car?
there's a whole discussion about cheeses of non-Jews. Often they would smear them, they would coat them with different forms of animal fat. Okay, the concept we have also is of Malkia and is of Malkia. And the Malkia happens to be Malkia is the author of, again, it's good to know, Shiput Shvach is Gumos, and the Malkia is Gloris, Eva Makla, and Gavina. For our purposes, again, why are we doing this? We're doing this because, again, remember, it's a Makla is our piece of tattoo. The Papa on this is Mastisa, the Malkia. The Papa says, wherever you find a Mishnah or a Gaisa, that is of Malkia. Mastisa, but others rabbinic discussion of Malkia. The Simona, Mastisa, Malkia. So let's remember this is a Mishnah, is Malkisa, Malkisa, Malkia. Okay,
I'm not sure where is that.
is there any level of Mahlokas over here? Ukibanayu, Shvachas. Okay, a little bit of Mahlokas is the attribution of the case of Shvachas. Divi Gaba, Kapit, Arida de Kisilta. So was back to tattooing. So Rabbi Badayi was makbid even ultimately again with putting silk even on a blood letters piece, right? The letters, blood letters, all you need is like a prick of the needle, even putting a little bit of silk there, he was not good not to do it because if you go ahead and leave a marker. Rashi Amar, Hamakum Sheish Sham Makasal, Makasal Mokiach Halal. So what's interesting? Rashi says this is all incorrect. The prohibition of tattooing is a prohibition of tattooing. Any time that it is clear that what's being done on your body is for medicinal purposes, right, for treatment purposes, there's no particular way. Also, you have this with certain forms of chemotherapy, where there sometimes is a residual, almost like tattoo mark that can happen as well. So Rashi said that's not tattooing. That's not tattooing. That's clear that was done for purposes. Anything done for medicinal purposes is not the biblical prohibition of tattooing, and therefore Allah might say no problem. Therefore, I will turn out is if you had a person had an open wound and they wanted to put soot there for the wound, even if the wood leave a residual, it is still not a problem. All right, incredible Mishnah. Let's go. Notice we actually just had this Mishnah yesterday. A Nazir who was drinking wine the whole day.
As if he has to tell you when he's not
Everyone has a day like that. I'm just saying, right? Everyone has a day like that, right? Nazir was drinking wine the entire day. Ein chayiv ela achas. What's it testing? He's only chayiv once. And he's only chayiv once. Although Atishta will show us that, but it's right. If they give him hasra, they say don't drink those rollers, which means they give him multiple hasros. Then what? Chayiv al kol achas v'achas. Then he will be chayiv for every single individual act of drinking. I'm an amazing fan. So again, if you have a Nazir, and the Nazir keeps doing this sometimes.
What if you got really
happy,
mad?
like that's day.
Like there's a character that just
I
gets
don't know
so
if
mad every
this is
time
wine
Shaq
or
buys
that's
a
wine,
wine.
right? You know, but the nice thing is just the great to great. So you know, so let's say even from repeated acts of ritual defilement, he's only going to be tried once. I mean, well, that the individual has stuff for each act, then he's going to kind of make. How about same idea. How you make a let's see, have a Nazi again, who is shaving the whole day. And remember, Nazi's not allowed to shave. He's only chayiv one time. But if they say to him again, don't shave, but he shaves, he will be liable ultimately again for each individual act. If you're wearing Kilayan the entire day, so if you're wearing shines. Person is wearing a shiny woman in it. I'm wearing a jacket. I know it has shatness in it. Person wears Kilayan the whole day. Ain't no chayiv ala. He's only chayiv once. Amu lo al tilbash who posted below the age. If they tell him don't wear chakras, and according to the Mishnah, he takes it off and he puts it back on, ultimately again he will be liable for every individual act of wearing chakras on the base. So what is very interesting? Use Polish Talon Achad, the Chayiv Allah Yishur Shmona. Sometimes you could plow one furrow
Stanley,
and we learn follow
Checker by,
a college the shadow cover. Number one, I say, so right, number one, I'm trying different ox and a donkey. So already again, that's biblically prohibited because you're not allowed to trial with two different animals. You already hooked up to one yoke. The shadow cover, that's number one. The animal production and their hectic. Number two, use of hectic items for unscientific purposes. Kilayim Bakarim. And what I'm planting is, let's say again, wheat and grapes, for argument's sake, right? Right, prohibited make shirts. Right next, that's the shvius, and it's a shvitier for Yom Tov, and it's also Yom Tov. Now that it's not Yom Tov, right? Kohen 6, the Nagir 7. So right again, the base of in the graveyard. Right, the crown is taking place in a cemetery, and the guy is going ahead and plowing is a Kohen and the Nazir. So let's say ultimately you put all that together, and you get 8 prohibitions associated with one act of flower. Interesting. So let's say what was it trying to remember again, what was the topic of the Mishnah? The topic of the Mishnah was multiple liabilities for one act. For one act. That's another thing, by the way, just interesting, just showing another case of how one act of plowing ultimately can result in 8 distinct liabilities. And then you can make it 9. How can I make it 9? The guy who's plowing is wearing shackles while he's plowing. Right? So in addition to all the fighting, he's also wearing shackles. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? So I'm saying that the reason why that doesn't work is because of a shackles jacket, that is very good for flower. Right? In other words, he's trying to stop it from one act of plowing. You can violate 8 prohibitions associated with the plowing. Throwing on a shackles jacket. Say, by the way, you don't say, I can make those in my own stuff. While he's plowing, he's shaving with a razor, right? So again, while he's plowing, he's having relations with a married woman. You know what I mean? You can throw it. Some people can multitask. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out over here, like you might say, you could throw in as many different prohibitions, but that's not the point. The point over here is we want to show multiple prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. So the act of throwing on a shotgun jacket, that doesn't count. What are you talking about? I'm not sure. But I don't know why you say that. You're saying that the guy is liable because he's a nut. What does being a nut have to do with plowing? So you are throwing on additional prohibitions already. So if you're going to throw on additional prohibitions, I'm going to throw on additional prohibitions as well. Okay, more background to get out. Let's focus on a shot in this case. I'm going to do what I'm say. Potent to Novish Manish. After the Matrix, the mostly based Yatsin from each other. So it's like, this is very interesting. In the shot in this case, right? Just a thought. If a person wears shotgun the whole day, right? And they get one hastria, and then what's the halacha? I'm liable once, right? Because there's one act of wearing. The way the Mishnah framed it was, right? If I say, I'll go back to the temple of Lovich Chai. The way the Mishnah framed it was, if I wear shotgun, right? And now I take it off, I put it on, and every time I take it off, they tell me, don't wear it, then I put it back on. Ultimately, again, there's liability for that. And I was saying, we're going to stop with this case over here. We're going to pick up the next question. We're fine. We are absolutely fine. We're right on target. And the answer is that will only get much longer towards the end. No, but it's a short stop. Last stop. I want to say stack. I want to stop over for today. I want to watch this last page. Give us community ready for davening. I'm getting the phone here.
Get on down to Archer Country. Talk to Tank. He's my guy. The quality of plugs is going down. It used to be Rain and Wix.com. Now there's this guy down the street named Terry, and it's called Archery Country, and Tank teaches you how to shoot it out if you want to know how to do that. What are you going to use?
He had a tremendous impact. He had a tremendous impact.
Of course you were. Everything that you see, you become obsessed with, right? Any kind of fucking habit or hobby, I should say, habit. Any hobby. You're just gonna fucking. That's gonna be your new thing.
Good morning, everyone. Let's begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shit. Thank our annual commentary sponsor. Now, funny person, today we're going to be sharing our his wife's birthday. The gift they keep on giving. Off my son, beautiful for birthdays, anniversaries, we go all around Israel.
Whatever it is, thank you for it. So first of all, this is also a very happy birthday. This is from Papa. You of course, it's Marco Rafa. Simcha Hatzlacha. And the son of Papa is for her. And I'm Papa never actually shunning the Papa. I was always trying to. Last day, for the month of Nisan, I'm having the Papa. Papa is the celebration of Nisan birthdays. His wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and birth of his grandson Yosef Menachem. Thank you for the 30 years sponsorship. And now the sponsorship and the social symbols for all of our children and to listen to the month of the Jewish Israel for all of Klal Yisrael. Happening soon to tell me memory of Abraham's mother, Sarah Zaina Bas Yoshua Heschel, the point of Rafa. He starts up with this actually yesterday, 29th of Nisan, yesterday in America, all of the Israel Southern Arabia, the families in the Tower, all of those leaders who have been there, for the Israel. The top of the best of the all of our houses in the Shalom and the Torah allow holy soldiers to be successful before the massive day. Let's go back to us with a tremendous thank you and a Josh Harris for giving cheer yesterday. We are picking up today's Dr. Talk. We are picking up, I actually want to pick up, Josh got a little too far for my liking over there. And on one day, so he's doing a whole doc. Ridiculous. So actually, I know that Josh got up to the last couple of lines from Nate today. I just want to back it up just a little bit so we get to see this entire view in the third wide line lane. It's 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up in the bottom, same sivya. So I'm going to be asking, I'm going to be open. Ma'aser Sheni, always say Hayat and Allah. So what's the name again? The Mishnah says that you're going to use Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. Ultimately, again, you get Malchus. So I asked the Gemara, so at what point exactly is there liability for Ma'aser Sheni? So this is actually a fascinating Gemara, but if you would not learn the Gemara, you would actually have absolutely no idea that there is this construct just in reading the Psukim. So watch this. The Gemara says, this is Rabbi Yochanan, so listen to this. There is no liability, biblical liability, for eating Ma'aser Sheni out of Yerushalayim, unless, of course, Ma'aser Sheni first has come into Yerushalayim and then has been removed. So the typical prohibition of eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim only occurs if Ma'aser Sheni is first brought in, then taken out and consumed outside of Yerushalayim. What is my time? What does this mean? So the Rashi says over here, if you actually 6 times up on the bottom, Mishira Pnei HaChoma, Rashi says over here, I should say, even the Lord Yerushalayim Pnei HaChoma, the Chutz L'Choma, the Machnitzin, Hayid Ha'alei, the After. And therefore, Mishnah said that you get Malchus for eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. What that means is, you brought the Ma'aser Sheni in, and then you took it out, and then consumed it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Incredible. But the Gemara says, you would have thought, my time, I just want to point out, again, before you come to Gemara, you assume what does it mean to eat Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? What does it mean? I separated Ma'aser Sheni from my produce, right? And now I have 2 choices. What are my 2 choices? Either bring the produce to Yerushalayim and eat in Yerushalayim, or redeem the produce onto money, you might be trying to spend it on food in Yerushalayim. But again, the assumption, you understood that the prohibition of eating Ma'aser Sheni is in that initial stage. I separated it out, and now again, I failed to bring it. I hear it. That's not what happens. The only time there's a prohibition, ultimately, again, is when you bring it in, and then you bring it back out. That's it. In my time, what is says Gemara? What is the reason for this? My time, the Torah shall look at the says, before Hashem your God, you shall consume it. The good said, the possibly of Ma'aser Sheni, you cannot eat Ma'aser Sheni within your gates, within your own community. Wherever you have a fulfillment of before Hashem you shall consume it, i.e., whenever the Ma'aser Sheni has already been brought in front of the Beis HaMikdash, I should say, within the walls of Yerushalayim, only once the Ma'aser Sheni has come before God, i.e. in the walls of Yerushalayim, is there a prohibition to consume the Ma'aser Sheni within your own confines, within your own gates.
But the local in the national capital, but wherever the Meister Sheni has not been brought within the walls of Yerushalayim, we do not go ahead and say about it that you cannot eat it in the confines of your own community. But that's incredible. This, I don't know, this to me might be one of those shocking things I've encountered in my life in the last, 4 minutes. This is like, also this overwhelming, because again, it totally changes the construct of the way you think about Meister Sheni. So yes, up until this point, I would assume limited consumption of Meister Sheni are separated out of my produce. I failed to take it to Yerushalayim. I ate it in my backyard. That's the biblical prohibition. The Bible says, no, it's not biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is, I brought it to Yerushalayim, then I brought it back out and consumed it outside of Yerushalayim. That's the biblical prohibition. That's why next thing, where is the kasha? So the witness to Gemara said, basically, but Yosef says, you can do this. Coin should also be able to eat a shakada. So a coin has in his hand a fig of kava. How many you get? Remember, untied produce, an untied fig. So what does he do? He says as follows: Amar te'inazu trumasa bo'uksa. So let the truma portion be on the ukitz, on the stem part. This means towards the bottom of the fig. Nice solution. I will say now he's doing something over here. We've seen this concept before about designating meiser with, or designate trumas and meisers without actively separating them. So he's saying is let the truma be on the bottom stem part of the fruit. Okay, meiserishan b'tzona. Let the meiserishan portion be in the northern part of the fruit. Meiser sheni the droma. Meiser sheni be in the southern part of the fruit. The ishnas meiser sheni will be Yerushalayim. And let's say, for example, we're dealing with, remember, different tides apply different times, different years of the Shemitah cycle. So let's say, for example, in this case over here, it was a Meiser Sheni year. And let's say the coin was in Yerushalayim. Or over Meiser Ani, or it's a Meiser Ani year, Behu Begvulin. And ultimately, again, outside of Yerushalayim. Remember, again, you never have Meiser Sheni and Meiser Ani same years, they alternate. So for our purposes of our example, let's just go that it was a Meiser Sheni year. So all of this is happening inside of Yerushalayim. So again, Cohen is standing with his fig, and essentially he designates all the different Shumas and Meisers whilst in Yerushalayim. And it is a Meiser Sheni year. Okay, so what's the halacha? Ochla. Now he ate it. So what is halacha? He ate a type of chaf. Ochla. So look at achos. He gets one set of malchus. They both say, interestingly enough, even though he did everything, there was one tithe that was not separated, which was Shumas Meiser. Shumas Meiser. So because Trumas Meiser was not designated, therefore we'll get Malchus for consumption of Trumas Meiser. Okay, the Zar Sha'achla, but if a non-coin ate the same fig, Lokeshtayin, ultimately again, so just understand, what is he getting, what is the coin getting Malchus on? Because the fig still has the status of Tevel. Remember, the status of Tevel is only removed if all tithes are removed. Like if you have one tithe left untied, unremoved, so then the produce itself is still titled or still designated as Tevel. So therefore, the coin in this case was an excellent effort. He got almost everything. But because Trumas Meiser wasn't separated, therefore again he will get Malchus, one set of Malchus for consuming Tevel. If a non-coin ate it, the non-coin will get two sets of Malchus. Why two sets of Malchus? Number one, Tevel. Number two, Truma. Right? He is consuming Truma, which of course is prohibited. Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Shilu b'tchila achla ina loke ela achas. Interestingly enough, what's fascinating about this case is, had the coin not designated anything, or had anything not been designated, there would have only been one set of malchus for Tevel, right? So it's fascinating. In other words, that the coin went ahead and designated all of these things, failed to take care of Trumas Meiser, so therefore it still has the status of Tevel, but at the same time there also has been a Truma designation. So now when a non-coin consumes it, he's going to get two sets of malchus, one for Tevel and one for Truma. Had the coin not done any designations and the non-coin consumed it, he would have only gotten one set of malchus for Tevel. Okay, so we'll say, now remember, what we're focused on over here is the Meiser Sheni piece. Remember again, what did the Gemara say? The Gemara said the coin is going ahead, standing in Yerushalayim with his fig, right? And he's designating Meiser Sheni. Okay, so now Taima, the Yisib Yerushalayim. So interestingly enough, the reason why now when he goes in and consumes it, that he's not chayiv is because he's standing in Yerushalayim. Habigvulin, interestingly enough, had he gone ahead and taken this fig out of Yerushalayim and then consumed it, lo shalosh. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa would have gotten 3 sets of malchus, one for consumption of ma'aser sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The apagav belav roeh pnei choma. So first, I'll take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Hachi gav sinon." You see that it's like a divrei maskal in the middle of Rashi. It's almost right across from the Gemara. Time with the ma'aser sheni Yerushalayim ma'aser bigbulin, ha ma'aser sheni bigbulin lo shalosh. So what you see over here is as follows. The reason why, in this case over here, is only 2 sets of malchus and not 3 sets of malchus is because for ma'aser sheni, he's consuming it in Yerushalayim. The inference from this would have been, let's say again, had it been a ma'aser sheni year, and all of this was happening outside of Yerushalayim, there would have been 3 sets of malchus, right? Why 3 sets of malchus? Let's go with the zar. Let's go with the non-kohen, right? Number 1 for tevel, number 2 for truma, and number 3 for ma'aser sheni out of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? That there is a biblical prohibition for ma'aser sheni, even if the ma'aser sheni never came into Yerushalayim. That's the raya. So this is a steer. This is a contradiction. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan said the only time you are liable the only time you're biblically liable for consumption of ma'aser sheni in Yerushalayim is if it was brought into the walls and then taken out. What we're inferring from this case over here is the case that the way the Gemara set it up is the guy is eating the fig in Yerushalayim on a ma'aser sheni year. That's why he's not getting malchus for that. He'll only get malchus and non-kohen Azar will get malchus for tevel and for truma. But the inference from this is, if this whole thing was taking place out of Yerushalayim, he would have gotten 3 sets of malchus. 1 for tevel, 1 for truma, and 1 for ma'aser sheni, even though the ma'aser sheni never came within the walls of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? You get malchus for ma'aser sheni consumption, even if ma'aser sheni never came within the walls. Contradicts Rabbi Yochanan. First says, no, maybe not. They were talking about a case where the fig was brought in and taken out. Okay, Tushimar says, well, if that's the case, then what's the chiddush? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. No, the case over here, this is quite fascinating. The case over here is the fig was brought in, but the fig was brought in the produce was brought in a tevel state. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi just a little bit further down, still in the short lines. The Ivy Bitivle, Lahi Tein of Yerushalayim, they call Tua Mechitzos L'Ma'aser Sheni Ha'asid Litram Mimeno. So I will say this is quite riveting. The Gemara wants to suggest the following: that the case over here is where the fig was initially brought into Yerushalayim. Now, when it was brought into Yerushalayim, it was brought in as tevel. One wants to suggest that perhaps the way halacha views tithing is, we look at tithes that will be designated, even if they have not yet actively been designated. What does this mean? Now, when I bring a fig into Yerushalayim, the halacha recognizes that at some point in the future, part of this fig is going to be designated as ma'aser sheni. So we view that ma'aser sheni designation as existing already now at the time the fig was brought in, even though what? It was not actively designated. We view it as if it was designated, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, this is considered to be ma'aser sheni that was within the walls and then taken out. And therefore, again, in our case over here, if one was to subsequently eat this fig outside of Yerushalayim, there would actually be liability for the ma'aser sheni. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Bekasavar matnos shelo hormu kamisha hormu danyon." That even tithing designations that have not actively been designated are halachically viewed as if they were designated. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So what this means, just to understand what this means, is that halacha l'maisa, if you take we'll just use the fig because that's the Gemara's example. You take a fig, a tevel fig, into Yerushalayim, right? So now what the Gemara is suggesting over here is, since we know that you're going to have to separate out ma'aser sheni from that fig, even though you have not done so now, we view that fig as already having a ma'aser sheni designation, so that when you bring it into Yerushalayim, that Meiser Sheni has been within the walls of Yerushalayim. Therefore, if you take it back out, or when you take it back out, if you were to eat it, there would be biblical liability for that. Even though, again, at the time you brought the fig in, there was no active designation, but since there will be a designation, we view it as if the matana has actively been designated already. Fantastic. Mar says, 1 second, is that true? Does Rav Yossi really hold that way? After all, what about the following case? What about the following case? Vatanya. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda Omer, Mishum Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda says in Rabbi Yossi, here we go. Listen to this. So Beishan Beisilal do not argue in the following case. In other words, they agree in the following case of Peros Shelo Nigmaru Malachtan. Fruits that are not yet fully processed. The simplest example would be of this, unripened fruit. That's the easiest way to look at this. Unripened produce or unripened grain, or just grain that has not, let's say, been what's it called? Husk. Okay, yeah, unprocessed or whatever it is, right? Unprocessed, right? So whether it's produce, whether it's whatever it might be, it's not fully finished. So so watch this. Let's say I bring in unripened produce into Yerushalayim. Everyone agrees that when I bring that produce back out of Yerushalayim, what can I do? I can go ahead and redeem my Meiser Sheni onto money, and go ahead and bring the money to Yerushalayim. I both say, just use something. There's a different halacha Meiser Sheni. We actually saw this reference before as well. The halacha is like this. If I live out of Yerushalayim, and I have bought for a lot of produce, I have Meiser Sheni. What am I allowed to do? What am I allowed to do? I can redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, use the money to buy food. However, if you bring produce to Yerushalayim, once that produce enters into the city, you are no longer allowed to redeem it onto money. That's the halacha. Well, actually, we're going to touch on that, where the halacha is from in just a little bit. Talk on that in just a moment. But again, with the Gemara saying like this, everyone agrees if you bring in unprocessed produce into Yerushalayim, and then let's say take it out, you could still redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money. Now, what's the logic behind that? It makes a lot of sense. Why? Because since it's not fully processed, since it's not complete, it's not subject to Meiser Sheni. So because it's not subject to Meiser Sheni, therefore, again, there's no problem with you redeeming it even after you take it out. Listen to this. So what's the machlokas? Alman nechleku. What's the machlokas about? Alperos shenigmara malachta v'avu Yerushalayim. Let's say you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim. So now, again, I'm bringing in a basket of fully processed produce. So now, what is the halacha? Shevei Shammai omrim yaksir meiser sheni shel v'yochel Yerushalayim. So Shevei Shammai says that halacha l'maisa, right? The produce meiser sheni must be consumed in Yerushalayim. Once that produce has been brought into Yerushalayim, you cannot take the meiser sheni out and consume it anywhere else. So Beis Hillel says, "Yifteh v'yochal b'chol makom." Beis Hillel says, "No, not true. Since the meiser sheni wasn't actively designated, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you can remove the produce from Yerushalayim, still redeem the produce onto money, and bring the money to Yerushalayim afterwards." So we'll say, so now, what's the machlokes over here? So the Pashtus, what it sounds like is as follows. Beis Shammai holds, matanos shalom hormu can be shurmu danam. Beis Shammai holds that when you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view those tithes as actively being designated. Now remember again, the only tithe entry into Yerushalayim matters for is what? Is Meiser Sheni, right? That's the only one that it really matters for. According to Beis Shammai, when you bring fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view the Meiser Sheni as if it has been designated. Because it's been designated, it's been within the Choma. Once it's been within the Choma, there's two things that happen. Number one, there's a biblical prohibition to consume it outside of Yerushalayim, and you are no longer allowed to redeem that Meiser Sheni onto money. But Beis Hillel disagrees with this. Beis Hillel says no. Beis Hillel says not true. Meiser Sheni is only designated when Meiser Sheni is designated, right? There's no such thing as Meiser Sheni being designated until there has been an active designation of a Meiser Sheni portion within the produce itself. Incredible. These are like matan shalom hormu kibi shalom danyon. And if you think it's true that everyone agrees that Meiser Sheni designation is as if it's been made, even though it has not been actively designated. The Gemara says, "Hakatla mechitzos." So again, the mechitzos, the walls of Yerushalayim absorb this produce. If that's the case, how does Beis Hillel allow for the subsequent redemption of that Ma'aser Sheni onto money? Rabba says, no. Mechitza le'achol daraisa, mechitza liklot drabanan. So really, this is very interesting actually. So Rabba says really there's two different halachas going on over here. There's a halacha that once produce enters into Yerushalayim, so Ma'aser Sheni can no longer be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. That is a din daraisa. That's a din daraisa. The idea that once Ma'aser Sheni comes into Yerushalayim, it can no longer be redeemed onto money, that's a din d'Rabbanan. Fascinating. That's a din d'Rabbanan. Okay, and therefore again, Rabba wants to be mechalek ultimately again between those two separate halachas. The Gemara says the chikas Rabbanan, and when other Rabbanan goes there. So the Gemara says ki isa be'ine, only when halacha l'maisa the Ma'aser Sheni itself is actively designated. However, the Gemara says ki isi be'ine. The chikas Rabbanan ki isi be'ine. The tiblei lo gaz Rabbanan. However, again, when the produce itself is still tavel, ultimately, again, the Rabbanan not goes with that. And that's how you can explain Beis Hillel's position. So Beis Hillel is agreeing, Beis Hillel could technically agree that even matchanos shalom hurmu kamisha hurmu damyan, that even though you have not yet actively separated, Ma'aser Sheni is as if it's been separated. And therefore, once that produce enters into Yerushalayim, you can no longer consume that Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, but you are still allowed to redeem it onto money. Why? Because the concept that being within the Homa prevents redemption, that's the Rabbanan. And the Rabbanan only goes on that in a case where the Ma'aser Sheni itself is extant. But if the Ma'aser Sheni has not been designated, then the rabbinic prohibition or the rabbinic obligation does not apply. Fascinating. So Ravina is if Rav Kigon did not get laid the kanya. So it's interesting. Ravina says, no, what's the case? The case over here is around carrying my Ma'aser Sheni. And how am I carrying it? What says yesterday's daf? How am I carrying it? On a stick like they have, like cartoons, like these, right? So you have like a stick, and you have like a little packle tied on the end of the stick, right? And what happens? Remember again, I walk into Yerushalayim, and again, but my packle is outside of Yerushalayim. My packle is outside of Yerushalayim. So most remember the Gemara says, Ravina says, what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is since your person entered into Yerushalayim is considered to be as if what? As if your Ma'aser Sheni entered into Yerushalayim as well. Okay, fascinating. The Gemara says, by the way, once you do that, the tifshot bayid Rav Papa. This will answer the question of Rav Papa, because Rav Papa Mamish had this exact question, right? What happens if the person enters into Yerushalayim, but the packle that he's holding ultimately again remains outside of Yerushalayim? So now we see what's the halacha. When you enter Yerushalayim, your packle enters Yerushalayim with you as well. Absolutely incredible. So we'll say, by the way, just to appreciate what beautiful, just metaphorical significance that has. In general, as we go through life, all of us carry a packle, right? We all have a lot of stuff or some of us have a lot of it. Everyone in life carries baggage. Some people just have a carry-on. Some people have to hire a porter, with those big things, like to schlep all the stuff. But we all have it. But the interesting part about people and their baggage is that we often try not to deal with it. Right? We often try not to deal with it. The imagery of kind of carrying your packle, not in your arms, but on a stick extended behind you. I think often is metaphorical for people not really wanting to have to deal with their baggage. So I keep it a little bit at a distance. So I say, what's beautiful over here? What does the Gemara seem to resolve? The Gemara says, once the whole shaila is, if you enter into Yerushalayim and your body's in Yerushalayim, does your packle come with you? So now it seems to be that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara suggesting that once your person enters into Yerushalayim, your packle comes with you as well. Which also gives us, I think, beautiful anticipatory excitement for the future. The day will come when we will all enter Yerushalayim. The day will come. The day will come. And what's the most beautiful part about Mashiach? What's the most beautiful part about entering Yerushalayim? Is that Mashiach doesn't just take care of your body. Ula doesn't just take care of your ghost. But in Eretz Hashem, all the baggage comes with you also. And whatever the baggage there is, whatever difficulties there are, whatever challenges there are as well, once you enter into Yerushalayim and Eretz Hashem, all of the paklach come along with you. And just as you are uplifted upon entering into Yerushalayim, all of that baggage gets dealt with as well. Another reason to daven to Mashiach, another reason to yearn for Geula. So let's get back to the halacha of Isis. How do we pass it over here? Because this is big stuff. Right. So first of all, in general, do we accept this precept about Meiser Sheni? So first of all, the Rambam Paskins in Hilchos Meiser Sheni, Perek Beis Halacha Vav. So the Rambam says very interesting. He says, "Ein Elokim min haTorah ad sheyochlenu ad shenichnas." I'm sorry. Ein Elokim min haTorah ad sheyochlenu akar shenichnas lechomos Yushalayim. So it says, first of all, this is how we paskin. We pass in halacha l'maisa. There is no biblical prohibition for Meiser Sheni consumption, unless, of course, Meiser Sheni came into Yerushalayim first and was then removed. So this, I'll tell you the truth, like this undoes everything we've known in Shas up until this point. We always thought that the way it works in Meiser Sheni, I'm a farmer, I designated Meiser Sheni, I have one of two choices. Bring the produce to Yerushalayim, redeem it onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, spend it on food. But if I eat that produce outside of Yerushalayim, that is Issur D'Oraisa. That is false. That is false. The way passing is that halacha l'maisa, again, there is only biblical prohibition if the Meiser Sheni was brought in and then ultimately taken out. Now, there's an Issur D'Rabbanan to consume Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, even if it has never come within the walls. So that's halacha l'maisa number one. So halacha l'maisa number one. What about matfaro shelo removed? Kamisho removed damyon. So ultimately, again, the Rambam Paskins is where it says Meiser Sheni shenichnas Yerushalayim. I think the shot ma'aslo tzim l'shem shbar katov mechitzos. The repairs are called mekased Meiser overall shiatz b'shkari yatzur Yerushalayim uklitas mechitzos. So we'll say the way we pass the halacha l'maisa. Also, the Rambam says absorb Meiser. So therefore, again, once you bring in Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim, you are no longer. Let's say you bring in produce, you are no longer allowed to redeem that produce onto money. That is, we paskin that way. But that is a din d'Rabbanan, mid the oraisa, you're still permitted to redeem it onto money. Okay, it's incredible. All right, so we'll say brand new sugya, and this is a fantastic sugya, l'maisa sugya. But here we go. Hakoreach karka barosho, Mishnah. Person creates literally again a bald spot on his head. Now, why is someone doing this? So Rashi points out over here, second white line in Rashi, Hakoreach karka barosho al hames. Now, remember again, the Torah. We're going to see there are two prohibitions for this. One for Zorin, non-Kohanim, one for Kohanim. The idea of lo yikrichu karcha, I'm not making a bald spot on the head. This was a mourning practice. People would go and lacerate themselves, pull out hair from their head out of a mourning practice. So again, and that's very important because the biblical prohibition only occurs if one does this in the context of mourning. So again, one who creates a bald spot in his head, pulls out his hair over mourning for the dead. Shaving off your payas. So this literally again, the way that it's framed is rounding off the corners of your head. Or one who destroys literally again the corners of his beard. We're going to see. Well, this refers to shaving with a razor. Now again, I want to point out over here, these are different prohibitions. Koreach karka barosho was dafka a mourning practice. Right? Shaving off your payas, makif ta'as rosho, going ahead and rounding off the corners of your head, that has nothing to do with mourning. Nothing to do with mourning. Okay? Or mashches pa'as akano, destroying the corners of your beard, also nothing to do with mourning. This is back now to mourning practices, or one who lacerates himself as a display of mourning for the dead. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, one is chayiv for this. Sarat svita achas al chamisha mesim. Oh, chamish svitos al meisachra. This is very interesting. So let's say a person went ahead and lacerated himself. One laceration over 5 people who died. Or 5 lacerations over 1 person who died. What's the halacha? Chayiv akalachas va'achas. One is chayiv for every laceration. Again, more about that in the Gemara. Al rosh. In general, for rounding out the corners of your head, there's 2 pockets of liability. Rashi points out over here the head essentially is divided into 2, right? So essentially, and again, we'll get into this more specifically. It's talking about shaving off of the payas. So there's 2 distinct prohibitions, one for each paya, one for each corner of the head. Allah zakan for the beard, shtayim mikan mikan. As we will see, we'll see all of this on the beard. There's essentially 5 areas of liability. One is by the temple, right? So what 2 temples on each side. The other is by the jawbone, where the jawbone protrudes, and so that's 2, 4, and then the 5th is the chin. The 5th is the chin. So again, those are the areas where if one quote unquote destroys the hair on those areas, there is biblical prohibition. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, the Lazar says, we'll say this in the Gemara, if somehow you were to go ahead and, let's say, destroy the hair all 5 places at once, you'd only be chayiv once. And this prohibition of destroying the hair, whether it's the payas, right, or ultimately again on the beard, is with a razor. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, so Rabbi Eliezer says, even if you went ahead and you cut off the hair with like some type of planing instrument, right, so that you would use to plane down wood, which sounds excessively painful, right? But if you were to do that, right, with that type of instrument, halakha l'maisa, that would be the biblical prohibition as well. Incredible. All right, Rabbi says that's the Mishnah. There's certainly a lot to unpack over here. So Gemara, Tanabana, lo yikirchu karcha. So the Torah says you shall not go ahead. Rabbi says, just let me point this out to you. There's 2 psukim over here. The pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is a pasuk by Kohanim. Lo yikirchu karcha berosham. Do not make a bald spot on your head. Do not go ahead and shave the corners of your beard. And do not make a laceration on your body. That's by Kohanim. Now, what's the pasuk by Gans Klal Yisrael? This Hashem now talking to the rest of the nation. You are children to Hashem your God. Lo tisgodedu, lo tasimu karcha bein einechem lameis. So again, we'll see what lo tisgodedu means. But ultimately, again, do not make a bald spot between your eyes over the dead. So same prohibition mentioned by Yisrael and by Kohanim. So now here we go. It says in now the pasuk by Kohanim says, do not make a bald spot. So the Gemara says, karach arba v'chamish krichos. I'm not thought that even if you make 4 or 5 bald spots, you only chayav once. You chayav once. Tabalomar karcha. Therefore, the pasuk says karcha on the singular to teach you what. L'chayiv al kol karcha v'karcha. Every bald spot that you make out of mourning for the dead ultimately generates liability. Berosham on your head. Why does it have to say berosham? So much since the positive is lo tisgodedu, and do not go ahead and make a bald spot between your eyes for the dead. I'm going to feel that there's only liability if I literally do it between my eyes. Gemara says, Minay in the Rabos kolarosh. How do I know that there's liability for creating this bald spot anywhere on the head? Tamalomar berosham. Therefore, the pasuk says on their head, the Rabos kolarosh. Anywhere on the head, there's liability. I be'eini ela v'kohanim. Shariba coin, Shariba bahen akasim misasiros. Now again, I only know that it's by Kohanim because I would think maybe Kohanim again in general have a lot of additional mitzvahs. That's where there's liability. Which the Gemara says Yisrael minan. How do I know about Yisrael? Nemar kan karcha, nemar la'alon karcha. It says karcha over here, it says karcha over there. Ma la'alon chayiv al kol karcha v'karcha. Just like over there, it's just like over there. You're chayiv on every bald spot. The chayiv al alosh could be geminayinai. I mean a chayiv on the head, just like by between the eyes. Afkan chayiv al kol karcha v'karcha b'chayiv al alosh geminayinai. Beautiful. Okay. And also, as we said before, the interesting idea about a karka, about creating a bald spot, is the biblical prohibition is only if it's associated with the mourning practice. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so that's what I have. So first of all, essentially we're making zir shava between the pasuk by the Kohanim and the pasuk by Yisrael, and we comes out with 2 halachos. Number 1, what is obligated for pulling out hair anywhere on the head? Anywhere on the head. It's just, we'll say, Beinainaim, obviously, once you're talking about they will pull out like eyebrows. They pull out eyebrows, ultimately, again, also as a display of mourning. So I'm chayiv for causing a karcha anywhere on the head. But again, and every karcha is its own biblical prohibition. And but there's only liability if it's done in mourning practice for the dead. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Hani dal behei krichos hechidam. So let's remember again, the Mishnah brought down an interesting case, right? The Mishnah made a case ultimately again that if a person goes ahead and does 4 or 5 krichos, right? Goes ahead and does 5 bald spots at once, you could only be chayiv. You could technically be chayiv once. So what's the case over here? What's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So if again, I'm making 4 or 5 bald spots successively, right? And each of them has their own hasra, then pshita. Then obviously there's going to be individual liability for each of those. Ella, listen to this. V'chad hasra min chayiv. I will say, what we're looking for the case is 4 or 5 bald spots for which there would be individual liability. So what's the case? What's the case? If you're talking about, I do bald spot 1, right? Hasra, bald spot 1. Hasra, bald spot 2. So obviously, there's going to be individuated liability for those things. So again, if halacha l'maisa, ela the Gemara wants to do bechad hasra. If it's 1 hasra, right? 1 hasra, and then I make 4 or 5 bald spots, I should only be chayiv once. Why? The Gemara compares to an interesting case. Min chayiv, would you be chayiv individually? But now we know, listen to this. Nazir shahaya shose yayin kolayom. Sometimes when you fall big, right? So the Nazir, he's not just making a l'chaim, like he's all in. He's all in, right? So he's drinking wine the entire day. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Eino chayiv ela achos. He's only going to be chayiv once. Only going to be chayiv once. So the Gemara says, however, amulo al tishta, but if they kept giving him individual hasras before every cup, Nazir, don't drink this, Nazir, don't drink this, Behu shoseh, chayiv al kol achas v'achos. It'll be chayiv once. So we'll say, what do you see from here? 1 hasra before multiple repeated acts only yields 1 liability. Multiple hasras before multiple acts yield individual liability. So what's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Lo tzicha b'sach chamish etzba'osav nasha v'osvinu b'bas achas. This is fascinating. We'll say, what's the case? The case where the guy took nasha. Rashi points out over here, nasha, perush, sam shemeshir es hasear, v'asach mimenu eno tzomeach sear begufo. So what happens? The case over here is he takes a cream, a hair removal cream. He puts hair removal cream on 5 fingers. And what does he do? He applies the 5 fingers to his head all at once. So 5 individual acts, but done simultaneously. This could be a case for halacha l'maisa. There could be 5 individual liabilities. The hadile hasra l'chol chad v'chad. Ultimately, again, the hasra, if you count for each and every act, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, almost right across, behema komos. So again, the guy takes the cream on 5 fingers, puts the cream on his head, or puts his fingers on his head at once. So Rashi says, and there's 1 hasra over here. So it's very interesting. So essentially, over here, that 1 hasra that he's given before the 5 acts, that 1 hasra devolves upon each of the acts because they are 5 separate bald spots. So 1 hasra working to devolve upon 5 individual acts, yielding 5 individual instances of liability. Riveting. Okay. By the way, the Kama Shir Karcha. How much is a bald spot? Rapuna Amar, Kedeshira Mirosho. Rapuna says you pull out enough hair that you can see the scalp. Okay? Rabbi Yochanan Mishum, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, Kigris. Size of a gris. Okay, which I will say is the size of a small lentil. Ketanoi, Kamashik Gris. Achirim, others say, Kedeshira Mirosho. Okay, so let's say some Mara suggests Machlokes Tanoim. Some say it's a gris, some say it's enough to see the scalp. Amar Yehuda, Bar Chadiva, Pligibot plus a Tanoi. Machlokes Tanoim. How do work a gris? One says the size of this small lentil. The Chad, Amar Kedeshira Mirosho. Other says this to be able to see the scalp. The Chad, Amar Kishtei Sa'aros. And one says like 2 hairs. 2 hairs, that's a bald spot. And one removes, says, no, there's no position that says 2 hairs, and instead inserts in there the size of a lentil. This simanach, and we remember this is Baharis Kigris, all right, so I'll say, so this is a way to remember it through the laws of Saras. I don't know, I've never met anyone that used a mnemonic from Saras to remember anything. Okay, but I guess by the time of the Gemara it worked, right? A baharas, which is a problematic discoloration, is the size of the gris, and a michya, which is a healed burn, which is not tameis kadash. Okay, so as I said, the idea of it is machlokas. How much is a bald spot? So Tana, Hanota, so what says is very interesting. Hanota male piazog b'Shabbos chayiv. Interesting. We'll say halacha l'maisa. If you go ahead and you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you are chayiv. Now, what are you chayiv for? You're chayiv for gozes. Right. One of the 39 malachos is gozes. Gozes means shearing. Shearing is the act of removing any type of hair from the place where it grows. So, of course, the paradigmatic example of this was the removal of wool from the sheep in order to create yirios, the curtains of the Mishkan. Right, but again, the application of this could be a person pulling out hair from his head on Shabbos. So Allah again. Now, technically, if you were to pluck out hair, that would not be a din dorais, that'd be a dirabana, right? Because the way that hair removal would gozes would have been done with the cleave, with the utensil. Okay, so then the Gemara says, Tana, if you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, that is biblical liability. How much is a scissors worth? 2 hairs. But we learned elsewhere that for a bald spot is 2 hairs. You're right. Say just like by Shabbos, the shear of prohibition is 2 hairs. So too again for a bald spot, for karka, it's 2 hairs as well. That supports this. If one removes a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you're chayiv. How much is a scissors worth? Shtayim. We'll say good. So you move 2 scissors worth of hair, you're liable for that. Rabbi Elazar Achos, this is very interesting. Rabbi Elazar says even the removal of 1 hair. They will say that's pretty wild, right? Now again, what's the concept of removal of 2 hairs? Remember, for Hilchos Shabbos, in order to be in violation of a malacha, you have to do something of substance. As is something substantive. So like, at least the most basic unit of substantive kite has to be reached. So again, therefore the first opinion says 2 hairs. Rabbi Elazar says even 1 hair. Let's listen to this. Now, normally the Chum will say, no, the only time you're chayiv on Shabbos is if you remove 2 hairs, with one exception. If a person is definitely removing white hairs, right? So if you're removing white hairs, even the removal of 1 white hair will be a malacha because that is a significant act. Now, let's say now, why is that? Because remember again, that's called barachas machshavas. Normally, the removal of 1 hair is insignificant, but again, when one is actively weeding out white hairs, then again, even the removal of 1 hair is considered to be a significant act, and therefore there would be Shabbos liability for that as well. The Gemara says, by the way, the davar za'afilu b'chol aser. For a man, removing of white hairs is going to be prohibited even during the week. Why? Mishum shneimar lo yilbash gever simlas isha. Because the pasuk says a man is not permitted to wear a woman's clothing. Now, this prohibition of cross-dressing, right, this prohibition of wearing women's clothing, doesn't just refer to clothing, but refers to the fact that a man is not permitted to engage in any practice that is uniquely feminine. This would refer to, let's say, shaving hair on certain parts of the body that men don't normally do, that women might do, right? Or, for that matter, pulling out white hairs, which is considered to be an act that women do or men do, or by extension, by the way, coloring hair. Right, coloring hair, which is a practice, a feminine practice. Again, an interesting discussion in the postskin about whether or not there's biblical prohibition for men to engage in that as well. Different discussion, but the point over here, the Gemara seems to clearly say that halacha l'maisa, removal of a white hair, is a feminine practice, and therefore, again, a man cannot do it. So, interestingly enough, on Shabbos is going to be prohibited because halacha l'maisa, the removal of 1 white hair, in other words, is significant. But even during the week, it will be prohibited ultimately als simlas isha. I can say, shkoyach. Should I start finishing the parak? Shech is a new parak minutes more tomorrow. Excellent. A lot of good halacha ahead of us as well. All right, so have a wonderful day. Good chodesh, everyone. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's daf is Daf Yates. The sponsorships for today, we have our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Family of his first for Torah for Am Yisrael. The Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan. Paul Pollock in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollock in West Orange. and the birth of a grandson to Ida and Jeremiah Pollack of Indianapolis, Indiana. We have an anonymous sponsor in the Splits of Simchos for all our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Kleisro, and Avram Cheney Kelman in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brian Abbas Yeshua Heschel. The yard site is on the 29th of Nisan. Shama should have an Aliyah. There are other sponsors I missed. I apologize. I don't know if they're daily sponsorships, but we'll put in the notes if I missed anything. Okay, so we're going to pick up the last line of Yud Ches Amud Beis. Where we left off? Somewhat? Okay. Close enough. We got it to the top? Yep. All right. So the Gemara says, Amar of Ad, Amar of Yitzchak, Bikurim Emasai Mechaber Alayim. So we were talking about before that for a Zar, for non-Kohen eating Bikurim, we have Chiyavus B'nei Shemayim. So we said, when is the point where a non-Kohen who eats Bikurim will become Chayav? We say, it has to be only once the Bikurim have already they've already gone into, past the thresholds, and therefore they have this kedusha, and only afterwards do they would someone who eats with a non-Kohen who eats it have a chiyuv misa. So you say, and where do we know that? Ramki Yatan and Tanya. Those are Omer. Bikurim mitzasam b'chutz mitzasam b'fnim. Let's say you have bikurim that are they're being carried, they're partially over the threshold and partially still outside the threshold. The shebachutz, those parts of the bikurim that are still outside, harayin kufulim, they're treated like chulin. And the first you understand it's not actually chulin, there still would be an isser, but it doesn't have the chiyuv misa, so they're still considered chulin from that perspective. The shebefnim and those that have already crossed the threshold, harayin kehegdish l'chol devreim, they already are now treated like hegdish. So we see here that depending on once the fruits cross the threshold, would they have the full isser, and therefore we understand that you only want the shiur pnei. Okay. Now we go back to something we've been discussing over the past couple of days, is when there are two parts, or two main components of when we bring the bikurim, is first need to be brought and placed on the side of the mizbeach, and there are also a series of psukim that need to be read with the mitzvah of bikurim. So Rav Sheshes comes along and he says, bikurim, hanacha ma'akev, what is essential to the mitzvah of the bikurim would be to go and place them next to the mizbeach. However, the reading of the psukim, it's something that you're supposed to do as part of the mitzvah, but if it's not done, it doesn't invalidate all of the bikurim. Right. So come on, who is this a bay like? So we bring a brisa that supports this view. Yossi Omer, so the brisa talks about Rabbi Yossi brings down three different memers with three different elders from three different zakenim. And Rashi points out it's a longer brisa. We're not going to quote all of them. We're only going to quote, which I think is actually the third memra that is relevant to our discussion here, which is in the name of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, I might have thought that nowadays when we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, that still the Meiser Sheni can be brought inside of the walls of Yerushalayim and still be eaten, even though there's no Beis Hamikdash. Maybe the din of Meiser Sheni would still exist. We'd still be able to bring it into Yerushalayim and eat it. That would be the Havamid. The din we say no. We have a Liba that teaches otherwise. The Chor Tana Ba'as Makam, Meiser Sheni Tana Ba'as Makam. We make a connection, make a hakesh. Their mitzvah of the Chor requires bringing it to a certain place. For Bechor, it's different. It has to be brought actually inside of the Beis Hamikdash. And Meiser Sheni also has a designated place that it has to be brought, which is namely inside Yerushalayim. And since they both have this idea, this halacha, that they have to be brought to a specific place to be eaten, to make the connection. So we say, what? Ma Bechor Eino Ela B'fnei Habayis. It's just like the mitzvah of Bechor is only going to be noheg when the Beis Hamikdash is standing. So to Meiser Sheni, we're only going to be knowing it when the Beis Hamikdash is around. And at this point, the Rabbi Yishmael is taking for granted that we know we understand for sure that with the mitzvah of Bechor, you have to have a base of Mikdash. Gemara is later on going to question that or ask where that source is, but for now, the assumption is we know that Bechor only is Noheg when the base of Mikdash is, and we're going to learn from Bechor to Ma'aser Sheni that it's also only going to be Noheg when the base of Mikdash is standing. So, but now the Gemara asks, or Bryson continues to bring down, well, we can't necessarily learn straight Bechor to Ma'aser Sheni because there's a difference. Mala Bechor, Shekain Ton Matan Damim, the Elurin, Legavim Mizbeach. So Bechor has something that is a stringency, right? That the Bechor can only be brought when you have, Bechor requires sprinkling the blood on his Mizbeach and take the Elurin and be makar them on the Mizbeach. So we see that Bechor has a stringency that Ma'aser Sheni doesn't have, and therefore we can't learn that just because Bechor requires the Beis Hamikdash to be built in order to bring it, that Ma'aser Sheni has the same din. So we say, no, Bikurim Yachishu. Well, okay, fine, we can't learn it from Bechor, but Bikurim will disprove it, because Bikurim do not report, they don't have blood applications, obviously, in the Bikurim, and there isn't a requirement to burn anything on the Mizbeach. So we see the Bikurim will prove that just like Bikurim would only be brought when there is a Beis Hamikdash, so too Ma'aser Sheni. You know, so the Gemara says, no, Mala Bikurim, she gave to Unen Hanacha. But Bikurim have a stringency of their own, that what do they need? They need to be placed next to the Mizbeach. We'll see, we already see where the proof is coming from, but we'll continue to quote a little bit before we get back there. The Talmud Lower instead, so how do we learn out then the din of Ma'aser Sheni that is only Noeg when the Beis Hamikdash is standing? Because we say, the Pasuk says, the and what is the list of what you can eat only in front of the Beis Hamikdash? We see that both Ma'aser Sheni and Bechor are included in the pasuk, and once the pasuk links them together, we can't then use the same questions, the same tercha that we had before, because the pasuk is showing us that there's a linkage. So we have more leeway in terms of connecting them for their halachos, even if there are certain differences, because the pasuk now put them together. So this is what we ended up learning from the Hekesh, that the pasuk connects them, and therefore, just like Bechor requires Beis Hamikdash to be standing, so too Ma'aser Sheni requires the Beis Hamikdash to be standing. So Makish Ma'aser with Bechor, Eno Elo Theabayis, Aflaser Eno Elo Theabayis. Okay. Now we go over, because that's the part we quote from Bryson. Now we come with our proof, because we brought this originally to teach us that the din of Rav Sheshes, that Hanacha, right? That Bikum Hanacha Mekeh. That's right. We were talking about Ma'aser Sheni and Bechor, but really we brought it down for proof from Bikurim, or to bring a proof to Bikurim, right? Rav Sheshes told us that Bikurim, the Hanacha, the placing next to his back, is Ma'akeh, that's essential, but the Kriya of the Psukim is not essential. And so what's the proof? So the Isa, if it was the case that not only is placing the Bikurim essential, but also reading the Psukim, then when we brought down in the middle of our Shakla V'Tarya, when we brought down, we tried to bring Bikurim in as a proof, and we said, no, Bikurim is different because the Hanacha is required, Hanacha next to his back. So then Isa, if not only the Hanacha is essential, but also the Kriya is essential, and Lifrach Mal Bikurim, she came to only Kriya V'Hanacha, then it should have said, what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim require placing them next to the staff and reading the Psukim. The fact that the Brisa only brought down that it was Hanacha that is something that's differentiating by Bikurim, it shows that the Hanacha is the only thing that's essential. Rashi says, no, that's not a good proof. Why? Even according to both opinions, right? Even according to the opinion of Rav Sheshes, that Kriya is not ma'akeh by Bikurim, he still holds that there's a mitzvah of Kriya of the Psukim. He doesn't hold that that's not part of the mitzvah. It's just that it's not an essential part that's ma'akeh the full mitzvah of Bikurim. So he said, Rani the ikuva leka mitzvah mileka. So there still would be a mitzvah according to all opinions, Velema, and then the Brisa should have said mitzvah. It should have said, what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim, there is an essential issue of Hanacha and a mitzvah of Kriya, and both of those should have been mentioned. So the fact that it didn't mention the Kriya of the Psukim at all shows that there's some other reason why the Kriya of the Psukim is not brought down in the Brisa, not because they're not essential. So we just let the proof. So El Amar Rashi then just explains to us why did the Brisa not bring down anything about the Kriya of the Psukim by the Purim. It says the Ika Bikuria Ger, because while the Hanacha placing down the Bikurim is uniform and consistent according to anyone who's bringing Bikurim, when in certain circumstances there is no mitzvah of Kriya of Psukim by Bikurim. What's that case? The case of Bikurim that are brought by a Ger. Why? One of the Psukim that need to be said with bringing the Bikurim is Asher Nishba Hashem La'avoseinu, that Hashem promised to this land that Hashem promised to our fathers, and a Ger doesn't have that lineage that traces all the way back, and therefore Lo Matzi already can't say it. So Lo Matzi. So in that case, that's the reason why the Brisa didn't bring down the discussion of Kriya of Psukim and only the discussion of Hanach. Okay, so now we go back. So now we've deflected. Well, we've said it's not going to be approved to Rav Sheshes opinion, but now we're going to go back and break down a few parts of the Brisa that we brought. So if we look back, when the Brisa tried to bring a proof of why you may bring on Meiser Sheni that can only be brought when there is a Beis Hamikdash. So first we tried from Bechor successfully, then we tried from Bikurim unsuccessfully, and then we from the pasuk. So I'm going to ask, what day we try to bring proof from A, and we get something. We say, okay, what about B? B disproves it. What's the next logical step that the Gemara usually brings down? Okay, let's try to bring A and B together, right? From a tzad hashava. So the Gemara asks, why was it the next step to bring down and say, okay, we can't learn it straight from Bechor. We can't learn it straight from Bikurim. Let's learn it from Bechor and Bikurim together as a tzad hashava. That wouldn't have worked, because even though they each had different stringencies, they each had some connection to the Mizbeach, whether having the blood or burning on the Mizbeach, or just placing next to the Mizbeach. Both of those had a connection to the Mizbeach, where Meiser Sheni doesn't have a specific connection to the Mizbeach, but just Yerushalayim as a whole. Right. Okay? And now, so now we're going to go back. So the question we had talked about originally was, we had Rabbi Shmuel had assumed or taken for granted that everybody agrees, or it's obvious that to bring Bechor, you have to have a Beis Hamikdash. So now we ask, well, Micah son, why is this so obvious to Rabbi Shmuel? What does he hold? If he holds that the original Kedusha Yerushalayim, right? In Machlokes we have all throughout Shas, whether when the Beis Hamikdash was built and the Yerushalayim was originally sanctified, does that Kedusha now last forever? Even though we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, the Kedusha still remains. Or do we say that once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, that Kedusha ended, and we need a new Beis Hamikdash to read that Kedusha Yerushalayim? So therefore, the Kedusha of Yerushalayim is still intact. So then, Afilu Bechor, Nami. Then, in that case, if the Kedusha is still intact, then the bringing of the Bechor should still be allowed, because the Kedusha is still there. So why not bring? Why are we saying that a Bechor cannot be brought unless it's a Beis Hamikdash if the Kedusha still stands? Right? Why are we only worried about Meiser Sheni? We should have understood that Bechor definitely can be brought. Or but if we hold that the Kedusha is no longer there, and therefore because the Kedusha is no longer there, we had a question. Okay, so Meiser Sheni doesn't need that Kedusha, and therefore because the Kedusha is not there anymore, we can't bring the Meiser Sheni. Or maybe the Meiser Sheni doesn't require the Kedusha of the Mizbeach, and therefore it can still be brought. That was the question. That's why we weren't sure we needed this thing. But in that case, I feel before Nami Tivai. Why don't we should ask the question? It shouldn't be obvious to us on Bechor. Bechor should have the same question. That does Bechor necessarily require the Kedusha to be there, and therefore there's no Kedusha, no Bechor? Or is Bechor something that could still be brought even though there's no Kedusha? Right? Why do we need a lima to teach us one way or another? Ravina says no. Olam kasavar kitchelashaisa below kitchelasava. So no, really he holds that the Kedusha is no longer there. And so why was it obvious to him that a Bechor cannot be brought? Right, what we brought down is before everybody agrees it's obvious cannot be brought without the basic Kedusha. So you said we have a specific case here. Hakol the Bechor shenizrak damo kodem korban habayis a very specific case here where the Bechor was brought, the blood was sprinkled, there was a Mizbech, there was a Beis Mikdash, and then the destruction of Beis Mikdash happened in between the sprinkling of the blood and the eating of the animal and bringing the basar on the Mizbech. So therefore, now what do we have? We have a Bechor whose blood was sprinkled on the Mizbech because the Mizbech was around, and now it's sitting there, there's no more Mizbech, but you have a Bechor that needs to be eaten. What do we say? With the hekesh from the basar of the Bechor to the dam, just as the dam was sprinkled, not damo on the Mizbech. Once the dam was sprinkled on the Mizbech itself, opposar of the Mizbech. Now the basar requires Mizbech, and therefore it can't be eaten. So it's obvious in this particular case that you can't eat this Bechor, because since the blood was sprinkled on the Mizbech, it now connects the entire animal to the Mizbech, and you can't eat it. So it was obvious to the Bechor case, and then we were able to learn to the Meiser Sheni case. And then finally, we makish Meiser Bechor. Once we know Bechor can't be eaten, then we did the hekesh we had for our pasuk that Bechor as well, that Meiser Sheni as well cannot be eaten without the Mizbech. So the Gemara asked on this limud, that he davar lamed behekesh, chozer in the lamed behekesh. Once we have original limud from hekesh, in this case we said we will makish the dam to the basar of the Bechor, and once we have the principle in kachim that you can make one limud, but you can't have a daisy chain of one limud and then a limud to another limud. And therefore, once we made the hekesh from dam to basar, how can we then go and make the hekesh of Bechor to Meiser? So the Gemara says, no, it's Meiser Dagon Kulani, right? The principle of not making a hekesh and a hekesh only is within kachim. So we agree that Bechor is kachim, but Meiser Sheni is doing the tulin. So Meiser Sheni is chulin, and therefore we can make one hekesh and then another hekesh because we're making it one within kachim, then the next one within chulin. So we say Hani Kalamandamar Basam Lama Asmina. So this makes sense. I understand this answer based on the opinion who says we go by the source that is being learned to, right? In any hekesh, you have the source, and then the milamed and the lamed. So if you're talking about the secondary source, which in this case is Meiser Sheni, okay, then we only have kachim in one end, and we have chulin on the other end. However, el lamandam or basar milamed. But if we're saying that when we categorize the hekesh, we look at where the limud is coming from, well, then we have dam, which is kachim, basar of the Bechor, which is kachim. Those are the two, and then we have kachim and kachim. We shouldn't be able to do hekesh and another hekesh, and then we have this. Then we still have that issue. So, Michael, remember what you say? I'd rather we say down the basar chadamilsi. So, what we have to say is that this principle, when we say hekesh to hekesh, applies when we're talking about two different things. So, let's say you would learn from Bechor to another set of kachim, a totally different something within kachim, and then want to learn again. That's when we are not able to. But in this case, yes, we said it's a hekesh, basar, and dam, but they're both within the same animal. They're both a Bechor. So we're not considering that like a separate entity. It's one, and then we're only making one hekesh from that full entity of the dam and the basar together, and we're making that limud to Meiser Sheni, and therefore it will be allowed. Okay. Now we're going back to analyze in the Gemara said, Kachay Kach. The Gemara continues to give a list of Tivei Malchus, and this will start with Kachay Kach. We're actually going to talk about the rest of that list was Meiser Sheni, but that Meiser Sheni, eating Meiser Sheni, you would get Malchus for. And the Gemara asks, we already learned this. We already had this in the earlier Mishnah about Meiser Sheni, which said Meiser Sheni the Hegdesh shall it. If you have Meiser Sheni or Hegdesh that was not then you eat it, it's your Malchus. So why do we need to teach this law again? Why do we need to add Meiser Sheni to the list once more? There's two different cases we're talking about. Seifa, the Meiser Sheni Tahar, the Gabra Tahar. In the secondary, this case that we brought down in our latest Mishnah, we're talking about a case where we have Meiser Sheni that is fully tahar, a person that is fully tahar, and the gachos l'chutz l'chola. But you're eating it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, and that's the instance that we're talking about here. But Rachel, the first instance we brought that Meiser Sheni, we're talking about Meiser Sheni Tameh the Gabra. I mean, that was talking about when we had a problem with the Meiser Sheni or with the individual. One of them was Tameh, the gachos be Yerushalayim, and that's a case where even if you're eating Meiser Sheni properly within the walls of Yerushalayim, you still have an Isser Malchus because either the Meiser Sheni itself was Tame or the person was Tame. Even though in both cases of Meiser Sheni, they're different cases. So what I ask, Minale, the how do we know that Meiser Sheni would be Chayv Malchus in a case of Meiser Sheni where there's Tumah involved, again, whether the Tumah is within the Meiser Sheni itself or the Tumah is with the Gavra. So telling you with Bryce or Shimon Omer, we have the lashon of the Vidui Meiser. Will be arti limani b'tamei. So when part of the Vidui Meiser that it said, the person says, I didn't destroy it. In this case, destroying means eating. But we arti limani b'tamei. I didn't do it while I was tamei. And that's vein shani tamei mutar, vein shani tar mutamei. Whether it's a case where the person was tamei and the Meiser Sheni was tar, or the person was tar but the Meiser Sheni was tamei. In both those cases, we see that there's Isser based on the Vidui, and therefore that's when we see the source of Meiser Sheni. That's when we see that there is an Isser on Meiser Sheni being eaten with Tumah. So then the Gemara asks the Heichon, we find that we see that it's in the lashon of the Vidui. How do we know? Where do we see the source where the Achila is? So the Brian says, I don't know. I don't know where that source is. So the Gemara asks, what do we know? Tumas Haguf, adjective. Tumas Haguf is written straight out. We have straight psukim that show us that if somebody is tamei and they eat Meiser Sheni, that is tahar, that they would be chayav. What's pasuk? Nefesh asher sigabo, any person that touches serve a tama on the Arab, you're tamei until the evening. And you can't eat from it. So we see from the pasuk that we have, clear indication that if you have a person who is tamei, they can't eat Meiser Sheni, which is tahar. Ella tumas asmo minayin. Okay, fine. So that gives us the source for when the person is tamei and the Meiser Sheni is tahar. What about the opposite case, where the Meiser Sheni itself is tamei but the person is tahar? So we have a pasuk that tells us, this is the pasuk talking about Meiser Sheni, you can't eat it. But then we have a different pasuk, where we specifically say that a tamei and a tahor person can eat together. So in that case, what's happening? If you have a tamei and a tahor person eating together, what's going to happen? Inevitably, the meat's going to become tamei. And then the tahor person is going to be eating basar tamei, and we see that is prohibited. However, but that is permitted. The shachar tochel that you're allowed to eat it, but we juxtapose that with a case of Meiser, which says lo tzucha lechol b'sharecha, and therefore you see by Meiser it's not allowed, even though in other cases it is allowed to have a tamei and a tahor person eating them together. The time is very small. Afilo tamei v'tahor open the ka'ar achas. Vein choshin. The kamar achmana heach. The kamar achmana heach tamei b'shar. It'll call gabe tahor. Awesome. Sorry. I said it outside. This is what I said inside. Which is the case that you're allowed to eat together? Awesome. Hacha but hacha lo tzucha. But in our case, lo tzucha. Okay, fine. So now that we've discussed or brought up Meiser Sheni, we're going to talk about a couple of different halachos within Meiser Sheni. So we asked, how do we know that Meiser Sheni is allowed to be podeh? And this case is even inside Yerushalayim. Sorry, we're talking about specifically Meiser Sheni that is tamei, that can be podeh inside Yerushalayim. So Meiser Sheni shenitma shepodeh so afilu b'Yerushalayim. And the Lomar says you're not allowed to bring up and say so. We carry it, but what's the leave it here? In this case, we're talking about so being achila, being other. And therefore, we see that if you cannot have, since you cannot eat it, there's when are you allowed to usually throw the Meiser Sheni? When it's outside Yerushalayim. Why? Because you're not allowed to eat it there. You're in a place where it's not allowed to be eaten because you're outside the walls of Yerushalayim. And therefore we allow you to be podeh. So then the limit here is that another case where you're allowed to be podeh is where there's a problem with eating it, so which is inside Yerushalayim when it's tamei. Since you're not allowed to eat it, it's as if it's connected to not being able to bring it up. And since it's not edible at this point because it's tummy, we allow you to be podeh. So that's the limud that even Meiser Sheni that is in Yisrael, which usually you're no longer allowed to be podeh. If it's tummy, you can be podeh. Now, Amar Bibi, Amar Basi, another halacha of Meiser Sheni. Yinayim Meiser Sheni tahar. Shepodin ourselves, filu b'psia achas pustafam. Okay, now we talk about pidyon Meiser Sheni. What if you have Meiser Sheni and it's tahar? Good Meiser Sheni. If you're well outside Yerushalayim, no problem. You can always be podeh. That's straight from Sukkot. What about you are literally like one step away? You're right at threshold of Yerushalayim. Can you still be podeh at Meiser Sheni? She said, "Shenamar, we bring the same valsakilo suchal, say so." Right, because when are you allowed to be podeh Meiser Sheni? When you are unable to bring it up, eat it, right? Right. So I mean, we say, in this case, you're still outside. You're technically still outside your shalim, and therefore you can be podeh. So you say, no, we just used this limud before to teach us of being podeh meiser sheni that's tamei, inside your shalim. So in came, so you say, okay, you're right, but in came, what should the pasuk have said? Why use the word say so? It should have said you're not allowed to eat it, right? Because once you're in Yerushalayim and you're allowed to eat it, you no longer can be podeh. As long as it's not yet subject to achila, you can be podeh. However, my say so. Why does the pasuk specifically say the word say so? It's there that we can use two limudim. So we use the lashon that could be carrying, could be eating, and we can learn both halachos from it. So why do we say, okay, so then let's say, all right, well, let's only learn this limud of achila. Okay, then if it's only about carrying it in, then it would just say you can't carry it. My say so, right? So the fact that we learn this halacha, the fact that the pasuk uses the lashon say so, which can be read either or, we're able to learn both halachas, both that you can podeh just outside Yerushalayim for tar meiser sheni, and you can be podeh inside Yerushalayim for tamei meiser sheni. Either one is acceptable for pidyon. So, Yosef Chanina, Rosha, the Kohen Bailey, a Pisgah Yerushalayim out. So Chanina and Rosha were sitting and learning, and they asked, okay, what about if you're literally in the threshold of Yerushalayim? You're literally through the entranceway of Yerushalayim, the mountain. So Pshita, it's a case if it's a case where you're like carrying it in front of you, you're carrying Meiser Sheni in front of you, and therefore the Meiser Sheni has crossed the threshold, but you have not yet crossed the threshold. Then in that case, it's obvious that you can no longer be podeh because the Meiser Sheni has crossed the actual Meiser Sheni, even though you haven't, has crossed the threshold, and therefore it's no longer subject to pidyon. What about the other case? What about let's say you cross, but you're carrying it like in a sack on your back, or you have like a backpack of it, and you crossed over, so your body is inside the wall, but the Meiser Sheni is technically outside the wall, and then you stop there. Can you now still be podeh? You're inside, but the Meiser Sheni is outside. Now, what's the case? That's the question they're asking. So Tana Saba is there in Shimon ben Yochai. The pasuk says, that the place is far from you, Yerushalayim is far from you, and therefore it has to be your completeness. So in this case, the fact that you've already brought yourself in, even though the Meiser is not, you drag the Meiser along with you, and therefore just once you cross the threshold, the Meiser Sheni also can no longer be podeh. How about the next step in this question? What if Nagile the Kanya? What if instead of being like on your person, you have like like a stick, let's say, or something holding it, and the Meiser Sheni is attached to a sack in the back. So you're holding it, but it's no right when it's like on your back. It's part of your person. It can be considered part of your person. But what if you now have like another level removed where you're holding a stick or something that's in, and then connected to that in the back is a Meiser Sheni. In that case, take it. That can just say take it. We don't have an answer. We don't know if in that case it's dragged along with the body or not. Here we go. Try to go further. Meiser Sheni, the Amos Echad. So now we ask Meiser Sheni, when is somebody going to be chayav for eating Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? It's only once that Meiser Sheni is actually gone and been inside and then brought outside. That's when you have my time. לפני השם אלוקיך, לפני השם אלוקיך תאכלנו שנה ושנה. וכסיב, לא תוכל לאכול בשעריך. So we say first that you have to bring it in front of Yerushalayim, לפני השם אלוקיך, and also לא תוכל לאכול בשעריך, but you're not allowed to eat it in your own area outside Yerushalayim. So kol echad dikarina bei לפני השם אלוקיך tאכלנו. Only once you can say it is risen to the level of then it learns back on not being able to eat it outside of Yerushalayim. But if you cannot yet say that it's Lefnei Hashem Elokecha, then you cannot say that. Then you can't yet say that you don't yet have the issur of eating it outside. So it's essentially the Meister has to first become in a state where the roy lachil that crosses in, and then it comes back out, and then you have the issue eating. But before then, you wouldn't have it's really for the chiyuv malchus. You wouldn't have the chiyuv malchus for eating the Meister Sheni. I think we'll stop here before we get things going to. We'll stop here. We'll got there tomorrow. So now we'll stop it. All right, everyone, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tils Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zechus of the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Yosef Menachem. Anonymous sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Mishim, the Kelmanuri of Avram's mother, Sarah of Raina Basi, Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Raha. Of course, in Meretz Hashem, we should be zoching to see the release and the return of our hostages. In Meretz Hashem, the Shalom of the Karov. May our holy soul be successful b'chol Maasei Yidayim. But with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Some really exciting Gemara ahead of us today. Today's daf is Yud Zayin 17, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Tes Zayin Amud Beis, pretty much like the middle of the daf, the two dots over there. Va'ochel nevelos treifas shkatzim v'ramosis. So literally point the middle of the daf, pretty much right across from Tosas Risek. So the Gemara talks about the following situation. So the Gemara says as follows: remember again, Mishnah said that if you eat non-kosher items, nevelos treifas shkatzim v'ramosim, creepy, crawly things, insects, ultimately one will be chayiv malchus. I'm not Yehuda. Hayman the achol bein so they karba malkinale mishum sheretz hashoretz ala aretz. Somebody eats that bein so the cover actually says is tolas and then it says the kruv, a cabbage worm. One goes in and eats a cabbage worm. Ultimately, again, they get malchus because of sheretz hashoretz ala aretz, for eating a creepy crawly thing that crawls on the earth. Okay, Vahu the achol bein so they karba. The Gemara tells the story. There was a guy who ate a cabbage worm, and what happened to him? The Gemara says, "V'nagdei Rabbi Yehuda." Rabbi Yehuda flogged him. Okay, so just like a ma'aseh shahaya, kachaya, the halacha, and then ultimately again actually being put into practice. Rabbi says, "Ochol putisa lo ka'arba." If you eat a putisa, Rashi says, "Bala sheretz hamayim." So putisa is some type of water insect. Water insect, it's a water creature. If you go ahead and you eat the putisa, then what is the halacha? Lo ka'arba. You get 4 sets of malchus. That actually says over here, why is that? So first of all, there are 2 lavim, there are 2 prohibitions that are associated, that are written regarding creepy, crawly things from the water. And then 2 lavim said about stam sheretz. So 2 lavim about sheretz hamayim, water shratzin, and then 2 general lavim. So 4 sets of malchus for this putisa. Better be worth it. Better be worth it. The word says right there, Nimala, what happens if one eats an ant? Look at Hamisha. One gets 5 sets of malchus. Why? So Mishum Sheretz HaShoretz Ala Aretz. Right? Ultimately, again, so Rashi points out over here, Nimala, Bala Nimala Chaya, Hoil Uberia Shlema Hi Achivasa B'Choshu, Veloke chamesh lavin aksuvim b'sheretz stam. So remember again, there's 5 different lavin. There's 5 different lavin. Excuse me, there are 2 lavin that are written in association with general shratzim, and then ultimately 3 lavin that are written regarding sheretz haaretz, sheretz that crawls on the ground. And let's remember again, what's the chiddush over here? Now it's not a chiddush. What's the unique thing over here? An amala, an ant, is obviously very small. Right? It's not a kizayis. Remember again, what the Mishnah introduced us to is this concept of burial. This concept ultimately again that halacha l'maisa, even if it's something that is a fully intact living entity, even if it is less than a kizayis, there is still liability. And by the way, you begin to see not only is there liability, but halacha l'maisa again 5-fold liability for the consumption of an ant. Okay? The Gemara goes like that. Tzira is important. Lo keshesh. So you get 5 malchus, 6 malchus, everything we mentioned, plus mishum sharatzal. There's another law that has to do with sharatzal, flying shvatzim. Okay? I'm going to be good. I'm going to bachai. So let's have masha and a kabbalah. If one has to go to the bathroom and one holds back from going to the bathroom, over mishum bal tishatsu. Now, by the way, why is this coming up over here? Because once we're talking about shvatzim, and eating disgusting things and sharing self about them, right? Engaging in disgusting practices, Simra also brings this up. So a person has to go to the bathroom and abstains, holds themselves back. They're in violation of below shakti. Do not make yourself disgusting. I'm Rabbi Babai. Rabbi Babai. Hi, if we have time to come back to the halacha. Rabbi Babai. Hi, the shasi bekarna do'omnot. If a person drinks out of the bloodletter's tube, Rashi says over here, karna do'omnot. So the way you would go ahead and do bloodletting is they insert a tube into the patient's arm, right? And then they begin to suck, right? So again, pulls out the blood. If you drink water out of that tube, that's considered to be a disgusting practice. And therefore, one is over on Baal Teshaktu. So you see something interesting, that although technically speaking, the prohibition of Baal Teshaktu has to do with the consumption of shkatzim v'ramos, right? It has to do with the consumption of insects, right? Of insects, right? That's the lashon over here, by the way. Lashon over here, Dalton ben abehema ator, abehema latmea, ben ha'ofa ator latar, v'lo teshaktu es nafsho seichad. This is really not to shaktu. Do not make yourself disgusting. It's really a prohibition that is associated with kashrus, like with kashrus. Ultimately, again, not going ahead and not going ahead and eating things that are not appropriate for you. The Gemara expands the scope of this prohibition to say you're also not allowed to engage in practices which make yourself disgusting as well. So holding back from going to the bathroom, drinking out of the bloodletters too. The mother is like, so this is an interesting case over here. Let's say you took 9 ants, you smashed them up, you mushed them up, and then you bring another live ant, and that creates a kizayis of ants. So what's the halacha? Look at vav. You get 6 mouths. Now, before we go on with this, Rashi points out that what's going on over the Risek. Look at Rashi. Risek, mi'ech v'kiseis u'pitlan v'toras beria. So remember again, when you go ahead and the whole chap of the ant, right? Why is it that there's liability for ants, even though it's so small? Because it's a beria. Because it is a distinct entity. It's a distinct, independent entity. So interestingly enough, that identity as beria only applies when the item is intact. The moment that it is crushed, it loses its beria status. Now, what happens when an ant loses its beria status? What happens? So then it becomes machalos asuros. It just becomes like any other non-kosher item. What's the shear for consumption of non-kosher food? A kizayis. See, interestingly enough, the halacha over here is as follows. So therefore, fascinatingly enough, if you eat a whole intact ant, you chayiv 6 malchus. If you eat a mashed up ant, if it's less than a kizayis, actually not chayiv anything. I mean, it's not good. You've done navera, but there's no liability. To have liability on mashed ants, you'd have to have a kizayis of them. So in this case over here, you have 9 mashed ants. I must say now, the number 9 is not a meaningful number over here. It doesn't matter, 9, 7, 8. The point over here is you have a whole mass of mashed ants, and then ultimately again you add in one live ant to complete the shear. Now remember, already before you even go on, in this act of consumption, what do you have going on over here? Obviously, it's going to be two levels of liability. What are two levels of liability? Number one, for the whole ant itself that you're eating is going to be independent liability, plus the fact that the whole ant combines with the mashed ants to form a kizayis of ants. So there's that dual liability over here. So that's what we say. Look at above, you'll get 6 sets of malchus. Gemara says, hey, shouldn't bury up. So again, 5 malchus just for the whole ant itself. Right? 5 malchus for the whole ant itself. And ultimately, again, one set of malchus for eating a kizayis of a non-kosher item. Rav says, by the way, don't think that there's any significance attached to the number 9, right? There's no significance. This would be true even if you have 2 mashed ants and added in one live one. Or you'll say, even one mashed ant, right? That's one big ant, one mashed ant, and one live ant. Again, everything depends on the size of the ant. So I'll say, but a fascinating idea. So first of all, a number of important takeaways. This din of burial only applies to something that is whole, intact, and alive. Right? If it doesn't satisfy those criteria, it's not burial. It's not burial. So therefore, again, a live ant will be chayiv ultimately again for 5 sets of malchus. A mashed ant is ma'achalos asuros and therefore has a share of kizayis. If you take a mass of mashed ants, combine it with a live ant to create a kizayis, you're going to be chayiv for the burial plus for the kizayis of ma'achalos asuros. So it says, "Shmuel is supposed to hospital this." You look at this, you look at these cases, and what goes through your mind? Why would someone do this? Like, this makes absolutely no sense. Like, really, you can't find something else to eat. I don't know, I don't know, it's Shabbos, a little time now. You can't directly, this is what you're doing. Think about this, it makes no sense. So I'll say, what's the tremendous supposed to haskell? In general, chait makes no sense. Any idea that we commit, right? In the moment, in the heat of the moment, right, it makes all the sense in the world. Right, in the heat of the moment, of course, go say, in any case, after the fact, if I step out of myself and I look at what I did, what often goes through my mind? What was I thinking? Why did I do that? In what world does that make any sense? It's fascinating how, like, in the moment, I can't live without it. But yet, when I step out of myself and look at it, the averos that I commit become no more logical than the consumption of 9 mashed ants with 1 whole ant. The dynamic of hate in general makes no sense. So I will say it's important because I think, like, the next time we're tempted to do an avera, which I don't know, in about 3 minutes from now, I don't know, whenever that next opportunity comes, kind of like, to keep this camera in our back pocket, I realize that every avera is pretty much like this. This is it. From the grotesque perspective of it, from the unappealing perspective of it, from the nonsensical perspective of it, and if you could just say, okay, this is mamish like eating 9 mashed ants with 1 whole ant, and all of that liability that's going to come, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Perhaps it's a way to reframe and perhaps save ourselves from certain negative behaviors. Incredible. Let's go back to all tavel isolation. So next, the Mishnah said, if you ate tavels, untied produce, and meiser rishon, so you get malchus, all these cases. So it says the Gemara, Amarav, Ochel Tavel Shal Meiser Rishon, Shal Meiser Ani Loket. Listen to this. Let's say you eat tavel, right? So tavel is untied produce. But let's say in this case, the nature of it is I didn't separate out Meiser Ani. Okay. So what happens if I don't separate out Meiser Ani? So what's the halacha? Loket, you get malchus. So we'll say, so in other words, if I have produce, and the only thing I didn't separate out was Meiser Ani, what the Gemara is saying is that is still called tevel. That is still called untied produce, and therefore, if you consume it, you're chayiv malchus. Okay, Kiman, whose opinion does this reflect? Ki haitana, like Tanya, Sanya Rabbi Yossi, Yochalo yechayiv ela tevel shlomo and kol ekar. So I might have thought, Rabbi Yossi answered like this. I might have thought that the only time you're chayiv on tevel is when the mamish separated nothing from it. Maybe the definition of tevel is that no tithes have been removed. So how do I know that the actual definition of teva is any produce which has not had all of its tithes removed from it. In other words, the Havamina is I might have thought that what is teva? What's untithed produce? Produce that has had no tithes attached on it. But as soon as it has some tithes, you're good. You're good. No. How do I know that teva really means produce that even if it only has one tithe that has not been taken, even like Meiser Ani, it is still called teva. Tavalomar lo sucha lechol b'sharecha. Torah says you shall not consume it in your gates. So Omer v'achlu b'sharecha v'savehu. So same motion. Mal lahalod Meiser Ani. Just like over there, it's referring to Meiser Ani. Afkan Meiser Ani. So too over here is Meiser Ani. And the Torah says you can't eat it. So what do you see from here? That if you have produce, and even all of the necessary tithes were removed, and the only thing that remains to be removed is Meiser Ani, Halacha L'Maisa, that is still called Teva. Rabbi Yosef Kittanai. Rabbi Yosef says in reality, this is a machlokes tonight. What's the machlokes? Rabbi Lozer Omer, Ein Tzarech L'Grosas Hashem Al Meiser Ani Shal Demai. It was very interesting. Remember, let's go back. A couple different ideas over here. Demai. What's Demai? I purchased produce on an Amma Aretz in general. What's the concern when you purchase produce on an Amma Aretz? What's the concern? Any tithe. Any tithe. So remember again, there's a rabbinic classification called Demai. Demai says you have to retithe it. You have to retithe it. So now watch this. So Rabbi Lozer says like this: I purchase produce from an Amma Aretz. What do I have to do about Meiser Ani? Rabbi Lozer says you got to declare it. You have to not declare it, designate it. You have to designate it, right? You have to go and designate Meiser Ani on the of an Amma Aretz. The Chum say, Kori es Hashem ve'enu tzarech lahafresh. The Chachamim say the halacha l'maisa, you have to designate it, but you don't have to separate it. Now that's very interesting. What does that mean? Take a look at Tap Rashi in Zayin 17a. The Chayvet shekara alav Hashem yotzak bini paras tevel. Ushar Meiser Shulahafresh Al Karpak, Laki Shatark Lahafresh, Meiser Rishon, Shumas Meiser Little Coin, Shim Misal Zarit, or Meiser Shin Tark Laos, Yushaim Achos. Well, listen to this. The Rabbanah says something fascinating. We agree. You have to designate it, but you don't have to separate it. In other words, you can leave it, in other words, you remedy the Tevel situation with simple designation, but you do not require separation. So what's going on over here? My love back what are they arguing about? So again, I've got Rabbi Lozer saying I don't even have to designate it. I have the Chum saying I have to designate it, but I don't have to separate it. What's the machlokes? My love back the Mar Sabar Badai Tovlo, Umar Sabar Badai Ino Tovlo. Maybe the machlokes is like this. Maybe the machlokes will say is in general. Let's say in a definitive case where I know that I have tevel. So does the or I should say differently. In a case where I know for sure that I have not separated out Meiser Ani, does the fact that I have not separated out Meiser Ani, does that make the produce tevel or not? Rabbi Lozer would say it doesn't. It doesn't. So Meiser Ani to begin with doesn't make produce tevel, or in other words, the non-removal of Meiser Ani to begin with doesn't make the produce tevel, and therefore when I purchase some in Amma Aretz, there's no need to do anything with this, other than the Chum say the presence of unremoved Meiser Ani does make the produce tevel, and therefore if I purchase some in Amma Aretz, although I don't have to separate it, I actively have to designate it. Interesting. So the Gemara says, if that's the case. If that's the case, then guys, Rabbi Lozer, Chachamim, don't argue in a case of Demai, but rather argue in an actual case. Why don't you just say, I have produce, I have not separated out the Meiser Ani. I've separated out everything else. Is my produce tevel or not? Rabbi Lozer, no. Chachamim, yes. If that's my focus, why bring that in the case of Demai? Bring it in an actual case. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, Ella, the Gemara says, you're right. But let's revisit this. In reality, everyone agrees that the presence of unseparated Meiser Ani absolutely makes the produce into tevel. Everyone agrees with that. So it's not hopes over here. This is very interesting. Listen to this. So one opinion says that an ani is not chashiv, not suspect for non-removal of the mind. Why? Kivan dimamonohu aflushi mafresh. So listen to this. This is very interesting. What happens, by the way, if you consume your own meiser ani? What happens? You say Rabbi, you consume it. What's the answer? It's just you didn't do anything. You did something bad, but there's no ramifications of it. Now, listen, the reason for that is because ultimately, again, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Lo nechshadu dimamonahu in bo israchila and like gezel aniyim v'iyu the gezel aniyim lo chayish." So let's listen to this. In general, why don't Amei Haaretz separate out tithes? I don't separate out tithes. That's what Restream was saying. We often assume the reason they don't do it is why? Because of a lack of knowledge. You just don't know what to do. That may be true. There's another reason also, which is money. Money. I don't want to separate out from the Haaretz. I don't want to separate my money. Right? Giving away tithes means at the end of the day, it's tzedakah, right? At the end of the day, I'm giving something that belongs to me. I'm giving it to someone else. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So what's interesting is the following. When it comes to Meiser Ani, so remember again, Meiser Ani, there's no Israchila. Like, let's say I'm not an Ani, and I eat Meiser Ani. What have I done? What have I done? I've committed an act of theft. Right? As opposed to, let's say, if I eat Truma, like if I eat Truma, that's very serious liability. If I eat Meiser Ani, I've stolen property from the Ani. There's not an Isra Achila. There's an Isra Gezel. There's an Isra Gezel. So therefore, again, one opinion says, Ani, separate out Meiser Ani. Right? So again, I was saying, in this iteration, everyone agrees that the presence of Meiser Ani makes your produce tevel. Right? If you don't separate out Meiser Ani, it's you're eating tevel. Okay, now I'm purchasing produce from an Amaretz. There's Demai. Do I have to retithe the Meiser Ani? So here's the machlokes. One opinion says, no, you don't have to retithe. You know why? Amei Haaretz separate out Meiser Ani. Do you know why? Why not? They'll do it. That way they remove any prohibition from their produce. Are they giving the Meiser Ani to the Ani? Probably not. Probably keeping it for themselves because it's an Isra Gezel, not an Isra Achila. But that's not my problem. So therefore, again, first opinion says, that's really Rabbi Lazar, that when you buy produce from Amaretz, you could assume that he separated out the Meiser Ani. But Rabbanan hold, Kevan the Trichale Milsa lo mafresh. Rabbanan say, no. Do you know why an Ani doesn't go ahead and separate out Meiser? Do you know Meiser Ani? Do you know why? Because as they say, it's a krich, right? It's a bother, right? It's a bother. It's tircha. It's extra effort. So what do I need to engage in that for? Why is that necessary? And therefore, ultimately, again, he does not go ahead and separate it out. So let's say, so what's interesting over here, what's really unfolding, so again, just understand, just important halacha l'maisa. So halacha l'maisa number one is presence of unremoved Meiser Ani absolutely makes the produce tevel. That's number one. Number two, interestingly enough, Meiser Ani is not an Isra Achila. In other words, if I eat Meiser Ani, it's not like eating something that's limited. Rather, again, what am I doing? It's an Isra Gezel. It's an Isra theft. I'm stealing from the Ani. So machlokes, if you buy clothes from Amaretz, do you have to separate out Meiser Ani? Rabbi Lazar says no, because again, Amaretz does it. He probably keeps it, but ultimately he does it. Rabbanan, you do. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, he doesn't do it. Why doesn't he do it? Because he's lazy. Because he doesn't want to be bothered with it. Therefore, again, I have to do it. Incredible. All right, well, let's go right there. By the way, the way we paskin, the way the Rambam paskins is if you purchase the microphone on Amaretz, you must designate Meiser Ani again. You must designate it. Now, again, you don't necessarily have to separate it, right? But you have to designate it. That's a whole idea of Mamo She'elo Tovin, not for now. So let's say in general, how much tevel do you have to eat in order to be liable to Malchus? So the answer in the Mishnah was like Kizayis, Amar Rabbi Shimon, Ben Lakish, Machlokes Bechita, Aval Bekemach Tevei Akol Kizayis. So let's remember again. So Rabbi said in the name of Shimon the following. So if you remember again, what was this Mishnah? Okay, so the Mishnah said like this. The Mishnah said, good. Rabbi Shimon says kolshu. Rabbi Shimon says any amount of tevel, you're liable to Malchus. And the Chacham say kizayis. So now both say the Gemara says Rabbi says in Rabbi Shimon, machlokes bechita. Right? In other words, machlokes between a kolshu and the kizayis. Ultimately, again, it's only in a wheat kernel itself. Now, again, I will say the reason we're going to see that is because halacha l'maisa, in the wheat kernel case, that's where Rabbi Shimon will say that's a beria. However, again, the Gemara says, however, when it comes to, let's say, flour, like let's say you're consuming flour of tevel, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa you need a kizayis in order to be chai. Okay, Rabbi Yirmiyah Amar Shimon Lakish, ki machlokes bezu, kach machlokes bezu. Shimon, right? Rish Lakish says no, it's machlokes both cases, both in chita as well as kenach. We'll say first line. Tanan Amar Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon said to the Chachamim, Iatem modim libo okol lemala kol shu shu chayiv. Rabbi Shimon, remember Rabbi Shimon holds that by tevel a kol shu any amount to chayiv. So says the Chacham, I don't understand. Don't you agree that in the case of the ant, in the case of the Ramala, that even if you consume any amount, you're going to be chayiv? On Mulo with Neishi Kibriyasa. They said yes, that's because that's a barrier. Because that's a barrier, right? Ultimately, again, that's how it was created. That is a complete unit in and of itself. So to a wheat kernel is also a barrier, right? And therefore, again, there should be liability for consuming that. So when it says chita in kemachla, what do you see from here? The machlok is only by a kernel of wheat. But everyone agrees that if you were to consume flour of tevel, that you certainly would need a kizayis. So someone said, "Let's say, the bread cover." Perhaps this is Rabbi Shimon saying to Chachamim. Rabbi Shimon said this. According to me, even a kosher of kemach ultimately again should create liability. Even though you're going to disagree in the case of flour, at least agree with me in the case of the wheat kernel. Right? At least in the case of the wheat kernel, agree with me that halacha l'maisa there will be liability even for one wheat kernel because it is a barrier. But Rabbanan will say no. Barias neshama chashuva, chita lo chashuva. And what you just mentioned before, barrier. The definition of barrier will say is not only something that is a complete entity. It is something that is a complete entity and living. A living complete entity. Ultimately, again, is a barrier, which I will say, by the way, now, just so you understand, remember again, previously, in the case of Namala, right, in the case of an ant, Rashi said, that what was the case of the ant? Rashi said, Bala Namala Chaya. In order to be chayiv for consuming, right, an ant, right, all those different prohibitions, a barrier has to be alive. If you have a dead ant, so a dead ant is then ma'achalas asuros, that's non-kosher food, and then the shear for that is a kizayis. So the Rabbanan say back to Rabbi Shimon, I hear what you're saying. A wheat kernel, you're right. It is a natural forming complete entity. It's not living. Because it's not living, it doesn't have the status of barrier. Rabbi Shimon Omer Koshu Lamakas Omer Kizayis El Inyan Kavna. So okay, so this Bryce supports Rabbi Yirmiyah. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, Rabbi Shimon says, any amount of consumption gives you malchus. We only say kizayis for carbonic purposes. So I'll say, so again, halacha l'maisa, the way we paskin is essentially there's two shiurim. There's shir of beria, which is if you have a fully intact living entity, even if it's tiny like an ant, there will be liability. But for every other act of consumption, the shear is going to be a kizayis. Okay, incredible. Mishnah. Well, let's go. Now, the nice part about this Mishnah is actually we've seen a number of these cases already. So let's remember again that is aloha. When you bring bikurim to the Beis Hamikdash, halalai should be zochim eretz Hashem bekarot. So there is mikra bikurim. There's a whole recitation, right? Arami Overavi. We just said in the Haggadah, right? Pretty much so much of Magid ultimately again is mikra bikurim. Another Pesach, again, it's going to get even better in just a second. I'll say it really is like all kidding aside. Okay, you could accuse me of like making up a lot of stuff, right? This is not me. Like I'm not making this up. This is really incredible. So in any event, so what happens? I go ahead and eat the right, or the Kohen eats the bikurim before the recitation is done. Recitation is done, or Kachek Adashim Fuslikilayim, or you Kachek Adashim outside of the curtains. And we'll say, now remember, curtains is a reference ultimately to the Mishkan. Right? Rashi says, Kachek Adashim Bizman Mishkan Chutzlikilayim. So we'll say, now in the Beis Hamikdash, you just replace the word curtains with walls. Walls outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash. Or Kachim Kalim Umaiser Sheni Chutzlachomo, or Kachim Kalim Umaiser Sheni outside of the wall of Yerushalayim. Right, so we'll say, so again, we're going to see all of these are karis bearing, malchus bearing violations, or hashover esa etzem bepesach hatar. Again, it was like Kran Pesach. Incredible. Hashover esa etzem bepesach hatar, or ultimately one who breaks a bone in a carbon Pesach. Again, with the Pesach, so we're going to see there's a prohibition of etzem no sishkuru bo. You're not allowed to break a bone when eating a carbon Pesach, but that obviously only applies to a Pesach that is tahar. So if one goes in and breaks a bone in a Pesach that's tahar, all of these cases, I will say, hare ze lo ke'arboy. In all of these cases, all these aforementioned cases, halakha l'maisa, you get malchus. However, aval hamos betar, if you leave over from a carbon Pesach, no sar, or a shover betame, or you break a bone in a carbon Pesach that is tame, elo carbon, you do not get malchus. Okay. Hanotel emal abanim, was we literally just had this case. Shiloh hakan, right? So again, I'm supposed to send away the mother birds before I take the chicks or before I take the eggs, but I violated. And instead, I went ahead and I took the chicks or the eggs without sending away the mother bird. So I said, so Rabbi Yehuda Omer, loke ve'inu mishalech. Rabbi Yehuda says, sorry, you missed the assay. And because you missed the assay, you'll get malchus for violation, and there's no way to make it up. The Chacham say, v'shaleach ve'ina loke. The Chachamim say ultimately again, you could send away the mother bird, and ultimately again, in other words, you can now go ahead and send away the mother bird and avoid the malchus. They will say, so again, I just want to point out something very interesting. Let's finish with the Mishnah. Zeh klal kol mitzvahs lo saseh sheish ba kol maseh ein chayal. I'm saying literally yesterday's that. It's literally what we spent the bulk of yesterday doing, and it was a quote from this Mishnah. The Mishnah says, this is the rule. Any mitzvahs lo saseh, any prohibition that has an associated assay, an associated positive commandment, ein chayavin aleha, which seems to indicate, what are we talking about up here? There's a lot of hanitat la'aseh. Now, I want to point out over here, and we already saw this in yesterday's daf, that remember that halacha l'maisa, when it comes to shiluach hakan, there's a fundamental machlokas about how to interpret those psukim, right? Why? Because the way the pasuk reads is like this, right? Ki karcha kad sif al haderech, va'im roved says alabanim, lo sika ha'im alabanim. Do not take the chicks while the mother is there. Shaleach tishalach es ha'im. Send away the mother. Now, what's unique about that case? What's unique about the case? The case is that the assay is actually mentioned after the lav, right? And then it says shaleach tishalach es ha'im. Right? So in other words, it says, don't take the chicks when the mother is there. Send away the mother and take the chicks. So there's a fundamental machlokas as to how to understand that case. So Yehuda says, essentially, the assay only applies in the beginning. In other words, send away the mother, take the chicks. If you take the chicks and you didn't send away the mother, there's no makeup for that. The Chachamim, on the other hand, understand that no. The way that it's phrased in the Torah is essentially, there's two opportunities to perform the assay. What are the two opportunities? Opportunity one is before you take the chicks, right? And opportunity number two is after you take the chicks. So again, I just want to point out, although this case is here, it's interesting that that case has its own machlokas associated with it. Then there's a klal that everyone agrees with. What's the klal? The klal is lavanita klasei. That if you have a low sasei, right? If you have a low sasei, ultimately again, and that low sasei can be remedied by an assay, you don't get malchus for that. Again, then Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish loom in the background. Right? How long do you have to perform the assay? Okay, that's a separate discussion. But I just want to point out that although Shiluach HaKan is being mentioned over here, Shiluach HaKan really has its own complications in terms of how to interpret that mitzvah. Okay, here we go. So these are the words of Rabbi Akiva Stimsoi. The Gemara says, however, so this idea, this halacha in the Mishnah, that if you go ahead and the Kohen eats bikurim, before the mikra bikurim, he gets malchus. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva ultimately, again, holds the halacha l'maisa, kriya is ma'akiv, kriya is necessary. Just want to point out that the Chachamim say, by bikurim, the kriya is not ma'akiv. What is ma'akiv? Hanacha. Placement before the mizbeach. So if you don't place before the mizbeach, you have a problem. But if for some reason you omitted the reading, you're fine. You find out ideal, but you're fine. But why not go ahead and attribute it to Rabbi Shimon? You want to talk about Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon is really right. Just also telling us Rabbi Kiva holds like Rabbi Shimon. Well, who's Rabbi Shimon? My Rabbi Shimon. The sign Rabbi said this is fascinating. Rabbi said, by the way, this is so good. What's the Rabbi Shimon? Here we go. Rabbi said this is a fascinating drasha. Fascinating drasha. So Rabbi says, let me just give you the pasuk in its entirety. If you happen to have the pasuk if you have the Torah or in your Gemara, you can see the pasuk in the margin. Lo sucha lecha b'sharecha. Here's the pasuk. You cannot eat within your gates the following foods. Masar de gancha b'siroshcha v'yisracha. We're going to triple each of these meanings. B'choros b'karecha b'sorecha. B'chol b'darecha asher tidar. B'nidvosecha u'trumas yadecha. So these are all the items that cannot be eaten in your home, have to be eaten in Yerushalayim. Now, within this list, there are different things that need to be consumed in different places in Yerushalayim. So here we go, boys. Get ready for this. Now, Rabbi Shimon, that's fascinating. He darshans the pasuk backwards. He darshans it backwards. So watch this. Tisanya, what does that refer to? It'll be Kurim. This refers to Bikurim. Rabbi Shimon, what is this pasuk coming to teach us? If it's telling me that I can't eat Bikurim outside of the wall of Yerushalayim, that's obvious. I can make a kal chomer ma'aser sheni. Ma'aser sheni, which is more lenient than Bikurim, right? More kal than Bikurim, can't be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. Certainly can't consume Bikurim outside Yerushalayim either. If ma'aser sheni, which is more lenient, if you eat outside Yerushalayim, you get malchus. All the more so you can't eat Bikurim outside Yerushalayim. So what is the pasuk coming to teach me? What does the pasuk coming to teach me? That if the Kohen consumes the Bikurim before the recitation, you get malchus. Good. That's drasha number one from a Trumas Yadcha. Next, what is this referring to? Zu Toda U'Shlamim. This refers to a Toda, a Thanksgiving offering, Shlamim. I'm Rabbi Shimon. What is this coming to teach us? If it's coming to say that I'm not allowed to eat it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, that's obvious. Kal v'chomer mi meiser. That I can make a kal v'chomer from meiser sheni. Ha lo ba'kas of elav lo ochel betodo b'shlom lefnei zrika shehu loka. It's coming to teach me that if I eat from a todo or shlomim before zrika, that I get malchus. Incredible. Next, ubechoros zeh. What does Bechoros refer to? That's a Bechor offering. Rabbi Shimon, what is this coming to teach us? It's coming to teach you that I can't eat it outside of the wall of Yerushalayim. That's obvious. That's a Kal V'chomer from Ma'aser Sheni. If I'm not allowed to eat it before Zrika, Kal V'chomer mi Toda U'Shlamim. Then ultimately, again, that's a Kal V'chomer from Toda and Shlamim. Ha lo ba'akas of Ella lo ochel min ha'bachar afilu la'achar Zrika shu lo get. So that's talking about over here that if a non-Kohen eats from the Bechar, even after Zrika, he gets malchus. Incredible. The Karcha Bitzonecha, what is this coming to teach me? Zu Chatos V'Asham. This refers to Chatos and Asham. What is this coming to teach us? If it's coming to say I can't eat outside the walls of Yerushalayim, Kal V'chomer from Ma'aser Sheni, that's already Kal V'chomer from Ma'aser Sheni. In the face Zrika, Kal V'chomer mitzvah. So here, all of these drushes are building on each other. If it's telling me that I can't eat it before Zrika, there's Kal V'chomer Tola Shlamim. In the Achar Zrika, Kal V'chomer B'char. So what is it going to teach me? Ha lo ba'akasav ela lo ochel michatas v'asham afilu la'achar Zrika chutz l'kilayim shu lo get. It's coming to teach me for a Kohen that if a Kohen goes and eats from the chatas and the asham even after Zrika, but outside of the curtains, outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, you get malchus. Next, nitarecha zu ola. Nitarecha refers to an ola offering. Rabbi Shimon, ma ba'zeh lelamdenu. What is this coming to teach us? If it's saying that I can't eat it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, so Kal V'chomer min meiser, and it's Kal V'chomer meiser sheni. In the Fnei Zrika, Kal V'chomer mi Toda Shlamim. If before Zrika, Kal V'chomer Toda Shlamim. In the Achar Zrika, if it came to after Zrika, Kal V'chomer mi B'char. I would say, man, all these drushes building on each other. In Chutz L'Kilayim, if it's outside of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, Kal V'chomer mi Chatas V'Asham. So what is it coming to teach me? Ha lo ba'akasav amad beis, ala lo ochel min ha'ola la'achar Zrika, afilu b'fnit shu lo ket. Rather, what is coming to teach me? That I must remember again, an ola is totally consumed on the mizbeach. So what's the drasha? It's just coming to teach me that if a Kohen eats from the ola, even after Zrika, even inside of the Beis Hamikdash, that what? That you get Malchus. Rabbi say this is a brilliant exposition. Look what Rabbi Shimon just did. First of all, he dashed in the pasuk from the end, right? What we call Meseifei L'Tchilas, right? From the end to the beginning, and each drasha successively built on the other. So let's listen to this. Rava. So Rava was blown away by this drasha, and therefore Rava says, "Tiyalde ime ki Rabbi Shimon teleit." If a mother is going to have a child like Rabbi Shimon, it's worth it to have a child. V'ilo, but if your kid's not going to be like Rabbi Shimon, lo seleit. Better not to have a kid. Okay, so all right, that requires a bit of explanation over here. So let's say, so first of all, I just want to point out something very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi said, "Dialde imich Rabbi Shimon telei." Third line down from Rashi, "Kol imo yoledes tivakish rachamim yiratzon sheyehei Rabbi Shimon." Right, that literally again, what Rav is saying is that when a mother is pregnant or when right after she gives birth, she has a baby, she should always daven for her child. My son should be like Rabbi Shimon. And I just want to point out, if you have in your Gemara the Hagos with Siyumin, and you see the little Os Aleph over there, if you'll notice, he says, Ayin Ritva, the Lo Garcinan Tebos, the Lo Selit. Many editions of the Gemara don't have that last phrase. They have the first part of the phrase, but not the last part of the phrase. In other words, they have the statement, the Yol de Imek Reb Shimon Teleit. Right? A mother should daven for a child to be like Rabbi Shimon. But ultimately, again, that last part is stricken. First of all, it's like it doesn't seem to be like a logical statement because not everybody's like Reb Shimon. Right? There are many great people who are not like Reb Shimon. There are many people who are greater than Reb Shimon. So, like, what does that mean? That this, in Yiddishkeit, that's one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit, although we often forget this idea, is that there is no one model of successful Jew. Right? There's no box that a successful Jew looks like this. That's the beauty and the power of our people, that a successful and holy Jew looks so many different ways. So to say that this is the picture of success would seem to be antithetical to the totality of Yiddishkeit. That being said, what Rav is saying, according to the Rizal, he also quotes over the Aruch Laner, is that a mother should daven for her son to be like Rabbi Shimon. And let's say, I just have to tell you something absolutely amazing. Something absolutely amazing. We've been having these constant Pesach references over and over and over. And let's say the Rabbi Shimon that is being referred to over here, this is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So amazingly enough, many of the Sfarim write that this Gemara is the makar for doing upsharon in Meron by Rashbi. Right? Why do we take little boys to have their haircuts by Rashbi and Meron? It's based on this Gemara. You bring your son to Rashbi, you bring your child to Rashbi, ultimately, again, in line with what Rav said, Rabbi Shimon Yalad. Every parent should daven that their child should be like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. We bring our children again as they enter into Gilmas, because the whole chap of upsharon, beautiful minhag, right? The whole chap of upsharon is ultimately, again, it's the performance of a mitzvah, the mitzvah of payos. So ultimately, again, we bring our children to Rashbi in fulfillment, of our Rabbi Shimon. I will say, there's so much to say about this, about like, and I just want to point out how beautiful this is, right? Just look what just happened in the Gemara over here, right? Constant Pesach references, including two in the Mishnah, right? Arami Oved Avi Mikra Bikurin Haggadah, once again covering Pesach, and now ultimately again a reference to Lag BaOmer, reference to Sira. So how incredible is it? I will say that life is this constant push and pull. Sometimes when you have a beautiful experience in life, what you want more than anything is just to remain there. Right? I don't want to leave. Like the Arizal brings down, he says, why is it that people cry at happy events? Right? It makes no sense, right? Tears are so often more associated with pain, with sadness. Why do people cry at happy events? The Ari HaKadosh says because deep down the neshama wants more than anything to hold on to this moment. I just want to hold on to it. I don't want it to go. But if the neshama knows, it's going to flee. It's fleeting. It just escapes. And that's why at the beginning there's tears. So sometimes we have a beautiful holy moment, you just want to stay there. But the avodah in life is keep moving ourselves forward. So on one hand, our beautiful Gemara, our beautiful Daf, has been keeping us tethered in Pesach, because Pesach is mamish zman, zman chirusin, zman geula, sinu chayv adam liros das giyotzim mitzrayim, a feeling of freedom, a feeling of personal emancipatory power. But at the same time, now the Gemara says, got to move forward. moving towards Lag BaOmer, we're moving towards Shavuos. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, incredible. V'yafagav, says the Gemara. V'yafagav, the Iflay Pirchay. I must say that even, by the way, I also want to find out, just so you should think about it a little bit. It's fascinating, by the way, that the Gemara attributes this tefillah ultimately to the mother. Right, this is the mother's tefillah, right? If the mother should daven, now obviously on the most basic level, right, because the mother is giving birth, right? That's what it's associating with. But it's also, I will say, there's so much about the personality of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which is right. Again, we have to say if I come at the end of this year, which I definitely will not, but I will. Right, we'll put it on our list. But why Rashbi? So again, Rava is obviously astounded just by like the lumbus of Rashbi. There's so much of the personality of Rashbi that we want from our own children. Okay, the Avagav, this like Pircha. So we'll say the Gemara says, by the way, I just want to point out, his limud is correct. Rashbi, his limud is actually flawed. His limud is flawed. Right? The whole drasha is flawed. Why? Because there's a Pircha. And we'll say, what's the Pircha? Here we go. My chumah to bikurim meiser shekain asur lazarim. So we'll say again, why did we say that bikurim is more chamer than meiser? Because ultimately, again, meiser sheni can be consumed by anyone. Bikurim, can't be consumed by non-kohanim. Adrabah, I can say meiser chamer shekain asur yonim. He said just the opposite. Bikurim can be consumed by an onen. Meiser sheni can't be consumed by an onen. So in that case, again, we kind of just blew a hole in Rashbi's Kavachomer. My chumrah that told the Shlomim Meiser, what's the chumrah of Tolda and Shlomim from Meiser Sheni? Shekin Tu'un and Matan Damim They More Legam Mizbeach. Remember again, Tolda and Shlomim have sacrificial rights on the Mizbeach. You have to do blood applications. The Kishkas on the Mizbeach. Adrabah, Meiser Chamer, Shekin Tu'un and Kesef Tzura. Meiser could be Chamer. Why? Because again, remember, I will say, you can redeem Karbanos, but ultimately on anything. Meiser Sheni, if you want to redeem it, it requires minted coinage. That's a chumrah. So as I said, remember again, essentially what the Gemara is showing over here is that Reb Shimon's logic really was flawed. Like in other words, it was a brilliant exposition, but at the end of the day, it's wrong. It's wrong. Well, my chumrah to Bechar told the Shlomim. What was the chumrah of Bechar told the Shlomim? Or what was the supposed chumrah? Shekin kiddusha samirekem. That Bechar ultimately is consecrated from the womb. Adrabah. Told the Shlomim chamurim. Told the Shlomim chamurim why? Shekin tu'unin smicha. Because ultimately told the Shlomim requires smicha, which is leaning on the animal, nisachim, wine libations, and the weighting of the chest and the thigh. And what's the chumrah of chatas and ashim of bechar? Shekin kachek kadashim, because they're kachek kadashim. Adrabah, the chor chamer, I would say that bechar is chamer. Why? Shekin kiddusha samirechem. It is sanctified from the womb. My chumrah the olah. What's the chumrah of Ola over Chatas and Asham? Shekin Kodil. It's totally consumed on the Mizbeach. I would say, Adrabah, Chatas v'Asham Chamiri Shekin Mechatri. They affect atonement. The Kulu Chamiri Ma'ola, this Mushtei Achilos. And ultimately, again, everyone is more chamer than Ola. Why? Because Ola has two consumptions. Now, remember again, I will say, because I'm saying the is Mushtei Achilos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, because all the other Kabbalos have two achilos, have two consumptions. In other words, either Mizbeach and Kohanim, owners Kohanim, whereas Ola ultimately again only has consumption on the Mizbeach itself. So we'll say, so therefore again the Gemara says, by the way, it was a brilliant exposition, absolutely brilliant. Only one problem, it was incorrect. Just a slight detail. I think Gemara says if that's the case, so why the overwhelming praise for Rabbi Shimon? Elamai biyol ve'imek Rabbi Shimon. So Rafa, you would think that after that kind of praise, that every mother should daven for her son to be like Rabbi Shimon, that Rabbi Shimon's drasha would be correct. But yet it's incorrect. So why did Rabbi say daven for your child to be like Rabbi Shimon? The Gemara says incredible. Dilamai desfira leila didei, misaris leila kra v'darish lei. Because it will say the drasha itself was overwhelming. In other words, you're right. We'll say sometimes the result is wrong. But the process is so incredibly profound. What Rabbi Shimon did, the drasha, and I want to say, by the way, it's not just a drasha, it's a reverse drasha, right? It's a drasha ultimately, again, from the end of the pasuk to the beginning of the pasuk. So the drasha is incredible. The reverse kite of the drasha is absolutely incredible. Everything is incredible about this, which I would say tells you something absolutely amazing. What Rava was extolling was as follows. Did Rabbi Shimon come up with the right conclusion? No. But what did he do? He put in a Herculean amount of effort. And at the end of the day, what makes great people great are not necessarily the results that they produce, but rather the effort they are willing to expend to get to that finish line. And I will say that was the life of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai again lost so much. He lost so much time. Again, remember, he was in hiding for an extended amount of time. But when I said during that time, what he made of himself, sometimes the results don't materialize as you had intended for them to. But the process itself is really where our our personal prowess, our energy, our abilities really comes out. So that's what Rebbe was explaining. The conclusion is wrong, but the process is so profound. Every mother should daven to have a child who is committed to the process. Because we know at the end of the day, we don't control the results. We often don't control the outcome. The only thing we control is how much effort we are willing to put into the process. Who personifies that willingness to put effort into the process? Rashbi. And therefore, every mother should daven for a child to possess this koch. So we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. All right, friends, remember wonderful Shabbos, everyone. Shabbos for Shabbos. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shipment drushos of this year as a zechus for Besoros Talmudra Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Haba Alin Latova Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of his grandson Yosef Menachem. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor in the zechus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Avram Mashini Kamnari of Avram's mother, Sarah Brina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Lebrach. And as always, we dedicate our learning on the schools of our holy and precious hostages, Mechash Baruch Hu Meretz Hashem. Bring them home with Shalom and Bekarov, and the schools of our holy soldiers, Mechash Baruch Hu, allow them to be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedei. Well, see, with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tes Zayin, 16. And we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Tes Vav on the days. And we left off with my commitment. We actually got a little bit further, but let's just pick up with that. Good. But my commitment. So remember again, we had an interesting machlokes, a raging machlokes. It's Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish are really what we call the sophistic fundamental machlokes about the nature of lashish b'maisa or lavanita klase. Right. So remember again, we saw about yasi lavanita klase. First, it commits a lava prohibition, and then that prohibition has an accompanying asay, which allows us to go ahead and essentially fix the lav. So if a person fails to perform the asay, then bepashtos to chayiv malchus. So in a general sense, a person is not going to be chayiv malchus when they go ahead and violate the asay. When they violate the law. And the reason for that is because I have the asay to be able to fix it. Now, what happens if a person doesn't go ahead and perform the asay? Then I'm chayiv malchus. So the shaila becomes at what point is a person going to be chayiv malchus then? At what point do we call it non-performance of the asay? So this was a machlokes of Yochanan and Rish Lakish. Yochanan said, bitol chayiv, lo bitol pater. Essentially, if you do something which fundamentally precludes the performance of the assay. So, for example, in the case that we were, first Reuben steals from Shimon, and then Reuben goes ahead and destroys the stolen object. Now, it's not going to be the best example, as we'll discuss in just a little bit, but just to give you an idea, he can't perform the assay. There's no Venesh V'Zagzela. He cannot return the stolen item. Again, just for illustration purposes, not for halachic purposes, that would be called being a mevatel and assay. We'll give examples of this. Versus Rish Lakish says, Kayim below Kayim, all right, Kayim Chayiv, Kayim lo Chayiv, lo Kiyim Chayiv. Ultimately, again, just non-performance. You didn't do the assay. That will result ultimately in malchus. The Gemara says, what's at the root of this machlokes? The ma'kamifragi. So the Gemara says, ma'kamifragi b'hasras safek kamifragi. So what are they arguing about over here? With hasras safek. Now I will say, this is going to be very interesting. Mar savar hasras safek shma hasra, or mar savar hasras safek lo shma hasra. So let's say, so what's the argument over here? The argument is whether or not hasras safek is called hasra. So take a look at Rashi. Rabbi Yochanan savar hasras safek shma hasra. First white line in Rashi. Yapagav t'chol lo sase shenita glase lidvarav hasras safek. Now according to Rabbi Yochanan, any lav hanita glase by definition is what we'll call hasras safek, a doubtful hasra. Now how so? Shaykisha over alalav sarcha hasras bo. Who Amar Shegamar Halav Bebitul Haasei Talui. So let's play this out. Reuven goes ahead and steals an object from Shimon. Now, obviously, in order for Reuven to be chayiv, Reuven has to get hasra. So the witnesses are going to say to Reuven, if you go ahead and you steal, there's going to be liability. Now remember, in Rabbi Yochanan's model of bittul, halacha l'maisa, there's no real liability for the lap up until the point that Reuven negates or precludes the possibility of the assay. So therefore it says, Kishamasrin bo, al tegarish, right, I should just use the example of the Gemara. Right, the Gemara was right, Reuven violated Rachel, he married her. Then he's about to divorce her. So what happens? The witnesses tell him, don't divorce her. If you divorce her, you're going to be chayiv malchus. But remember again, Safeku, Shema lo yivatla saseh la'adira ba'ano, so watch this. Reuven's about to go ahead and divorce her, right? Reuven violated Rachel, married her. Okay, that's what he's supposed to do. Then he's about to divorce her. So we're going to give him hasra. What's the hasra? Reuven, if you go ahead and you divorce Rachel, you're chayiv malchus. Well, that's not totally true. Why? Because there's an assay. What's the assay? To remarry her. But Reuven, if you go ahead and you divorce her, and then you also do something which forever precludes you from remarrying her, you're going to be chayiv malchus. So we'll say that's what's called hasra safek. In other words, the way hasra works is that hasra has to really contain a definitive set of facts, not a lot of ifs and not a lot of buts, and it also, as we're going to see, also must contain a level of immediacy. Now, according to Yochanan, the only way to give hasra is in this way, because in any lav hanita kla'aseh, there's always this prolonged possibility that halacha l'maisa, Reuven could go ahead and fix the wrong at some distant point. So Rabbi Yochanan must hold that hasra safek ishma hasra. On the other hand, Reish Lakish, look at that, go on. Reish Lakish taver hasra safek lo shma hasra. Hilva was this. Now remember again, I will say, in Reish Lakish's model, how does this work? Reuven violated Rachel, married her. Now he's about to divorce her. So he goes ahead. So the witnesses say, Reuven, if you divorce, you're going to be chayiv malchus. Because how does it work in Reish Lakish's model? In Reish Lakish's model, the halacha is like this: you have an assay to fulfill. How long do you have to fulfill it? How long do you have to fulfill it? Some amount of time that Beis Din gives you. Beis Din will say, Reuven, if you divorce your wife, just understand if you don't remarry her within whatever Beis Din says, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 2 hours, 5 weeks, whatever the amount of time is, if he does not go ahead and comply with the assay by that time, he will get malchus. Now, what does that show you? Reish Lakish holds hasras safek lo shma hasra. Let's see this at Rashi now. Hilchach. Reish Lakish hasra safek lo shma hasra. Hilchach. Im hayagomer halav talui bebitul haaseh lo hayalok elav ela halav mishigirish nigmar v'havili hasras vaday v'aseh nita rios tachas hamalchus. Ukeshalei aval Beis Din o yikayim o yiloket. We'll say there it is. That's the key phrase. According to Reish Lakish, the way this works is like this: if you violate the law, and now again they bring you to Beis Din for violation of the law, when you come before Beis Din, there's two options in front of you right now. What are the two options? Malchus or assay. How long do you have to fulfill the assay? Now. Now, by the way, now could mean now, or now could mean if Beis Din decides to give you some defined amount of time. But the point is, according to Reish Lakish, there's no assay that's just hovering around forever. So here is the fundamental distinction. According to Rabbi Yochanan, when you violate a lav hanita klase, so again, Reuven violates a woman, marries her, that's his obligation. then is about to divorce or then divorces her. In Rabbi Yochanan's world, the performance of the assay is always there. It's always there. And it's there until Reuben does something to prevent it from being there. So essentially, the most you can give Reuben is a hasras suffix. Why is it called suffix? Suffix, I will say, not as much because the warning itself is doubtful, but because the whole situation is so ambiguous. He can't be liable until he fundamentally negates the possibility of performing the assay. So how long does he have? How long does he have?